The Lord's Empire Chapter 852 to Chapter 937. This caused all of the people holding books to feel quite surprised, and they could not help but feel quite confused. Their factions were not like ordinary factions at the center of the heaven-awakened world, and they were much more well-informed than ordinary people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to write so many books. No matter if it was the heaven-awakened world's central region, outer regions, or even the boundary regions, they would all know about some things. There were very few things in the heaven-awakened world that they did not know about. The celestial emperor star was most likely at the center of the heaven-awakened world, so why did the pavilion master say that they could not obtain any information about it? Everyone was puzzled by this. The scholarly middle-aged man could tell that they were confused and lightly laughed as he explained that celestial emperor star is at the boundary region, and it's the most desolate place. Moreover, it's covered by heaven's secrets, so we naturally cannot obtain any information about it. What? Everyone was shocked and could not help but ask, the celestial emperor star is the human race's supreme emperor star, why would it appear in such a desolate place? This doesn't seem to have ever happened before. The scholarly middle-aged man lightly nodded and said, this is indeed the first time. Perhaps something big has happened there. Let's send some people in that direction and see if we can obtain any information. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group, which was the faction that had created the Heaven Spirit Steel, sent a message to the higher-ups. The people who had been in charge of observing the mysterious and ferocious early-stage Emperor bloodline suddenly discovered that there were big changes to the blood when the celestial Emperor star had descended. The bright red blood gave off a piercing golden light, and it gave off a supreme power that seemed to be able to make the heavens and earth submit. Even though it was just an orb of blood, it caused those people to feel a chill. Their legs trembled, and they felt an urge to kneel down. This sovereign bloodline had been the focus of the Heaven Spirit Financial Group, and it received even more attention than ordinary sovereign bloodlines. This was a decision made by the higher-ups of the Heaven Spirit Financial Group, and no one dared to question it. Reality proved that they had not been wrong. When the orb of blood started to change, the people in charge of observing it hurriedly reported this to the higher-ups. The higher-ups were also attracted by the ripples from the celestial emperor star's descent. At first, they did not pay much attention to the news and were about to discuss the celestial emperor star's descent. However, they had never thought that the orb of blood would give off the aura of the celestial emperor star. This caused the major figures to look incredibly shocked. They had never thought that this savage, ruthless, murderous, and devilish early-stage emperor bloodline would be the owner of the celestial emperor star. Back then, they had felt that this sovereign bloodline was not ordinary, so they had ordered people to carefully observe it. However, things had completely exceeded their expectations. This person had really become the possessor of the seventh emperor star. As the seventh person in the human race, his future would be limitless. At the same time, they understood the importance of this matter. Right now, even if other powers were to search for him, they would not be able to obtain any information about this imperial prince. However, they had already obtained quite a bit of information. Pass down the order. This matter is classified as top secret. Whoever leaks it will be severely punished. The people who had discovered the mysterious and ferocious early-stage emperor bloodline were all ordered to not discuss this matter and to not leak it. At the same time, this emperor bloodline was given the highest priority. This caused the people in charge to look incredibly shocked. They had underestimated the importance of this mysterious emperor bloodline. It had already received a lot of attention from the higher-ups, and now, it was even more so. This was the same treatment as observing a top-tier expert. They looked at each other and knew how important this matter was. As such, they hid this matter in the depths of their hearts and would not speak of it in the future. If they accidentally spoke of it, they might be killed. At the same time, they felt quite curious, just who was this possessor of the sovereign bloodline? Who had the ability to receive such attention from the higher-ups? Within a majestic palace filled with ghostly chi, a pale-faced young man sat within. His body gave off an incredibly terrifying might and an emperor's aura, and sensing the ripples in the distance, he could not help but frown. Recently, fate seemed to be biased towards the human race, and a seventh celestial emperor star had appeared. This had already surpassed the god, demon, and devil races emperor stars. AI, If our death race could awaken one more celestial emperor star, it would be great. In the future, the death race would have more authority. However, our death race's relationship with the human race has been quite good recently. Right now, the ones who are the most displeased are the god, demon, and devil race. With their prideful personalities, they would not be able to accept being suppressed by the human race. Just as he had said, a seventh celestial emperor star had appeared in the human race, making the god, demon, and devil race's 3 leaders incredibly displeased. When the celestial emperor star gave off terrifying ripples, many sleeping demon ancestors, god lords, and great devils woke up and exploded out with terrifying auras. They vented their displeasure and ordered people to find the possessor of the 7th celestial emperor star. In just an instant, countless people from the demon race, god race, and devil race received orders to gather information on the 7th celestial emperor star. Immediately, news of the 7th celestial emperor star quickly spread throughout the central region, causing quite a commotion. By now, almost everyone knew that the 7th celestial emperor star had appeared, and they were all discussing this matter. However, no one had any accurate information. Some people said that it was an imperial prince of some empire, some said that it was someone from some sect, and some said that it was a woman and that the human race would soon have another empress. Some said that this imperial prince had a devil bloodline and that his celestial emperor star had a devilish aura. A man in black clothes stood on a circular pool. He gave off a terrifying aura that caused the space around him to twist. His body seemed illusory and even an emperor would tremble in front of him. He was a higher being who had woken up from the tremors at the heaven domain heart, which was when Tuoba Qing's bloodline had awakened. He had been paying attention to her aura, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. His gaze returned to Qing's head. The massive golden star had completely descended and silently floated above Qing's head. Zhao Fu was lifted up by a formless energy and floated below the golden star. The intense pain from before had almost caused Zhao Fu to lose consciousness, and he was now powerlessly lifted up. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as the golden star gave off an even more resplendent golden light. At that moment, countless traces of violet aura flooded over from the horizon, inundating everything before entering Zhao Fu's body. The violet aura gave off an incredibly noble aura as it entered Zhao Fu's body and gathered at his chest. The golden dragon looked incredibly confused, while the black dragon obediently retreated to the side. After the violet dragon egg formed, it continuously devoured a massive amount of violet qi, and the might it gave off became stronger and stronger. Even more violet qi flowed over from the horizon and entered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body seemed to go through some sort of transformation. As the violet qi that the dragon egg absorbed became greater and greater, the terrifying aura reached its peak, and suddenly, all of the violet qi was absorbed by Zhao Fu. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded throughout the heavens as the violet dragon egg started to crack after absorbing a large amount of violet qi. A dragon's roar sounded out as if a sovereign was descending. The eggshell started to shatter and turn back into traces of violet qi. A violet dragon appeared within Zhao Fu's body, giving off a powerful aura as it flowed within Zhao Fu's body. A massive emperor's aura spread out from Zhao Fu's body. In that instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were going to submit to him, and it was an incredibly shocking and unforgettable scene. Finally, Zhao Fu awakened the celestial emperor star, and a violet dragon appeared within his body. This violet dragon looked like a normal dragon, but its horns were forked and its claws had 6 toes. It was most likely a dragon king. The massive golden star in the sky gradually disappeared, and the abnormal signs in the surroundings disappeared as the heavens and earth once again became peaceful. Only then did the countless people kneeling on the ground come back to their senses and hurriedly stand up. They did not know what had happened, and they only felt a powerful will descend, causing them to uncontrollably kneel on the ground. The leaders of the various factions looked towards Qing's direction, feeling incredibly shocked. They had all knelt in that direction, and those who had not knelt seemed to have been heavily injured. They were covered in blood and lay on the ground, and they would not be able to recover without a long period of time. Zhao Fu's consciousness came back, and he stood in the air and sensed the changes in himself. He could not describe it, but he felt that he was much stronger than before. Elsewhere, the black-clothed man standing on a circular pool took out a blood-red stone that gave off a source aura and threw it into the remaining pool. A blinding blood-red light shined out from the bottom of the pool, and the pool gradually turned blood-red. The black-clothed man continuously performed hand seals, causing the blood-red water to start to boil and spin, and a massive wave of energy spread out. The human world, which had returned to its peaceful state, once again went through a massive change. An extremely terrifying power spread out from the sky, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into icy water. Whether it was their bodies or souls, they all violently trembled. A blood-red vortex appeared above Qin. This blood-red vortex was only 10 meters wide, but it soon became 10,000 meters wide and gave off a massive suction force. Standing in the air, Zhao Fu's hair stood on end as he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He of the blood-red vortex had a feeling that the blood-red vortex was rushing towards him. The golden dragon cried out in shock, "Zhao Fu, it's a higher being. It was a certain almighty being who found your location through the origin mark that appeared just now. It seems like he wants to seize the origin mark on your body. You have to be careful. Although he can't personally come, his strength is still extremely terrifying." Zhao Fu understood and immediately hid the origin mark that Tuoba Qing had given him. He had never thought that it would cause such a thing, and now that that higher being had found him, there was no point in hiding his origin mark. The blood-red vortex gave off a massive suction force that covered Zhao Fu's body, wanting to suck Zhao Fu's body into it. Zhao Fu could not help but release his full strength and unleash his Emperor's domain. A black barrier with dragon inscriptions floated out of his body to resist that massive suction force. "Your Majesty!" Seeing that Zhao Fu was in danger, everyone hurried to Zhao Fu's side and prepared to help Zhao Fu resist that suction force. However, Zhao Fu hurriedly told them to stop because this was not something they could interfere with. That higher being's power was simply too terrifying, and even though they did not know how much power he had used, even with Zhao Fu's full strength, he was still slowly being sucked towards the blood-red vortex. As such, Zhao Fu told them to stop and evacuate everyone nearby, or else their lives would be in danger. Bai Qi and the others hurriedly obeyed and quickly left, evacuating all of the nearby residents. Boom! Zhao Fu completely exploded out with Qin Mark's power, and a black flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body as an incredibly terrifying aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. Xing, Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster Sword and sent all of his power into it. The Grey Crystalline Death Disaster Sword exploded out with a chilling sword light, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. A massive grey sword light gave off a ferocious wind of death as it slashed towards the blood-red vortex. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, and something that shocked Zhao Fu happened. Zhao Fu had wanted to use this to stop the blood-red mist, but the sword qi was completely useless against the blood-red vortex. Instead, it caused the blood-red vortex to expand by 100,000 meters and explode out with an even more powerful suction force. Zhao Fu was continuously dragged towards the blood-red vortex by this terrifying suction force, and he could only unleash his Emperor's domain, which had expanded to 100 meters, in order to defend against this suction force. This massive suction force caused trees to be uprooted, boulders to be sucked into the sky, and the ground to be peeled away. Even though it was incredibly terrifying, Zhao Fu was still able to defend against it. The black-cloaked man's smile disappeared, and he slightly frowned as he slowly stretched out his hand and pressed down towards the spinning pool below. A powerful formless energy entered the blood-red water. A massive hand giving off a terrifying aura slowly stretched out from the blood-red vortex in the sky above Qin's seal. The entire world seemed to tremble, and spacetime became chaotic. This massive hand's power was the most terrifying thing Zhao Fu had ever seen, and even the current Zhao Fu felt a wave of terror. Arg! In the face of immense danger, Zhao Fu gripped the Death Disaster Sword with both hands and roared as he sent all of his power into it. The Qin seal within his body continuously trembled, gathering the power of countless city lord seals. Whether they were great cities or basic cities, all of the power of 3,000 cities was gathered in this strike. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out with all of his strength, and a grey sword light that was thousands of meters long, giving off dense deathly aura, seemed to be able to split the sky. It left behind countless cracks as it slashed towards the massive hand. Qi, the massive grey sword light gave off destructive power as it slashed apart the massive hand, causing it to dissipate into blood-red qi, and it continued to slash towards the blood-red vortex. Under the ferocious attacks of the sword light, the massive blood-red vortex gradually shrank. Above the blood pool, the black-clothed man looked at the small wound on his arm, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. The constantly shrinking blood-colored whirlpool suddenly expanded once more. The black-clothed man above the blood pool continued to form hand seals. His body emitted an intense blood-colored light as he slowly sank into the blood pool. The blood-red vortex in the sky expanded to 1,000 meters wide, and countless traces of blood-red water flowed out like a river pouring into the mortal world, giving off shocking sounds. As the blood-red water fell to the ground, it instantly inundated the ground, and all living creatures were killed. The blood-red water covered the surrounding 10 kilometers, giving off a dense stench of blood. Everything here was dyed with blood, and the scene was incredibly terrifying. At that moment, the blood-red water once again started to go through changes as if it was boiling. Bubbles started to appear, and traces of pure blood-red chi floated out. At the center of the blood-red water, the image of a man was condensed. The power that this image gave off was incredibly terrifying, and when it was formed, it was as if time and space had been frozen. That terrifying power was enough to suffocate people, and ordinary stage 1 soldiers would explode and die. You lowly worm, do you know that you've angered this sovereign? If you kneel, this sovereign will let you die more comfortably. A low-grade person like you doesn't deserve to have an origin mark. The image stood in the air with its hands behind its back, and its voice was cold as it looked at Zhao Fu as if he was an ant. Under this power, Zhao Fu's body could not help but tremble. This image's power was simply too terrifying, and it surpassed even Tuoba Qing's power. No wonder she had wanted to leave. This was the power of a higher being, even killing a god would not be a problem. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu used all of his strength to gather the power of the Qin seal. The Qin seal continuously trembled, gathering the power of countless cities. The city lords had long since sensed that a terrifying existence had descended in the Qin territory, so they all responded and gathered the power of their city lord seals towards the Qin seal. Zhao Fu's power reached its peak, and a ferocious aura flame rushed into the sky. His aura continuously rose, and it spread out like a wild gale, causing countless creatures to feel terror. The image disdainfully laughed and casually waved its hand. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body froze, and he felt a chill in his heart. He felt a massive wave of power rush towards him, and Zhao Fu did not hesitate to unleash his emperor's domain. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body was sent flying by a formless energy, and the emperor's domain protecting him shattered. Zhao Fu's body crashed 1,000 meters away, and he felt as if his bones had been broken. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he felt incredibly powerless. How could this power be so great? The image laughed and took a step out, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant, and arrived in front of Zhao Fu. When the image stomped on the ground, it was as if a meteor had crashed into the ground. The ground cracked, and a corporeal shockwave rippled out. The 1,000 meters of ground instantly caved in, creating a crater that was dozens of meters deep and 1,000 meters wide. If Zhao Fu had been stomped on by this attack, he would have been heavily injured, if not killed. Zhao Fu had just dodged this attack, but before he could rejoice, the image, which had been standing 100 meters away, appeared behind Zhao Fu in the next second and raised its leg and kicked out. Bang! Zhao Fu's body flew out like a sandbag and heavily crashed into a small hill 1,000 meters away, shattering the hill and causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. With your power, it's impossible for you to stop this sovereign. If you kneel, this sovereign will give you a quick death. The image laughed mockingly, looking down on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu powerlessly lay within a pile of rocks, his body covered with blood, and his aura was quite weak. The image's body blurred and appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and it tried to take him back. In its eyes, Zhao Fu could not resist at all. Suddenly, the image was given a big fright and hurriedly tried to retreat, but he was still sent flying by a massive force. He crashed hundreds of meters away, and a look of shock appeared on his face. A massive gray aura flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Gusts of cold wind started to blow, and an eerie and terrifying aura swept out like a flood. There seemed to be ghosts howling as well. Zhao Fu's body lost all of its color and became incredibly pale. His long hair became a gray-white color, and fangs grew out of his mouth. His hands became ghost-like claws, and his body gave off a terrifying ghostly power. The ground around him was unable to withstand it, and it started to crack. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Power. How could a weakling like you control such a power? Sensing Zhao Fu's terrifying eerie and cold power, the image's expression fell, and he yelled at Zhao Fu. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Power was not something that a human could control. Even gods would not be able to stand stably, and yet this person had truly controlled it. Zhao Fu did not reply, and his body turned into a black blur that shot towards the image. This caused the image's expression to become serious, and it stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu, causing countless traces of blood-red qi to gather on its arm. Boom! The image grabbed at the air, causing the air to explode as a 1,000-meter-wide, formless hand grabbed Zhao Fu's body. This power was incredibly terrifying, and even a mountain would be crushed by it. However, Zhao Fu gave a sharp howl as an even more powerful wave of ghostly qi exploded out from his body. Because the 6 Paths of Reincarnation power was too powerful, Zhao Fu's power started to go out of control, and his will started to become hazy. He was like an evil spirit, and he instantly broke free from the formless hand. He appeared in front of the illusory figure and punched out with immense power, sending the illusory figure flying hundreds of meters and crashing into a mountain wall. Countless cracks appeared on the mountain wall, and the illusory figure's body seemed to be embedded within. The image was infuriated. It had never been sent flying by such a low-level person before, and an even greater wave of power exploded out from the image's body. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Fu appeared in front of the image, and a sharp claw containing terrifying power pierced through the image's chest. The image did not expect this, and it could only hatefully stare at Zhao Fu as it gnashed its teeth and said, "You weakling, this sovereign won't let you off." The image's body gradually disappeared, and Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body felt as if it was going to be torn into countless pieces, and blood flowed out from his skin. Zhao Fu wanted to stop the 6 Paths demon image's power, but something unexpected happened. Arg! Zhao Fu howled as an eerie aura erupted out from his feet like a volcano, and the 9 underworlds will started to invade his body. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded throughout the entire human world. When all of the soldiers' corpses opened their eyes, an ocean-like wave of yin qi rushed out from the depths of the 9 underworlds like a volcanic eruption, forming a massive pillar of yin qi that shot into the heavens. This pillar of yin qi was hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide and seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. The aura and shockwaves it gave off made it seem as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and it was an incredibly shocking scene. In front of this pillar of yin qi, people felt incredibly small and insignificant, as if they were facing nature itself. It was a power that they could not resist. The yin qi continuously rushed into the sky, forming countless dark clouds that covered the entire sky before quickly spreading out. The temperature gradually became cold, and a chilling feeling spread out. The dark clouds continuously spread out, and soon, they covered the entire human world. That cold ghostly qi filled the heavens and earth, and the human world seemed to have lost all life. It became a gray-white world filled with a deathly aura, and the surroundings were filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. Sensing the yin qi that filled the heavens and earth, the spirits happily flew into the sky and wandered about. The ghosts excitedly gave off horrifying howls, and it became a world of ghosts. The fish scale, dark demon, and grassy worlds around the human world had just come back to their senses from the terrifying shockwaves from the celestial emperor star's descent, and they felt incredibly fearful towards the human world. They did not know what was happening in the human world, but the willpower of the heavens and earth made them feel incredibly terrified. They would never be able to forget that power, and it would definitely become a nightmare for them. Even the dark demon world, which had always looked down on the human world, realized that they had been wrong. They had greatly underestimated the human world, and they were the dark demon world's greatest enemy. However, at that moment, a cold aura once again spread out from the human world. The people from the 3 worlds felt their hair stand on end, and they nervously gulped. Looking at the yin qi from the human world that seemed to cover the heavens and earth, their bodies trembled in fear. Just what was happening in the human world, the will that gushed out from the depths of the 9 underworlds continuously eroded Zhao Fu's body. That feeling was as if cold air was pouring into his body, slowly tearing his body apart. Even his soul was being stripped away bit by bit. This feeling was naturally incomparably painful. Zhao Fu's 6 Path state was still there, and he still looked like a demon. The golden dragon in his body was also shocked. He didn't know what was happening to Zhao Fu, but he had a bad feeling about it. Suddenly, the will of the netherworld enveloped Zhao Fu's body, and then instantly brought Zhao Fu into the incomparably huge pillar of Xianxia. At the very center of the Xianxia pillar was the ghost seal formation. Before this, Zhao Fu and the golden dragon had sensed that something terrible was being nurtured here. At that time, because of various considerations, they did not stop it, but they did not expect such a strange change to occur. These changes were definitely caused by this place, and of course, it was also because of the Celestial Emperor Star's descent. The Ghost King Seal had devoured a large amount of Zhao Fu's blood, and when the Celestial Emperor Star had descended, the changes had started. Now, Zhao Fu's body powerlessly floated within the pillar of Xianxia, and the netherworlds will continuously eroded Zhao Fu's body and soul. The intense pain caused Zhao Fu's voice to become hoarse. Within the ghost world Pearl, the 6 Paths demon images, who were bound by countless chains, felt a wave of terror and madly roared as they struggled. However, they were powerless, and wounds appeared on their bodies as black blood was sucked out by a formless energy and fused into Zhao Fu's bloodline. The purest Yin-Qi within the pillar of Yin-Qi flooded into Zhao Fu's body, and the massive amount of Yin-Qi caused Zhao Fu to once again go through some sort of transformation. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. On the ground, the ghost soldiers pushed open the lids of their coffins and walked out. They looked up at Zhao Fu in the sky, their gray-white eyes filled with determination. "We greet our emperor." The voices of the 25 million Yin soldiers also rang out like thunder. All of the Yin soldiers knelt on one knee and bowed their heads in an extremely respectful and humble manner. At that moment, the countless ghosts, and even the city god temple's black and white impermanences and minotaurs felt an incredibly powerful might. This might came from their souls, and they were unable to resist at all. All of the ghosts simultaneously knelt down towards the pillar of Yin-Qi, looking incredibly respectful but also filled with fear. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar sounded throughout the heavens and earth. Under the pillar of Yin-Qi, a grey ghost dragon that looked like it had crawled out from the depths of hell gave off boundless underworld intent and an emperor's aura that could cause all ghosts to submit, and it drilled into Zhao Fu's body. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the massive pillar of Yin-Qi instantly expanded by dozens of times, and a boundless ocean of Yin-Qi continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Rays of grey light flashed past mountains, oceans, the human world, the surrounding worlds, and the surrounding worlds. Sensing this coldness, everyone's bodies froze, and they could not help but look towards the human world. A grey star that looked like a moon, giving off boundless underworld intent and a terrifying pressure that seemed to cause the entire world to submit, slowly descended from the sky. At that moment, the Tiandao sect's elder's expression fell as he looked into the distance with a sharp gaze. That disciple had just ordered people to gather information on the Celestial Emperor Star, and seeing his master's expression become serious, he asked curiously, "What is it, master?" The elder could not remain calm anymore, and his hand trembled as he said, "There's a Nether Emperor Star descending in that direction." Hearing this, the disciple was quite shocked. The Nether Emperor Star is the Death Race's Supreme Emperor Star, and it's the fourth one to appear in 100 years. The Death Race should be very happy now. Who would have thought that a Celestial Emperor Star would also descend, and it's in the same direction? What a coincidence! Because of how special the Death Race was, Nether Emperor Stars were even rarer than Celestial Emperor Stars. Above the Heaven Awakened world was the Godly Spirit world, and below it was the Ghost world. The Ghost world was not any smaller than the Godly Spirit world, and it was where countless creatures resided. It was an ancient world that had appeared at the same time as the Heaven Awakened world, and the Ghost world relied on the Heaven Awakened world to exist. Compared to the Godly Spirit world, the connection between the Ghost world and the Heaven Awakened world was much tighter, and there were not as many restrictions. In fact, it was possible to travel freely through certain things, but this was not possible in the Godly Spirit world. There were many death races in the Heaven Awakened world, but they were different from the underworld races. Even though they were all races that used Yin-Qi as their core, there were still some differences. The underworld races had bloodlines from ancient times until now, and they were all extremely pure and contained a trace of Yin-Qi. Even though most of the death races had Yin-Qi within their bodies and their bloodlines were Yin-attributed, compared to the underworld races, their bloodlines were quite chaotic and weak. Only those with the purest underworld bloodlines could awaken a Nether Emperor star. Because of their bloodlines, the death races in the Heaven Awakened world were quite rare. Even in the ghost world, there were not many of them. As the Supreme Emperor star of the death race, it was birthed from countless traces of Xianxia and was a supreme existence in the underworld. It had the innate ability to make all ghosts submit, and ordinary ghosts could not resist at all. This was because the suppression came from the depths of their souls, and it also received a massive amount of fate. Even though there were many death race empires in the Heaven Awakened world, there were not many empires with pure bloodlines. There were only a few empires that could awaken a Nether Emperor star, and according to the direction that his master was pointing at, only one empire could do this. Master. Recently, the relationship between the death race and the human race has been quite good. Now that the Ghost God Empire has awakened a Nether Emperor star, should we do something? The disciple thought that he understood his master's intentions and gave a confident smile as he asked. The elder shook his head, his expression still serious as he replied, "It's not the Ghost God Empire, it's the boundary region that awakened a Nether Emperor star." What? The disciple was quite shocked. Putting aside the fact that the Celestial Emperor star had descended in the boundary region, now this Nether Emperor star had also appeared in the boundary region. This was simply too shocking. Two Emperor stars descending in a boundary region was something that had never happened before. Moreover, the Nether Emperor star's requirements were even stricter than the Celestial Emperor stars. Not only did it require an imperial bloodline, but it also required a pure underworld bloodline. How could a boundary region have these requirements? The disciple could not understand why. At that moment, the elder said something that shocked him even more. The aura that this Nether Emperor star gives off is extremely similar to the aura that the Celestial Emperor star gave off. The disciple was incredibly shocked, and his voice trembled as he said, "Master. That was impossible." Before, the Celestial Emperor star was the human race's supreme Emperor star, and only those with pure human race bloodlines could give birth to it. However, the Nether Emperor star required even purer underworld bloodlines. These two were the supreme Emperor stars of the two races, and ordinary empires would not be able to give birth to them. For that person to be able to awaken one was already a massive amount of fate. Awakening the supreme Emperor stars of two races was something that had never happened before in the history of the Heaven Awakened world. Even if some people obtained heaven-defying fortune and had two fate stars, they would at most be ordinary stars. However, these were two supreme Emperor stars. Moreover, there was no way to resolve the issue of bloodlines. One was from the human race and the other was from the underworld, and they both needed to be incredibly pure. Only then would they receive the fate of a large race. A person awakening two supreme Emperor stars was something that ordinary people could not imagine, and they could not understand what was going on. The elder shook his head with a serious expression, unable to answer his disciple's question. This matter was indeed quite shocking. "Master, what should we do now?" The disciple deeply breathed in and calmed himself down before asking his master. This was definitely something that would shake the entire Heaven Awakened world. No. The descent of a Celestial Emperor star was already a huge matter, and now that two Emperor stars had descended, it was even more shocking. The elder thought for a moment before saying, "Gather all of the elders." Hearing this, the disciple quickly left and informed the various elders to start a meeting. Within Heaven's Will, a few people reported the matter of two fate stars to the leader of Heaven's Will, the Fate Sovereign, who had the most authority. A young woman wearing a white dress and looking ethereal slowly walked over from the distance. The countless people around her automatically made way for her and lowered their heads respectfully. Although this young woman looked young, it was impossible to tell how old she was. As the owner of Heaven's Will, her power naturally surpassed that of ordinary people. She normally only stayed in Heaven's Will and rarely left, and she rarely performed divinations. However, she was viewed by the top factions in the Heaven Awakened world as someone they should befriend. The elders who had just coughed up blood walked over to her and respectfully bowed as they called out, "Fate Sovereign." The young woman lightly nodded and said in a clear and elegant voice, "Tell me everything in detail." Hearing this, the elders told the young woman everything that had happened, from when they had discovered the Celestial Emperor star's trajectory to when they had seen the two stars, to when they had been swept out by the two stars like bugs. The young woman looked quite surprised, and she walked over to the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Everyone else could not help but look at the young woman, feeling quite surprised and curious. After all, when the sixth celestial emperor star had descended, even the Fate Sovereign had not acted. It seemed that she was going to personally act, which was quite rare. As a Fate Sovereign, her power was not something they could compare to, and they trusted that the Fate Sovereign would know what was going on. The young woman came to the Heaven's Secrets instrument, and the Heaven's Secrets quickly started to spin. The young woman's consciousness slowly entered, following the traces of those people, and she soon saw a golden star. Before, those people's consciousnesses had been like bugs, but in comparison, the Fate Sovereign's consciousness was like a massive beast. Seeing this massive star giving off golden light, the young woman became quite serious and careful. She slowly withstood the massive might as she approached, and when she saw the other blood-red star, her pupils constricted and she could not help but feel quite shocked. The young woman could tell at a glance that this star was a peerless calamity formed from the Myrtle Imperial Star and the Chaos Demon Star. The calamity and fiendish aura it contained caused even her to feel quite shocked. This person actually had two fate stars, one was the Celestial Emperor Star and the other was the Chaos Imperial Star. In the future, this person would definitely cause heaven-shaking calamities and change the entire heaven-awakened world. His potential was simply unimaginable. The young woman's expression became incredibly serious as she stood there, staring at the two stars, trying to see where Zhao Fu's fate would go. At that moment, the two stars sensed the young woman's existence and gave off an even more intense light, and a massive power once again blew out like a tornado. Boom, a world-rending sound rang out, and the Chaos Heaven's Secrets violently trembled. Sensing this power, a look of shock appeared on the young woman's face. She turned her head to the side and saw a star that looked like a ghostly moon slowly appear. Bang, a muffled sound rang out, and the young girl's consciousness was sent flying. Previously, she could barely resist the hurricane caused by the two stars, but facing three stars, she had no way of fighting back. Her consciousness returned to her body, and her body was blasted back by a formless energy. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood, causing everyone present to feel quite shocked. They had never thought that even their powerful and respected Fate Sovereign would be injured, and they had no way of knowing that person's fate. However, with their Fate Sovereign's abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. They believed that the Fate Sovereign had the ability to do so, but the outcome was the opposite of what they expected. They still didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, they all sensed something and looked into the distance. They also discovered that the Nether Emperor Star had descended, and they felt that the aura was quite similar to the Celestial Emperor Star. They could not help but wonder if he had awakened a third star. They immediately looked incredibly shocked and could not believe it. At this time, they hurriedly helped the fallen Fate Sovereign up and asked her, "Fate Sovereign, what's going on? Could it be that this Imperial Star?" The young woman coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked into the distance with a look of bewilderment. After a while, she said, "This matter is classified as Heaven's Will's top secret and no one is allowed to talk about it. All Heaven's Will elders, quickly head to the Heaven's Will Pavilion." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and guessed what was going on. However, none of them dared to say anything, as they understood how important this matter was. The elders quickly gathered in the Heaven's Will Pavilion. In the Heavenly Tome Pavilion, the scholarly middle-aged man who was chatting and laughing with the crowd suddenly had his smile fade. He looked into the distance sternly. Seeing the middle-aged man like this, the others did not understand and lightly laughed as they teased him, "Pavilion Master, it's not like you're the Pavilion Master. Why are you suddenly so serious? Could it be that another Emperor Star has descended?" The scholarly middle-aged man retracted his gaze and said with a solemn tone, Another Emperor Star has descended, but it's the Death Race's Nether Emperor Star." Hearing his words, the others felt quite shocked. They had never thought that two Emperor Stars would descend in a row. However, this was a big matter and could be recorded in books. A person laughed as he said, "Pavilion Master. Wasn't that a good thing? Since the two Emperor Stars descended so close to each other, perhaps there is some connection between them. Perhaps there will be a battle between two emperors." Everyone else smiled as they looked at the scholarly middle-aged man. However, the scholarly middle-aged man's expression was still quite serious, and there was not a trace of a smile on his face as he said, "The Heavenly Book Pavilion can't have anything to do with this matter. This matter can only be mentioned and cannot be discussed in detail. Seeing how serious the pavilion master was, the others did not understand. However, they still did as they were told. My lord. My lord. My lord. Not good, that blood mass is mutating again. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group's higher-ups had just given the order to pay the most attention to the blood group and forbade anyone from discussing this matter. They then started to discuss how to deal with the Celestial Emperor star. But at this moment, a terrified voice entered their ears, causing them to feel displeased. But when they heard the content of the voice, their expressions changed. At the same time, they could not help but look into the distance. Sensing the eerie ripples, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Could it be that this has something to do with him? They hurriedly came to a room and looked at the orb of blood floating in the air. It gave off a ghostly light and an eerie aura spread out, causing them to shiver. It was as if they were being stared at by a demon. Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu looked at the orb of blood floating in the air. It really has something to do with him. Even the major figures with calm hearts felt incredibly shocked. This person had once again exceeded their expectations, and 2 emperor stars had descended on his body. If they had not seen this for themselves, they would not have believed it either. The order was given out, anyone who dares to reveal anything about the blood mass will be killed without mercy. After receiving the last order, the people in charge understood how important this matter was and decided to hide it in their hearts forever. However, another order was given, and they once again gathered. Hearing the contents of the order, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. This time, anyone who revealed anything would be killed. They had once again underestimated the importance of the blood mass. They did not say anything, they treated this matter as their most important secret and could not tell anyone, not even if they died. Within the palace filled with ghostly chi, the death race expert had been envious of the human race for a celestial emperor star to descend. However, sensing the cold ripples in the distance, his expression fell. Even though it was a nether emperor star that had descended, he did not feel happy at all. It was not just because this nether emperor star's aura was quite similar to the celestial emperor star. As someone from the death race, he could clearly sense that this nether emperor star was not very friendly to the death race. It gave off a pure ghost world aura, and it was chaotic, violent, and slaughtering. This aura felt like the 6 paths demon images, but how was that possible? He could not understand what was going on, and the malice it gave off made him unable to feel happy. It was not just him, all of the higher beings from the death race looked at the nether emperor star giving off the 6 paths demon images aura with serious and unsightly expressions. None of them were happy. The god race, demon race, and devil race, who had been desperately searching for the owner of the celestial emperor star, suddenly fell silent as if nothing had happened. Of course, the 3 races' minor figures did not know what was going on, but the higher beings could not help but become serious and treat this matter seriously. The celestial emperor star, which had become the hottest topic of discussion, suddenly stopped. Everyone felt that this was quite strange, and no one understood what had happened. However, from the might above, they could tell that this was not an ordinary matter. Roar! 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 Within the depths of the ghost world, 6 massive and furious roars sounded throughout the entire ghost world, causing the heavens and earth to go through changes. Xianxia became chaotic, and billions of ghosts held in fear. All of the people in the ghost world looked incredibly shocked. This was because they knew what sort of existence these roars belonged to. It was the most terrifying existence in the ghost world, the 6 paths demon images responsible for guarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. Just what is going on? Why are the 6 paths demon images so angry? The underworld's top-tier faction started to investigate this matter, as this was not a small matter. The 6 paths demon images were responsible for guarding the 6 paths of reincarnation, and they had discovered a nether emperor star with the 6 paths demon images aura in the Heaven Awaken world. Back at Qin, within the massive pillar of Yin-Chi, Zhao Fu's body had gone through some changes. He no longer looked like a ghost, and he now looked like a normal human. There were no fangs in his mouth, and his hands did not become claws. He did not look as savage, and his body was not as pale as before. It was now only slightly pale, but also somewhat blood red. His gray-white hair did not change. The biggest change was in Zhao Fu's eyes. Before, Zhao Fu's left eye had 4 pupils, 2 blood red, 1 white, and 1 golden, and each of them gave off a different aura. The blood red was evil and murderous, the white was gentle, and the golden was noble. Now, another gray pupil appeared in Zhao Fu's left eye. This gray pupil looked like a ghost's eye, and it gave off an eerie aura. Ordinary people would not dare to look at it directly, or they would have nightmares for a few days. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu's left eye with a gray pupil. Apart from this, Zhao Fu's right eye also went through some changes. Before, Zhao Fu's right eye had 3 pupils stacked on top of each other, but now it looked like 4 pupils were stacked on top of each other. There was also an additional layer of gray, and the 6 gray dots around the eye had become larger. A ghost dragon appeared within Zhao Fu's body. This ghost dragon was gray and looked like a normal dragon, but it had 4 eyes and a bone horn on its head. It gave off the eeriness and terror of ghosts, and it was incredibly powerful and terrifying. The 6 paths demon images within the ghost world pearl also looked quite weak and did not look as ferocious and evil as before. They seemed to be heavily injured and would take a long time to recover. Zhao Fu opened his terrifying eyes and stood in the air. His aura was quite strange, it was like a human's and also like a ghost's, and it was hard to tell which one it was. However, this aura was incredibly powerful and gave off the might of an emperor. Now, Zhao Fu had finally awakened. The Nether Emperor star in the sky slowly disappeared, and the abnormal signs also disappeared. The massive pillar of Xianxia gradually shrank, and the dark clouds that covered the human world gradually receded. The Xianxia that filled the heavens and earth also gradually dissipated, and a few rays of sunlight pierced through the dissipating dark clouds. Warmth once again returned to the human world, and life began to recover. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin. They found that no one would believe that Qin was fine. After what had happened to the Celestial Emperor star and the Nether Emperor star, everyone's hearts tensed up and they waited. Hopefully, something would happen again, their hearts would not be able to take any more fright. After a while, they still saw no changes. The sun shone on the earth, the birds chirped cheerfully in the trees, and the gentle breeze caressed their faces. Only then did they finally relax. There were no changes happening. From the gathering of the 3 stars to the descent of the golden star and the descent of the ghostly moon-like star, no one had expected such a thing to happen. The things that had happened this time were even more terrifying than when the Myrtle Imperial star had descended, and it was comparable to when the Chaos Imperial star had descended. What was even more shocking was that Legatee Qin already had an ominous star like the Chaos Imperial star as his fate star. Why had he caused the mysterious golden star and the ghostly moon-like star to descend? They could not understand at all, nor could they understand what those 2 stars meant. After all, they had never seen those 2 stars before, so they naturally did not know what kind of stars they were. However, they felt that they were at least king stars, or else they would not have caused such terrifying ripples. Now, Legatee Qin's potential was simply terrifying. He had 3 king stars, and it was impossible to predict his future. This caused the various factions to feel a headache. The more powerful Legatee Qin was, the more of a threat he would be to them. They had racked their brains and thought of all sorts of ways to suppress Qin, but they still felt a sense of powerlessness. After all, the difference between them and Qin was too great. Now, as the world came closer and closer to destruction, the various large families were making their final decisions. What had happened to Qin had ruined their ambitions, and they dejectedly ran to the Ying family, hoping that they would take them in. Vietnam had always hated Qin to the extreme, and they had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. However, after this, they realized how childish they had been. They were like a few ants trying to kill a massive dragon, a joke. The Celestial Emperor star descended, bringing with it boundless heaven's will, making it so that they could not resist at all. Their minds felt as if they had been dealt a heavy blow, and their minds went blank. Their bodies automatically knelt towards Qin, and it was not just one person but all of them. Very few people could resist this terrifying will. Facing someone who was many times more powerful than them, their hatred was greatly dampened, and some factions changed their minds. If this went on, Vietnam would be destroyed at Qin's hands sooner or later. If they did not want to die, they could only choose to submit. As such, they no longer viewed him with hatred, and they calmed down and made a rational decision. If Qin was willing to take them in, they would submit to Qin. The various dynasty legatees' expressions were incredibly unsightly, and they could not resist that will and actually knelt to Qin's legatee. They were legatees of dynasty legatees, and yet they knelt to someone else. This was an incredible humiliation. What made them even more furious was that it was not just them who knelt, all of their subjects and soldiers knelt to Qin. This made them feel like they were about to go crazy, and they hated Qin to death. Out of the human world's 8 legatees, only Tina Pendragon had been able to resist that will, but she had paid the price of being heavily injured. With the human world's current strength, it would be very difficult for anyone to resist it. After all, even some of the grassy race's true kings could not resist it, let alone those who were not even kings. This matter not only shook the human world, but the fish-scale world, dark demon world, and grassy world were also shaken. The grassy world changed its original strategy. Before, they had been waiting for the heaven domain boundary to disappear so that they could invade the human world. They had treated the human world like a sheep, but now, it seemed that the human world was a ferocious tiger. If things went wrong, they would be in danger. The dark demon world was also sent into an uproar, and they completely gave up on looking down on the human world. Almost all of the factions started to discuss how to face the human world in the future. The World Protector, Mo-Chi, once again entered the human world and re-evaluated it. He was not as arrogant as before, as there was an existence even more terrifying than him here. The fish-scale world deeply regretted invading the human world. Not only had they lost so many people, but they had also caused so much trouble. In the future, there would definitely be a war between the human world and the fish-scale world, and thinking about that, their expressions became quite unsightly. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at his body. He did not know how to describe his changes. His bloodline had become quite strange, and it was like that of the human race but also like that of the death race. Because it was related to fusing with the 6 Paths Demon Image's bloodline, it was quite difficult to explain. His current appearance was completely fixed and could not be changed. His body originally contained some 6 Paths of reincarnation power, and it was not because of the 6 Paths Demon Images but because Zhao Fu himself had 6 Paths of reincarnation power. The 6 Paths of reincarnation power was one of the most powerful powers in the underworld, and it could suppress all low-grade powers. Even the Ghost King that Zhao Fu had encountered before could not compare to the 6 Paths of reincarnation power. Zhao Fu also looked at the 2 dragons on his body. One was filled with nobility and gave off a powerful emperor's aura, while the other was filled with eeriness and gave off an emperor's might. Zhao Fu could not help but ask the golden dragon, "What's going on?" Out of the 4 fate dragons that Zhao Fu had, the golden dragon was the most special. Not only did it have its own consciousness, but it could also think for itself and knew more than Zhao Fu. The golden dragon shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about the changes that you've caused. The gathering of the 3 stars was just a key. From the moment you awakened the Chaos Imperial Star, your fate was no longer controlled by Heaven's secrets. After fusing with me and the Heaven Murder Empire's fate and obtaining the Heaven Murder bloodline, your uncertainties became even stronger. Being able to awaken 2 Emperor stars is mainly because of your own accumulation of fate. Of course, there's also something else, which is the origin mark. Without the origin mark's help, it would have been quite difficult for you to awaken 2 Emperor stars. You should thank that young woman for giving you such a precious origin mark. Now you understand how important the origin mark is. Even almighty existences can't help but want to steal it. The origin race is just too rare, and they've disappeared since the primordial era. That girl's identity is far more complicated than you think." After hearing the golden dragon's words, Zhao Fu could not help but sigh. Thinking about Tuoba Qing, he wondered how she was doing. At the same time, Zhao Fu understood that he had to hide his origin mark in the future and not reveal any of its aura. He had already offended a higher being. Just this higher being's clone was more powerful than ordinary godly spirits, and Zhao Fu had only been able to defeat him after using the 6 Paths Demon Image's power. If his main body had descended and used all of his abilities, all of Great Qin might have been destroyed at his hands. Back then, he had not been able to hide his appearance. Moreover, if Fu's Zhao dynasty, he would not be able to the Imperial Union, he would not Fu spirit. That higher being's power was simply too terrifying, and it posed a great threat to Zhao Fu. However, Qin Qin was here and could not move. If that higher being found him, Qin Qin would have to fight to the death. Apart from establishing a kingdom, he also had to recover the Six Paths Demon Image's power. Because the Six Paths Demon Images had awakened the Nether Emperor Star, not only did they look incredibly weak, but even much of their origin power had been absorbed by Zhao Fu. Only by recovering the Six Paths Demon Image's power would they be able to resist that higher being. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu looked at the ghost soldiers kneeling on the ground and Zhao Fu said, "Rise." All of the ghost soldiers simultaneously stood up and stood there as if they were listening to Zhao Fu's orders. They were now the most loyal soldiers, and even if Zhao Fu wanted them all to die, they would not hesitate to do so. The Ghost King seal in the Ghost Seal formation had already shown signs of melting at the beginning of the mutation. The Xianxia Valley, the Ghost King seal, the tombstone, the military flag, the Xianxia formation, and many other items fused together. The final product was the ghost dragon that had drilled into his body. Even though the Ghost King seal had disappeared, Zhao Fu had the power to control 10 million ghost soldiers. This was because the Ghost King seal relied on the spectral dragon's power, and the Ghost King seal had fused into the spectral dragon. Zhao Fu had never thought that such a thing would be born, and he did not know if it was a good or bad thing, but it had become a half-ghost, half-human bloodline. At that moment, Bai Qi hurried over with his generals. Facing the descent of the Emperor Star and the higher being generals, they all felt incredibly powerless. Now that things had concluded, they were incredibly worried about Zhao Fu's safety, so they hurried over. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The generals came to Zhao Fu's side and looked at Zhao Fu with concern. They could sense that Zhao Fu's aura had greatly changed, and it now gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm fine. Let's go back together." Following this, Zhao Fu brought everyone back to Qin City. He first arranged for some people to deal with the issue of defense, especially in the Vietnamese region. They had to keep an eye on the movements of the other three countries, and they also had to speed up the construction of the Great Wall and clear out the regions. Qin City was just a bit away from establishing a kingdom, and they could not be held back by EXP. After clearing out so many regions, even if they did not level up, they would be able to do so soon. During this period of time, they tried to keep a low profile and avoid any battles. Everyone listened to Zhao Fu's orders and sped up the various matters. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu called Li Si over and told him to prepare an excellent coffin made of extreme grading wood. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Li Si was given a big fright and hurriedly asked about Zhao Fu's condition. This was only natural. Anyone who heard a sovereign king say that he would prepare a coffin for him would be shocked. Seeing that Li Si had misunderstood, Zhao Fu smiled and explained, "The Six Paths Demon Images require a large amount of Yin-Qi to recover, and that valley has become a special treasure ground that can connect to the 9 underworlds and absorb large amounts of Yin-Qi. Zhao Fu will be staying there for a while, and coffins are the best tools to preserve Yin-Qi and have nurturing effects." After hearing Zhao Fu's explanation, Li Si felt at ease and ordered people to gather the best Yin wood to prepare a Yin wood coffin for Zhao Fu. Of course, Zhao Fu did not stay in the Yin-Qi Valley every day. He would only go at night and absorb large amounts of Yin-Qi to help the Six Paths Demon Images recover. During the day, he would stay in Qin City to take care of various matters. After resting for a few days, a large group of women came to see Zhao Fu. These women were all Vietnamese players, and when Zhao Fu had attacked Vietnam, he had not only destroyed 5 nation legatees, but he had also destroyed many factions. Most of these women had been brought back along the way and had not been captured. On the other hand, because the women from the nation legatees all had large amounts of Phoenix Qi and had been attacked, Zhao Fu had brought back many of them. There were naturally relatives from the various nation legatees, such as mothers, little sisters, aunts, cousins, and so on. Before, they had wept and looked at Zhao Fu angrily or hatefully. Even though the women they had captured were quite good-looking, Zhao Fu did not touch just any woman. Seeing them cry, Zhao Fu lost interest. He did not have to refine a nation armament, so he did not have to touch them. He ordered people to bring them to his harem, and Zhao Fu chose to forget about them. A few days had passed, and Zhao Fu did not know why they had suddenly wanted to see him. He did not want to agree, as there was no need to waste time on them. However, after thinking about it, he had already made them his concubines, so they were technically his people. Zhao Fu thought about it and agreed, and he had them enter the palace. Following this, 120 or so women walked in and respectfully bowed to Zhao Fu, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. The woman in the lead was an elegant middle-aged woman, and she smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, we've thought about it for a few days and are willing to serve you." "We have thought about it for a few days and are willing to serve you. But can you let go of our families and loved ones? We will definitely serve you wholeheartedly." Zhao Fu understood and lightly laughed. They had accepted their fate and understood that Vietnam was not a match for Qin, and it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. As such, they wanted to think about their families in the future. After the two emperor stars had awakened, many factions wanted to join Qin, but Zhao Fu only accepted system factions. Zhao Fu did not accept player factions, as he did not feel at ease using them. Zhao Fu never used players. However, it was only a matter of time before he accepted players. After all, it was impossible for Qin to be just a few players. This was something that was very unlikely. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and said, "If your families and loved ones are willing to submit, don't worry, I won't harm them." This caused the Vietnamese women to feel delighted, and the woman in the lead's face became slightly red as she looked at Zhao Fu and took off her clothes as she said, "Your Majesty, we'll serve you now." The other women's faces became slightly red, and they started to slowly take off their clothes. At that moment, two little girls rushed in. One of them had 9 tails and was holding a paper kite as she happily ran over and called out, "Your Majesty, I'm very happy. Come and play kite with me." Behind him was a green-haired, green-eyed girl who also held a kite and shyly followed behind, looking at Zhao Fu expectantly. The events that had just occurred caused the women's faces to become even redder. Looking at the two young girls, they awkwardly stood there. Zhao Fu let them leave first, then brought Little Nine and Little Rose to a flat area. At the same time, he brought the dark forest moon wolf, fat cat, and wyvern. Because there were many things to do, Zhao Fu did not have much time to spend with them. Little Nine and Little Rose sat on the dark forest moon wolf and wyvern, their little hands holding onto the string as they happily laughed. The kite flew in the sky, and wyvern circled around them. Zhao Fu didn't mind and sat down on the green grass, enjoying the cool summer breeze while Fat Cat continued to lazily lay by the side. Life was quite leisurely, and it was quite rare to have such days. In actuality, being an ordinary person was quite a good choice, just like Hao Yun, who was one of the richest people in China, wanted to be an employee with a salary of tens of thousands of yuan. After returning to the real world, the family leaders came to discuss the matter of the factions joining Qin. There were also some player factions that had joined Qin, and they wanted to know when they would be able to join Qin. Even though Qin had acknowledged their identities, they were still excluded by Qin in the Heaven Awaken world. They had not even been able to take a single step into Qin's territory, making them feel quite uneasy. As such, they had also come. Now, Zhao Fu was no longer the same Zhao Fu from before. As soon as he stepped into the banquet, he became the center of attention. Countless people politely and amicably walked over to greet Zhao Fu or flatter him. Almost all of the people who had come were old foxes. Zhao Fu understood that their friendliness and flattery towards him was all because of Great Qin's legatee. If he didn't have Great Qin's legatee support, they wouldn't even bother to look at him. That was indeed the case. Without Prince Qin's support, Zhao Fu would just be an unremarkable minor figure. How could he have the right to stand with them? How could he speak to such grand figures? At the very least, he would have to lower his voice. In actuality, some people felt quite disdainful towards Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu was nothing. All of this was because of Qin's prince's charity. Without Qin's prince, Zhao Fu would just be a worm that could be casually stomped to death. There were many people who thought this way, but because they feared Qin's prince, they hid it deep within their hearts. They tried to curry favor with Zhao Fu and treated him like a good friend for many years. However, none of them would have thought that he was the Qin's prince that they feared. However, Zhao Fu did not have any intentions of revealing this information, so he politely replied. Right now, Zhao Fu did not want them to enter Qin's prince, so he would at least wait until the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world. When that time came, he would have complete control over them and would not have to worry about them rebelling. Only then would he feel at ease using them. When they lowered their prideful heads and humbly knelt on the ground and found out that they were Prince Qin's prince, that they could not sleep at night, they did not know how to react. Right now, everyone was talking about Prince Qin's prince, and no one had paid attention to Prince Qin's representative, Zhao Fu. Prince Qin's representative was a nice thing to say, but to put it bluntly, he was Prince Qin's chess piece and a puppet that Prince Qin could casually throw away. How could such an unremarkable and pitiful figure compare to the infamous Qin? When Zhao Fu's true identity was revealed, no one knew what they were thinking. Zhao Fu quickly concluded the banquet. Now, the conditions for accepting a faction were not as strict as before. If anyone wanted to join Qin's prince, they had to show their sincerity. Soon, many women, treasures, and resources were sent to Qin's prince as gifts to express their loyalty. Zhao Fu saw many famous celebrities, models, and popular singers among them. They were all offered to Prince Qin's prince, and it seemed that they were all willing and had not been forced. Zhao Fu had no idea what they were thinking. Now that they were so popular and had good looks and figures, they would most likely have a better choice. However, they were willing to jump into the fire pit and become Prince Qin's unremarkable concubines. A singer that Zhao Fu had some impression of quickly stopped Zhao Fu and said in a small voice, "Do you want to die? How dare you talk about Prince Qin like that? We know he's not good, but we have no other choice. We all know that the real world is about to be destroyed, and he can give us safety and a prosperous life. In actuality, I have a good choice, but I think the world will belong to Prince Qin sooner or later. Even though we'll become someone else's women, with Prince Qin's lustful personality, he'll take us away and have fun with us. I know that you men have a virgin complex, and you think that women are not clean after being touched by other men. That's why you have to be virgins in order to be loved. Since we'll be taken away by him sooner or later, we might as well take the initiative. Perhaps we'll get a better identity, and if we're taken away, adding on the fact that we're not clean, our fates will be quite miserable. We'll most likely be ignored, and we won't even know when we die." Zhao Fu didn't know what to say, and he realized that he was Prince Qin. Why did they say that they were jumping into a fire pit and wasting their best years? Who would say that about him? Was he really as bad as they said he was? Cough, cough. Zhao Fu dryly coughed and said to her, "In actuality, Prince Qin is quite a good person. He cares about the people, is fair with punishments, and treats generals well. Also, stop talking, I know that you're good at flattering Prince Qin. I've long since seen through people like you," a young woman said bluntly. Zhao Fu was at a loss for words. Just then, she had indeed said good things about him to save some face. "Alright, stop talking. Your name is Zhao Fu, right? When will you take us to Prince Qin?" A woman with an excellent figure, who looked like she was a model, said impatiently. This woman looked quite arrogant, and Zhao Fu could not help but say, "I'm not sure if I'm going to take you there yet." The women who did not want to pay any attention to Zhao Fu were all startled and looked at Zhao Fu. Another woman coldly harumphed and said, "Do you know what the consequences are? With Great Qin's legatee's lustful and licentious personality, he definitely needs us. You're just a minor figure under his command, and if you don't deliver us to him, you might die. Also, I clearly heard what you said about him just then, so you'd better be tactful." This woman had a seductive figure, and Zhao Fu remembered that she had starred in a few movies. At first, he had a good impression of her, but now, he had been looked down upon and threatened by her. He had wanted to persuade them, but now he had brought trouble upon himself. However, he was Great Qin's legatee, so who could he threaten? Zhao Fu said. Zhao Fu could not help but harumphed and said, "Prince of Zhao Fu of Prince, Zhao." The singer Fu could only say this. Zhao Fu said, "Prince, I said," he said, you, Prince Fu. I know you have a good heart, but this is our choice. Please help us. Although we know he's not good, the world is in chaos now. Without a strong power to protect us, we'll end up worse. Maybe we'll be used as tools for countless men to vent their anger. We won't even have the right to be human. You're in Qin now. You have great power, but you don't know the dangers of the world. Chaotic times are terrifying. Everything is voluntary. No matter what happens, we won't blame you. If you don't help us, you will destroy us." Zhao Fu felt helpless. He felt that it wasn't easy to be a good person, so he could only agree. He might have to bear the stigma of being a lecher again, but this was a good deed, and he was fulfilling their wishes. He could only suffer a bit and accept them. Hearing Zhao Fu agree, the women looked at Zhao Fu gratefully. They did not know what had changed after knowing Zhao Fu's identity. However, Zhao Fu did not bring them to Qin yet because a mysterious faction had sent something to Zhao Fu. They did not reveal their identities, and it was a sword. The sword was 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. It was completely black and had golden inscriptions on it. It gave off an ancient and heavy aura, but it did not seem sharp. Zhao Fu felt that this sword was definitely not ordinary, as it gave off a heavy and benevolent sword intent. This sword intent was incredibly powerful and ancient, and even epic-grade swords in the Heaven-Awakened world could not compare to it. This sword intent could rival a saint armament. Who would give such a precious sword to him? Zhao Fu could not understand, but Zhao Fu soon found out about this sword. It was the second-ranked clear sable sword. The Xianyuan sword was a legendary sword, while the clear sable sword was a real sword. If it wasn't for the Xianyuan sword, it would definitely be China's #1 sword. The forger of this sword was the spring and autumn period blacksmith Yezi, together with his wife Xu Jun, his daughter Xia, and his junior brother Gan Jiang, son-in-law, Prince Yuncheng of Yu, on Mount Shanlu. Yezi was definitely a grandmaster of swordsmithing in the ancient times, and he was a godly figure. His swordsmithing ability was something that no one could surpass, and he was the #1 swordsmithing master throughout the ages. Most people would have heard of his name. Zhang Lu was also known as Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu was both a sword and an eye. This completely black and flawless longsword made people feel not its sharpness, but its magnanimity and benevolence. It was like a deep and perceptive black eye in the heavens, watching every move of the kings and vassals. With a virtuous ruler and a sword by his side, the country would prosper. The ruler was incompetent, the sword was abandoned, and the country was ruined. The essence of the 5 metals, the essence of the sun, was divine when it was made, and it was mighty when used. When Yezi forged this sword, he could not help but cry. He had finally fulfilled his lifelong dream, which was to forge an invincible weapon that did not give off any killing intent. It was said that after the Zhang Lu sword was forged, it was obtained by King Yu, and it was then passed down to King Yu, Go Jian. Because Go Jian was defeated, he had no choice but to give the Zhang Lu sword to King Wu, Fu Chai. However, King Wu was tyrannical, and the Zhang Lu sword left on its own, flying to King Chu's side. From then on, the Zhang Lu sword represented justice and benevolence. As the saying went, benevolence was invincible, and the Zhang Lu sword was a benevolent sword. The Zhang Lu sword's information appeared in Zhao Fu's mind, and he could not help but feel startled. Why did he give me a benevolent sword? Could it be that I have to cultivate benevolence and stop killing? Zhao Fu could not help but hold the sword, and for the first time, he felt uncomfortable. This was a benevolent sword, but Zhao Fu did not walk the benevolent path, which focused on using benevolence to subdue others. Instead, he walked the domineering path of stopping killing. The eyes were not terrifying and did not contain any malice or joy. They just calmly looked at Zhao Fu and did not react at all. They just silently looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu definitely felt uncomfortable being stared at like this. Even though this sword did not contain any malice, Zhao Fu did not like it. He did not know why that mysterious faction had given him such a benevolent sword. They definitely knew that he was not a benevolent person, so what was their purpose in giving him this sword? Zhao Fu really couldn't figure it out. However, this sword did not suit him, and Zhao Fu did not want to use it either. It felt very uncomfortable, and this was the first time that Zhao Fu did not want to use a sword. Moreover, its grade was not low, and the clear sable sword could be said to be one of China's peerlessly famous swords. However, Zhao Fu did not want to use it. It was not that he disliked this sword, it was just that his path was different, and he could give it to the right person. In actuality, not all of Zhao Fu's swords were darkness-type swords. For example, the Seraph sword and the Royal Wood sword leaned towards light, but that was only because they leaned towards light. Zhao Fu's Emperor's power was mainly Commander's power, so he could control both light and darkness. However, this sword contained a benevolent sword intent, and Zhao Fu did not have a benevolent heart, so he was not used to using it. Zhao Fu put the sword back into the sword box and wanted to see if he could give it to someone else. However, Zhao Fu was surprised to find that the eye had not disappeared. It felt as if it was in his heart, calmly looking at him. What was going on? Didn't he put the sword back? Why did he still have this feeling? Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and immediately handed the sword to the bodyguard beside him. He had him pick up the clear sable sword and see if it would be the same as him. However, after the bodyguard picked up the sword, he shook his head, indicating that he did not feel anything. Moreover, the sword gave him the feeling that it was just an ordinary sword. To be more precise, it was like a wooden sword. There was no murderous intent, nor was there any intention to hurt anyone. Zhao Fu was still in disbelief and had him hand the sword to another person. He even had that person swing the sword, but that person felt the same as the previous person. Now, Zhao Fu was finally sure that he was the only one who had that feeling. It was likely that his identity had been seen through by the sword. That made sense. Zhao Fu's method could fool others, but it could not fool these items. This was because items only cared about their essence. Also, could this sword be sent by that mysterious force to disgust me? Zhao Fu couldn't help but wonder why the mysterious organization would give him such a sword. Zhao Fu couldn't help but wonder who this mysterious organization was. According to history, the clear sable sword had been passed down through many hands. During the Tang dynasty, Xue Rengue had obtained it, and it was passed down to the southern Song dynasty's famous general, Yu Fei. After Yu Fei and his father were killed, the clear sable sword's whereabouts were unknown. Zhao Fu felt that this was not true, as the clear sable sword had been a king's sword from the very beginning. Let alone ordinary people, even ordinary generals could not use it, and only kings could receive the clear sable sword's acknowledgement. At least, that was what Zhao Fu thought, but he did not know if this was true or not. As such, Zhao Fu put the sword away and looked at the celebrities as he said, "I'll give you one last chance. Don't regret it, or don't blame me." Hearing this, some people gratefully said to Zhao Fu, "Thank you." Some were not friendly, such as the female model. She coldly harumphed and said to Zhao Fu, "It's best if you don't say bad things about us, or else I'll tell everyone about what you said about Emperor Qin. I'm sure everyone will get what they want. If no one is up to no good, with our beauty and special identity, ordinary people like you must be fantasizing about us when you watch the TV shows and movies we act in. I'm sure Emperor Qin will like us, as long as you don't try to do anything bad." Zhao Fu didn't know what to say. In the past, he had indeed fantasized about these celebrities, but this was something that any ordinary person would do. Moreover, this was true for both men and women. In the end, Zhao Fu could only helplessly bring them to Qin City. Because all of the regions had been opened up, it was not a problem for them to come and go. At the same time, Zhao Fu gave them reality fruits and brought their bodies into the heaven-awakened world. "You're all in Qin City now." Through the teleportation channel, Zhao Fu brought the women to Qin City. Looking at the tall buildings, wide streets, bustling crowds, and raucous sounds, they were completely dumbfounded by how lively and bustling Qin City was. It was the first time they had seen such a scene, and it was like an imperial capital in ancient times. This was something that could not be replicated on television. Zhao Fu ordered people to bring them to the imperial palace. Within a large hall, Zhao Fu was about to give them a title before bringing them to the imperial harem. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu thought back to that model's cold arrogance and disdain, and he stretched out his hand and lightly lifted her chin. Now that they were in the Qin imperial palace, Zhao Fu did not hold back at all. However, Zhao Fu's actions gave the women quite a fright. They were gifts to Emperor Qin, which meant that they were Emperor Qin's women, while Zhao Fu was just a minor figure under Emperor Qin's command. Yet, he dared to make a move against them. Zhao Fu was simply too daring. What's more, he was in the imperial palace. Did he really not know what was good for him? He was simply too stupid. They didn't notice that the people around them were too respectful towards Zhao Fu. That model stretched out her hand and coldly pushed Zhao Fu's hand away as she said angrily, "What are you trying to do with your paws?" Seeing this, the singer hurriedly walked over and tried to persuade Zhao Fu, saying, "No one else saw this. It's fine if it's just us, but do you want to die? How dare you make a move against us? That Emperor Qin will kill you. Also, Miss Zhang, I'm sure you don't want Emperor Qin to know about this either." Everyone pretended that nothing had happened, or else they would all be in trouble. Everyone just waited for Emperor Qin's arrival and didn't want anything else to happen. Zhao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh, and the model called Miss Zhang glared at Zhao Fu. She didn't want to pursue this matter anymore, because if Emperor Qin heard about this, it would be bad for her. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and stroked the singer's cheek. This time, all of the women sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Fu was simply too daring. Not only had he flirted with Emperor Qin's woman once, but he had also flirted with her a second time, and he was going even further. No man could tolerate it when it came to women. What's more, Prince Qin was famous for being cruel and cold-blooded, so Zhao Fu would definitely die a miserable death. Facing Zhao Fu's actions, the female singer blushed and hurriedly stepped back to avoid Zhao Fu's hand. She looked at Zhao Fu angrily and said, "You're going too far." Seeing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh as he said, "You're all my women. Can't I touch you?" No one understood what Zhao Fu was saying, and they could not understand why he was referring to them as his women. At that moment, a group of palace maids walked in and bowed to Zhao Fu as they respectfully called out, "Your Highness." The 30 or so women finally understood and looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They hadn't expected that Zhao Fu was Prince Qin. The contrast was too big. The two people who were so different from each other were actually the same person. No one had guessed that his true identity was so terrifying. Thinking about what had just happened, the women's faces paled and they hurriedly knelt on the ground as they cried out, "Your Highness. We're sorry for what happened just now, we really didn't know who you were." Zhao Fu did not mind too much and lightly nodded. Right now, the female model was the one who was the most terrified. Thinking about how she had treated Great Qin's legatee, with his savage personality, she might be tortured to death. It was said that Qin was extremely cruel, and he had skinned her, broken her bones, cut her flesh, and even fed her to animals. The female model was so scared that she burst into tears and threw herself onto Zhao Fu's lap. "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I really didn't know you were Prince Qin. I was wrong. Please let me go, I'll serve you with all my heart." Seeing how terrified she was, Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Zhao Fu had experienced this sort of thing many times, and seeing that Zhao Fu didn't blame her, the female model felt at ease. Zhao Fu turned to look at the female singer. Looking at her slim figure and large breasts, the female singer's face became red and she lowered her head. Following this, Zhao Fu conferred titles on them and ordered people to take them away to resolve this matter. After returning to the heaven-awakened world, what surprised Zhao Fu was that the eye had not disappeared. It was as if it had been planted in Zhao Fu's heart, and it was calmly looking at Zhao Fu. Sensing this gaze, Zhao Fu couldn't help but frown. Zhao Fu couldn't do anything about this, so he asked the golden dragon how he could remove this eye from his heart. At the same time, Zhao Fu told the golden dragon about the eye's origins. After hearing this, the golden dragon thought for a moment before saying that it didn't know. However, it said that this eye was very beneficial. This eye is called the heart eye, and it's a formless eye that can be planted into one's thoughts. With this eye, one can sense all hostility and prevent others from prying into one's mind. It's also very beneficial to one's cultivation. In actuality, if Zhao Fu wanted to get rid of it, he would have to rely on himself. As long as he made a big change in his thoughts, the eye would automatically disappear or completely fuse into his thoughts. Zhao Fu could only put this matter aside for now and turn his attention back to Qin's matters. Now, Qin's Great Wall and clearing out the region were quickly progressing. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. A little more than 1/3 of the region had been cleared, providing a large number of people and experience for Qin. On the other side, the Great Wall was almost completed. Because the founding of the kingdom was approaching, everything should be based on the national system. In other words, Qin needed to formally establish a national system, and it wouldn't exist in the form of a faction. Every region should have villages and cities. They couldn't be squeezed together and compressed living space. The entire territory should be covered with villages. This would also stabilize fate and make Qin's foundation more stable. Moreover, every region must be well planned, with villages as the foundation, towns as the center, and cities as the center. That way, the cities could be the highest management center of the region. The cities would be responsible for managing the towns, and the towns would be responsible for managing the villages. This way, layer by layer, an effective administrative system would be formed. There weren't many small cities here, so great cities could temporarily replace them. Before, Zhao Fu had divided every region into a state, and now he had to divide every state into counties. According to the size of the area, a state could be divided into 5 to 8 counties. Each county would be divided into many small towns, and the small towns would be divided into many villages. These regions had to be carefully divided into small areas. This wasn't an easy task, and it had to be planned in advance. It couldn't wait until after the founding of the kingdom. This was mainly handed over to the Minister of Internal Affairs, who gathered people to draw detailed maps of each region, and then divided them step by step. At the same time, with the establishment of the kingdom, a large number of talents were needed, which meant that a large number of people were needed to be officials. To meet the needs of a large number of talents, Zhao Fu was going to hold a large-scale imperial examination. This imperial examination was divided into a civil examination and a military examination. It would select both civil and military officials. There was no age limit, no race limit, and no requirement to be a student of the academy. Anyone who had the ability could participate in the imperial examination and become an official. This was because Qin didn't only have one race. Other than the indigenous people of Qin, there were all kinds of different races and some foreign races. Now, there were many indigenous people of the Yu Kingdom. Zhao Fu didn't implement a racial system, and all races were equal. Therefore, there was no race limit for officials. Moreover, there was no age limit, as talented people weren't necessarily young. Just because some people were older didn't mean that they didn't have talent. There was also no requirement to be a student of the academy. Even though there were 120 academies in Qin, and they were all led by Rising Qin Academy and had 2 million or so students, it would be too limiting to only select people from there. Qin had conquered many regions and system main cities, and these system main cities didn't lack people with culture and knowledge. As such, Zhao Fu expanded the scope and gathered the most outstanding people to become officials in Qin. Only then would they be able to help Qin develop in an orderly manner. This was also the case for choosing military officials. Not only were there no requirements to be a student of the academy or a soldier, but anyone with the ability could participate in the military examination. Of course, leading soldiers to battle was a very dangerous thing, and one couldn't be careless at all. Military officials had to have a certain amount of battle experience, and they would be promoted from the army. Others had to have extraordinary martial prowess and be slowly nurtured. A notice was sent out to the entire Great Qin domain, announcing the start of the imperial examination. The commoners reacted the most intensely. Being able to become an official naturally made many people excited and happy, and there were many people participating. The examination system was split into layers of selection, and each layer was harsher than the one before. Only the most suitable people would be chosen from a large number of people, and this required strict checks and strict supervision. The court examinations were held on a large platform. Scholars from all over the world had already gathered there. They wore long robes and were in high spirits. There were both men and women among them. They were all gathered together, waiting for the court examinations to begin. "Your Majesty has arrived." As a loud cry sounded out, Zhao Fu walked out with his people. Because the palace examination was quite formal, Zhao Fu wore a black golden dragon robe, but he did not wear his crown. Apart from the palace maids, there were also Li Si, Shang Yang, Meng Haoren, Shang Guanwan and Li Muqing. There was also Wu Zetian. She was quite familiar with the imperial examination, as it had been established during the Tang dynasty. She had personally created the military examination, and she was able to control both civil and military affairs. As such, Zhao Fu had brought her here. As a modern person, Zhao Fu was not familiar with these things, and he knew that he did not have the ability to do so. As such, he had brought many people here to manage the imperial examination together. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Hearing that Zhao Fu had arrived, all of the students knelt on the ground and called out in unison, their voices incredibly loud. Zhao Fu came to the throne, and even though his voice was not loud, it sounded out in all directions as he said mysteriously, "You may rise." Hearing this, the countless students got up, and some of them could not help but look up, wanting to see how their Majesty was like. They were incredibly silent, and they were filled with respect towards Zhao Fu. Following this, the palace examination began, and Zhao Fu and the other ministers sat down, waiting for the palace examination to end. Do you have any candidates in mind? Zhao Fu sat on the throne and looked at the students writing as he asked the ministers. As the principal of the Rising Qin Academy, Meng Haoran was the first to step out and smiled as he said, "Your Majesty. This minister has faith in all of the students." These words were spoken as if he had not said anything at all, and Zhao Fu could only look at the others. Li Si stepped out and bowed as he said, "Your Majesty. The three people I favor are Pei Zisher, Cui Tong, and Sun Dong. I have tested the three of them. They are very capable and have a unique theory of governing a country. They may have some doubts about Qin, but there is no problem for them to be officials." These words caused Meng Haoran to feel a bit displeased. Li Si hadn't mentioned anyone from the institute, so he couldn't help but say, "Minister Li. Is there no one in the academy that you like?" Hearing Meng Haoran's words, Li Si could not help but add, "Bei Wei, Lu Xuanxi, and Ma Puzhong are not bad either." A smile appeared on Meng Haoran's face as he politely greeted Li Si. Li Muqing and Shang Wanwaner couldn't help but sigh when they heard the names of men. Although His Highness supported equality between men and women, with the restoration of the ancient system, the idea of favoring women gradually emerged. Now, most of the Qin people lived like the Aborigines in ancient times, and they were used to the discrimination against women. Their goal was to change all of this. Li Muqing stepped forwards and said, "Your Highness, I feel that Yu Xian, Zhang Sunju, and Bei Rou are not bad either." "I feel that Yu Xian, Zhang Sunju, and Bei Rou are not bad either. They are not inferior to men. Especially Yu Xian, who even composed the poem. It is clear that she is brimming with talent, far surpassing ordinary scholars." These words naturally made Li Si and Meng Haoran feel quite displeased, while Sheng Yang inwardly laughed. He did not have any objections, as he was the ruler. Following this, everyone else expressed their opinions, and Zhao Fu had to admit that there were already factions within the Qin Academy. Wu Zetian looked at Zhao Fu flirtatiously, looking quite alluring and not expressing any objections. As she interacted with Zhao Fu day and night, Wu Zetian became much more alluring than before. She no longer directly called Zhao Fu by his name, and she instead called him Your Highness or husband. She had completely given her heart and body to Zhao Fu. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Wu Zetian flirtatiously smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to argue. Once the imperial examination results are out, we'll know who's stronger." These words were indeed quite true. Strength was the deciding factor in everything. As a political power, factions were unavoidable, and as long as they were properly managed, strength was the most important factor. Time gradually passed, and soon, the imperial examination was over. All of the examination papers were collected and given to the various ministers to review, and the best essays were chosen to be given to the higher-ups. Zhao Fu would also read it. The content of the article was quite important, and Zhao Fu had some understanding of how to govern a country. As for the military selection, it was much simpler and more violent. It was just a martial arts competition, as the commanders were directly selected from the army. They were Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Bai Shihan, Sun Hanxiang, and the other generals. The military examination was to choose the person with the highest martial arts, and this could be seen just by fighting. Some special professions had bonuses, and in order to be fair, there was only one type of profession, which would depend on one's own strength. Zhao Fu also went to take a look. There were many stages for both sides to fight, and in order to avoid casualties, they mostly used wooden items. However, if one sent their cultivation power into wooden items, they would not be inferior to sharp weapons, so there were many medical personnel here. Zhao Fu also went to take a look. Watching them fight was naturally more interesting than the imperial examination. However, there were very few women in the general's side. In the previous imperial examination, men made up 60% of the people, while women made up 40%. In the military examination, men made up 90% of the people, while women only made up 10%. Perhaps women were naturally at a disadvantage in terms of fighting, and facing the ferocity of men, most women would not be able to resist. However, the 10% of women who dared to participate in the military examination were all incredibly valiant, and they were not inferior to men at all. Most of them were from outlanders, and some were from other races. On the third day, after many rounds of selection, quite a few geniuses were selected. The first place in the imperial examination was Yu Xian, a woman recommended by Li Muqing. The military examination was a person from the Icefire city, and he was called Lu Xiao. With his control over ice and fire, it was quite difficult for him to obtain first place. The competition in the military examination was quite intense, and those with bloodlines and cultivation had a slight advantage. As such, Zhao Fu personally summoned those who had performed well in the military examination and held a banquet to reward them. Finally, there was the matter of the empress. The most suitable candidate for the empress was naturally Nu Lu. She had Nuwa's legacy, and she was also a player. She also had a gentle personality, so she was quite suitable. In actuality, Wu Zetian was not bad either. However, she was a woman from the Tang dynasty and was the empress, so she could not become Qin's empress. Wu Zetian understood this, so she did not fight for this position. Wu Zetian had long since been made a concubine by Zhao Fu, and she was now one of Zhao Fu's most beloved concubines. Wu Zetian was already quite satisfied with this. Some ministers suggested choosing other women as empresses, such as Daphne. She was now the city lord of the Maurya city and the successor of India's #1 dynasty. This was a legatee, not a legatee. After all, the legatee, Shama, had been defeated by Great Qin, and even the Maurya dynasty had been conquered by Great Qin. Now, the Maurya city belonged to Great Qin, and Daphne was the legatee. With her as the empress, it would be much easier to conquer India in the future. This was what some ministers thought. Some people supported Evil Spirit as the empress. She was the successor of the Vile dynasty and was now the city lord of the Demon King's capital. With her as the empress, it would be easier to conquer the dark demon world, and the dark demon fate would be closer to Qin. Everyone had different opinions, and there were also different people who supported this. Some people even suggested making the flower fairy an empress. After all, she was a fairy, and if an emperor made a fairy an empress, she would be blessed by the heavens. This made Zhao Fu feel quite speechless. Zhao Fu had not even made the pure flower fairy a concubine, yet they wanted Zhao Fu to make her an empress. Some people suggested making the water goddess an empress, which had never happened before in Chinese history. Qin would also be protected by godly spirits, which would be quite useful to Qin. At the same time, some people suggested making Bai Shihan, Sun Hanxiang, Wei Qing, and Su Liui empresses. They were all generals and were gifts from the heavens. If they became Qin's empresses, it would greatly increase Qin's military might. It could increase the offensive nature of Qin's fate, and it could also stabilize Qin's fate. It could also make it easier to conquer and devour the fate of other countries, as Qin was a country that attacked. Some people said that Tuoba Qin would be the empress. With how noble her bloodline was, no one would be able to compare to her. The Golden Dragon also agreed with this statement. As the empress of a country, she had a great influence on the country. Even the once terrifying Heaven Murder Empire had not been able to become the empress with her original bloodline. This was probably something that had rarely happened since ancient times. What surprised Zhao Fu was that Xianru also had a small group of supporters. It was the first time Zhao Fu had seen her blush. In the end, Zhao Fu still did not decide who to make the empress. He also expressed that this matter should not be discussed in the future, and he would make his own decision. Time continued to slowly pass, and Qin enthusiastically prepared for various matters. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. It was now autumn, and the summer had passed. The heat had disappeared, and the weather had become slightly cool. The leaves were no longer lush and green, and they seemed to be declining and desolate. This was autumn. Roar! A domineering and majestic dragon's roar suddenly sounded throughout the entire human world. At that moment, clouds swirled as a powerful might spread from Qin to the entire world. Rays of golden light descended from the sky, and golden clouds floated towards Qin. Beautiful celestial music sounded out as countless auspicious beasts' images appeared in the sky and happily gathered towards Qin. Sensing these shocking changes, the entire human world stopped what they were doing and looked towards Qin. They felt a wave of bitterness and shock as they muttered to themselves, "Qin has established a kingdom. The news that Qin had established a kingdom immediately shocked the entire world. Now that Qin was the first to establish a kingdom, all parties began to discuss it intensely. Ordinary people also participated in the heated discussion and talked about it excitedly. After such a long time, a force had finally established a kingdom, and they saw the establishment of the Qin Empire with their own eyes. Although many forces had expected that Qin would soon establish a kingdom, now that they saw Qin establish a kingdom with their own eyes, how could they feel good? Qin was so far ahead of them that they felt powerless and afraid. Everyone continued to look towards Qin. Looking at the many strange phenomena that had occurred during the establishment of a kingdom and waiting to see if there would be any other changes, the whole world's attention was on Qin. Looking back at Qin, Zhaofu was already standing on the prayer platform, wearing a black golden dragon robe and a crown on his head, and he was enthroned as the emperor. Qin's city heart continuously trembled, and a powerful black pillar of light shot into the sky. Traces of black aura rose up from the ground and from Qin's residence, drifting towards the powerful black pillar of light. Zhaofu stood on the prayer platform by himself and looked at the black pillar of light. As more and more fate gathered in Qin, a black cloud formed from fate appeared in the sky. This black cloud slowly spread out, covering the surrounding 10,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye, giving off a powerful sense of suppression. All of Qin's residents happily knelt down. No one could be happier than them when Qin established a kingdom. After all, they were the residents of Qin. Zhaofu's body, which was standing on the prayer platform, was lifted up by a formless wave of fate, and he floated towards the black pillar of light before fusing into it. Boom! A massive explosion shook the surroundings as Zhaofu's body entered the black pillar of light. The light that the pillar gave off was even more intense than before, and the black clouds in the sky went through massive changes. They formed a massive vortex, and the terrifying might that it gave off shook everything. Within the pillar of light, Zhaofu was cleansed by the mass of Qin's fate. Whether it was his bloodline, aura, or soul, they all went through changes. The Qin seal slowly floated out of Zhaofu's body and turned into a ray of black light as it shot towards the massive vortex in the sky. Boom! As soon as the Qin seal entered the black vortex, it exploded, turning into countless motes of black light that fused into the massive vortex. The black vortex gave off an even more terrifying aura, and even more fate flooded into the sky from the ground. The black clouds that covered 10,000 kilometers instantly spread to 100,000 kilometers, and the noble and domineering might was even more intense than before. Roar! Roar, roar! 9 dragons' roars sounded out as 9 savage-looking black dragons swam within the black clouds. Sometimes, they revealed shiny black dragon scales, sometimes powerful dragon claws, and sometimes ferocious dragon heads. As the 9 black dragons appeared, that massive might became even more powerful, and the legatees all felt this power, causing their expressions to become quite grim. Boom! This large seal was black and gold, and it was as big as 2 palms. There were 9 domineering and savage black dragons carved on it, looking as if they were alive. The large seal gave off an intense black light and gave off a supreme king's might. When the big seal was completely formed, a black light wave spread to the whole territory of Qin, and the whole territory of Qin was covered in black light. Countless Qin's people who were kneeling on the ground felt a force healing their bodies. Some of their illnesses were getting better, and some of their powers were getting stronger. The sky outside Qin City was still filled with golden light and auspicious clouds, accompanied by celestial music. At this moment, golden flowers began to fall, making the entire world incredibly beautiful, as if it was a golden dreamland. After the seal in the sky completely merged, the city heart below exploded with a powerful wave, and a black storm spread throughout the entire Qin City. The city heart gave off boundless black light, and 9 30-centimeter-long black dragons gradually appeared, circling around the city heart. The nation armaments next to the city heart absorbed a large amount of fate and became even more powerful. Notification: Qin City has been upgraded to a barren city. You have met the conditions to establish a country. Notification: the Qin Empire was established. Notification: the Qin Empire was the first country to be established and was blessed by the great luck of the human world. Notification: you have conquered 520 regions. Your Qin Empire has obtained 520 region power, and your barony kingdom has been promoted to a rank 5 barony kingdom. Notification. As the Imperial Prince of the Qin Empire, you have officially become a king and have received a large amount of fate. You have obtained the Qin Empire's king's power and the Qin Empire's king profession. Notification. You have already obtained the king's power and king's profession, so you cannot obtain them all at once. You now have emperor's power, and the king's power and king's profession have fused together, strengthening your emperor's power and king's profession. Notification. As the first human to establish a nation, you will receive additional rewards. Note, only the first 3 to establish a nation will receive rewards. Notification. You have obtained 100 great cities, 200 basic cities, 400 towns, and 2,400 villages. These are all city creation stones that have fused with Qin's aura and will automatically become Qin cities and villages. Notification. Now that you've established an empire, you've started working as an official. Notification. You can build a country now, but you can build an army. Notification. If you obtain the power of the kingdom's boundary, you can build a great wall to protect your territory. Your great wall will receive the power of the kingdom and become incredibly sturdy. As the prompt sounded in his mind, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. The vision in the sky gradually disappeared. Now the Qin Empire could officially become the Qin Empire. Zhao Fu couldn't be called His Highness, but His Majesty, because Zhao Fu was now the real king. The Qin seal in the sky slowly descended and re-entered Zhao Fu's body. Now, this Qin seal couldn't be called the Qin city seal anymore, but the Qin royal seal. It controlled the highest authority of the entire Qin state, and it also had the king's power. Now that he had become a true king, Zhao Fu's power had greatly increased. The most important thing was his bloodline. Before, Zhao Fu's bloodline was already a level 17 sovereign bloodline, and after the Celestial Emperor Star and Nether Emperor Star had descended, Zhao Fu's bloodline had been greatly affected. Now that he had become a true king, Zhao Fu's bloodline had become a level 18 sovereign bloodline. A level 18 sovereign bloodline was far more powerful than an ordinary sovereign bloodline. Ignoring all other reasons, just based on the level, Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline had a massive advantage. Now, Zhao Fu landed back on the Heaven Prayer platform and carefully looked at the system announcements. These were the system announcements for establishing a kingdom, and he couldn't just casually glance through them. First, the Qin city was now a barony royal city. Because the Qin state was only a barony kingdom, its royal city was naturally a barony royal city. The following were the stats of the Qin royal city. Village name, Qin royal city, epic, level, barony royal city, level 5, village area, 729,400 square kilometers village territory, 6242180 square kilometers popular support, 86 special stats, territory crop output plus 260%, territory crop growth time minus 260%, population limit plus 165%, resident stats randomly plus 20, soldier stats plus 25%, population attraction plus 200%, high-grade attraction plus 200%. Subsidiary village limit, 896930 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. From the city's stats, it could be seen that the Barony Royal City did not have an EXP bar. This meant that leveling up no longer required EXP and instead required conquering regions. The fourth system announcement stated that Qin City had conquered 520 regions and obtained 520 region power. It had also leveled up into a level 5 barony kingdom. Kingdoms were split into level 1 to level 9, then barony kingdoms, marquisate kingdoms, dukedom kingdoms, royal kingdoms, and so on. Kingdom leveling up did not rely on EXP but on conquering regions. The more regions they conquered, the faster they leveled up. Qin City had conquered 500 or so regions, so it was naturally a level 5 barony kingdom. As the royal city, Qin City no longer required EXP and instead required region power. This meant that the kingdom's level was the same as the city's level. Qin City was now a level 5 barony royal city, so Qin City was naturally a level 5 barony kingdom. If they wanted to quickly level up, they would have to conquer more regions. The more regions they had, the higher the kingdom's level would be. The fewer regions they had, the lower the kingdom's level would be. As such, in future battles, territory was incredibly important. It could allow one to quickly level up, but it could also cause one to quickly lose levels. The more regions one lost, the more levels one would lose. Not needing EXP was quite good as well. The massive amounts of EXP could be distributed to the various cities and villages, allowing them to quickly level up. That way, Qin City would have more and more cities. Following this, the system announcement stated that Zhao Fu had obtained the king's power and king's profession long ago. He had obtained the king armament shard from defeating the mysterious skeleton in the underground region, and now, he had the emperor's profession and king's power. Zhao Fu did not care much about the king's power, and looking at the system announcement that it could increase his emperor's power, he felt that this was quite good. Zhao Fu carefully sensed his body's power and found that it had indeed become a bit stronger. Following this, Zhao Fu had never thought that there would be such generous rewards. 100 great cities, 200 basic cities, 400 towns, and 2,400 villages. This was quite a pleasant surprise for Zhao Fu. Just the great cities and basic cities alone had 300 cities, as well as so many towns and villages. These were all free, so Zhao Fu was naturally quite happy. The Kingdom Foundation rewards were only given to the first 3 kingdoms, and Qin City was the first. Zhao Fu wondered who the second and third kingdoms would be, but they would most likely also receive good rewards. The first was the official positions, which were split into military officials and civil officials. All officials of the Qin Empire could wield seals, which meant that they could obtain official seals. These official seals naturally increased the power of the Qin Empire, and they were also very powerful. They were similar to city lord seals, but as Qin's official seals, even if others stole them, they would not be able to use them. Only people who had been appointed by Qin could use them. Before, Zhao Fu had split the states into counties. Each county had its own county seal, and each state had its own province seal. 10 provinces were nobility seals, 100 provinces were marquis seals, 1,000 provinces were public seals, and 10,000 provinces were sovereign seals. A county seal's power was comparable to a basic city's, a province seal was comparable to a great city's, a noble seal was comparable to a level 5 great city's, a marquis seal was comparable to a capital city's, and a duke seal was comparable to a barony city's. Now that Great Qin had cleared out 520 regions, they had been split into 520 states. They had 2,846 counties, which meant that they had 2,846 county seals, and 520 states had 520 state seals. After that, they had 52 marquis seals and 5 marquis seals. Thinking about it like that, Great Qin's strength had gone through massive changes, and it had grown to a terrifying level in an instant. These were just the benefits from establishing a kingdom. Great Qin's previous strength had not been taken into account. It could be said that after establishing a kingdom, no one dared to offend Great Qin. However, these were only civil officials' seals, and they were mainly responsible for internal affairs and not for conquering. As such, they could only be used within Qin's territory, they could not be used in regions that did not belong to Qin. They were not as good as city lord seals, which could be used at any time. However, these civil official seals could be used for defense, and with them protecting Great Qin, Zhao Fu would not have to worry about anyone attacking. Even though these civil official seals could not be used for conquering, there was another type of seal that could rival civil officials and military officials. Civil officials were responsible for internal affairs, while military officials were responsible for conquering. As long as there were 100,000 soldiers, they could receive a basic general seal, which could rival a basic city seal. 1 million soldiers could receive a general seal, which could rival a great city seal. 10 million soldiers could receive a general seal, which could rival a capital city seal. If they had 100 million soldiers, they would be given a marquis general seal, and their strength would be comparable to a barony king city. If they had 1 billion soldiers, they would also be given a marquis general seal, and their strength would be comparable to a marquis 8 king city. Now, Qin had 200 million soldiers, and he had 2,000 minor general seals, 200 senior general seals, 20 senior general seals, and 2 marquis general seals. This was the number of military official seals, and it was quite terrifying. As a general seal, it was not restricted by civil official seals and could be used no matter where it was. However, there was also a limit, and that was the number of soldiers. A country could only have a tenth of its total population, and the extra soldiers would not be recognized. If there was no such limit, Qin would be able to turn the 1 billion or so people into soldiers, and they would not have to fight. Instead, they would be able to obtain over 10,000 general seals. If that happened, no one would be able to survive, and they would all be instantly destroyed by Qin. Now, Qin controlled 520 regions, and its total population was 1.8 billion. It had 200 million soldiers, and there were 170 million Stage 1 soldiers, 6.2 million Stage 2 soldiers, 700,000 Stage 3 soldiers, and 30,000 Stage 4 soldiers. It controlled 520 regions, 3 capital cities, 2,628 great cities, 521 cities, 860 towns, and 39,489 villages. Great Qin also had 68,000 corps soul soldiers and 1,400 corps soul commanders. Great Qin also had 2,700 wyverns, and 2,300 wyverns could participate in battle. Now, Great Qin's population was 1.8 billion people, and if they took 10% of its soldiers, they would have 180 million soldiers. However, that would be 1,800 basic general seals, 180 advanced general seals, 18 advanced general seals, and 1 marquis general seal. If it added on general seals and official seals, it would have 4,649 official seals that could rival basic city seals and 700 or so great city seals. This was the benefit of having official seals after establishing a kingdom, and it was quite shocking. Even if one did not do anything, they would still have such great power. At the same time, because these were official seals and not city seals, these two seals could be used together. It could be said that one could simultaneously use the power of two seals without any conflicts. After talking about official seals, it was time to talk about core. This was another powerful ability that only a kingdom could have. A level 1 barony could create 5 core, and each core could contain 1 million soldiers. The core would also level up as the kingdom leveled up, and each level up could increase the limit by 200,000 soldiers. At the same time, each level up a kingdom could create 2 core. In other words, each level up meant that a kingdom could create 2 more core. Now that Qin was a level 5 barony kingdom, it could have 13 core, and each core could contain 2 million soldiers. In total, the 13 core could have 26 million soldiers. Previously, it was said that government positions and core were incredibly powerful, and it was because of them that countries became terrifying. The higher-ups also explained the use of government positions, such as how terrifying they were. Since the core was as important as government positions, it naturally had its own special uses. Special Effect 1, Core Strength. All core soldiers can obtain this buff, which increases all stats by 10% and increases all stats by 5%. Special Effect 2, Core Courage. This buff greatly increases morale and makes soldiers' minds resolute. They will not fear death and will valiantly kill enemies. Resistance to illusions and magic formations plus 200%. Special Effect 3, Light of the Core. This effect increases the recovery speed of the soldiers and has a certain healing effect. Special Effect 4, Core Might. The core has an innate sense of suppression that can cause ordinary soldiers' hearts to tremble. Special Effect 5, Core Shield. All core soldiers can explode out with power and condense a powerful defensive barrier that can protect the core. This barrier's defense is stronger than ordinary energy barriers, and it also has core stats buffs. Special Effect 6, Core Formation. All soldiers can give off their own soldier aura, which can fuse to form powerful weapons or beasts. However, all soldiers must work together and cannot have any other thoughts. These were the 7 main attributes of a core. The attributes were roughly the same as general armaments attributes, and they gave the core all sorts of bonuses, increasing each soldier's strength. However, general armaments did not have a deterrence effect, while core had its own deterrence effect. There were also the 6th and 7th effects, which were the greatest effects of a core. The first few effects were the advantages of a core, and they were very destructive to ordinary soldiers. This was because there were simply too many advantages, and the soldiers of a core were definitely stronger than ordinary soldiers. The sixth effect, core formation, was quite similar to the soldier aura formation effect of a general armament, but there was a big difference. Even though soldiers gave off countless auras and gathered them together to form powerful weapons or terrifying beasts, general armaments had their own condensing effects. However, general armaments had their own condensation effects. When holding a general armament and using soldier aura condensation, countless traces of soldier aura would be controlled by the general armament. The wielder of the general armament would be able to condense the soldier aura into any shape, and this had nothing to do with soldiers. However, core was different. It required all soldiers to work together, which meant that all soldiers had to focus and control the soldier aura formation. This required a lot of time and coordination. General armaments relied on the individual commander, while core relied on the collective. Comparing the two, general armaments were naturally more convenient. However, general armaments were not so easy to obtain, and even now, the Qin Empire only had 10 general armaments. Any kingdom could have a core. In actuality, even though core was quite troublesome, it was still better than soldier aura formation. The purpose of a core was to gather all of the soldiers' thoughts together. If their willpower was strong and they were united, the things that they condensed would naturally be stronger than general armaments. Of course, if their willpower was weak and they could not work together, it would be normal for them to not be able to condense anything. Before, when comparing a city lord to 100,000 stage 1 soldiers, the answer would be the city lord. After all, the city lord had a city lord seal, and if 100,000 soldiers could not gather their attacks together, they would not be able to threaten the city lord. Moreover, if the city lord did not choose to fight the 100,000 soldiers head-on and instead chose to launch sneak attacks, the 100,000 soldiers might be killed by the city lord. They would not be a match for the city lord at all, and they might even be completely destroyed. If the city lord did not choose to face the 100,000 soldiers head-on and instead chose to launch sneak attacks, the 100,000 soldiers might be killed by the city lord. They would not be a match for the city lord at all, and they might even be completely suppressed. This was the advantage of top-tier factions. Before, Qin had used many city lords to launch sneak attacks on some regions, and some regions had been easily destroyed. The soldiers could not do anything to city lord Qin and could only watch. Qin had used this method to conquer many regions, and there were a few times when he had swept through dozens of regions. If it wasn't for the fact that other city lords had hurried over and used their top-tier powers to resist, Qin would have stopped. But if they didn't come, what could the other system soldiers do to Qin? Qin had conquered the cities one by one. The greatest weakness of the system soldiers was that their strength was scattered and could not be concentrated, so they could not resist city lords who had top-tier power. However, now that core had appeared, things were different. If 100,000 stage 1 soldiers used core formations and gathered all of their strength together, they would be able to resist city lords. What was more important was that the city lord's power came from the city lord's seal, while the core had the attribute of destroying cities, which greatly countered the city lord's power. When using the core to fight against the city lord would often be forced to run, and the result would be completely different. This was why core formations were so powerful. The final core was a monster-level power that a kingdom could use to resist. These monsters could be beasts or peerless experts. If they were too powerful and wanted to harm a kingdom, and the kingdom did not have any top-tier experts, they could only use core formations. Soldiers in core formations would receive all sorts of powerful buffs, and the more core formations they fused with, the more powerful they would be. They would not be inferior to peerless experts, and this was mainly to defend against things that were too powerful and could harm a kingdom. Moreover, core formations were split into ordinary core and special core. There were no restrictions on ordinary core, and any kingdom could create one. However, the effects were quite ordinary, and they only had the core's 7 attributes. However, special core formations were different. Special core formations were quite special and powerful, and ordinary core formations were not as powerful as special core formations. However, special core formations had many restrictions. The first was the core vessel, which had powerful attributes. Even though these attributes could not be good or evil, they had to be able to fuse with a core. Another issue was compatibility. Some items were incredibly powerful, But they were not suitable for fusing with core cores, so they would not be able to create special core formations. A core was an orb of light that was as big as a basketball and gave off a faint white light. It gave off a formless aura and was the most important item for creating a core. It was something that was birthed from a kingdom's fate. If an item could contain a core, the core would completely fuse with that item, and a special core formation would be created. The special core formation's attributes were closely related to this item. Because establishing a kingdom was quite common, Xiaofu knew quite a bit about it, and this was not too surprising. This was the power of a core. However, there were not many of them, and Qin could create 13 core formations. In total, they only had 26 million soldiers, while Qin now had 200 million soldiers. With 26 million soldiers, 100,000 soldiers could suppress a city lord, and with that many soldiers, they could suppress 260 city lords. These soldiers would not have any problems fighting individually, and they would be more effective at killing city lords in groups. Government positions and core formations were how powerful a kingdom was. Only with these things could a kingdom be truly terrifying. Before, establishing a kingdom and not establishing a kingdom were two completely different things, and this was the difference. There were many system announcements, and a kingdom's boundary was also quite important. However, it had been mentioned before that the Great Wall had a kingdom's power, and not only was it incredibly sturdy, but it also served as a barrier. Even extremely powerful teleportation channels would not be able to cross the Great Wall. This had been the dream of the Ying family for generations, to bring the state of Qin back to this world. Today, Xiaofu had accomplished this, fulfilling their dream. After receiving Qin's legacy, Xiaofu had gradually accepted his identity as Qin's legatee and accepted Qin's bloodline. Even though Xiaofu only had a collateral bloodline, which was quite different from the Ying family's main bloodline, it was not pure enough. However, after receiving the legacy, Xiaofu's Qin bloodline became incredibly pure, and Xiaofu acknowledged his identity as a member of the Ying family. Today, Qin had been reborn in Xiaofu's hands. Xiaofu not only wanted to bring it back to its former glory, but he also wanted to create an even more glorious Qin. His blade would sweep through the world, and his sword would sweep through the world. He wanted the entire Heaven Awakened world to know the name of Qin. Xiaofu smiled as he walked down from the heaven prayer platform. Below, whether it was the ministers or commoners, they all respectfully knelt, looks of excitement and joy on their faces. "You may all rise." Xiaofu smiled as he looked at everyone. Everyone else got up and bowed to Xiaofu with smiles on their faces as they said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming the true king of Qin." Xiaofu lightly nodded and brought them back to the Qin palace. Now, Xiaofu had two tasks, conferring titles to his ministers and establishing a core. Within a vast and heavy palace, Xiaofu was wearing a black robe with a golden dragon on it and a crown on his head. He gave off a dignified aura as he sat on his throne, and there was an exquisite black and gold screen behind him. Below him, people were lined up in rows. Now, as the officials of the Qin state, they also wore the court uniform, which was mainly black, with auspicious beasts embroidered on it to distinguish their ranks. Li Si stood beside Xiaofu, holding a long scroll in his hand. This scroll was black in color, and was made from a type of black golden dragon cloth. This was only the outer cover of the scroll. Inside the scroll, there was a high-quality piece of paper with blood-red ink on it. Names and official positions were written on the paper. By Qi. Ever since the Heaven Awakened world descended, you have been by His Majesty's side and have contributed greatly to Qin City's current accomplishments. You are rewarded with a Marquis General seal, the title of Protector of the Kingdom, 5 million gold coins, a large residence in the western part of Qin City, and many servants. Li Si's voice was loud and clear. One by one, the people stepped forward to receive the order. One by one, the seals flashed with white light and appeared in the air, landing in their hands. The state and county system was actually the Heaven Awakened world's official system. Regions were divided into counties and had county lords, and they were also divided into states, which had state lords and marquises. However, this was not enough to create a complicated bureaucratic system. For example, Qin City's various departments and the ministers and generals of the royal court all had corresponding official positions and were responsible for the various organizations in Qin City. Evidently, the Heaven Awakened World's bureaucratic system was not suitable, so Zhao Fu copied the ancient system and split the official positions into 9 grades. Each grade was divided into principal and subordinate, for a total of 18 grades. Zhao Fu set up corresponding official positions according to their duties and how important they were to Qin City, and he gave them titles. For example, Bai Qi was a principal rank 1 protector of the kingdom, and subordinate was a deputy general. They also had official seals, but they did not have much power and only had the authority to manage things. For example, managing a city or a region required a city lord's seal, and the authority given to them meant that they could control things without using a city lord's seal. In actuality, Zhao Fu wanted to follow the ancient bureaucratic system and not the Heaven Awakened World's bureaucratic system. This was something that he could choose to do, and it would allow each official seal to have great power. However, as a level 5 barony, it only had so much power, which was the sum of general seals and official seals. Now that Zhao Fu had adopted a bureaucratic system, there would be more official seals, and the power would be distributed. When that time came, a minor rank 9 official seal might not even have stage 1 power. Now that Qin City had just established a kingdom and was facing all sorts of dangers, Zhao Fu could not completely use the ancient bureaucratic system. Only a large kingdom could have its own independent bureaucratic system, as it already had great power. Right now, Qin City did not have that power, so even though Zhao Fu wanted to follow the ancient bureaucratic system, he did not distribute power and only gave authority. There were still many powerful official seals in Qin City, and there had not been any changes. Right now, Zhao Fu was only conferring rank 3 official seals, and future official seals would be conferred through imperial edicts. Otherwise, with so many official seals, Li Si would not be able to read them all in an entire day. As the official seals were conferred, all of Qin City fell into a celebratory mood. Everyone was brimming with smiles as they held banquets in their homes to receive guests from all over. Zhao Fu also held a banquet in the palace to celebrate the establishment of the Qin Empire and the conferment of the official seals. Even though Zhao Fu did not like to drink, he stayed at the banquet until midnight, and he reeked of alcohol. By now, many people had fallen to the ground drunk, and some people were still drinking. The scene was quite messy, but it could be seen how excited everyone was. Becoming an official was indeed a joyous thing in life, and it was something that countless people dreamed of. Luckily, Zhao Fu had long since made preparations to select talents to be the official seals of Qin City. If he had waited until the establishment of the empire, he would have been incredibly busy. Seeing that there were still people drinking at the banquet, Zhao Fu did not disturb them and quietly left. Even though Zhao Fu had drunk a lot today, it did not affect Zhao Fu's powerful constitution at all. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to take this time to take a look at the core. Now, Zhao Fu had 13 orbs of light in his hands, which were given to Zhao Fu by the core cores after the establishment of the empire. Zhao Fu first went to Qin City City Hall. Qin City City Heart was an epic grade item, and it was the core item of Qin City and could be used as a vessel for core cores. In actuality, many kingdoms used their capitals as vessels for core. These core were the royal core of a kingdom and were often the most powerful core of a kingdom, and they were personally controlled by the emperor. After coming to the city hall, Zhao Fu looked at the Rubik's cube floating in the air, giving off a black light. There were also 9 savage-looking black dragons around it, and Zhao Fu took out a core and placed it into the city heart. Qin City City Heart and core were extremely compatible, and they instantly fused together, causing a powerful aura to burst forth. Countless rays of black light exploded out, instantly piercing through the entire city hall. Heaven and earth essence chi madly gathered, and a black dragon gradually formed in front of Zhao Fu, giving off a powerful dragon's might. Roar! The stone steel in front of him was naturally the core stone steel. Soldiers could become members of the core through the core stone steel, and the stone steel in front of Zhao Fu was the black dragon stone steel. As mentioned before, the special core stats were related to the vessel it carried. The black dragon stone steel in front of Zhao Fu used Qin's legacy stone as its vessel, and its stats were definitely quite similar to Qin's. Zhao Fu went up and looked at its stats. Qin Imperial Core, with Qin's most important vessel as its vessel, it has received a massive amount of power from the Qin Empire, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can receive King's Guard power, and the core formation is a black dragon. The limit of the core has increased by 3 million. After looking at the stats, Xiaofu smiled. He had never thought that the core's people would be able to obtain Kingsguard's power. As for Kingsguard's power, it was similar to King's power but not quite the same. Their power came from a king. For example, Gania, Xiaoxia, and Tuoba Qing had all been given Kingsguard power by Xiaofu, making them Xiaofu's personal guards. King's power was incredibly powerful, and Kingsguard power was not weak either. If everyone in the core received Kingsguard power, it could be imagined just how powerful the core would be. The core formation was a black dragon, which meant that the core formation was a black dragon. The legion took the form of a black dragon. Not only was it easier to gather soldiers, but its power was also stronger than that of ordinary soldier chi. Finally, the limit of the core was increased by 3 million, which meant that the core could have 3 million more soldiers than other core. The core leveled up along with the kingdom, and the Qin Imperial Corps was already level 5, so it could have 2 million soldiers. Adding on these stats, it could have 5 million soldiers. Each corps also had their own flag, and Xiaofu planned to use a bloody cloth with a savage black dragon embroidered on it as the Qin Imperial Corps' flag. This would give off a bloody and austere aura. In ancient times, the most common colors in Qin were black and red. Black was the most important color in Qin, and red was the color of blood. This not only increased the soldiers' will to fight but also intimidated enemies. Xiaofu put away the core stone steel in satisfaction. This was Qin's city hall, so it was not suitable for changing professions. Xiaofu had already used one of the 13 core cores, so there were still 12 left. He continued to search for other suitable army vessel. As one of the top dynasties in the Dark Demon world, the Vile dynasty was not weak, and it had a massive amount of fate. Moreover, its Demon King city was one of the 3 capital cities of the Qin Empire, so it most likely had the ability to be a vessel for an army. Xiaofu went to the Demon King city and fused the core heart into the city heart. This process was quite smooth, and dense demonic chi flooded out as the city heart gave off demonic light. A Demon King with 2 horns, powerful muscles, and sharp claws condensed. Roar. The Demon King raised its head and gave a heaven-shaking roar as a powerful aura exploded out, turning into a stone steel with the image of the Demon King engraved on it. Demon King Core, with the Vile Dynasty's legacy city as the vessel, this core has received a massive amount of Demon King's power, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can obtain Demon King's power, and the core formation will be that of a Demon King. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. This was a bit weaker than the Qin Empire's core, but it was only by a bit. It did not have the 3 million soldier bonus, but it only increased the limit by 1 million soldiers. Only the Royal Corps would have the 3 million soldier bonus. However, this special core was much better than normal core, and the 1 million soldier bonus was quite good. Xiaofu felt quite satisfied and put the Demon King core stone steel away before heading to the Maurya city. The Maurya city was the legacy city of the Maurya dynasty, the #1 dynasty in India, and it controlled a clan armament. It was incredibly powerful, and as one of the 3 capital cities of the Qin Empire, it would most likely be a vessel for an army. After going to the Maurya city's city hall, Xiaofu took out a core heart and fused it into it. The process was quite smooth, and a blinding 5-colored light shined out as the Maurya city's city heart continuously trembled and gave off a powerful aura. Scree! A 5-colored peacock condensed within the blinding light and lightly flapped its wings, bringing with it a massive gale. It then turned into a stone steel with a peacock engraved on it in front of Xiaofu. Maurya Core, with the Maurya dynasty's legacy city as the vessel, this stone steel has received a massive buff from the Maurya dynasty's power. All stats have been greatly increased, and all core members can obtain Maurya power. The core formation is a peacock, and the limit of 1 million soldiers has been increased. Xiaofu felt quite satisfied and put the stone steel away before heading to the final capital city of the Qin Empire, which was 7 Kill City. As one of the 3 capital cities of the Qin Empire, 7 Kill City was quite powerful, and it had fused many terrifying 7 kill powers into it. Its attack power was quite terrifying. After coming to the city hall, Xiaofu smoothly fused the core heart into the city heart. A powerful aura exploded out as a dense blood-red aura spread out, and the city heart continuously trembled as it gave off a blood-red light. This blood-red light gave off an extremely powerful killing intent, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Ordinary people would have long since been scared witless. Scree! A piercing cry sounded out as a blood-red eagle appeared. Its eyes were incredibly sharp and gave off a powerful aura of suppression, and it turned into a stone stele with a blood-red eagle engraved on it in front of Zhao Fu. 7-kill core, with the 7-kill city as the vessel, this stone stele has received a massive amount of 7-kill power. All stats have been greatly increased, and all core members can obtain 7-kill power. The core formation is a blood-red eagle, and the limit of 1 million soldiers has been increased. This core formation was greatly related to Bai Qi, a 7-kill city had been condensed by Bai Qi. It contained a massive amount of 7-kill power, and all stats have been greatly increased. All core members can obtain 7-kill power, and the core formation is a blood-red eagle. The limit of 1 million soldiers has been increased. Now that the 4 core formations had been created, they were the Qin Empire Army, the Demon King Corps, the Moria Corps, and the 7-kill Corps. However, there were still 9 core hearts that Zhao Fu had not used yet. The most suitable vessels had all been used, and Zhao Fu could not help but think about what other vessels could be used. Special core were definitely much more powerful than normal core, and core hearts could only be used once. In other words, after creating a core, it could not be changed. After creating a normal core, it would be an ordinary core and could not become a special core. As such, Zhao Fu had to be careful and could not casually create a core. He had to find a suitable vessel to create a powerful special core. At that moment, Zhao Fu thought about the other nation legatees. Qin had taken down many nation legatees, from Great Shun to Vietnam's 5 legatees. In total, he had taken down 10 or so nation legatees. If they could all serve as vessels for core legatees, Zhao Fu wouldn't have to worry about much, and Qin would immediately have 13 special core legatees. Zhao Fu went to Great Shun's legacy city. As the first nation legacy that Qin had taken down, it had developed quite well and was now a great city. After coming to the city hall, Zhao Fu took out a core and tossed it towards the city heart. The core lightly floated towards the city heart, and the two started to fuse. At the start, everything went quite smoothly. The core slowly fused into the city heart, but the speed at which it fused slowed down. In the end, the core flew out with a bang, indicating that the fusion had failed. As a nation legacy city, it couldn't serve as a vessel for core legatees. This made Zhao Fu frown. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu headed to the next nation legacy city, but he found that the result was the same, they couldn't fuse together. In the end, Zhao Fu tried a few more times and found that it still didn't work. It was most likely that the nation legatees didn't have enough power and couldn't serve as vessels for core legatees. At the very least, he would need a dynasty legacy city to be able to serve as a vessel for core legatees. Qin only had so many special cities, and he had already used all of the powerful cities. Now that these nation legatees couldn't do it, what other cities could? Zhao Fu couldn't help but think of the ice and fire cities. Those two cities had fused ice and fire origin crystals and were incredibly powerful, even more so than ordinary nation legacy cities. Back then, Zhao Fu had even considered them as targets for leveling up to capital cities. Zhao Fu felt that these two cities would work, so he first went to Fiery Flame City. Looking at the fiery cube floating in the air, Zhao Fu took out a core and started to fuse them together. The two cities quickly fused together, but the fusion speed gradually decreased. Just as the core was about to completely fuse into the city heart, the core once again flew out. It was just a bit away, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. Suddenly, Zhao Fu couldn't help but think of two people. As the city lords of the ice and fire cities, they had extremely terrifying ice and fire powers. Right now, they were just lacking a little bit, and if it wasn't too much, they could be of great use. There was one way to increase the success rate of the fusion, and that was to choose a legion commander. First of all, the legion commander's attributes had to be very similar to the legion vessel's attributes. It would be best if the two of them could completely fuse with each other. If they fused with the core like this, not only would the core fuse with the attributes of the vessel, but it would also be bound to the person who was the core commander. The two of them had powerful ice and fire powers, so they would naturally be able to fuse with the ice and fire cities. Zhao Fu quickly called Binoche and Karash over. Seeing that Zhao Fu was here, Binoche unhappily harumphed and said, "We waited for you in the palace for so long, what are you doing here?" Zhao Fu couldn't help but chuckle. They were naturally waiting for Zhao Fu because there was something he couldn't describe. "I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going back today. Also, come here and infuse your blood into the city heart." "How are you going to compensate me?" Binoche crossed her arms and raised her head as she looked at Zhao Fu. Flirtatiously with her fiery eyes, ignoring Zhao Fu's words. Zhao Fu said helplessly, "I'll properly compensate you in the future, alright? Hurry up, I still have other things to do." Binoche smiled and walked over to Zhao Fu's side. She took out a dagger and cut open her pure white wrist, causing fiery blood to flow out. Under Binoche's control, the blood fused into the city heart. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out the core. The three of them perfectly fused together incredibly quickly, and a wave of heat exploded out. The city heart gave off an intense fiery light, and the surroundings started to burn as flames appeared. The flames quickly fused together, forming the appearance of a woman condensed from fire. Even though her appearance could not be seen clearly, she looked a bit like Binoche. Moreover, she gave off a massive amount of fire attribute energy, and the fiery person turned into a stone stele with a fiery person carved on it. Fire core, with a powerful fire attribute city as the vessel, this stone stele has received a massive amount of fire attribute energy, greatly raising all stats. All members of the core can obtain fire attribute energy, and the core formation is a fire woman. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. After looking at the core stats, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and put the stone stele away. Following this, Zhao Fu took Karash to Icy Cold City. Within the city hall, Zhao Fu turned and said, "Karash, fuse your blood into the city heart." Just like Binoche, infuse your blood into the city heart. Karash stood by the side coldly and lightly nodded before calmly saying, "I also want compensation." Even though her tone was quite calm, Zhao Fu could see a trace of shyness on her face, and he could not help but lightly laugh. Karash's face immediately became red, and she cut her wrist, causing her icy blood to fuse into the city heart. At the same time, Zhao Fu also fused his blood into the core heart. Immediately, a bone-chilling aura flowed out, and the city hall was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The city heart gave off powerful chilling aura, and the chilling aura condensed into a woman's figure. This woman was made of chilling aura and looked quite hazy, but she looked quite similar to Karash. This figure naturally gave off powerful ice attribute energy, and it seemed to be able to freeze everything. In front of Zhao Fu, it turned into a stone stele with a woman engraved on it. This woman was illusory and seemed to be made of chilling aura. Icy cold core, with the powerful icy cold city as the vessel, this core has received a massive amount of power from ice, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can obtain ice power, and the core formation is an ice woman. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Another core had been established, and Zhao Fu smiled as he put it away. Qin had now established 6 core. Before, Qin could establish 13 core, and now, he could establish 7 more core. By now, all of the cities that could establish core had been established, and Qin did not have any special cities that could be fused into the core heart. Zhao Fu could not help but think of other things. There were 2 things that could be used as vessels for core, as they also had great power. Zhao Fu wanted to verify his thoughts. "Your Majesty, I'll wait for you at the palace." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and lightly nodded, and he went to the Fountain of Life. Next to him was a tree that was hundreds of meters tall. The tree's canopy was lush, and it seemed to cover the entire sky. Its leaves were jade green and gave off an exuberant aura of life. The entire tree gave off a faint green light and a dense aura of life. The world tree had been under the world tree for a few months, and during that time, Qin had used all sorts of spirit liquids to nurture it. The world tree had absorbed the life essence of corpses every day and night, so it had grown quite big and thick. As a godly item of the elf race, the world tree was very difficult to obtain, and elf kingdoms did not even have one. Zhao Fu had been quite lucky to obtain one. The world tree had powerful life energy and a trace of the world source energy. Just like ordinary trees of life, it had the profession of a divine tree warrior. With its stats, it could definitely be used as a vessel for the core. Of course, this was just Zhao Fu's guess and he could not be sure, so he had to give it a try. Zhao Fu took out a core that gave off a white light and placed it into the world tree's massive trunk. The core gradually fused into it, and the process was quite smooth. Suddenly, the entire world tree gave off an intense green light that covered its surroundings, and an aura of life flowed out like a fountain, giving off a powerful aura. The image of a 10 or so meter tall tree giving off a faint green light slowly floated out of the trunk before turning into a stone stele with a tree engraved on it, and it appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Tree core, with the world tree, which has powerful life attributes, as a vessel, receiving massive amounts of life energy, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can obtain life energy, and the core formation will be the world tree. The limit for the core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and put the stone stele away before coming to a beautiful place filled with flowers. This was the place for nurturing flower devils and growing world flowers. Zhao Fu's next target was the world flower. Since the world tree could be used as a vessel for the core, the world flower could also be used. After all, the world flower had powerful flower energy and a trace of the world source energy, and its stats were similar to the world tree. However, even though Qin had greatly nurtured the world flower and it had grown to 20 or so meters tall and had a few wide leaves, it still had not bloomed. There was only a green flower bud, and no flowers had been formed yet. Zhao Fu did not know how long it would take for it to bloom. He did not know if the world flower would work, so he took out a core and fused it into the world flower. A pink aura spread out from the world flower. It was not very powerful, but it had a very enchanting fragrance that seemed to be able to make people fall into an illusion. A small flower image appeared from the world flower. This flower was very strange. It looked like a rose, but it also looked like a rose. It was changing colors, and it had a dark green stem and a few leaves. After the flower appeared, it turned into a stone stele with a flower engraved on it in front of Zhao Fu. Flower core, with the beautiful world flower as a vessel, the core has received massive amounts of flower energy, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can obtain flower energy, and the core formation will be the world flower. The limit for the core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Now, Qin had 8 core, which were the Imperial core, the Demon King core, the Peacock core, the 7 Murders core, the Fire core, the Ice core, the Tree core, and the Flower core. After these 8 core were developed, they would become incredibly powerful existences. They would be able to conquer anyone who did not submit to Qin, and they would have the massive advantage of slaughtering ordinary armies. Their names would be deeply remembered by everyone, and everyone would fear them, fearing their arrival. After successfully creating these 8 core, Zhao Fu now had half of his 13 cores. Now, Zhao Fu still had 5 cores. Zhao Fu once again sank into his thoughts, trying to see if there were anything else that could be used as a vessel for the core. Apart from powerful cities and powerful items, Qin also had 2 powerful weapons, which were the Corpse Soul Blood Lake and the Wyvern Denver. The Corpse Soul Blood Lake had been strengthened by the 10,000 Blood God Stone, and it had also been strengthened by some items from the Ghost Festival. It could spawn 500 Corpse Soul Soldiers and 10 Corpse Soul Commanders each day, and they all had Stage 4 or Stage 5 power. Moreover, with their innate power, 5 or 6 soldiers of the same level might not be able to defeat them. If they were equipped with heavy armor and weapons, they would undoubtedly become war machines. The same was true for the wyverns. Even though they could only spawn 5 per day, with how powerful the wyverns were and the ice and fire mutations, they could also become massive war machines. If he could make them into an core, the effects would be monstrous. However, Zhao Fu did not have much confidence in this, and he was not sure if it would be possible. As such, he decided to give it a try. Zhao Fu first went to the Wyvern Denver. This den was originally a universal den, and it had only been silver grade. Zhao Fu had discovered it by chance, and it had now been raised to legendary grade. It could spawn 5 wyverns per day. Logically speaking, the universal den could spawn anything, and Qin had used it to spawn void beasts. However, there were limitations to it. Some things that were too powerful could not spawn, such as world beasts and powerful god beasts. Now, Xiaofu wanted to fuse a core heart into the den, but he did not know what would happen. Xiaofu took out a core heart that gave off a white light and tossed it into the universal denver. The core heart lightly floated towards the universal den and fused into it. The process was quite smooth, and it was as if the universal den was absorbing the core heart. The process was even faster than fusing it into Qin City. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the universal den gave off a 5-colored light, and a powerful aura spread out like a wild gale. This power was incredibly powerful, and even Xiaofu was forced back a few steps. Seeing this, Xiaofu felt quite shocked. Because of his previous experience, Xiaofu had been prepared, but he was still forced back a few steps by this power. What surprised Xiaofu even more was that this power did not weaken and instead became even stronger. The universal den's mud-like core gave off a brilliant 5-colored light, illuminating the surrounding dozens of kilometers. The terrifying aura became more and more terrifying, and it was as if a massive typhoon had been formed. Boulders rolled and trees swayed, and Xiaofu was forced to unleash his emperor's domain to defend. Crack, a massive sound rang out, as if something had shattered. A crack appeared in the sky, and countless rainbow-colored lights seeped out, bringing with them an illusory and profound aura of the heavenly Tao. This illusion contained everything in the world, and as long as it was alive, even if Xiaofu had not seen it before. Xiaofu felt quite shocked and had never thought that things would be like this. Xiaofu had thought that it might be related to the wyvern, but it turned out that it was not the case. The rainbow-colored orb of light brought with it countless illusions as it slowly descended from the sky and turned into a stone stele in front of Xiaofu. All of the illusions fused into the stone stele, and Xiaofu felt quite curious about this. After all, just these abnormal signs were definitely more powerful than an ordinary army, and Xiaofu did not know what it was, so he immediately went up to take a look. Universal Core, with the Universal Den as the vessel, this core has received massive amounts of universal power, greatly raising all stats. All members of the core can obtain living life power, and the core formation is a crystal orb. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. That was what the universal core meant, but what Xiaofu cared about was the living life power, as well as the more detailed description of the core. The so-called living life power was a power gathered by countless races. This power was naturally quite powerful, and it was not any weaker than the source energy of a world. The universal core's effects were about the same as an ordinary core, but it had a unique ability that no core could compare to. With this ability, the universal core could definitely become one of the top core in the world. This core's power was simply too powerful and could suppress all other core. This was because the universal core's power could suppress all other core. No matter if it was a royal core or a powerful core, they would all be suppressed by the universal core. The true effect of the universal core was to make other core ineffective for a certain period of time. In other words, the universal core had the power to dissolve and assimilate other core. For example, if a core gave off a powerful aura and charged over, or if that core condensed a terrifying ferocious tiger, the universal core's power would render that core's power ineffective. If the core's power was ineffective, its stats would disappear, and the ferocious tiger condensed from soldier aura would automatically collapse. This was because the power of all beings could evolve into all kinds of power, and it had its own domain. Once an army entered this domain, the power of all beings would evolve into this power, and this power would first start to assimilate with the army's power. After that, it would automatically turn into nothingness, as if it was dissolving. This was undoubtedly the nemesis of all armies. However, it might not work against very high-level powers, as the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. However, having the legion of beings was definitely a great thing. Now, Xiaofu couldn't help but rejoice that he had obtained the universal lair. The universal lair had helped Qin a lot. At the same time, it could spawn wyverns and create an army of all beings. Now, Qin had nothing that could compare with it. Xiaofu smiled as he put the stone stele away. Now that the universal core was complete, there were still 4 cores left. Xiaofu then went to the corpse soul lair. There was a dense stench of blood here, and the bloody aura was about to condense into a blood fiendish aura. This was because the blood pond that was hundreds of meters wide was formed from countless decomposed corpses, and it gave birth to corpse souls for Qin every day and night. After coming to the blood pond, Xiaofu felt quite unsure. After all, the corpse soul blood pond was not a city or a lair, and it was more of a nurturing item. Even though he was not sure, he had to give it a try. Xiaofu took out a cork core and threw it into the corpse soul blood pond. The white orb of light floated towards the blood stone at the bottom of the pond and slowly fused into it. This process was quite slow, and Xiaofu could only wait by the blood pond. Suddenly, countless rays of blood-red light shot out from the blood pond, and a massive wave of power exploded out from the bottom of the blood pond. The blood pond quickly spun, forming a massive blood-red vortex. The blood pond gave off terrifying sounds as it quickly spun, and traces of blood-red aura floated out, gathering at the center to form a ferocious monster. This monster looked the same as the corpse soul soldiers. It had a tall and muscular body, gray-white skin, and no hair. Its face was savage, and its mouth was filled with fangs. Fortunately, it had a pair of sharp claws, and it looked quite terrifying. After this monster appeared, it turned into a stone stele with a monster engraved on it in front of Xiaofu. It stood on the blood pond, and the abnormal signs from before became calm again. Seeing that he could succeed, Xiaofu felt quite delighted and grabbed at the air. A formless hand brought the stone stele to Xiaofu, and Xiaofu looked at its stats. Corpse Soul Core, with the Corpse Soul Blood Pond as the vessel, this core has received a massive amount of Corpse Soul power, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can receive Corpse Soul power, and the core formation is a Corpse Soul monster. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. After looking through the description, Xiaofu found that even though it was in core, the Corpse Soul power gave off a wild and chaotic power. It was difficult for ordinary people to control it, and only those from the death race or those with powerful bodies could use it. Otherwise, it would be harmful. Right now, the death race only had ghost soldiers, but ghost soldiers were not suited for this wild power. Xiaofu had a good target, which was the orcs. If the orcs controlled this power, they would definitely become incredibly powerful. Moreover, the orcs had powerful bodies and savage personalities, which was quite compatible with the Corpse Soul power. After putting away the stone stele, there were only 3 cores left. What else could Qin use as a vessel for the core? As Xiaofu sank into his thoughts, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. Only then did Xiaofu remember what he had forgotten. During the 6-day festival, Xiaofu had obtained 3 cities. One was a celestial city, one was a sword mountain, and the other was a disaster city, which was formed from fusing with a disaster seed. They could definitely be used as a core legacy. First, they were legendary grade and had great power, so there should be no problems. Moreover, Xiaofu just happened to have 3 cores left, which was quite a coincidence. Xiaofu first went to the disaster city. The 3 cities had long since been developed into great cities and had great power. The disaster city's population was relatively small because it had a disaster attribute that was harmful to ordinary people. Just coming into contact with it would make them fall ill, but it was not harmful to those with the disaster attribute. The core fused into the city heart, and a powerful aura of disaster exploded out. Above the city heart, all sorts of lights flashed, and a wild gale suddenly started to blow. Lightning suddenly exploded out, and coldness swept out before becoming incredibly hot. Disaster Core, with Disaster City as the vessel, this core has received a massive amount of disaster power, greatly raising all stats. All members of the core can receive disaster power, and the core formation will be a disaster fog. The limit has increased by 1 million soldiers. In more detail, soldiers who belong to the disaster core would not be affected by the power of disaster and would instead be able to control this power. Following this, Xiaofu went to the celestial city. This was the city that cultivators liked the most because it had the effect of gathering spirit qi. The surrounding hundreds of kilometers were filled with spirit qi, and all things seemed to have spirituality, making it seem like a Taoist holy land. Xiaofu looked at the celestial city and said, "The celestial city is the celestial city." The people who lived here not only cultivated faster, but their bodies were also nourished by spiritual energy for a long period of time. They would suffer less from illnesses, and their lifespans would also increase. As such, the population of Immortal City was extremely large, a stark contrast to the deserted Calamity City. Zhao Fu fused the core heart into the celestial city's city heart, and a dense wave of white spirit qi flooded out, instantly filling the city hall. It was like a white fog had covered the entire hall. The city heart gave off a rainbow-colored light, and a figure walked out. This person was an illusory image and was most likely a man. His appearance could not be seen clearly, and he wore white clothes and gave off a powerful aura. Celestial qi swirled around him, making him seem like a real celestial. Following this, the illusory image turned into a stone stele with an illusory image on it. Celestial core, with celestial city as the vessel, this core has received a massive amount of celestial power, greatly raising all stats. All members of the core can receive celestial power, and the core formation will be a celestial image. The limit has increased by 1 million soldiers. The celestial power here was indeed celestial power, but it was quite weak and of a very low grade. It was not even a millionth of a true celestial power. However, it was still quite powerful. After all, the Heaven Awakened World Celestials were peerless experts in the Heaven Awakened world. Finally, Zhao Fu went to Sword Mountain City. Gunia was the city lord here, and almost everyone practiced the sword. Zhao Fu went to the city hall and once again fused the core heart into it. Xing, a clear sword hum sounded out as the city heart exploded out with a sharp sword qi. This sword qi was incredibly sharp and could cut people's skin, and Zhao Fu unleashed his emperor's domain to defend against this sword qi. At that moment, the city heart gave off countless rays of sword light, which gradually turned into a white sword of light that appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This sword of light was 3 meters long and 15 centimeters wide, and it gave off a massive sword aura that seemed to be able to slash through anything. Then, the light sword turned into countless white lights and formed a stone tablet with a sword carved on it. Sword Mountain Core, with Sword Mountain City as the vessel, this core has received a massive amount of power from Sword Mountain, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can receive Sword Mountain power, and the core formation is a sword. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. The Sword Mountain core's power leaned towards power and destruction, and it was one of the most powerful offensive core. It was one of the most powerful core in the Qin core. Now that the 13 core had been established and the matter of the core had been resolved, Zhao Fu felt at ease and smiled. Great Qin had a great advantage right from the start. It was a level 5 barony from the start and had 13 core. Whether it was now or in the future, these 13 core would be one of Great Qin's most powerful forces. It was now early in the morning, and it was almost dawn. Zhao Fu finished his work and returned to the imperial palace. He opened the doors to his chambers and found that the women were all asleep, so Zhao Fu did not disturb them. Seeing that it was almost time for morning court sessions, Zhao Fu had important things to discuss with his subordinates. Now that the core and official positions had been resolved, it was time to make some moves to elevate Qin to a higher-level kingdom. The real world had not been destroyed yet, the heaven domain boundary had not disappeared, and Qin had already established a kingdom. This was a massive advantage. In the future, if the heaven domain boundary disappeared and the grassy people invaded, they would be dumbfounded when facing Qin, which had been a kingdom for many years. The sun rose in the east and sunlight shined down on the land. The morning sky was quite blue, and even though everyone had a hangover last night, with their powerful cultivations, it was not a problem. During the morning session, Zhao Fu asked, what should Qin do next? He had never thought that everyone would have the same idea, which was to completely destroy the Kingdom of Vietnam. The Kingdom of Vietnam was to the north of Qin, and Qin had conquered 120 of its 350 regions, leaving 230 regions. After conquering these 230 regions, the north would be the ocean. If they wanted to attack the north of Qin, they would have to cross the ocean. Qin only needed to set up a defensive line here, and they would not have to worry about anyone attacking from the north. That way, the north of Qin would be peaceful. Now, they only needed to defend the east, south, and west of Qin, and it would greatly reduce the pressure on Qin. As such, all of the subordinates agreed to conquer the Kingdom of Vietnam. What should they do after conquering the Kingdom of Vietnam? The Kingdom of Vietnam was already in Qin's hands, and they could conquer it at any time. However, what they should do after conquering the Kingdom of Vietnam was the most important thing. After conquering the Kingdom of Vietnam, Qin would first have to face a large number of system factions in the east, south, and west. Now, they would also have to deal with the two countries next to the Kingdom of Vietnam, Myanmar, and Laos. This was quite a bit of pressure, as there were simply too many enemies. Right now, they had two choices. They could continue to attack the two countries next to the Kingdom of Vietnam, or they could attack the system factions in the three directions. Your Majesty. This minister has a plan, Wei Liao said as he stepped out and bowed. Zhao Fu nodded, indicating for him to continue, and Wei Liao said, this minister believes that after conquering the Kingdom of Vietnam, we should attack the system factions in the three directions of Qin. Right now, the most powerful faction in the west of Qin only has 900 or so city lords, the eastern faction has 700 or so city lords, and the southern faction has 600 or so city lords. In total, there were only 2,200 cities in the three directions, so it would be quite easy for Qin to take them down. Before, they had 300 regions in the west, 230 regions in the east, and 190 regions in the south. Even though they had gathered all of their cities together, these regions had become uninhabited. Even though there were still a large number of player factions, with Qin's strength, it would not be a problem for them to deal with them. There was also the issue of Myanmar and Laos. After His Majesty conquered Vietnam, how would he deal with the 80 million players? If he killed all of them, it would cause great losses to Qin and cause a lot of anger among the people. If Qin massacred Vietnam, it would cause the entire world to panic, and they would unite to attack Qin. Right now, Qin did not have the ability to defend against an entire world. As such, we absolutely cannot massacre Vietnam. This minister believes that we should use threats to scare them away. This will not only reduce Qin's losses, but it will also prevent massacring Vietnam from happening again. This minister has a plan. After conquering all of Vietnam, we can occupy some regions at the center of Myanmar and Laos. Those regions will naturally belong to Vietnam, and after Vietnamese players die, they will respawn there. However, those regions will be at the center of the two countries. However, will those two countries accept Vietnamese players? In the end, they definitely won't. After all, it will not just be a few people, but an entire country. This way, their resources will be halved, their living space will be halved, and their employment opportunities will also be halved. This will affect the interests of a country and its citizens, and it will cause conflict between the two countries. They will then fight with each other, and we will be able to deal with the 80 million players and consume the strength of the two countries. In the future, it will be much easier to conquer those two countries. As for whether they will unite or not, it will be impossible for them to do so with their selfishness. After all, this will affect their interests, which they will not accept. As long as Great Qin did not attack them for now, they would not unite in the face of such immense danger. As such, the battle between them would continue. This plan caused Zhao Fu to give a trace of a smile. He then looked at the others and asked, "Do any of you have anything to add?" This minister has no objections. The ministers respectfully bowed and replied in unison. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied and planned to use this plan. However, Qin had just established a kingdom, so everyone was quite wary. As such, it was not a good time to launch an attack. He would wait for a few days until they let down their guard before dealing a fatal blow. Half a month later, they had been very wary of Qin, who had founded the country, because they were afraid that Qin would attack them. However, after waiting for half a month, they still didn't see any reaction from Qin. They couldn't be so tense all the time. Now, Qin had 2,628 great cities and 521 cities, which was roughly 3,000 or so city lords. They also had 1,800 minor general seals and 180 general seals, which added up to 2,000 general seals. In total, Qin had 5,000 city lords. There were roughly 600 or so system main cities in Vietnam, and there were roughly 400 or so player factions. In total, there were only 1,000 or so cities. Moreover, these more than 1,000 cities belonged to different forces and were not completely concentrated together. They were like a plate of loose sand, which was naturally much easier for Qin. The only thing they had to pay attention to was the dynasty that controlled Yu's nation armament, the Hongbang dynasty. This dynasty was originally called the Hongbang dynasty, and it was the most ancient dynasty in Yu's legends. It was the beginning of Yu. Legend said that the Hongbang dynasty existed from 2879 BC to 258 BC, and its ruler was called King Xiong, King Luo, or King Tua, and it had used titles such as Crimson Ghost Kingdom and Wenlang Kingdom. The Luo you mentioned in ancient Chinese texts was related to the Hongbang dynasty's legends. This dynasty had 2,000 years of history and had great fate, which was why it was able to give birth to a nation armament, which was Vietnam's only nation armament. In the end, the Hongbang dynasty was destroyed by Shu Pan, who was a prince of ancient Shu and a descendant of Turtle Ling. After Qin destroyed ancient Shu in 316 BC, he moved to the northern part of Vietnam and established the Olua kingdom. He called himself the Prince of Anyang and established his capital at Guluo. Zhaofu was completely confident that he would be able to take down this dynasty. After all, a dynasty's legatee was not much to Zhaofu. Zhaofu chose to use top-tier forces to sweep through Vietnam, as they had not established a kingdom and did not have any corps to resist top-tier forces. As such, Zhaofu could use them without any fear. However, when Great Qin destroyed Vietnam, the two neighboring countries would most likely make strange moves. They understood that after destroying Vietnam, Great Qin's next target would be them, which was why they had chosen to help Vietnam force Great Qin into retreat. During that time, Qin's civil officials could be put to use. After all, they could not attack and could only defend. The night sky was pitch black, and there were no stars or moons. It was quite dark, and one could only see things close by. An autumn wind rustled, bringing with it a cold intent. Coupled with the darkness of the night, it was quite scary, and it seemed as if there were ghosts hiding everywhere. Zhaofu looked at the 5,000 or so people behind him and said, "Your goal is to take down the city. Don't waste too much time with the other soldiers and residents. After taking down and relocating the city, leave." The others also obeyed the order and moved quickly. One by one, their figures turned into streams of light and disappeared. At the base of one of Vietnam's two largest factions, there were 300 or so cities gathered here, and there were 10 or so regions here. These regions were already controlled by the system main cities, and there were no players here at all. Suddenly, powerful auras rushed towards the city halls from the outermost cities. The city lords were greatly shocked and pulled out their weapons to defend while ordering people to notify the other city lords to hurry over. However, what surprised them was that not a single city lord came. This caused their expressions to pale, and they thought of a terrifying outcome. A chubby middle-aged man looked at the 5 city lords in front of him with an unsightly expression. At that moment, one of them coldly laughed and said, "Now that Vietnam is about to be conquered by Qin, I'll ask you one last question: will you submit to Qin?" "So it really is Qin?" The chubby middle-aged man's heart plummeted. After hearing that all of Vietnam was about to be conquered, his body felt a chill, and he felt a wave of sorrow. Boom! The 5 city lords did not give him much time to think, nor did they waste any words. They immediately attacked together, and a terrifying saber light containing a massive saber chi blasted towards him. The middle-aged man could only quickly dodge. He did not have the strength to fight against 5 city lords by himself. The 5 city lords' terrifying saber lights reduced everything within thousands of meters to rubble, and there was a massive gash in the ground. Even though the middle-aged man quickly dodged, he was not able to completely dodge and was sent flying by the shockwave, receiving some minor injuries. Not only did they have more people, but they also had better equipment. If he stayed here, he would definitely die. According to them, Vietnam was finished, and no one would come to save him. As such, he could only run. He wanted to run, but how could the 5 of them give him an opportunity? The 5 of them split up and rushed at the chubby middle-aged man. One of them stabbed at him with a spear, and the middle-aged man blocked with his sword. However, another person attacked from the side, forcing the chubby middle-aged man to dodge to the side. However, his body was not very agile, and even though he was able to dodge the second person's attack, he was unable to dodge the third person's attack from behind. The large saber gave off a sharp saber chi as it slashed open the chubby middle-aged man's back, causing blood to fly everywhere. The 5 of them quickly dealt with the chubby middle-aged man and relocated the system main city. They turned into rays of light and left, leaving behind furious residents and soldiers. Another system main city was at the center of the system main city. To be able to be at the center of the system main city meant that the city lord was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, a gloomy-looking man woke up from his sleep and sensed something. His expression fell, and he rushed out of his room. Within the darkness, he saw a young man wearing white robes and holding an iron sword slowly walking towards him. This young man gave off a sword intent that was incredibly sharp and seemed to be able to take lives. He was definitely an extremely dangerous person, and he was Xianxia. I don't want to kill too much, submit to Qin. Xianxia said calmly as he looked at the gloomy-looking man. The gloomy-looking man was infuriated that he was being looked down on. He took out a bone halberd and exploded out with an eerie aura. He stepped out, causing the ground to crack as his body shot out like a sharp sword, arriving in front of Xianxia in an instant. The gloomy-looking man gripped the bone halberd with both hands and stabbed forwards. The tip of the halberd gave off yin qi, and there seemed to be ghosts coming out of it. The halberd gave off a terrifying destructive power as it stabbed towards Xianxia's chest. If Xianxia was hit, his entire body would be pierced through and he would die. Xing, facing this terrifying attack, a clear sword hum sounded out as a silver sword arc flashed out. Xianxia continued to hold his sword, and a few drops of blood dripped down from the sword. The gloomy-looking man looked quite shocked, and he clutched his throat as he stared at Xianxia before falling to the ground, dead. A grey city lord seal floated out, and Xianxia's expression did not change. He waved his hand and put the city lord seal away before heading to the city hall. Xianxia was incredibly powerful, and he was one of the top few in Qin. Because most system main cities were great cities, Qin mostly used the city lords of great cities to deal with them, while the city's city lords were used to deal with player factions. City lords suddenly descended at player bases and started to kill them. Great Qin did not have any intentions of subduing player factions, so it directly killed them. As player bases were destroyed one after another, all of Vietnam fell into chaos, and a sense of terror filled the air. News of Great Qin attacking Vietnam not only spread throughout Vietnam, but it also spread to all of the factions that were paying close attention to Great Qin. Everyone only had one thought, which was that Vietnam was doomed and that there would no longer be a Vietnam in this world. Great Qin was quite terrifying. The first thing it did after establishing a kingdom was destroy a kingdom. This made everyone feel quite shocked. Zhao Fu led 500 or so city lords to attack the Hongbang dynasty. Zhao Fu was quite clear about the Hongbang dynasty's strength. It had 8 million or so people, 1 million players, and 50 or so city lords. By now, the news of Qin attacking Vietnam had not yet spread, and Zhao Fu's target was the Hongbang dynasty. As such, he directly led his people here. Even though no one had discovered that Great Qin was attacking Vietnam, the security here was incredibly tight. There were soldiers standing guard everywhere, on guard against anything that might happen. Qin and the 500 city lords went near the Hongbang dynasty. They had never thought that the Hongbang dynasty's legacy city, which was Hongbang City, would have a powerful spatial ceiling magic formation, making it impossible to fly in the surrounding areas. However, the spatial ceiling magic formation could only defend against 100 city lords at most. As such, the city lords that Zhao Fu had brought exploded out with their power and attacked the spatial ceiling magic formation together, causing it to shatter, and the city lords charged into the city. The city lords savagely and violently attacked everything, and the powerful attacks caused ruins to appear in Hongbang City. Shockwaves spread out like wild gales, and many people died under the attacks. Cries of fear continuously sounded out, and Hongbang City fell into chaos. Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster Sword and sent his emperor's power into it, causing the sword to give off an intense gray light. Zhao Fu slashed out, and a ghost-like figure gave off a massive wave of deathly aura as it attacked the city hall. The massive wave of deathly aura flooded into that region, covering 6 or 7 kilometers. The people in that region were corroded by the deathly aura, and they instantly lost their lives. The region became deathly silent, and at least 40,000 to 50,000 people died, most of whom were ordinary residents. A crimson-red protective barrier appeared, and the city hall went into self-defense mode. Suddenly, Zhao Fu also felt a stabbing pain in his heart, and he frowned as he found that the heart's eye, the black eye on the clear sable sword, was stabbing into Zhao Fu's heart. This was not a physical pain but a mental pain. At that moment, Zhao Fu inwardly cursed, that clear sable sword isn't a good thing, I've fallen for its trap. Normally, the eye implanted in Zhao Fu's body did not do anything out of the ordinary, but when Zhao Fu had killed 40,000 to 50,000 residents, the eye had felt a stabbing pain in Zhao Fu's heart. The reason for this was very clear: the clear sable sword was a sword of benevolence. Zhao Fu had killed so many people in an instant, so it was naturally not benevolent. Instead, it was the exact opposite of benevolence, and the black eye had felt a stabbing pain in Zhao Fu's heart. The pain had only been slight before, but it had become more and more intense, and it was now quite painful. Boom, a massive aura exploded out as a skinny young man giving off terrifying power rushed towards Zhao Fu. This young man was the Hongbang dynasty's legatee, Xianxia. Zhao Fu used his emperor's power to forcefully suppress the pain from the eye. At that moment, Xianxia gripped his saber with both hands and slashed towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it a massive saber wind. Facing this attack, Zhao Fu's sword gave off a massive sword energy and sent Xianxia flying back. His body heavily crashed to the ground, creating a 10 or so meter wide crater. Zhao Fu did not use his full power in this strike. Because of Xianxia's sudden attack, Zhao Fu had suppressed the eye, causing the intense pain to lessen. Arg! A roar sounded out from within the crater as boundless crimson aura exploded out like a wild gale. A crimson dragon came out of the crater and rushed into the sky, giving a massive roar. The crimson dragon's body gave off an intense crimson light, dyeing the sky red. Countless traces of spirit chi in the surroundings quickly gathered, causing Xianxia's power to continuously rise. After suppressing the eye, Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia, who was continuously becoming stronger, and he disdainfully harumphed. He started to truly use the Qin Seal's power, and an even more terrifying ripple spread out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu gripped his sword with one hand and once again slashed out, causing a 1,000-meter-long gray sword light to give off a heaven-covering aura of death as it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was greatly startled and raised his saber in front of him, defending with all of his strength. However, the sword light still slashed down with immense power, and Xianxia's body was sent flying. He crashed into countless buildings and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even though he had exploded out with his fate to increase his power, in front of Zhao Fu's royal seal, he was not able to resist much. Seeing how heavily injured Xianxia was, Zhao Fu prepared to kill him and resolve this matter. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura instantly covered the entire Yu Kingdom. Everyone in the Yu Kingdom felt this terrifying aura and felt some fear in their hearts. A ghostly statue giving off an intense crimson light appeared in front of Xianxia. This ghostly statue looked like a devil. It had a tall body and crimson skin. Its face was savage and it had a horn on its head. It was only covered with a piece of beast skin. This power was the Hongbang family's nation armament, the Crimson Ghost statue. As a nation armament, its power was incredibly shocking and could not be resisted by ordinary people. Facing this power, Zhao Fu did not plan to use Qin's nation armament. After all, the Hongbang Kingdom's nation armament was at most a level 5 nation armament. Nation armaments were divided into different grades, and the higher the grade, the more powerful the nation armament. What determined a nation armament's power was naturally fate and the size of the faction. The greater the faction, the more fate the nation armament's grade would be, and the more powerful it would be. Zhao Fu felt that Qin's seal would be able to deal with it, so he did not need his nation armament and Qin's fate. Fate was incredibly important. Boom, an explosion sounded out in all directions as the Qin seal within Zhao Fu's body exploded out with a black aura flame. Countless traces of black aura flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's aura continuously became stronger. Clouds started to swirl as 9 black dragons that were 2 meters long appeared around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slowly raised the Death Disaster Sword and Qin's seal's power flowed into it. A shocking sword light shot into the sky, and a gray-white deathly intent covered the surrounding 100 kilometers. Boom, another massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed down, and it was as if thousands of mountains were crashing down. The air exploded as the terrifying sword light slashed towards Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia did not dare to underestimate Zhao Fu's attack. The Crimson Ghost statue in front of him fused into his body, and the boundless nation armament's power flowed out. A crimson aura flame erupted around his body, and the ground was unable to withstand the terrifying power and continuously crumbled. Ha! Xianxia roared as he gripped his saber with both hands and vigorously slashed out. A similarly terrifying crimson saber light containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out as the two attacks collided together. It was as if two worlds had collided, and the blinding white light illuminated the surrounding 100 kilometers. The terrifying shockwaves from the collision of the two attacks spread out, and everything collapsed under this power, including the ground and countless buildings. Everyone in the surroundings looked at the terrifying shockwaves in shock, and their bodies could not help but tremble under this terrifying power. Pooh! Under this terrifying shockwave, Xianxia flew back hundreds of meters and crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu also flew back dozens of meters, and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. Zhao Fu wiped away the blood from his lips. He had underestimated the nation armament's power. A trace of coldness appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes as he turned into a ray of light and shot towards Xianxia with boundless power. By now, the heavily injured Xianxia looked quite startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as if a massive boulder had fallen from the sky, and the shockwave caused the ground within 1,000 meters to collapse. Even though Xianxia had dodged Zhao Fu's attack, he was still hit by the shockwave and was sent flying back. Space seemed to freeze as Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes looked at Xianxia, and his body blurred as he rushed over. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to reach him, Xianxia roared and forcefully stopped his body from flying backwards. He swung his three-pointed, double-edged saber, sending out a terrifying crimson saber light that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, causing a terrifying sword light to pour out. A massive explosion sounded out as the two terrifying attacks collided, resulting in an intense explosion that shook the surrounding 10 or so kilometers. The two people at the center of the explosion were also blasted back. Zhao Fu flew back 100 or so meters before he stopped himself. His clothes were somewhat disheveled, and he lightly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xianxia was covered in blood and crashed to the ground, looking heavily injured. This was the best time to kill him, and Zhao Fu immediately walked towards him. One of the generals broke free from the attacks of a few city lords and rushed towards Zhao Fu as he yelled at Xianxia, "Your Majesty, run! Hurry and run!" Zhao Fu looked at the incoming general and disdainfully stabbed out with his sword. The shocking sword light easily pierced through the general's chest, instantly killing him. Xianxia came before Zhao Fu, and just as Xianxia was about to explode out with all of his power to fight with Zhao Fu did not give him a chance. Just as he was about to explode out, Zhao Fu ended his life with a single strike. A crimson city lord seal and a crimson ghost statue that was as big as a palm floated out of Zhao Fu's corpse. The city lord seal had become dim, but the crimson ghost statue was still quite powerful, and it turned into a ray of light and tried to escape. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, locking it in place. The 500 city lords he had brought also suppressed Hongpeng City, and a mournful dragon's roar sounded throughout the northern part of the Midland continent, ending Qin's attack. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu and the other city lords immediately returned. The factions attacking Qin City had never thought that Qin City would return so quickly, and they immediately lost their confidence and stopped attacking. Luckily, Qin City had not mobilized his army and had only used high-end forces. The ministers had also acted in time to defend, and Qin City's various armies were able to arrive in time. If it wasn't for the ministers and the armies defending, it was possible that they would have been broken through. This was because they had come with ferocious momentum. The western side of Qin City had sent out 800 city lords, 80 million soldiers, and 10 million player factions. The eastern side of Qin City had sent out 600 city lords, 60 million soldiers, and 10 million player factions. The southern side of Qin City had sent out 500 city lords, 50 million soldiers, and 10 million player factions. Myanmar and Laos had also sent out 10 million soldiers to attack the northern side of Qin City. It could be said that Qin City was being attacked from all sides. This was definitely premeditated, as they had acted incredibly quickly. If they had not been prepared, they would not have acted so quickly, and they would not have acted together. Moreover, the player factions were not made up entirely of players. Those factions did not dare to oppose Qin City because Qin City had reality-harming talismans. The player faction referred to the village faction established by players. In other words, the majority of the village's residents were NPCs, and the majority of the village's residents were players. Because Qin City wanted to sweep through everything, they naturally had to resist Qin City and could not just sit and wait for death. There were 240 million soldiers attacking, but Qin City also had 200 million soldiers. Most of them were Stage 1 soldiers, and as Qin City lords returned, adding on the ministers, they naturally did not dare to attack. However, they did not leave either because they knew that they would have to fight with Qin City sooner or later. As such, both sides faced off against each other. Qin City did not take the initiative to attack because they had the advantage of the terrain and manpower, so there was no need to give up on this advantage. At the same time, Qin City's core also chose people to join in. Now, Qin had a total of 13 legions, and there were not many restrictions. Generally, outstanding soldiers could enter the legions and obtain the attributes of the legions. There was no need for people with special attributes. If someone with a special attribute joined a special army, the effect would naturally be better. For example, a resident of Calamity City would have a Calamity attribute. After joining the Calamity army, the Calamity attribute would stack. Because Qin's 13 corps were all special corps, they could have 3 million soldiers. As for Qin's King's Corps, they had 5 million soldiers. In total, there were 41 million soldiers. This also gave Zhao Fu a warning. In the future, he had to be more careful when using troops. There were too many people spying on Qin City. If Zhao Fu mobilized a large number of troops this time, how could the city walls defend against more than 240 million troops? At this moment, the two sides had entered a stalemate. The two armies each occupied a side. The auras they gave off clashed intensely, causing the surrounding 100 miles to be filled with pressure. Zhao Fu also came to the west, which was the most powerful force on the attacking side. Why did you suddenly attack Qin City? Qin City and all of you are friends, and our relationship is quite friendly. Qin City has treated all of you with respect, but you've done such despicable things. You're all despicable thieves. Zhao Fu stood in the air as his voice was incredibly loud, sounding throughout the entire battlefield. Even though Qin City had long since decided to attack them after destroying Vietnam, they had attacked first. As such, Qin City naturally had to stand on the side of justice and criticize them. There were many benefits to doing this. First, they would be able to make Qin City appear righteous, which would allow them to receive more support. On the other hand, they would be able to slightly disrupt the morale of the other side's army. Qin City had treated them quite well, so why would they attack this good friend of theirs? On the other hand, it was to prevent further factions from joining the resistance against Qin City. Right now, Qin City was not a threat to them, and Qin City was now standing on the side of justice. As such, they naturally would not help others attack Qin City. In the future, Qin City would have to adopt a strategy of getting close to the enemy from afar. Now that they had fallen out, there was no need to continue pretending. The first thing to do was to isolate these factions. Facing Zhao Fu's attacks, the Western faction felt quite dissatisfied and furious. They had sensed that Great Qin would act against them, so they had taken the initiative to attack. They had been acting in self-defense, but they had been called despicable and untrustworthy thieves. Zhao Fu's words caused the other side's morale to drop slightly. Even though these soldiers completely obeyed the city lord's orders, Qin City did not want to fight with them. Instead, he wanted to reason with them, but they were in the wrong. Someone sensed the change in the army and said angrily, "Everyone, don't listen to Qin City's imperial prince's nonsense. Qin City has long since wanted to devour us, and this attack on the Kingdom of Vietnam is proof. With Qin City's bloodthirstiness and ambition, we were forced to defend ourselves for the sake of our own safety. We did nothing wrong." Seeing someone rebuke him, Zhao Fu retorted, saying, "As a celestial kingdom, it is only right and proper for China to get rid of all barbarians. As a member of China, has Qin City ever started a war against you in the past year?" This caused the other side to be speechless. Zhao Fu's words made sense, and they could not find any way to rebut him. They felt both angry and wronged. Zhao Fu did not continue to argue with them, and he ordered the army to defend this place. If they attacked, they would retaliate. At the same time, Zhao Fu ordered Ri to continue to prepare ambassadors to send to factions further away. He also prepared gifts to publicize the crimes of the factions around Qin City in order to garner as much support as possible. He wanted to portray Qin City as a righteous man and the factions around him as evil. In the future, it would only be right for Qin City to destroy them. Following this, Zhao Fu did not bother with them. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. Zhao Fu was not afraid of them, and there were still many things that he had to take care of. The first was the issue of gains. This time, Qin City had destroyed a dynasty, 4 nation legatees, and countless system main cities and player cities. The dynasty legatees, nation legatees, and player cities were all relocated, but Zhao Fu took in many system main cities. In the face of Qin City's suppression, many city lords chose to surrender. After conquering all of Vietnam, Great Qin's gains were quite great. They had obtained 620 system main cities and 300 basic cities. Most of these basic cities belonged to players, and of course, there were still some that had escaped. Because the various factions had surrounded Great Qin, they had not been able to clear them all out. Vietnam was finished, whether it was the system main cities or the player factions, they had all been completely wiped out, and it no longer had the strength to be a country. The indigenous residents had all given up on their identities as Vietnamese citizens and joined other countries, continuing to live as citizens of other countries. The only important thing was that the 80 million players were in complete chaos. Because Vietnam had been destroyed, they had nowhere to go. They were no longer in Vietnam's territory but Qin's territory. Some people suggested that they gather together to attack Great Qin and cooperate with the other factions to attack Great Qin. However, in the end, they were all independent people and did not belong to the same faction. They might not be united, and most importantly, they were afraid of death. The millions of people that had been killed by Qin had truly died, and they had been wiped out like ants. This was a massive blow to the hearts of Vietnam's people. The countless factions were quite smart. Now that Vietnam was gone, there was no need for them to defend it. The most important thing was to survive, so they set their sights on Qin. Now that Vietnam was a part of Qin, and Qin was so powerful, if they could become a part of Qin, they would have no worries in the future. As such, the factions did not resist Qin and instead pledged their loyalty to Qin. They understood that Vietnam had fallen and that they were not a match for Qin, so they could only accept their fate and not oppose Qin. Instead, they chose to submit to Qin. Many of the upper echelons understood that the matter was over, and they tried all sorts of methods to enter Qin. Many of the nobles and geniuses had to bend their knees in front of Qin and look up to the high and mighty Emperor Qin, looking incredibly lowly. This was the chaotic world. The boundless world was chaotic and disorderly. The flames of war rose from all directions, and wars were launched everywhere. Everything would be reshuffled. Those who complied would prosper, and those who disobeyed would perish. If one wanted to survive, one had to abide by the law of the jungle. Otherwise, one could only die. Fortunately, Qin did not belong to the weak side. As a powerhouse, he had the ability to restore order. Since they were willing to join Qin, Zhao Fu would naturally accept them. When the real world was destroyed, the kingdom of Yu would disappear, and there would be no more Yu citizens. However, Zhao Fu would not accept them now. Qin would not allow players to enter Qin. Seeing that they were willing to cooperate, Zhao Fu naturally wanted to make use of them. Actually, Wei Liao had already told him about this plan. With these factions taking the lead, it would be much easier for Wei Liao's plan to succeed. With them taking the lead, a large number of players would be able to enter the neighboring countries. Even though most factions were willing to submit to Qin, there were a small number of factions and ordinary citizens who hated Qin. This was their territory, so it was possible that they would not leave. In fact, they might even resist Qin's purge. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to create a crisis. Now that Qin's forces were tied up, it was not a good time to act. However, Qin still had another ability. Crap! I see many skeletons rushing towards us. They don't seem weak, and there are so many of them. What should we do? A terrified voice sounded out. It's not our region, there are undead in every region. Just what is going on? Why are there so many undead in our region? And why are they all appearing at the same time? A voice filled with despair sounded out. It's Qin. It's definitely Qin. Only that cruel Qin has the ability to do this. They want to use the undead to slaughter all of our citizens. I don't want to die yet, a crazed voice sounded out. They didn't know how Qin could kill players, and they thought that if they were killed by the undead, they would truly die. This caused the entire Yu kingdom to fall into chaos, and everyone feared that they would truly die. However, at that moment, a faction descended into the darkness, illuminating the way forward and raising the flag of Yu kingdom. Everyone, don't be afraid. The Yu Kingdom Alliance will protect you, but we can't stay here any longer. This is Qin's territory, and we don't have any advantage here. Moreover, the undead disaster has erupted everywhere, and staying here will only result in death. Even if we can defend against the undead this time, Qin will still use other methods to destroy us. Do we have the ability to reach the ferocious Qin? Come with us, we have a place. Even though it's not completely safe, it's 100% safer than staying here. If you don't want to die, let's go. The Yu Kingdom Alliance was formed by many top-tier factions, and it was now the largest faction in Yu Kingdom. Most of the Yu Kingdom's people trusted them, and they understood that what they said was true. They weren't a match for Qin. Before, they had been in chaos, and no one knew what to do. They didn't even know what Yu Kingdom's next step would be. The Yu Kingdom Alliance's appearance was like a torch, pointing them in the dark, so they naturally trusted them. In actuality, even if they did not believe him, there was nothing they could do. The Vietnam Alliance had gathered 70% of the top-tier factions, and if all of them chose to leave and not resist Great Qin, how could they, the ordinary people, resist Great Qin? It was the same for ordinary factions. Now that the top-tier factions had left, staying here would be the same as committing suicide, so they left with the Yu Kingdom Alliance. As for those who dared to stay, they quickly received news of their true deaths. This made many of the Yu Kingdom Alliance's people rejoice. If they hadn't left, their fates would have been the same. They were now truly terrified of the Yu Kingdom Alliance's ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness. At the same time, they felt incredibly grateful to the Yu Kingdom Alliance. The teleportation channel that Zhao Fu had teleported to was a region near the center of Laos. This made countless people feel quite surprised, but it wasn't Laos territory that was displayed here. Instead, it displayed the territory occupied by Vietnam. In response, the entire Laos was greatly shocked. Even though a region was like a province, Laos had plenty of regions. Laos was slightly weaker than Vietnam, and it only had around 70 million people. Now, their region had been suddenly occupied by Vietnam, and a large number of Vietnamese people had moved in. Laos was not so kind as to accept people from another country into their own country. All of the Laotian players demanded that the Vietnamese people be chased out. Many Laotian players even formed teams and attacked the Vietnamese people a few times. However, the Vietnamese people were simply too numerous, so they failed in the end. Right now, their only advantage was the player city lords and the system factions. The system factions were all gathered together and had given up on many regions. As long as the Vietnamese kingdom did not harm them and the regions that they had conquered were all regions that they had given up on, they were not interested in doing anything. Right now, it was the player faction city lords who could help. Only through them could the Vietnamese players be chased out. It had not been easy for Vietnam to find a safe place, and they did not have to worry about Qin anymore. Due to the chaotic era, many countries had fought each other, and Vietnam and Laos had many conflicts. As such, they had fiercely resisted Laos' attempts to chase them out. The two sides had fought a few times, and Laos had used their top-tier forces to suppress Vietnam, making the Vietnamese side feel quite sullen. However, things changed in the end, causing Laos to give up on chasing out the Vietnamese players. Qin had suddenly attacked Laos and conquered 20 or so regions, causing all of Laos to panic. In order to prevent the tragedy of Vietnam from repeating itself, all of Laos player factions decided to defend against Qin's brutal invasion. In the face of Great Qin's ferocious threat, driving away the Vietnamese people was a small matter. At the same time, they suddenly gained dozens of city lords, allowing Vietnam to gain a stable foothold within Laos territory. The Vietnamese players, who had been feeling quite uneasy, finally felt at ease, and they felt incredibly grateful to the Vietnamese alliance that had led them. There were many coincidences in this matter, such as the appearance of the Vietnamese alliance. It was as if an invisible force had united the various top-tier powers. There was also the sudden capture of the Laos region, which allowed countless Vietnamese players to leave safely through teleportation channels. Finally, when Vietnam was in grave danger, it was Qin who had suddenly attacked Laos, allowing Vietnam to be safe. The mastermind behind all of this was Qin. That's right, it was Qin, and all of this had been done by Qin. Qin's original plan was to chase the Vietnamese players into the two neighboring countries, but Zhao Fu had never expected the Vietnamese factions to be so cooperative. As such, Zhao Fu had the Vietnamese players lead the ordinary factions and players to invade Laos. Compared to Myanmar, Laos was much weaker, and it was not as powerful as Vietnam. With Great Qin's help, Laos would not be able to expel Vietnam, and Vietnam would be an important chess piece that Great Qin had planted in Laos. As long as there was an opportunity, it would be of great use. Of course, the ordinary Vietnamese players and factions did not know about this. Perhaps some people in China could tell, but they did not care. After all, they were facing off against Qin, and all of their attention was on Qin. After Great Qin had destroyed Vietnam in a single night, the situation in all of China had changed. They had to get involved in Great Qin's matter, or they would never be able to surpass Great Qin in their lifetimes. The gap between the two sides would only become greater and greater. If they did not destroy Qin, they would be destroyed by Qin sooner or later. As such, all of the dynasties and nation legatees pointed their swords at Qin. As China's situation changed, the 100 schools of thought and factions quieted down. Most of them chose to remain neutral. Even though they had opposed Qin a few times, that was because Qin had harmed the world. Now, China's various dynasties, factions, and heroes were vying for the throne, and this was only a matter of time. The 100 schools of thought could have served the various factions and helped them fight for the throne. However, things were different this time. The rise of Qin's empire was simply too shocking, and the 100 schools of thought had been hostile to Qin several times. If they still got involved in the conflict between Qin and the various factions, they would be destroyed after Qin conquered the world. As such, they would not side with any side in the conflict between Qin and the various factions, and they would only side with the final victor, the ruler of the world. Within a dignified palace, Zhao Fu sat on a dragon throne and looked at the 600 or so Vietnamese women standing below. There were women from the Hongbang clan and a few people from the nation legatees. There were all sorts of relationships, such as mothers, little sisters, aunts, cousins, aunts, and so on. There were 65 of them, and the Hongbang dynasty's women were necessary because they needed to refine the nation armament. There were also 570 women, and they were all top-tier beauties from Vietnam. They all had different statuses, and they all had decent phoenix chi. Most of these women had come willingly, and Qin did not try to steal them. When Vietnam had fallen, some of these women had been sent over by Vietnamese families, some wanted to give their families a safe place to live, and some had come for themselves. Their reasons were all different, but in the end, they were all gathered in the palace. Adding on the Vietnamese women from before, it could be said that 80% of Vietnam's top-tier beauties were gathered in Qin, and this was something that countless men could only dream of. To be able to gather a nation's beauties for someone to enjoy, even the author could not help but curse at them. Zhao Fu calmly looked over. Li Si had already obtained information about these women and was writing an imperial edict, which he then handed to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out the Qin seal and pressed it against the imperial edict, causing the imperial edict to be imbued with the power of the Qin Empire. The Qin seal was the royal seal of Qin, and it controlled all of Qin's power. Before, Zhao Fu had used the imperial ruler's seal in place of the imperial ruler's seal, but he did not need it anymore. After all, the imperial ruler's seal was China's clan armament, and it was not very suitable. Now, it was not as easy to confer titles on these women. After all, they had established a kingdom, and even Zhao Fu had to follow some rules and regulations. Li Si stood beside Zhao Fu and read out the women's names before the imperial edict in his hand turned into rays of black light that entered the women's bodies. Immediately, a massive wave of phoenix chi flowed out like a fountain, giving off massive sounds. Zhao Fu was quite surprised at how massive this phoenix chi was. Countless traces of phoenix chi were drawn out by a formless energy and floated out of the palace. Scree! A massive aura exploded out, shaking the heavens and earth. Clouds swirled, and the heavens and earth dimmed as a phoenix's cry sounded throughout all of Qin. Sensing those shocking ripples, the golden dragon said, "The Emperor Phoenix statue has reached the level of a nation armament, and it's about to show its true power." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and delighted because even the golden dragon had been shocked by the Emperor Phoenix statue's abilities. If it was given enough phoenix chi, it could even surpass a clan armament's power. After coming out of the palace, Zhao Fu looked up at the 1,000-meter-wide golden phoenix in the sky. It elegantly flew about with countless birds around it, and it gave off a golden aura that dyed the entire sky gold. All of Qin's subjects felt a wave of energy descend upon them, and their injuries gradually became better. Their bodies seemed to become more lively than before. All of Qin's fate became purer, and the massive amount of Qin's fate seemed to have been stabilized by some sort of energy. It felt more solid than before, and it would not dissipate or leak out easily. This was most likely the effect of Phoenix Chi. Phoenix Chi was something that stabilized the foundation of an empire. However, this was only one of the effects of the Emperor Phoenix statue. It had another effect, which was its actual power. Qin had already collected many women with large amounts of Phoenix Chi, and now, he had collected 80% of the women in Vietnam with large amounts of Phoenix Chi, causing the Emperor Phoenix statue's power to reach the level of a nation armament. In other words, it would give power that could rival a nation armament to Zhao Fu. However, it would not consume fate but Phoenix Chi. Qin now had an additional nation armament, and the Emperor Phoenix statue could evolve and even surpass a clan armament's potential. The Emperor Phoenix statue's effects were not just this. The golden phoenix flew in the sky and circled above Zhao Fu's head. Countless rays of golden light descended and fell on Zhao Fu's body, and a massive wave of phoenix energy entered Zhao Fu's body. At the same time, all of the women conferred titles gave off Phoenix Chi and floated towards Zhao Fu. They flooded into Zhao Fu's body and quickly condensed into a golden crystal within Zhao Fu's body. This golden crystal was round and extremely transparent, and it was only as big as a peanut. It gave off a powerful wave of phoenix energy and a powerful aura of fate. Following this, the abnormal signs gradually disappeared, and the golden phoenix turned back into the Emperor Phoenix statue and stood on the heaven prayer platform. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty!" Seeing this, everyone understood that this was a good thing, so they all congratulated Zhao Fu and showed their sincerity towards him. Zhao Fu sensed the power in his body and responded with a smile. He returned to the main hall and looked at the women below. "You've all done well this time, so I'll reward you. You can all leave, but the women from the Hongbang dynasty will stay." The women felt quite delighted. They had not done anything yet and they had already received a reward. They thanked Zhao Fu and left with the palace maids. Only a dozen or so women from the Hongbang dynasty were left behind, and they all looked at Zhao Fu with expressions of anger and fear. A beautiful woman angrily said, "Now that the Hongbang dynasty has been destroyed by you, you can do whatever you want, but I won't obey you." "Mother! This person killed my brother and wiped out the Hongbang clan. He is our greatest enemy. We will never obey him. At most, we will die. I am not afraid." A beautiful young lady stood up. She had a strong will to stand up. "That's right. Yes. At most, we will die. I heard that Qin's imperial prince is quite perverted. Once he destroys a faction, he will definitely rape his wife, and he won't even let off his cousin's women. I won't obey him either. If you have the ability, kill me." A valiant-looking woman stood up and said resolutely. A few other women nodded, but some of them looked at Zhao Fu in fear. They seemed to be completely obedient and would not object to anything. Facing these women, Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he walked down from the throne. He did not mind what they had said before, as he had heard too many of them. Looking at them, Zhao Fu said, "Let's go. In the future, I'll let your family and relatives live." This caused the women's expressions to fall. Thinking about their family and relatives, they could only fall silent and follow behind Zhao Fu. Within the trial building, powerful crashing sounds could be heard, and the scene was quite obscene. Zhao Fu put on his clothes and took the scarlet ghost statue, which did not resist at all, and left behind a group of women paralyzed on the ground. Once again, the 10 generals were gathered and the grand refinement of heaven and earth was conducted. A loud rumbling sound rang out in all directions as the heaven and earth spiritual chi frantically gathered and compressed, forming a gigantic cauldron. A formless flame ignited and began to refine the crimson ghost statue. The 100,000 Vietnamese indigenous residents were already prepared, and they all knelt on the ground and shouted that they were willing to serve Qin's subjects and serve the Qin Empire. All of the scarlet ghost statue's aura was burned away by the formless flame, and Qin's fate madly flowed in. The scarlet ghost statue devoured countless traces of Qin's fate. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive cauldron in the sky turned into spirit chi and dissipated. A statue giving off a blood-red light appeared in the sky, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. The scarlet ghost statue's appearance did not change much and was still the same as before. However, it no longer gave off a blood-red light but a blood-red light. The scarlet ghost statue looked even more ferocious and gave off a murderous and evil aura. The statue slowly descended, and Zhao Fu caught it. He looked at it and gave a pleased smile before naming it the scarlet ghost statue, the Qin ghost statue. Now, Qin's nation armaments included the 12 metal colossi, the nation-suppressing pillar, the demon king ancestral saber, the Qin ghost statue, and the emperor phoenix statue. They also had 2 clan armaments, which were the imperial ruler's seal and the Qin emperor peacock. It could be said that Qin's strength was monstrous, and it was almost impossible for anyone to have so many nation armaments. Zhao Fu placed the Qin ghost statue next to the city heart and allowed it to be nourished by Qin's fate, and this matter concluded. Now, it was time to deal with the 230 regions in Vietnam. Even though these regions had been conquered by Qin and counted as Qin's territory, they were only occupied territories and did not count as Qin's true territory. Only by obtaining Qin's true territory could a kingdom level up. In order to make these regions Qin's true territory, Zhao Fu first had to clear out all of the factions and gain control over these regions. He then had to build a great wall to protect these regions, and only then would they count as Qin's true territory. However, most of Qin's soldiers were tied up by the various factions, and they did not have many soldiers to clear out these regions. After discussing with the city lords, they decided to first build a great wall to protect these regions. This was because there were already Qin's soldiers on both sides, so they could defend against attacks from the other 2 kingdoms. With their protection, building the Great Wall would not be a problem. After building the Great Wall, they could slowly clear out these regions. Now that Qin had a large population, even though there were many soldiers, Qin could still form some militia to clear out regions. While Qin was preparing to construct the Great Wall and clear out regions, the various dynasty legatees also started to move. People wearing cloaks that covered their appearances and auras walked into a hidden room. There were 30 or so of them, and they sat in a circle. When they took off their cloaks and revealed their appearances, everyone was shocked to find that they were all legatees of kingdoms. There were dynasty legatees and nation legatees, and even Great Xia's legatee, CG, was here. Apart from Qin, all of the dynasty legatees were here, and there were 20 or so other legatees. Of course, it was not a good thing for them to secretly gather here. Now that Qin had established a kingdom, it was a great threat to all of China, and they only had one goal, which was to destroy Qin. They still remembered the lessons from before, and they did not have much confidence, so they were discussing what they should do. After all, they had entered the final stages of the chaotic world, and even if Qin was destroyed, there would not be any foreign invasions. As such, they did not have to worry about the consequences of Qin being destroyed. The Xia dynasty, Shang dynasty, Zhou dynasty, Han dynasty, Jin dynasty, Sui dynasty, Tang dynasty, Song dynasty, Yuan dynasty, Ming dynasty, and Qing dynasty were gathered here. They had 11 nation armaments and countless soldiers, and if they allied together, very few people could stop them. What's more, there were 20 or so nation legatees joining in. With their strength, even a large kingdom would not be able to defend against their attacks. Only Great Qin could make them feel so fearful and willing to gather together. Sitting at the top, CG said seriously, the dynasty legatees can send out 4 million soldiers, and each of the nation legatees can send out 2 million soldiers. That way, we can have 100 million soldiers. At the same time, the dynasty legatees can send 50 city lords and the nation legatees can send 20 city lords, so we can have around 1,000 city lords. However, this kind of strength is still not enough, and we need to ally with even more factions. We can't just limit ourselves to China or the Midland continent, we can also use special methods to destroy Qin. At this point, a trace of a smile appeared on CG's face. He took out many more letters and handed them to the crowd, causing everyone to feel delighted. These letters were not from China, but from many countries nearby. Oleg, who was also an inheritor, had also decided to take action. Not only Russia, but Mongolia, Japan, the Philippines, India, Indonesia, Korea, Kazakhstan, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, with their help, they would have the confidence to destroy Qin City. Even though Qin City was powerful, he could not stop them, and Qin City's destruction was already certain. After all, if they allied together, not only would they have a terrifying military force, but they would also have 20 or so nation armaments. In front of them, Qin was still a little weak. Qin's threat was too great, which made them feel uneasy. However, someone looked at this letter and frowned as he said, "After all, this is a matter of China, isn't this going too far?" Hearing this, someone immediately mockingly retorted, "What's the point of caring that Qin City is from China? Could it be that you can resist Qin City with your strength? Only by allying together and using any means necessary will you be able to destroy Qin City. Otherwise, you'll be destroyed by Qin City. Do you want to be destroyed by Qin City?" Hearing this, the person who had been speaking sighed and did not say anything else. At that moment, the entire Midland continent fell silent, as if a storm was brewing. This feeling of danger and suppression caused countless ordinary people to feel something, and they could not help but look towards Qin City. A storm was about to arrive. "Suja, what business do you have with me?" A cheerful-looking woman with a seductive figure sweetly smiled as she looked at the handsome-looking young man in front of her. The handsome-looking young man was called Suja, and he was the legatee of a large family. He was quite talented and handsome, so he was naturally liked by countless women. The woman was called Bailu, and she was a member of Flower Moon. She and Suja had been dating for 4 years, and they were incredibly sweet and had a good relationship. They had long since decided to marry each other. Because Flower Moon forbade too much intimate contact with any faction, this was the foundation of Flower Moon, which was to maintain neutrality. Naturally, this kind of relationship was forbidden, so the two of them could only hide their relationship until now. Suja lightly smiled as he hugged Bailu and looked down at her lovingly as he said, "Of course it's because I missed you." Bailu's heart warmed, and she gave a sweet smile as she hugged Suja tightly. "Lulu, I have something to tell you," Suja suddenly said as he held Bailu in his arms. What is it?" Bailu said softly in Suja's arms. At that moment, Suja started to feel quite nervous and said, "Can you give me the information that Flower Moon has on Qin?" Bailu felt quite startled and looked up at Suja as she asked, "Why do you want information on Qin?" "Right now, Qin and Flower Moon are working together, so I can't agree to this." Suja's heart sank, but he still explained, "Qin is about to be destroyed. This time, Flower Moon has gathered 30,000 or so city lords and 700 million soldiers, and there are even people you wouldn't expect to help. Qin is definitely going to be destroyed. Now that Flower Moon is so close to Qin, they've already decided to make a move against Flower Moon after destroying Qin. When that time comes, Flower Moon will be doomed. Also, even though you're working together with Qin, Qin is always on guard against you. He even captured your women for fun and hasn't released them yet. You're still working hard to gather information for him, but Qin doesn't care about you at all and only treats you as tools. Could it be that Flower Moon is going to be destroyed because of Qin? I feel that it's unfair for Flower Moon, and I'm also worried about your safety. I'm sure that because Flower Moon is on guard against Qin, you haven't obtained much information, right? Perhaps anyone can provide this kind of information. As long as you don't say anything, no one in this world will know." Hearing this, Bailu hesitated. She did not have a good impression of Qin, and she did not have much information on Qin. However, she knew more than the other factions. After all, this matter concerned the entire Flower Moon, and it was incredibly important. Thinking about her sisters, Bailu could only reject Suja. Suja was not angry and continued to explain gently, Lele, it's just a piece of information that isn't too important to Qin. It's just a piece of information that isn't too important to Great Qin, so Great Qin won't know that it was you. Also, I'll tell you who's coming. At that moment, Suja whispered something into Bayu's ear, causing her expression to turn pale. They're really coming? They're going to destroy Qin together? Are you crazy? Suja lightly laughed as he said, now you know how confident they are, they'll definitely destroy Qin. I can guarantee you that no one will know that it was you who leaked the information. Also, the various dynasty legatees have promised that as long as you provide them with information about Qin, they won't act against you in the future. Bayu thought for a moment and thought about her sisters in Flower Moon before lightly nodding and agreeing. This time, Qin was in danger. After hearing about this, all of China's factions looked quite serious because the power gathered was quite terrifying. With Qin's power, it would be very difficult for him to resist, and they did not even have the right to resist. If I had known this would happen, I would not have sided with Qin. Those people were simply too shameless, gathering so many people to attack Qin. How could Qin resist? Many of the factions that had sided with Qin regretted their decision. They had never thought that the dynasty legatees would gather so many people to attack Qin. 30,000 city lords and 700 million soldiers, this sort of power was enough to conquer a continent. It was simply too crazy. Why did so many factions hate Qin? In order to isolate Qin, all of China's dynasty legatees had issued a kill order. Any faction related to Qin would be annihilated, and not a single person would be spared. This scared countless factions into cutting off all relations with Qin. After all, the power gathered by the dynasty legatees was simply too monstrous. Let alone destroying Qin, they could even destroy a continent. The voices that had been suppressed surfaced again. Originally, they hated Qin, but as Qin's threat grew, they naturally didn't dare to say anything because they were afraid of Qin's revenge. Now that Qin was about to be destroyed, they were naturally the happiest people. They were no longer worried about Qin's threat. Those voices were naturally unpleasant, such as the following. Trash Qin, continue to be so arrogant. Now I'm going to F***ck your mother, what can you do to me? He's just a piece of trash. I want to F***ck up Qin. I've long been annoyed by that B** starred, but I've been enduring it. That Prince Qin is just a dog. The heavenly Tao is a good karmic cycle. Now, let's all take revenge. Follow the various forces and kill all of Qin's men. Take their women and make them slaves. Yeah. Killing that bitch Qin? Isn't that bloody brutal? Wasn't that inhumane? He killed so many people, so he deserves retribution. Let's go and beat up Qin, eat Qin's flesh, and rape Qin's women. Finally, someone has come to uphold justice. We're going to kill all of Qin's men. They're not humans, they're worse than beasts. Originally, Qin had been welcomed and respected by countless people after the founding of the People's Republic. Now, his status had fallen greatly. He was like a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. Everyone avoided him as much as they could, afraid to have anything to do with Qin. Even a few people from the Ying family, who supported Prince Qin the most, were shaken, but they were forcibly suppressed by several family heads. When Flower Moon heard this news, it was also somewhat uncertain. Some people said that they should cut off their relationship with Qin. After all, among the player forces, Flower Moon was the closest to Qin. If Qin was destroyed, then Flower Moon would also be destroyed. Even Qin was unable to resist that power, so how could Flower Moon resist it? Only by cutting off their relationship with Qin could they survive. Otherwise, they would be destroyed like Qin, and they would also die. There were many people in Flower Moon who thought this way, and seeing this, Baila felt somewhat at ease. However, even though there were many people who thought this way, Xiao Yuan, the leader of Flower Moon, did not make a decision. Su Yuyan also fell into deep thought. An elder from the ancient clan angrily slammed the table and said, "Are these people crazy? They dare to do such a thing? They're really willing to do anything to destroy Qin. Don't they want to know the consequences of destroying Qin? This time, it will indeed be difficult for Qin to survive. With their current strength, it will be difficult for us to interfere. There are simply too many enemies, and even Prince Qin is powerless. He might even die on the spot, an elder said as he sighed. In actuality, the relationship between Qin and the ancient clan had greatly eased up. Ever since Nu Lu had married Qin, Qin's attitude had eased up, and the ancient clan had changed their opinion of Qin. Now, they were truly concerned about Qin's safety. King. This is the information regarding Qin. I heard that our people are also participating, a silver-armored knight said as he knelt on one knee in front of Tina Pendragon and handed over a document. Tina Pendragon lightly nodded and took the document. After opening it, she slightly frowned. Within a pure, holy church, a beautiful woman wearing a white robe was telling Geoffrey about the information that she had obtained. Geoffrey looked up at the statue of Jesus and sighed as he said, I don't know how many people will die this time. In actuality, I quite admire Prince Qin, but it's possible that he'll die this time. Hearing this, the beautiful woman in white thought for a moment before saying condescendingly, should we interfere, Holy Son? I heard that some of them are from our continent. Geoffrey shook his head and said, this isn't something that we can interfere with. The Pharaoh Kingdom also received this news, and Akhenaten coldly laughed as he said, the world's fate is tilting towards China, giving birth to a monster like Prince Qin. It's good that he's dead. If he doesn't die, how can we have a chance? However, the internal strife between Chinese people was incredibly ferocious, and the scale of it was enough to change the structure of an entire continent. Send out orders to help CG destroy the Qin Empire from the side. Remember to be careful and not be discovered. After hearing about this, Masanori Hano looked quite worried. She wanted to personally go and take a look, perhaps she would be able to help Prince Qin. However, a devil stopped her, it was Shitanduji. Back then, Masanori Hano had used the Universal Den and Devil Stone to create the Devil City. The Devil City not only had greater devils like Shitanduji, but it also had Daitengu, Tamamo, and other devils. They had all used the Devil City to revive in the Heaven Awaken world. Of course, they were all led by Masanori, and the reason why Masanori Hano was so powerful was because of these devils. Back at Qin, it was impossible for Zhao Fu not to know about the dynasty legatees making such a big move. Zhao Fu could understand why so many people had allied together, as it was quite simple. Qin was simply too powerful, and if they could not defeat him by themselves, they would naturally call for help. They could not just foolishly fight by themselves, as that would be seeking death. In the real world, this was quite normal. If they could not defeat him, they would call for help. Who would seek death knowing that they could not defeat him? Or would they just wait for others to kill them? Anyone in their right mind would not choose to seek death, so they would definitely ally with others. This sort of alliance was quite common in the real world, so there was no need to give examples. The reason why they had allied together was because Qin was too great of a threat, while none of them were as dangerous as Qin. If they were, they would not be attacking Qin. This meant that being too powerful was equivalent to being a threat. They were not as powerful as Zhao Fu, so they naturally would not be surrounded like this, nor would they encounter something like Qin. For example, the Devil Horn Empire outside of the Legacy Land had been suppressed by many worlds. If one was weak, the threat would not be as great, and that person would ally with one to kill one. There was naturally no need to ally with others. Zhao Fu naturally understood this, so he had always been on guard against alliances. Moreover, Qin could not stop developing just because he was afraid of alliances, right? That would not do. If he did not develop, others would develop. Zhao Fu did not want to be the weaker side, so even though there were many problems, Qin still had to develop as much as he could. After all, being weak meant humiliation and powerlessness. Facing the ferocious attacks of the various dynasty legatees, Zhao Fu and his subordinates discussed how to defend against so many soldiers. However, the ordinary players who were afraid of death could only make a few ruckus and did not dare to attack. Even if they did, they would hide in the back. As such, Great Qin was mainly facing indigenous residents, so the reality talismans could not threaten them at all. Their attack was quite a crisis for Qin, and Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious. He had to deal with this matter properly. In actuality, Qin had long since planned to devour all of Vietnam. That way, the Qin Empire would become a level 7 barony kingdom, and they would make a move on the nearby system factions. After taking over those 1,000 regions, the Qin Empire would become a Marquisate kingdom. When that happened, Qin would have true strength to face all enemies and would not be afraid of them allying together. Some people said that they could have relied on sneak attacks to get rid of them, but they were not Vietnam and only had a single nation armament. They were where China's fate gathered and had 11 nation armaments. Zhao Fu couldn't ambush all of them at once, right? If he ambushed a single person, they would completely lose all decorum. This was because Great Qin had destroyed Vietnam, causing them to lose all decorum and fight to the death with Great Qin. Even though Qin seemed incredibly unrestrained, Zhao Fu was worried that they would use their nation armaments to fight to the death against Qin. Most importantly, Qin's enemies were not just them. Because of this matter, they had brought out 20 or so nation armaments, as well as so many soldiers and city lords. It could be seen just how much they hated or feared Qin. It was not that Zhao Fu did not want to do things, but the situation allowed him to do things step by step. In this world, strength spoke louder than emotions. Now, they had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality and no longer maintained their superficial relationship. It was as if they were going to fight to the death with Great Qin, making Great Qin feel quite bad. How was Great Qin going to deal with such a massive army? Zhao Fu did not think that Zhao Fu was a god and could defend against any crisis. If he did not deal with this properly, he would definitely be breached. Even though he had the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon's promise, it only guaranteed that Qin's foundation would not be destroyed. In other words, even if all of Qin's people died, as long as Qin City was not destroyed, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon would not act at all. If all of Qin's people died and only Qin City remained, the Qin Empire would be finished. Facing this massive crisis, Zhao Fu discussed with his subordinates. The first was the sealed 8 aquatic beast kings. With their power, they would definitely be of great help, and whether or not they submitted, Zhao Fu had to use them. Zhao Fu's subordinates had already arrived. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Qin City to defend. It would be best if they submitted, but if they were unwilling, Zhao Fu could only use the Golden Dragon's method to wipe out their wills and turn them into puppets. However, they would lose their potential to develop in the future. However, at a time like this, Zhao Fu had no choice but to use special methods. After the meeting, Zhao Fu planned to leave the Qin Imperial Palace. However, when he passed by a courtyard, a woman in her 20s who was dressed in green and had sword-like eyebrows suddenly called out, "Wait." Hearing this, Zhao Fu stopped and turned to look at the woman and the people next to her. When Zhao Fu had passed by, he had heard them talking and laughing, but because he was busy, Zhao Fu did not care. "How dare you? How dare you speak to His Majesty like this?" At that moment, the minister next to Zhao Fu started to loudly berate the woman. The green-clothed woman came back to her senses and bowed to Zhao Fu as she said, "This concubine, Gong Sun Zhu, greets your majesty." The women next to her started to feel nervous and also bowed to Zhao Fu. Hearing how she addressed him, Zhao Fu understood that she was one of the women who had been conferred titles. However, Zhao Fu had never paid much attention to so many women, and he had forgotten about most of them after conferring titles. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Fu asked as he felt that this woman looked quite familiar. The green-clothed woman was Gong Sun Zhu, and she looked at Zhao Fu's chest as she softly smiled and said, "Your Majesty. You must have obtained the clear sable sword, right? Is it because the clear sable sword's heart is benevolent, and every time your Majesty kills, your heart will ache?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, "How do you know about this?" "How did you know?" Gong Sun Zhu explained in a clear and melodious voice, "This concubine is from the Gongsun family, and this sword has been with the Gongsun family for many years, so I naturally know about this sword." Hearing her explanation, Zhao Fu suddenly thought of a young girl, which was Gongsun Lin. Zhao Fu had met this young girl a long time ago, and she had forged 2 gold-grade equipment for Qin. However, Qin had not been able to keep her, and she had left in the end. No wonder this woman looked so familiar. She looked quite similar to Gongsun Lin, and she was also from the Gongsun family. Zhao Fu couldn't help but ask, "Who is Gongsun Lin to you?" In the end, the 3 aquatic beast kings were unable to endure the immense pain and were willing to submit to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, "These fellows just won't give up until they see the end of the road. They just need special methods." Now that he had subdued 8 aquatic beast kings, Zhao Fu felt much more confident. With their strength, they would be of great use. Xiaofu was not stingy and took out a large number of medicinal pills and spirit medicines to help them recover their strength and mind. They had all been injured and had been sealed for so long, and they were still quite weak. Xiaofu looked at the aquatic beast kings devouring medicinal pills and thought about what they had said before. When they had invaded, they had devoured many city creation stones. Now hand over the city creation stones you've devoured, Xiaofu said as he stretched out a hand towards the 8 aquatic beast kings. The 8 aquatic beast kings immediately felt quite awkward, and the earthwater dragon tortoise replied that, "Master, those city creation stones couldn't be stored in our stomachs, and we've already digested them." What? Xiaofu felt quite displeased. The 8 aquatic beast kings had most likely devoured many city creation stones, yet they had all disappeared just like that. There had been many city creation stones, and they were quite useful to Great Qin. Hearing Xiaofu's displeased tone, the heaven cloud jellyfish said fearfully, "After digesting those city creation stones, our strength has greatly increased." Hearing this, Xiaofu felt quite satisfied. He found that city creation stones could be devoured, but they required great power. He thought about how he had fused city lord seals into beasts' bodies. After madly eating, the 8 aquatic beast kings started to recover their strength. Xiaofu took out 8 spirit pet rings that he had prepared for them and put them away. Otherwise, bringing them back to Great Qin would be too eye-catching. The various armies were gathering towards Great Qin, and Great Qin was also making preparations to deal with this crisis. On September 13th, the sky was filled with an austere aura, and an icy coldness seeped into people's hearts. The entire world's gazes were focused on Great Qin, and on that day, a massive battle had erupted. The 800 million allied army gave off a massive aura that shook the northern side of the Midland continent. All creatures felt incredibly terrified under this aura, and their bodies instinctively trembled. Facing such a massive power, even godly spirits' expressions fell. The wind was chaotic, and the clouds were scattered. The massive aura caused the winds and clouds to howl, and the massive flood fearlessly flowed towards Great Qin. Everyone felt immense confidence as they proudly raised their heads. In their eyes, Great Qin was already a dead man. It was not just people from China who had gathered here, there were people from other continents as well. With so many people and so many nation armaments, they would definitely be able to kill Great Qin's legatee and slaughter the entire Great Qin Empire. Xiaofu brought his subordinates to the top of the Great Wall and looked at the massive army with a serious expression. There were more people than before. The various dynasty legatees stood in the sky, and CG felt incredibly high-spirited. With such a massive force in his hands, he finally had the confidence to face Great Qin's legatee. Great Qin's legatee, today is the day of Great Qin's destruction. Even if you beg for mercy or resist, it will all be for naught. Great Qin will definitely be destroyed, and if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too powerful. Offer up your head now, and we'll give Great Qin a quick death. CG gave off a massive aura as he spoke with a clear voice, giving off a domineering and arrogant air, as well as an air of a king that could not be resisted. Hearing his words, the various armies excitedly yelled, "Kill all of Great Qin's dogs and take their women and wealth." The scene was sent into an uproar, and the various armies' morale skyrocketed. Their auras completely suppressed Great Qin's side, making them even more fearless and domineering. "Have you clowns said enough?" Xiaofu's calm voice sounded out, giving off an innate emperor's might that sounded throughout the entire battlefield. This caused the allied armies to feel incredibly furious, and they immediately started to attack Great Qin. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the massive army suddenly exploded out, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything and causing all creatures to feel terror as they rushed towards Great Qin. The sound of their footsteps shook the heavens, giving off shocking sounds that no one could stop. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, massive explosions sounded out below the army, one after another. The power of the explosions was incredibly terrifying, and in an instant, white light devoured everything, turning everything into dust. The ground violently trembled, and the terrifying destructive power spread out. The ground was lifted up, and the shockwaves were like wild gales that blasted sand and dust into the sky. Mushroom clouds formed. The heavens and earth seemed to fall silent, and everyone's ears became temporarily deaf. The terrifying destructive power caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked. There was blood and dismembered corpses everywhere, and the stench of blood could make anyone feel nauseous. It was as if this was hell on earth. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. After destroying the vile dynasty and using up all of the destruction crystals, Zhao Fu had Benotian Karash focus on creating more destruction crystals. Destroying Vietnam had only used 10 or so, and now, they had used up all of the destruction crystals that Great Qin had created. There were 324 destruction crystals in total, and the explosions were incredibly shocking, instantly taking away nearly 200 million people's lives. This caused the massive army to be heavily injured, and they could not help but stop. Many people's faces were filled with terror. The various factions' leaders' expressions were also quite unsightly. In just an instant, a quarter of their forces had been killed, and the city lords could not be careless anymore. They exploded out with terrifying power, causing the heavens and earth to dim as they charged towards Great Qin. 30,000 city lords was enough to destroy Great Qin. The soldiers below reorganized themselves and roared as they charged towards Great Qin. Facing the charging armies, Great Qin stood there like a massive mountain. Facing the charging city lords, Great Qin pushed out 100 massive ballistae. These were the dragon-slaying ballistae. Originally, Great Qin only had 30, and the last 70 had been obtained from battles. These 100 dragon-slaying ballistae gave off savage and ferocious auras, and each of them had 10 or so meter-long golden talisman bolts. Boom, boom. Boom, golden rays of light containing immense power instantly tore through the air. They were incredibly powerful and incredibly fast, and they shot towards the incoming city lords like bolts of lightning. This gave some of the city lords a big fright, and they hurriedly unleashed defensive barriers. However, the massive golden rays of light easily pierced through the barriers and pierced through the city lord's chest before piercing through another city lord's chest. 10 or so kilometers away, a muffled explosion sounded out as hundreds of golden bolts that were 10 or so meters long pierced through the ground. There were 2 or 3 city lords' corpses on them, creating a horrifying scene. In the end, the 3 aquatic beast kings were unable to endure the immense pain and were willing to submit to Zhao Fu. In response, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, "These fellows just won't give up until they see the end of the road. They just need special methods." Now that he had subdued the 8 aquatic beast kings, Zhao Fu felt much more confident. With their strength, they would be able to make a huge difference. Zhao Fu was not stingy and took out a large number of medicinal pills and spirit medicines to help them recover their strength and mental energy. They were all injured, and after being sealed for so long and suffering so much, they were still quite weak. Zhao Fu looked at the aquatic beast kings devouring medicinal pills and thought about what they had said before. When they had invaded, they had devoured many city creation stones. "Now, hand over all the city creation stones you've devoured," Zhao Fu said as he stretched out a hand towards the 8 aquatic beast kings. The 8 aquatic beast kings immediately felt quite awkward, and the earthwater dragon tortoise replied, "That. Master, those city creation stones couldn't be stored in our stomachs, and we've already digested them." "What?" Zhao Fu felt quite displeased. The 8 aquatic beast kings had most likely devoured many city creation stones, yet they had all disappeared just like that. There had been many city creation stones, and they would be useful to Qin. Hearing Zhao Fu's displeased tone, the heaven cloud jellyfish said fearfully, "After digesting those city creation stones, our strength has greatly increased." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied. He found that city creation stones could be devoured, but it required great power. He thought about how he had fused city lord seals into the beasts' bodies. After eating, the 8 aquatic beast kings recovered their strength. Zhao Fu took out 8 spirit pet rings that he had prepared for them and put them away. Otherwise, bringing them back to Qin would be too eye-catching. The armies of the various factions gathered to attack Qin, and Qin was preparing to deal with this crisis. On September 13th, the sky was filled with an austere aura, and an icy coldness seeped into people's hearts. The entire world's gazes were focused on Qin, and a massive battle erupted. The allied army of 800 million people gave off a massive aura that shook the northern side of the Midland continent. All creatures felt immense terror under this aura, and their bodies instinctively trembled. Facing such a massive force, even godly spirits' expressions fell. The wind was chaotically blowing, and the clouds scattered. The massive aura caused the clouds to howl, and a massive flood flowed towards Qin. Everyone felt incredibly confident, and they proudly raised their heads. In their eyes, Qin was already a dead man. Not only were there Chinese people gathered here, but there were also people from other continents. With so many people and so many nation armaments, they would definitely be able to kill Great Qin's legatee and slaughter the entire Great Qin Empire. Zhao Fu brought his subordinates to the city walls. Looking at the massive army, his expression was quite serious. There were more people than before. The various dynasty legatees stood in the sky, and CG felt incredibly high-spirited. With such a massive force in hand, he finally had the confidence to face Qin's legatee. Legatee Qin, today is the day that Qin will perish. Even if you beg for mercy or resist, it will be futile. Your Qin will definitely perish, and if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too powerful. Offer up your head, and we'll give Qin a quick death. CG gave off a massive aura, and his voice was incredibly loud and clear. He gave off a domineering and proud aura, as if he couldn't be resisted. Hearing his words, the various armies excitedly yelled, "Kill that dog Qin and take his women and wealth." The scene was sent into an uproar, and the morale of the various armies rose. Their auras completely suppressed Qin's side, making them even more unrestrained and domineering. "Have you clowns said enough?" Zhao Fu's calm voice sounded out, giving off an emperor's might that sounded throughout the entire battlefield. This caused the allied armies to feel incredibly furious, and they started to attack Qin's legatee. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the massive army suddenly exploded out, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything and causing all creatures to feel terror as they rushed towards Qin's legatee. Boom, boom. Boom! Suddenly, massive explosions sounded out below the army, one after the other. The power of the explosions was extremely terrifying, and white light devoured everything, turning everything into dust. The ground violently trembled, and the terrifying destructive power stretched out. The ground was lifted up, and the shockwaves were like wild gales that blasted sand and dust into the sky. Mushroom clouds were formed. The heavens and earth seemed to fall silent, and everyone was temporarily deafened. The terrifying destructive power caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked. There was blood and dismembered corpses everywhere, and the stench of blood could make anyone feel nauseous. It was like hell on earth. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. After destroying the vile dynasty and using up all of the destruction crystals, Zhao Fu had Benoitian Karash focus on refining more destruction crystals. Destroying the Vietnamese kingdom had only used 10 or so destruction crystals, and now, they had used up all of the destruction crystals that Qin had refined. There were 324 destruction crystals in total, and the sounds of them exploding could shake the heavens and earth. They instantly took the lives of nearly 200 million people, and the massive army was heavily injured. They could not help but stop, and many people's faces were filled with terror. The various factions' leaders' expressions were also quite unsightly. A quarter of their forces had been instantly killed, and the city lords could not be careless. They exploded out with terrifying power, causing the heavens and earth to dim as they rushed towards Qin. 30,000 city lords were enough to destroy Qin. The soldiers below regrouped and roared as they charged at Qin. Facing the charging army, Qin stood there like a massive mountain. Facing the charging city lords, Qin pushed out 100 massive ballistae. These were dragon-slaying ballistae, and there were originally only 30 of them, but 70 of them had been obtained from battles. These 100 dragon-slaying ballistae gave off savage and ferocious auras, and there were 10 or so meter-long golden talisman bolts on them. Boom, boom. Boom, rays of golden light containing immense power instantly tore through space, and they were incredibly fast as they shot towards the incoming city lords like bolts of lightning. This gave some of the city lords a big fright, and they hurriedly unleashed defensive barriers. However, the massive rays of golden light easily pierced through the defensive barriers and pierced through a city lord's chest before piercing through another city lord's chest. 10 or so kilometers away, a muffled explosion sounded out as 100 or so golden bolts that were 10 or so meters long stabbed into the ground. There were 2 or 3 city lords' corpses on them, creating a horrifying scene. This caused most of the city lords to hurriedly scatter, and they became incredibly careful. These arrows were simply too terrifying and could easily kill city lords. Luckily, there were only 100 of them, or else everyone present would have died. However, only 200 or 300 city lords had died, which was not much to the 30,000 city lords. Because of the deaths, the other city lords continued to charge forwards with killing intent. Roar, roar, roar. Dragons' roars sounded out as wyverns appeared, bringing with them massive icy blasts and flames. There were 2,500 of them, and most of them were 150 meters long and gave off powerful dragon's might. They opened their massive mouths and breathed out icy blasts and flames. The city lords at the front did not expect so many wyverns to suddenly appear. The 1,000 or so city lords at the front were attacked by the 2,500 wyverns, and 600 or 700 of them were burned to death or frozen to death. The remaining city lords were also heavily injured. How did Qin have so many wyverns? What's more, all of their auras were so powerful. Everyone felt quite shocked that so many wyverns had suddenly appeared. Roar! Roar, roar! 1,000 giants wearing heavy armor and holding heavy weapons appeared, giving off a berserk and murderous aura. They leapt into the sky and swung their massive weapons, crushing the injured city lords who had just escaped from the wyverns' attacks into meat paste. What kind of monsters were these? Sensing these giants' auras, everyone felt as if they had fallen into icy water. These 1,000 giants were naturally corpse soul commanders, just like the 2,500 wyverns. They had fused with city lord seals and were incredibly powerful. Before, Zhao Fu had fused with the 3,500 city lord seals that he had obtained. No matter if it was the corpse soul commanders or the wyverns, this was the first time they had appeared as Qin, and they were incredibly powerful. Now that 1,400 city lords had died, the other city lords felt a chill in their hearts. 1,400 city lords were enough to rule over a territory, and yet they had died just like that. However, they still had 28,000 or so city lords, so they had a great advantage. As such, they continued to charge at Qin. Boom, boom. Boom, 8 massive bodies giving off heaven-toppling auras appeared in the sky. The massive might seemed corporeal, and all of the city lords felt their bodies sink. The air seemed to freeze, and countless people felt terror. CG's expression was quite unsightly. The 8 aquatic beast kings that dominated the fish scale world had been subdued by Zhao Fu, and they seemed to be even more powerful than before. The thousands of city lords that rushed up were instantly sent flying by the 8 aquatic beast kings' explosive power. If they had to face the aquatic beast kings by themselves, they would have been instantly killed. The city lords could only join together to resist these 8 aquatic beast kings. However, CG's expression did not change much because he had countless city lords under his command. He immediately used 8,000 or so city lords to suppress the 8 aquatic beast kings. Moreover, some of the city lords were sent to deal with Great Qin's wyverns and giants. They still held a great advantage, but the situation suddenly changed. Massive waves of eerie, gray fog rushed towards the city lords, causing their expressions to fall. They had obtained a lot of information about Great Qin and understood that the dark ghost world that Great Qin had unleashed contained powerful illusions. As such, they immediately retreated, but gray fog flooded out from all directions, surrounding them. In an instant, thousands of city lords once again lost contact with each other. 200 ghost illusionists appeared from all directions, and 100 ghost summoners acted. Massive amounts of ghostly chi flowed out of the ground as 10 or so meter-tall ghosts were summoned and charged into the ghost-filled region. These ghosts all had power comparable to city lords, and the dark ghost world's effects were quite weak against ghosts. The grey fog was definitely their home ground. Pained cries sounded out from within the grey fog, and there were also sounds of battle. It seemed that the city lords still had some fighting power. However, out of the 28,000 or so city lords, more than half of them had been pinned down or slaughtered, and the 100 dragon-slaying ballistae continuously shot down the city lords who had fallen behind. Qin's various methods caused the countless factions to feel quite shocked. However, even though they only had half of their city lords left, they still had a great advantage. The various dynasty legatees did not continue to watch and exploded out with terrifying power as they rushed at Qin, and the remaining city lords also rushed at Qin. City Lord Qin's 8,000 city lords, which included the ministers and generals, also exploded out with powerful auras as they met the attacking city lords, and the two sides started to fight. Zhao Fu faced the attacks of 22 dynasty legatees by himself, and the power of both sides clashed in the sky. Explosions sounded out in all directions, and the terrifying shockwaves caused the heavens and earth to dim, sand and rocks to fly, and trees to sway. The soldiers below also charged at Qin, and at that moment, terrifying auras once again rose up from beneath the ground. Flames flashed in some places, and the ground was turned into lava by the heat. The countless soldiers did not even have time to cry out before they were burned into dust. In some places, the ground suddenly turned into sand, and the soldiers' bodies also turned into sand, dying in terror. In some places, an incredibly cold aura flowed out, instantly freezing everything. The soldiers were all turned into ice sculptures, and their life auras disappeared. In some places, the ground exploded out with countless bolts of lightning, and the soldiers within were all turned into charcoal. This was the power of the disaster pearls, and even though there were not many of them, they were incredibly powerful. They covered dozens of kilometers, and they once again reduced the number of soldiers by 100 million. Boom! Boom! 10 black pillars of light shot into the sky, and countless traces of deathly aura madly gathered, forming a massive vortex in the sky. A black magic formation filled with deathly aura appeared, and the 10 disaster cavalrymen started to cast undead disaster. Roar! 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 Terrifying roars sounded out in all directions as a massive undead aura flowed out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. 5 million undead creatures led tens of millions of skeletons as they attacked the army from the other side. These 5 million undead creatures were the aquatic beast corpses that Zhao Fu had collected, and they were finally put to use. Although the 5 million undead aquatic beasts were relatively small in number, when they charged forward, no one could stop them. Countless people were either sent flying or crushed into meat paste. Qin Empire's army, hear my orders, Sword Mountain Corps, hear my orders, Fire Corps, hear my orders. Loud shouts sounded out as the soldiers of the various corps quickly gathered together and shouted, military aura formation. Roar! Shing, a sword hum tore through the sky as countless traces of white aura condensed into a 200-meter-long sword of light, giving off an ocean-like sword chi. Bang! An intense burning sound could be heard as countless traces of fiery aura condensed into a 300-meter-tall woman that gave off a searing heat, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. The 13 corps all condensed different things, and it was as if 13 peerless godly items had descended. They gave off massive auras that shook the heavens and earth, and even those extremely far away could feel how terrifying this power was. Following this, they started to slaughter. The black dragon gave off massive black auras as it rushed towards the various armies. The black dragon rampaged through the armies, and tens of thousands of soldiers were sent flying. The black auras that the black dragon gave off were incredibly powerful and were not something that ordinary soldiers could defend against. The massive sword of light gave off massive sword chi and shot into the army like a ray of light. In just an instant, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had been soundlessly sliced into countless pieces. Fire Woman, who gave off massive flames, also flew towards the army. The sea of flames burned countless soldiers to death. The 13 corps auras gathered and started to madly slaughter. It was difficult to imagine that the 13 corps could kill 200 to 300 million soldiers without being able to resist at all. At that moment, Qin's other soldiers pushed out ballistae, and the soldiers drew their bows and started to attack the soldiers near the Great Walls. Occasionally, ordinary talisman bolts would shoot out. Even though these ordinary talisman bolts were not as powerful as the golden talisman bolts, they were more than enough to instantly kill dozens of soldiers. Qin had used up almost all of his abilities against the city lords and soldiers, and he did not have any strength left. If he did not use all of his abilities, he definitely would not be able to stop them. This was Qin's true strength, and it caused countless factions to feel incredibly shocked. They could not imagine that with so many city lords and soldiers, they would not be able to gain an advantage against Qin at all, and they were even at a disadvantage. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a massive storm of deathly aura, forcing back the 20 or so people surrounding him. Everyone felt quite shocked at Prince Qin's power. With just a single royal seal, he was able to suppress 20 or so of them. Seeing the number of casualties increasing, CG understood that if this continued, their side would lose sooner or later. Everyone, quickly use your nation armament's power, or else we won't be able to kill Prince Qin. CG yelled. Boom, CG was the first to explode out with a powerful aura as he circulated his fate and unleashed the true power of his nation armament. A boundless might spread out as 9 massive bronze cauldrons appeared in the sky, giving off a power that seemed to be able to suppress all worlds. Boom, another massive explosion sounded out as a world-shaking power suddenly appeared. A tall and luxurious ancient building slowly appeared in the sky, and it was covered by countless rays of starlight and gave off a boundless mysterious aura. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as a shocking power exploded out. A wordless stone stele appeared in the sky, giving off the aura of a godly spirit descending, causing all living things to tremble. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying and peerless power suddenly appeared in the world. A crimson sword slowly appeared in the sky, dyeing the entire sky red and giving off a terrifying sword aura that seemed to be able to slay dragons. The 11 nation armaments exploded out with their full power, giving off a heaven-toppling aura that tore through the heavens. The weather seemed to change, and the sun and moon seemed to dim. The entire human world felt these terrifying ripples, and they could not help but feel terror as their bodies trembled. Almost everyone in the human world knew about this massive battle. Sensing these massive ripples, one could imagine how intense and terrifying the battle was. The various factions felt that Prince Qin might truly lose. No one could resist the power of 11 nation armaments, and there were still 10 or so nation armaments that had not been used yet. How could Prince Qin fight? In actuality, only the legatees of China's 11 dynasty legatees unleashed their full power. The legatees of the other dynasty legatees only used a bit of their nation armament's power and did not plan to use their full power. This was because doing so would consume a large amount of nation fate. They had come with the Chinese dynasty legatees to attack Prince Qin, and it would be best if they could destroy Prince Qin. However, if they could not, they would retreat. How could they risk their lives for China? After all, they were not Chinese people. If it wasn't for the fact that Prince Qin was too dangerous, they would not care even if all of the Chinese people died. Apart from them, many other city lords felt the same way. In fact, seeing how powerful Prince Qin was, some of them even considered retreating. However, fully unleashing the power of 11 nation armaments and those who only used a bit of their nation armaments was not something that Zhao Fu could deal with just a single royal seal. Prince Qin, die! CG roared as he gripped his violet sword with both hands. With his nation armament supporting him, he seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. His sword gave off boundless violet light, and as he slashed out, he seemed to be able to slash apart anything. It was not just CG, Di Wutian also attacked. He gripped his halberd with both hands and sent his nation armament's power into it. The halberd gave off immense destructive power, and thin cracks appeared in space. Di Wutian roared as he slashed out with his halberd, seeming to be able to destroy an entire world. Lu Yi directly held his nation armament, and a crimson light covered the heavens and earth. A sword chi that seemed to be able to cut apart the heavens and earth was formed, and Lu Yi slashed out, causing a crimson dragon to give off ferocious power as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. The other Chinese dynasty legatees also attacked Zhao Fu, and the other dynasty legatees also started to use their nation armament's power to attack Zhao Fu. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as everything within 10,000 meters of where Zhao Fu had been was turned into primal chaos. The space around him collapsed, unable to withstand such immense power. Did he kill Qin's legatee? Everyone could not help but think to themselves, as this destructive power was simply too great. However, they were disappointed. Zhao Fu walked out from the primal chaos unscathed, and a few nation armaments floated around him. A power descended, causing everyone who had nation armaments to feel a sense of fear. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. 2 shocking powers exploded out. One was covered by demonic light, and it seemed as if there were tens of thousands of demons roaring, giving off an extremely evil demonic intent. A young man dressed in black slowly walked out. The other was filled with boundless golden light, which was quite blinding. There seemed to be countless fish swimming about, and ripples appeared in the sky. A young man covered with golden scales, giving off a heaven-destroying might, appeared. These two people giving off powerful auras were the world protectors of the two worlds. One was the dark demon world's Mochi, and the other was the fish scale world's Yuxian. As the world protectors of the two worlds, they wielded terrifying power. Mochi coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said seriously, "Your power is incredibly terrifying, and I admit that I'm inferior to you. Before, I didn't want to join hands with others, but you're simply too great of a threat. If we don't get rid of you, the dark demon world will be in great danger in the future. You should be proud of that." Yu Xian looked at Zhao Fu seriously before looking at the 8 aquatic beast kings and said, "I really admire you for being able to subdue those 8. Before, I didn't want to get involved in the matters of you humans, but after knowing that you've awakened those 2 terrifying stars, I can only apologize for the fish scale world, but you must die today." Boom! Boom! 2 massive explosions sounded out as Mochi exploded out with his full power and even used his sect armament. Yu Xian also exploded out with his clan armament, and the power he released seemed to be able to cause the heavens and earth to collapse and all living creatures to perish. "Hurry! Work together with them and kill Qin's legatee." CG, as the main organizer, shouted to the others. Evidently, he was in contact with the world protectors of the two worlds. In fact, he had given them information about Zhao Fu, causing the world protectors of the two worlds to join hands. The other Chinese dynasty legatees understood that this was the best opportunity to kill Qin's legatee, and they could not miss it. It was not that they were obeying CG's orders but that he was right. They would only do things that were beneficial to them. For example, the army that they were leading this time was mainly because Qin was a threat to them. This did not refer to the various dynasty legatees or nation legatees but most of the factions in the Midland continent. They were willing to join because they wanted to destroy Qin's legatee and get rid of his greatest threat. It was not that Huaxia had great appeal, but that they had a common goal to eliminate. Besides, they had a huge advantage in the beginning, so they were willing to attack Qin. Without a huge advantage, how could they get involved in this mess? They started to act for their own interests and goals, and their minds were not very unified. They had said before that it was difficult for them to kill Qin, seeing how powerful Qin was, and they would suffer a lot of losses, so they already had the idea of escaping. China's various dynasty legatees raised their nation armaments and gave off heaven-shaking power as they attacked towards Qin's legatee. The other dynasty legatees' expressions were quite unsightly, but they did not act. If they could not unleash the full power of their nation armaments, they would die if they charged up. This was not a battle they could participate in. More importantly, the other two worlds' world protectors felt that the Chinese people had gone crazy. They had actually joined forces with the other two worlds' world protectors to kill the human world's world protectors. Even though they viewed Qin with enmity and did not trust Qin, they felt that Qin was too great of a threat. However, at least Qin was still a human, while the other two worlds' world protectors posed a greater threat, so they did not trust them. If they were defeated by Qin, they would at least be able to become his subjects. However, if they were defeated by the other two worlds' world protectors, they would become slaves and die. The fish-scale world's attempt to drown all Chinese people was the best proof of this. The dynasty legatees looked at each other and felt that it was best if they did not participate. Firstly, they would consume too much fate, and secondly, they were afraid that after Qin's legatee was killed, the other two worlds' world protectors would act against them. If that happened, who could stop them? The other dynasty legatees turned into rays of light and left, not planning to participate in this matter. Mochi, Yu Xian, and the other Chinese dynasty legatees did not have time to worry about them. They focused on attacking Qin's legatee, facing his attacks. If they were not careful, they could die. On September 17th, the battle concluded. It had lasted for 4 days, and this battle was incredibly terrifying. It was definitely the most shocking battle that had ever happened in the human world, and no other battle could compare to it. That power caused the heavens and earth to collapse, and clouds to swirl. The sun and moon dimmed, the stars dimmed, mountains and rivers disappeared, and all life was lost. 10 or so regions seemed to have been forcefully wiped out, turning everything into a wasteland. All life disappeared, and it was like the end of the world. The remnant aura of destruction caused countless people to feel incredibly terrified. The final outcome of the battle was that the two world protectors were heavily injured and on the verge of death, and the dark demon world and Yuxian world were shaken. The legatees of China's 11 dynasties, the Shang dynasty, the Jin dynasty, the Sui dynasty, the Song dynasty, and the Qing dynasty, had all died. Under the leadership of Qin's general Bai Qi, his terrifying army split into 5 teams and simultaneously attacked the 5 dynasties, destroying them. As for the remaining 6 dynasties, their legatees had been heavily injured and had completely disappeared. It was impossible to find where they were, and they had most likely migrated en masse. The results of this battle were that 400 million soldiers had died, another 400 million soldiers had escaped, 7,000 city lords had died, and 23,000 city lords had escaped. These city lords had come from different factions, kingdoms, and continents, and it was impossible for them to be united. They had only been willing to attack Qin because they had a massive advantage, and seeing that the situation was bad, they had immediately escaped. No one was willing to give up their lives. On the other hand, Great Qin's casualties amounted to 6 million soldiers. In the end, the generals had taken down 5 million dynasty legatees, and 300 city lords had died. Great Qin's most important person, who was at the center of this apocalyptic battle, had most likely died as well. This battle had shaken the 3 worlds, and none of China's people had expected that Qin would be able to defend in the end. They had never thought that the other 2 worlds' world protectors would suddenly descend and work together with China's dynasty legatees to kill Qin's legatee. 400 million soldiers and 7,000 city lords had died, and this was the first time that the human world had suffered such a great loss apart from the world wars. All of China's factions had suffered great losses, and the final outcome of the battle was that China's 5 dynasties had been destroyed. This time, Great Qin's true strength had been revealed to the world. Whether it was the 8 terrifying aquatic beast kings, the countless wyverns, the terrifying giants, the ballistae that had insta-killed city lords, the destruction crystals, and the various disaster pearls, all of them had been revealed. At the same time, there were a large number of terrifying talisman arrows, ferocious and fearless undead, and the incredibly terrifying 13 core. Qin's true strength caused countless people to feel a chill. If it wasn't for this attack, no one would have known that Qin's true strength was so terrifying. One side was happy, while the other side was sad. The 100 schools of thought and sects all breathed sighs of relief, but they chose to remain neutral and did not participate in the battle. The clamoring voices once again disappeared, and it was impossible to find them. In the real world, the Ying family finally let out a sigh of relief. Qin had resisted the immense pressure, and at the same time, he reprimanded and punished those who had other thoughts. Otherwise, if legatee Qin found out that the Ying family, the royal family of Qin, dared to have other thoughts, the entire Ying family would be punished by legatee Qin, and the Ying family might not even be recognized. Those who were punished were willing to be punished. As long as they could stay in the Ying family and not be chased out of the Ying family, they were willing to do anything. It could be said that the situation in China was already set in stone. After this battle, China was unable to stop the rise of the Qin Empire. 400 million soldiers and 7,000 city lords had died, and 5 dynasties had been destroyed. This cruel reality proved that this was an unchangeable outcome. Even though they were being punished, they were still members of the Ying family, and the Ying family was the royal family of Qin. In the future, if the Ying family joined the Qin Empire, they would receive great benefits. At the same time, the family leaders hurried to Zhao Fu's villa, wanting to know how legatee Qin was doing. They also wanted to convey their congratulations to the person they were most proud of and admired in the Ying family, as well as their loyalty to the legatee. However, at that moment, the bodyguard stopped them and told them that Zhao Fu had not woken up yet. The family leaders understood that Qin had just won a battle and was quite busy, so they did not pay much attention to him. What they did not know was that Zhao Fu's aura was incredibly weak, and his chest was dyed red with blood. Of course, they did not know that Zhao Fu was their legatee. At this moment, the Ying family's gate was filled with people from all kinds of forces. They all congratulated the Ying family and expressed their complete loyalty to Qin, saying that they could do anything for Qin. In response, the Ying family's family leaders felt quite pleased and disdainful. Before, these people had been trying to avoid Great Qin, and now, they were sticking to Great Qin. Did they really think that Great Qin was a place that they could come and go as they pleased? Facing the Ying family's disdain and contempt, the forces could only feel regret. If they had known that this would happen, they would have believed in Qin. Now, the situation in China had been settled, and no one could change it. Qin was destined to unify China and become a great empire. When that time came, there would no longer be Chinese, and they would have to call themselves Qins. At this moment, they could only think of all kinds of ways to join Qin. Otherwise, when Qin completely unified China, they would have no chance at all, and it would be impossible for them to make a comeback. As the most powerful force in China, the government had no choice but to lower its head to Qin. Even though they did not have a dynasty legatee, they had sent a large number of city lords and soldiers to attack Qin. They had suffered great losses this time. Of course, as a country in the real world, they were only showing goodwill to Qin and easing their relationship. They had no intention of submitting to Qin. A few elders in the Ying family laughed as they looked at one of the elders. Your family's new Lu is far-sighted and married Qin's legatee early on. Now, she has become legatee's most beloved concubine, and Qin's relationship with the Ying family is also very good. In the future, our Ying family's relationship with Qin should be even better because the world is destined to belong to Qin. Hurry and congratulate Qin, it's time for us old bones to move and personally meet this world-famous legatee Qin. I wonder what sort of heroic figure he is. Tina Pendragon also received this news and smiled. However, when she saw that CG had allied with the world protectors of the other two worlds to kill legatee Qin's legatee, her expression became quite serious. After hearing about this, Masanori Hano could not help but laugh. Beside her, Shutenduji lightly sighed and said, he might destroy Japan in the future. These words caused the smile on Masanori Hano's face to fade, and after thinking about it, a trace of worry appeared on her face. After looking at the news, Jeffrey's expression became quite serious. What he was most concerned about was whether Qin's legatee was really dead or not. Over at Flower Moon, there was a group of women gathered in a hall. Many of them hoped that Xiao Yuan would change her mind and give up on working together with Qin to avoid the fate of being destroyed. Su Yuyan could only look at Xiao Yuan because her own opinion was powerless to change anything. No matter what she said, it would be useless. Xiao Yuan continued to think and did not reply. Big sis. You've been thinking for so long, why haven't you made a decision yet? Flower Moon has always been neutral, and working together with Qin has already deviated from our principles. At most, we can remain neutral this time, there's nothing wrong with that. A woman in red said, and the other women all agreed, hoping that Xiao Yuan would make the decision to cut ties with Qin. Big sis. Qin really can't be saved this time. I heard that there are two other world protectors working together to kill Qin's legatee, how can Qin win? A woman could not help but say. However, Xiao Yuan was still sitting there and thinking deeply. She did not reply to them, nor did she make a decision. This made the other women feel quite anxious. However, at that moment, news of the battle's outcome arrived. Qin had resisted the world protectors. This caused the women to be speechless and look incredibly shocked. Even though they knew that Qin's legatee had most likely died, Qin had indeed stopped the army. If she had made that decision, the relationship between Flower Moon and Qin would never be good again. Now, they felt quite fortunate that Xiao Yuan had not made a decision in time. Now that Qin had unified China, they could no longer change it. As such, as Qin's partners, they would receive many benefits. A trace of a smile appeared on Su Yuyan's face as she looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She had endured immense pressure to believe in Great Qin, and she had even been thinking about what Flower Moon would do after Great Qin perished. In the end, Qin had not let her down, and he had once again stopped the army and determined the situation in China. Now, Xiao Yuan felt that it was time for her to personally see the legendary legatee Qin. However, at that moment, apart from Bai Lu, there were 2 or 3 other women whose faces were pale. They looked at Xiao Yuan and wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. Now, the situation was completely different from what they had expected. Thinking about the consequences of this, they almost started to cry. However, they still had a trace of hope, which was that the information they had provided about Great Qin had not been leaked. Things are bad. Someone's attacking our city. Why is it someone from Qin? Cries of shock and panic sounded out from outside the hall as powerful auras descended on Flower Moon City. The women who had held on to a trace of hope immediately felt their hearts sink when they heard this news. Tears flowed out of their eyes as they tried to say something. However, Xiaoyuan immediately guessed why Qin had attacked Flower Moon City. Hurry and leave. Try not to enter the Heaven-Awakened world in the future and stay in the real world, Xiaoyuan yelled with a pale face. The other women did not understand what was going on, but they instinctively chose to listen to Xiaoyuan. Just as they were about to leave the Heaven-Awakened world, it was too late. By now, they had activated their battle state and could not leave the Heaven-Awakened world. Boom! An explosion sounded out as dozens of people giving off powerful auras appeared in front of the women, looking at them coldly. In actuality, Zhao Fu had not only been on guard against Flower Moon but had also been secretly collecting information on Flower Moon. As such, he knew quite a bit about Flower Moon and had been able to reach Flower Moon's headquarters in time. Su Yuyan still did not understand what was going on, but facing the sudden attack on Qin, she said angrily, "Could it be that your Qin is such an unreasonable person? Why are you suddenly attacking Flower Moon? We're allies." The leader, the man with the strongest aura, coldly harumphed and said, "We're here on Prime Minister Li's orders to capture traitors." Su Yuyan did not understand why they had suddenly decided to betray Qin. However, the leader did not give them a chance to explain and gave the order to capture all of Flower Moon's people. In less than a day, all of Flower Moon's main members had been captured, and everyone related to Flower Moon was hunted down by Qin. The massive Flower Moon was almost completely destroyed in an instant. Qin's actions in the two neighboring worlds caused a massive commotion. It was the first time that the people of those two worlds had heard of Qin's name. Qin's legatee's name was like thunder in their ears, shaking their bodies and souls. The two most powerful people in their worlds had worked together with 10 or so nation armaments, but they had still been defeated. Even their world protector had been heavily injured and had escaped back to his own world. They were well aware of how terrifying their Tao protector was. Ordinary people could only look up to him, but even their combined forces had been defeated. Just how strong was this Crown Prince Qin? How could it be so terrifying? Although he had not seen the battle between them, he could imagine how terrifying the battle was. It was truly at the level of destroying the world. The dark demon world, who had been looking down on the human world, fell silent after hearing about this. They had once again underestimated the human world and had never thought that it would be so terrifying. That Prince Qin was truly a peerless expert. This time, none of the factions dared to look down on the human world, and they silently raised the human world's danger level. This was because reality had proven everything. The fish-scale world's legatees also looked incredibly shocked. They had always feared Yu Xian because Yu Xian was incredibly powerful and could deal with them with a single hand. Apart from his immense talent, he had also been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. His power naturally exceeded what the legatees could believe. This time, Yu Xian had taken the initiative to attack, making the legatees feel quite delighted. They had thought that with Yu Xian's power, he would be able to sweep through the human world. That way, they would be able to take revenge for the humans poisoning the fish-scale people. However, they had never thought that the powerful Yu Xian would be defeated and almost die in the human world. Just what kind of existence was this Crown Prince Qin? It was not just the factions from the two worlds who felt great fear towards the human world's world protector. This was the first time that countless ordinary people had heard about Crown Prince Qin, and they knew just how powerful and terrifying he was. Countless people could only sigh as they looked up at him. After hearing about how powerful Crown Prince Qin was, everyone could not help but feel quite curious. Had Crown Prince Qin died in this battle? It was said that they had seen him and the other two world protectors unleash their most terrifying attacks. By now, the other dynasty legatees had already run away. The three world protectors had unleashed a trace of the world's source energy, which was a trace of power given to them by the world's consciousness. It could be seen just how intense the battle had been. The two sides' attacks collided, and in the end, the two world protectors were not a match for the three world protectors and escaped with their last breaths. Crown Prince Qin fell from the sky, and some people saw 6 fist-sized holes in his chest. With such injuries, it would be incredibly difficult to survive. However, with Crown Prince Qin's terrifying strength, it was possible that such injuries would not be able to kill him. As such, it was said that he might have died but not necessarily. Now, no one knew if the other two world protectors had been able to harm Crown Prince Qin's main body in the real world. After all, even if his main body was fine, if his clone died in the Heaven Awakened world, it would not have much of an effect on Crown Prince Qin. At most, his cultivation would be reduced to 0. Everything else would be bound to his soul, so he would not lose anything. Apart from Crown Prince Qin's people, no one else knew about Crown Prince Qin's situation, so they could only guess. Back at Crown Prince Qin's bedchamber, countless ministers were anxiously waiting outside because their majesty was indeed in danger. Zhang Baishu and many imperial physicians were treating him, but the situation was not looking good. None of them could do anything and could only wait outside. Li Si hurriedly ordered people to gather medicine and send it to the palace to treat His Majesty's injuries. This had lasted for more than a day, and no one had come to a conclusion yet. All of the internal affairs were under Li Si's control. He had been appointed as prime minister by Zhao Fu, while Bai Qi controlled the military, so everyone had to listen to their orders. Whether it was attacking the 5 dynasties or capturing Flower Moon's people, none of this had been directly ordered by Zhao Fu. Because of the urgency of the situation, Li Si, Bai Qi, and the various Crown Prince Qin's people had discussed it. Everyone anxiously waited outside for a day before Zhang Baishu opened the door. Everyone looked at him and hurriedly asked, "Imperial physician Zhang, how is His Majesty?" Zhang Baishu's tense expression relaxed, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. His Majesty's situation had stabilized, and there was not much danger for now. However, His Majesty was still very weak and needed to be carefully taken care of. His Majesty is still unconscious and temporarily out of danger. We need to quickly take care of the rest of the matters in case anything unexpected happens. Li Si said as he looked at the ministers around him. The 3 system factions around Qin had also participated in this battle, and they had sent out all of their armies. However, they had still lost and suffered the greatest losses. What Qin needed to do now was to clear out these system factions. According to their original plan, they would first destroy Vietnam before destroying the 3 system factions. By now, they had taken down Vietnam, and because of the battle, the 230 regions had not been taken care of yet. However, the northern side of Qin had settled down. In total, there were 2,200 cities in the other 3 directions, but most of the city lords and soldiers had died. Even if they had not died, they had moved their cities away and did not dare to stay. After the battle, Bai Qi led his soldiers to attack the 5 dynasties. Because the legatees of the 5 dynasties were dying, they fell into chaos. They had also lost many people, but the residents fiercely resisted. However, Bai Qi was still able to forcefully take them down, paying some losses and killing many people. Bai Qi was responsible for taking down the 5 dynasties, while Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Bai Shihan were responsible for taking down the 3 system factions around Qin. This was much easier, as most of the city lords and soldiers had died, so it would not be difficult for Qin to take them down. Of course, because there were many regions, there were 300 regions in the western side, 230 regions in the eastern side, and 190 regions in the southern side. Apart from these system factions, there were also some player factions, which took some time to clear out. After taking down the 5 dynasties, Bai Qi was worried about His Majesty's safety, so he quickly took his people back, while Wang Jian and the others continued to take down cities. What Li Si meant was that His Majesty was still unconscious and could not make any decisions. As ministers, they had to take care of the remaining matters, and all of Qin's forces had to take down these cities and regions as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Bai Qi nodded and left with some of his generals. Li Si took many ministers and prepared to take in a large number of people, build houses, and plan out living areas. In actuality, Qin still had a revival pill, which could save people no matter how injured they were. It was not that Li Si did not want to use it, but it was in Zhao Fu Disaster King Ring. No one could take it out, or else they would have long since used it. Great Qin's generals and countless soldiers gave off massive auras as they ferociously flooded out in 3 directions. No one could stop them, and city after city was continuously destroyed. Soon, they had taken down 720 regions. Adding on the 230 regions from Vietnam, there were 950 regions in total. The Great Qin Empire already had 520 regions, and adding on these 950 regions, it now had 1,470 regions, which was enough to raise the Great Qin Empire to a level 1 Marquisate kingdom. However, they had to first clear the 950 regions and build the Third Great Wall to protect Qin's 1470 regions within. Qin's territory. Great Qin's territory. At the same time, leveling up to a level 1 Marquisate kingdom required 3 barony cities and 6 capital cities. This was a barony city, not a barony king city. As such, they only needed to level up 3 capital cities to level 3 and then use region power to level them up into barony cities, which would save a large amount of EXP. However, they still needed 6 capital cities, which would be quite difficult. After all, leveling up 6 capital cities to great cities would require a massive amount of EXP. In actuality, war was the fastest way to develop. Out of the 5 dynasties that Bai Qi had taken down, Great Shang had already leveled up to a level 1 capital city. After taking it down, Qin fulfilled one of the requirements for leveling up to a Marquisate kingdom. Now, they only lacked 5 capital cities. Before, Qin had killed 7,000 city lords and obtained 3,000 useful cities, but 4,000 city lord seals had become useless. Because these cities were quite big, Qin had not been able to find them quickly. The others naturally understood that keeping these cities would increase Qin's strength, so they destroyed them. As such, Qin now had another 4,000 useless city lord seals, which could be fused into the Wyverns and Corp's Soul Commanders' bodies. Moreover, these 3,000 useful cities provided Qin with nearly 800 million people. With such a massive number of people going into Qin, Qin would receive many benefits. The first was a large amount of fate. In the previous battle, in order to deal with the 2 world protectors and the 11 dynasty armaments, Zhaofu had used up almost all of Qin's fate. It could be said that Qin currently lacked a lot of fate. After taking down these regions, Qin temporarily calmed down and went into full development. Even though they did not have Zhaofu's orders, with the various ministers and generals, everything progressed quite smoothly, and Qin was at peace. Soon, it was October 1st, and a sudden turn of events shook Great Qin. Great Qin's king, who was their majesty, had suddenly become severely injured, and the situation once again became quite dire. Facing those terrifying injuries, even the intermediate water of life's effects were quite weak. This was because these injuries were not caused by ordinary power, and this caused all of Qin to fall into a state of panic. Li Si could not help but think about the revival pill. Now that the situation was so dire, Li Si planned to take off Zhaofu's disaster king ring and forcefully wipe away the emperor's seal before taking out the revival pill. However, what shocked everyone was that the disaster king ring contained their majesty's emperor's seal, and even Bai Qi could not forcefully wipe it away. This made everyone incredibly worried, and they planned to gather all of Qin's city lords to work together to wipe away the emperor's seal. However, at that moment, the situation once again changed. The flower fairy suddenly walked out and said in a clear voice, "Can I give it a try? Perhaps I can save His Majesty." This made everyone feel quite delighted. Everyone trusted this mysterious flower fairy, as they had no other choice but to forcefully break open the disaster king ring. However, doing so would greatly affect the disaster king ring, and it might even damage it. The flower fairy was led by the others to look at the young man lying on the bed. His face was incredibly pale, and his aura was incredibly weak. His chest was wrapped in white bandages, but blood continuously seeped out. The flower fairy continuously sent her power into Zhaofu's body, and after 5 or 6 minutes, she took her hand away as a multicolored flower grew out of Zhaofu's chest. This flower was not corporeal but was condensed from light. The appearance of this flower caused Zhaofu's injuries to gradually stabilize, and the crystal orb formed from Phoenix Qi within Zhaofu's body gave off a large amount of Phoenix Qi, healing Zhaofu's body. Xianru, who was beside Zhaofu, could clearly sense these changes, and she marveled at the massive amount of Phoenix Qi's healing abilities. With the help of the flower and Phoenix Qi, Zhaofu's injuries once again stabilized, and he started to show signs of improvement. This caused Li Si and the others, who had been incredibly worried, to let out a sigh of relief. In the next few days, Zhaofu's injuries quickly recovered. Because Zhaofu had not come out for a long time in the real world, Jing Yuqin insisted on opening Zhaofu's door. Seeing Zhaofu lying on the bed covered with blood, Jing Yuqin's face fell, and the entire Ying family was shaken. If something happened to Legatee Qin's representative in the Ying family, the consequences would be unimaginable. The family leaders all hurried over and ordered the best equipment and medicine to be used to save Zhao Fu. After hearing about this, Wu Qingyang stopped what she was doing and personally came to visit. However, when she saw that there were so many women by Zhao Fu's side, she couldn't help but frown. When did this boy become so lucky? There were so many women coming to visit him. However, there were a few people that she recognized, and they were most likely people from his school. Zhao Fu had most likely used his connections with the Ying family to protect them. The real world was in chaos, and everyone had to be careful when going out. She had no idea what had happened to Zhao Fu, but it was most likely that something had happened in the Heaven Awakened world. In the real world, he was protected by many layers of protection, and it was impossible for him to have suffered such a heavy injury without anyone knowing. Thinking back to the shocking battle from before, the destructive shockwaves had spread throughout all of China, causing countless people to feel as if they had fallen into a demonic abyss. There was only endless darkness and fear, and despair spread in their hearts, as well as a deep sense of powerlessness. Even though Wu Qingyang had not participated in the battle, she understood how terrifying it had been. In the face of such power, she only felt small and insignificant. Zhao Fu had most likely been caught up in the shockwaves of the battle, and Wu Qingyang felt that she could not allow Zhao Fu to stay by Imperial Prince Qin's side. It was simply too dangerous, and after he woke up, she had to talk to him and ask him to leave that terrifying Imperial Prince Qin. As his body in the Heaven Awakened world gradually recovered, Zhao Fu's body in the real world also started to recover. This allowed Wu Qingyang to let out a sigh of relief, and she left. During this period of time, Zhao Fu's maternal grandparents often came to visit Zhao Fu. They had wanted to stay and take care of Zhao Fu, but because there were people to take care of him, the Ying family did not allow it, so the two of them could only come to visit. Zhao Fu's aunts and uncles also came once or twice. After all, their luxurious lives were all given to them by Zhao Fu, and they were afraid that if Zhao Fu died, everything would be gone. As such, they came to visit. As for Zhao Fu's cousins, they did not come because they knew about Jing Jiao and Mei Xiaoyan. This was especially so for Zhao Fu's cousin. Seeing how Mei Xiaoyan, who did not even let him touch her, acted so lewdly in front of Zhao Fu, he felt quite resentful towards Zhao Fu. However, now that the two of them had found good girlfriends, his resentment had lessened. However, he had also cut off all ties with Zhao Fu, so he did not come. It was now November, and the Heaven Awakened world had entered winter. The weather became quite cold, and the leaves on the trees in the morning were covered in frost. Everything was a grayish-black color, and it was time for all creatures to enter a deep sleep. At that moment, Zhao Fu, who had been asleep for more than a month, finally woke up. All of Qin City was filled with jubilant cheers, and Li Si and Bai Qi quickly rushed to his palace to see how His Majesty was doing. Just as Li Si and Bai Qi stepped into the palace, they heard a weak but dignified voice, "How long have we been asleep for?" Hearing this, Li Si felt quite delighted. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would start to refer to himself as we. Li Si had mentioned this before, but Zhao Fu had become used to referring to himself as I. Now that Zhao Fu had just woken up, he was referring to himself as we. It seemed that after being injured, Zhao Fu had changed a lot. Li Si replied softly, "Your Majesty. You were asleep for more than a month." Zhao Fu thought for a moment before asking, "What about after we?" Li Si respectfully replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. We've dealt with everything. Not only have we conquered the 5 dynasties, but we've also cleared out the surrounding regions, and we've started to construct the 3rd Great Wall in Qin City." Hearing Li Si's reply, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and asked about what had happened over the past few days, to which Li Si answered in detail. Now that Zhao Fu had woken up, all of the ministers let out a sigh of relief and asked Zhao Fu about many things. Even though most things were discussed by many parties, there were some things that Zhao Fu did not like, so they had to ask about them one by one. After all, Zhao Fu was the king of Qin City. Over the past few days, Zhao Fu's body quickly recovered, and his injuries were mostly healed. However, his power had not fully recovered yet, and the 6 Paths Demon Image's power had also entered a weakened state. It was most likely that he would need to go to the Yinqi Valley for a while. On the first day that his injuries were healed, Zhao Fu first thanked the flower fairy and gave her some rewards. He also took out the revival pill and placed it in the Imperial Physician Pavilion in case something like this happened again. This time, Zhao Fu had never thought that his injuries would be so severe. However, the other two world protectors were not much better off either. After recovering, Zhao Fu could only wait for Zhao Fu to make concubines and refine the 5-nation armaments. Thinking about the 5-nation armaments, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Even though he had suffered such severe injuries, it was still somewhat worth it. The 5 dynasties that he had destroyed were the Shang dynasty, Jin dynasty, Sui dynasty, Song dynasty, and Qing dynasty. The Shang dynasty was one of China's 5 great ancient kingdoms, and during that battle, Zhao Fu had used the heart-killing sword to kill the Sui dynasty, Song dynasty, and Qing dynasty legatees. CG and the other dynasty legatees immediately chose to run for their lives. However, Di Wutian refused to admit defeat and roared as he rushed over. However, he was immediately killed by Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu caught up to the Jin dynasty's legatee, and just as he killed him, the two world protectors' powerful attacks landed on Zhao Fu, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. As such, they could only give up on chasing him. Bai Qi had long since captured the women of the 5 dynasties for Zhao Fu, including their mothers, sisters, aunts, and cousins. Of course, there were also women from the legatees, and many of them were on the ancient beauty rankings. For example, Di Wutian's women included the 3rd-ranked Su Dafei, the 8th-ranked Zhao Hanyue, the 17th-ranked Xia Ji, the 20th-ranked Dong Xiaowan, and the 39th-ranked Li Hongzhu. The other dynasty legatees all had women on the ancient beauty rankings, as not only were they beautiful, but they also had large amounts of phoenix qi, which all dynasties needed. Su Dafei felt quite strange. Bai Qi had said that these people would have a chance to escape, but she had brought the Green Hill clan and countless treasures to wait for Qin's arrival. Speaking of Di Wutian's women, the number was really not small. Everyone had heard of his dissolute reputation. There were more than 300 of them, and all of them were extremely beautiful. There were young women, and all kinds of wives. It was said that Di Wutian's other hobby was to collect beautiful women. These women all had some phoenix qi, so Bai Qi had brought them back for Zhao Fu to refine his nation armament or enjoy. In actuality, Zhao Fu had been a virgin in the past, but as he grew older, it had weakened, so he did not care too much about it. In comparison, Zhao Fu was more inclined towards wives and mothers, and he liked them a bit more. Perhaps some people had long since discovered Zhao Fu's special fetishes, as most women had this attribute to them. Of course, there were also some people who did not notice. This was most likely related to Zhao Fu's childhood, but it was not too important, so there was no need to say too much. Towards these women, Zhao Fu had changed his way of thinking. As an emperor, the person with the most power in the world, he could do whatever he wanted without any restrictions. Of course, there were very few women who could move Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu did not even care about most of them. It was not that Zhao Fu did not respect women, but that was just Zhao Fu's personality, and he would give them what they wanted. Sitting on the dragon throne, Zhao Fu invited the women in. There were more than 500 of them, and 3/5 of them were from the Shang dynasty. Among the many women, the most eye-catching and enchanting was naturally Su Dafei. She had a pair of charming eyes that could seduce one's soul. The Green Hill clan was also a type of 9-tailed fox, and they had a natural charm. Actually, when Zhao Fu was recuperating, he heard Little Nine talk about the sister Su. As they were both 9-tailed foxes, Little Nine fell in love with Su Daji immediately. She was the only woman in the 5 dynasties who was given preferential treatment, and it was not because of Little Nine, but because she was good at talking, and successfully convinced Li Si and many ministers. Secondly, she was willing to offer the entire Xianxia tribe to Qin. Zhao Fu even summoned her personally, and indescribable things happened during that time. He was also a little surprised that she was still a virgin, and with Zhao Fu's flirtatious personality, he actually did not touch her. Su Daji's explanation was that the Xianxia tribe had always liked to rely on the strong. Although the Shang dynasty was good, it was not the best, and they had not even built a country. She had promised Di Wutian that she and the Xianxia tribe would be handed over to him after the country was built, but in the end, they were still destroyed by Qin. Zhao Fu now also understood why the outside world said that the relationship between Su Daji and Di Wutian was very vague. It turned out that Su Daji had always had a backup plan, and she did not wholeheartedly serve the Shang dynasty. However, the other women, namely Zhao Hanyue and the others, were not virgins. They looked at Zhao Fu with very complicated expressions. Originally, they were sent to the Shang dynasty by their families as Di Wutian's women, but now they were captured by Qin, and they could not control their own fate at all. This was the sorrow of women in troubled times. However, the only fortunate thing was that Qin's legatee treated women quite well, and he was not as ruthless and perverted as the rumors said. With Qin's great strength, they would be able to settle down in Qin's residence. After making them concubines, they provided a massive amount of phoenix qi to Qin. As expected from the women of 5 dynasties, the crystal pearl within Zhao Fu's body was affected by the phoenix qi and became a bit bigger. Following this, Zhao Fu took the 5 nation armaments that were no longer resisting and came to the heaven and earth refining formation, preparing to conduct the great world refining to refine the 5 nation armaments together. This required even more people to draw on the heaven and earth fate, and Qin did not lack this at all. After destroying the 5 dynasties, the corpses of the generals had all been refined and given to those who had made great contributions. Zhao Fu brought 25 people to the heaven and earth refining formation and placed the 5 nation armaments at the center of the formation. Zhao Fu could not help but feel a bit excited. After refining them, Qin would have another 5 nation armaments. If he had only relied on the 6 paths demon images in the previous battle, it would have been impossible to defend against the 2 world protectors and 11 dynasties. At that time, the nation armaments would be of great use. The 25 people obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and sent their fate into the magic formation. All of the energy stones within the jade channels were instantly turned into dust. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out throughout all of China, and countless people could not help but look towards Qin's direction. After that battle, Qin had once again become calm and focused on devouring the regions that he had conquered. Now, what was Qin going to do? However, there was no power that could stop Qin's footsteps. Just like Qin in history, the 6 dynasties were unable to stop Qin from unifying the world. The weather changed as clouds swirled and gusts of wind blew, causing sand and pebbles to fly and trees to sway. All of China sensed a massive wave of fate gathering towards Qin. This time, they were going to refine 5 nation armaments, so the amount of fate they needed was naturally massive. After all, China only had 12 nation armaments in total. That was almost half of the total. The massive rainbow-colored cauldron in the sky gave off boundless power as it stood between the heavens and the earth, seeming to suppress an entire world. Within the cauldron, the 5 nation armaments were being roasted by a formless flame. All traces of the 5 dynasties' auras were burned away, and Qin's fate madly flowed into them. The 5 nation armaments absorbed countless traces of Qin's fate and started to slowly go through changes. These 5 nation armaments belonged to China, and Qin also belonged to China. As such, they did not need any fate to directly refine them. A while later, all traces of the 5 dynasties' auras were burned away, and countless traces of Qin's auras and marks rose up from the 5 nation armaments. Boom! Another shocking explosion sounded out as the massive rainbow-colored cauldron turned into countless traces of fate and dissipated. The 5 nation armaments gave off terrifying might as they slowly descended from the sky. The first was the star-plucking tower, which was 30 centimeters tall. There was a platform made of stone below it, and it took up 2/3 of its height. There were exquisite and luxurious wooden buildings on it, and they gave off a dense starry and mysterious aura. There had been Shang dynasty inscriptions on them, but they had been changed to Qin characters. This nation armament belonged to the Shang dynasty, and as one of China's 5 great ancient kingdoms, it was more powerful than ordinary nation armaments. Zhao Fu renamed it the Qin Star Tower. The second was a silver dragon that was 30 centimeters long. It was made of silver and looked incredibly ferocious. Now that Qin had sent fate into it, it had become a dark silver color and gave off an even more ferocious and powerful aura. This was the Jin dynasty's nation armament, and it was most likely created during the 8 Kings Rebellion. Zhao Fu renamed it the 8 Qin Dragons. The third item was a 30-centimeter-long ship that was made of jade. There was a dragon's head engraved on the front and a dragon's tail engraved on the back. It was 7 levels tall and had many small buildings that were filled with precious treasures. It was now filled with great Qin's aura. This was the Sui dynasty's dragon boat, which had been created by the Sui dynasty. Emperor Yang of Sui had sat in it and traveled the Grand Canal many times. Even though Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, was a good emperor, he was very good at slandering people. Emperor Yang of Sui was not a very muddle-headed person, and his big brother, Li Jianqing, was an outstanding military strategist. However, the Tang dynasty's history books recorded how muddle-headed and useless he was. Many people believe that only now, with large amounts of historical evidence, was the true face of history. Zhao Fu named this beautiful dragon boat the Qin boat. The fourth was a yellow cloth that did not look very special, but it gave off a faint golden light. There was a dragon image swimming within it, and it gave off a king's aura. However, it had become a black cloth and also gave off a black light. This was the Song dynasty's nation armament, the emperor's cloth. It was said that Zhao Kuangyin had been wearing a yellow robe during the rebellion. In actuality, when Zhao Fu had conquered later Zhou, its aura had been quite similar to the Song dynasty's, as Zhao Kuangyin had been a general of later Zhou. Zhao Fu renamed it Qin Dibu. The final item was a spine that was 30 centimeters long and snow-white like jade. It looked like a dragon's spine and gave off a massive dragon's might. This was the great Qin's dragon vein, and Zhao Fu renamed it the Qin dragon vein. After looking at the 5 nation armaments, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and placed them next to Qin's city heart, allowing them to receive nourishment from Qin's fate. Now that Qin had 9 nation armaments, Qin's nation power would once again rise by a level. In actuality, Zhao Fu wanted to refine the imperial ruler's seal and have it become Qin's clan armament. However, after thinking about it, Qin was part of China, and the imperial ruler's seal was already in Qin's hands. As such, it was best not to do such a thing. Apart from the 5 nation armaments, there was another important thing, which was that Qin's level had once again risen. It was stated that conquering a nation legacy would give 1 evolution point, and conquering a dynasty would give 5 evolution points. Now, Qin City had finally reached the required 30 evolution points and had risen from an epic grade city to a human king grade city. It could be said that it was the first human king city in the human world. Qin City becoming a human king city had caused many abnormal signs, but because Zhao Fu had been unconscious, he could not see them. It was said that the entire Qin City gave off a golden light, causing the weather to change and clouds to swirl. A massive amount of fate gathered towards Qin City, forming a massive golden dragon that fused into Qin City. As a human king city, it surpassed epic grade city, and its stats greatly increased. There was not much detailed information about it, and it mainly introduced its 5 abilities. The first was Human King's Might. The city gave off a king's might, and it fused with Qin City's barony royal city, forming a kingdom's might. Within a certain range of the Qin Empire, ordinary beasts would instinctively feel fear and would not dare to take a single step into Qin City's territory. Of course, this was not just effective against beasts but against other creatures as well. For example, if there was no one controlling an ordinary undead, they would instinctively feel fear and would not dare to get close. The second was Human King's Aura. This city had the ability to gather heaven and earth fate, and it was incredibly powerful. After all, very few things could gather heaven and earth fate. The third was Human King's Power. This was not king's power but a type of royal city's power that the city gave off. This was a type of king's power, and it could cause Qin City's power to increase by a level. The fourth was Human King's Shield. When Qin City encountered great danger, it would activate this protection, forming a powerful Human King's Barrier that would protect Qin City. The Human King's Barrier was a high-grade barrier, and it was many times stronger than ordinary barriers. It could give Qin City the greatest protection. The fifth was the activation of the guard profession, which was a Human King Guard profession. It was a profession that specialized in defending human king cities, and it had reached B grade. Another big effect was that, as a legacy city, Qin City's military professions would evolve along with the city's evolution. Qin City's military professions were D+ grade, and as Qin City's grade increased, they would become C- grade military professions. In other words, Qin City's most basic military professions were C- grade. This would greatly increase Qin City's overall power, as the higher-grade military professions would have stronger stats. After looking at the city's stats, Zhao Fu gave a happy smile. Human king cities could still be leveled up. The next level was human emperor cities, which would be even more powerful, and human kings would not be able to rival them at all. However, the requirements were even more difficult, and ordinary countries and worlds would find it difficult to do so. After all, the requirement to level up a human emperor city was to unify an entire world. Qin City was still unable to do this. Even though they had won this battle, Qin City still did not have the strength to fight against an entire world. After all, there were still many city lords, and the people from the other continents had not truly acted yet. Otherwise, it would not just be 30,000 city lords attacking. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City's main task, which was to clear out regions and construct the Third Great Wall. Even though they were progressing quite quickly, Zhao Fu felt that it was still too slow. This was because they had cleared out 60 regions in a month, while 950 regions had not been cleared yet. This meant that clearing out those regions would take around 1.5 years, and it would take even longer to construct the Great Wall. When that time came, not only would there be invasions from other worlds, but there would also be different factions from the Heaven Awakened world. When that time came, the human world would become even more complicated, and Qin would just be a tiny speck of dust in the Heaven Awakened world. It would not be like it was now, where it dominated the human world. When that time came, Qin would be nothing at all. Let alone a royal kingdom, even a dukedom would be able to easily destroy Qin. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to develop as quickly as possible. This was the most beneficial time for Qin's development, and he could not afford to waste any time. Zhao Fu discussed with his subordinates and decided to expand the army by 50 million soldiers, increasing the army to 250 million soldiers. Now that Qin's population was 2.7 billion, after clearing out the regions, it would have even more people. Apart from expanding the army by 50 million soldiers, Zhao Fu also planned to create 100 million militia. These militia would be trained regularly and would be used in emergencies. If there were not enough soldiers, or if the soldiers were tied down, they would be put to use. In that case, Qin's army would reach 350 million soldiers. 50 million soldiers would stay behind to protect Qin, while the other 300 million soldiers would be split into 30 teams to clear out regions. If they could clear out 30 regions in a week, they would be able to clear out 120 regions in a month. 950 regions would be cleared out in 8 months. Zhao Fu became quite free, and apart from taking care of some important matters, he left the smaller matters to his subordinates. He had not left the legacy land in a long time, and because of this, Zhao Fu went outside to have a look. He found that the entire grassy world was talking about the human world. Zhao Fu could not help but take note of this, and after asking around, he found that they were talking about the Celestial Emperor Star and the Nether Emperor Star. He remembered that these two stars had been around for a while, but they were still quite popular. With their strength, they did not know what these two Emperor Stars were like, but they understood how powerful they were. Some people said that a demon had descended, which was why such an Emperor Star had appeared. They also advised everyone not to offend people from that world in the future, lest they bring disaster to their entire race. Someone else cried out about the unfairness of the world. Why did such a terrifying figure appear in the next world? Why didn't the grassy world have one? That person was definitely the bane of the grassy world, and the grassy world might perish at his hands. They were also quite curious as to what sort of race was below them. Was it the human race or the death race? How could such a terrifying figure be born? However, it was possible that it was two different people, as their attributes were completely different. Thinking to there, everyone could not help but feel quite shocked. Didn't that mean that there were two monsters? This was what the commoners thought, and the kingdoms of the grassy world treated this matter with great importance. The various kings even held emergency meetings, raising the danger level of the human world to the highest level. The human world was even more dangerous than their mortal enemies, the Lontong world. Because of this, they decided to stop invading and turn from attacking to defending. Even though the human world was only a new world and was becoming stronger every day, they were worried that the heaven domain boundary would disappear. It was not the grassy people attacking the human world, but the human world charging out and attacking the grassy people. What would the grassy people do? Zhao Fu felt quite helpless because Qin did not have that kind of strength. However, choosing to defend instead of attacking was a good thing, as the pressure on the human world would be greatly reduced. However, if they personally saw the situation in the human world, they might change their plans. In actuality, Zhao Fu wanted to bring disaster to the grassy world, but the Qin world had not been unified yet, so it was not quite possible for him to bring disaster to other worlds. After buying a large number of talisman stones, Zhao Fu once again returned to the human world. Even though they had won this battle, they had used up many things, such as disaster pearls and 5 million aquatic beast corpses. Once they used them, they would be gone, and Qin would lose another trump card. Zhao Fu had a plan for the future. After clearing out the region, they would continue to expand outwards and destroy Myanmar and Laos. Zhao Fu had nothing to do, so he started to fish in a small stream while cultivating and increasing his cultivation. However, the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to increase one's cultivation. At that moment, Li Si came over and reminded Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty, you haven't dealt with Flower Moon yet." "You haven't dealt with Flower Moon's matter yet, or should I do it?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought for a moment. Before, Zhao Fu rarely trusted people, and only Xianru was able to earn Zhao Fu's trust. Moreover, this was because she had been under Qin's command for a long time, and she was by herself. Moreover, when a faction had many people, it was impossible for them to have the same thoughts. As such, Zhao Fu did not trust any factions, so he had not accepted any of them. Even though the leader of Flower Moon had not done anything to betray Qin, the others had. Even though they had not leaked any important information, it was still a betrayal. After returning to the palace, Zhao Fu ordered people to bring Flower Moon's people here. The one with the most complicated expression was Su Yuyan, and she looked at Zhao Fu with an intense resentment. She had never thought that he was Qin's legatee, and he had deceived her for so long. She had even given him her first kiss. At first, no one knew that Zhao Fu was Qin's legatee, and they had been locked up in the harem. After hearing this from someone else, they felt incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the puppet Zhao Fu was Qin's legatee, the supreme king of the human world. Long time no see, superstar Su. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he looked at Su Yuyan kneeling in front of him. Su Yuyan angrily turned her head to the side because she had trusted Zhao Fu so much and had a good impression of Zhao Fu. Otherwise, she would not have given her first kiss to Zhao Fu, and she had even wanted to do those indescribable things with Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu had instantly destroyed Flower Moon. "Turn around, we want to look at you." Zhao Fu's voice became dignified and domineering, making people feel quite afraid. Su Yuyan's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt quite wronged. She turned her head and looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of misery. Zhao Fu walked down from the throne and came before her before lightly laughing as he said, "Are you afraid of us? Get up." Hearing this, Su Yuyan felt quite angry and wronged as she glared at Zhao Fu. However, she inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu did not have any intentions of killing them. After going at it for a while, the women powerlessly lay on the bed. Zhao Fu teased, "Flower Moon's women are all quite good and have a unique taste." Xiao Yuan rested her head on Zhao Fu's right arm, and her face was red as she inwardly sighed. She had not been able to escape this calamity, but at least her life had been saved. "Your Majesty. Now, we're all yours, and Flower Moon is also yours. Our relationship is no longer one of cooperation and belongs to Qin. Can you completely trust us and give us another chance?" "I promise there won't be a next time," Xiao Yuan said as she flirtatiously looked at Zhao Fu. Su Yuyan, who was lying on the left of Zhao Fu, lightly harumphed and said, "That's right, we're all yours. What's more, it was just a few of us who did that sort of thing, we didn't betray him. As the emperor, you should be fair in dealing with things. However, this time, you captured all of us and took our bodies, isn't that a bit too much? After all, Big Sis and I have always supported Qin. There's also Bai Yu and the other people who leaked the information, they're the women who served you the most. Look, they've all fainted, can you give them a lighter punishment? Since you've taken our bodies, how about that?" Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to reply and only replied, "I'll think about this and deal with it." Following this, Zhao Fu kissed them for a while before getting up and heading to the dark demon world, feeling quite spirited. The Dark Demon World's world protector, Mochi, was still unconscious, and his injuries had not recovered. The entire Demon Heaven sect was incredibly worried and shocked at how powerful the human world's world protector was. The main reason Zhao Fu had come here was because of the Night Dynasty. In actuality, Zhao Fu had a much bigger plan, which he had changed from his original plan. In his original plan, Zhao Fu had only treated the Night Dynasty as a chess piece that would be of great use when the Dark Demon world invaded in the future. However, this was a complete waste of the Night Dynasty's great advantage. Now, Zhao Fu did not place the entirety of China in his eyes at all. After unifying China, he would unify the Midland continent before conquering the other continents and unifying the world. The Night Dynasty itself had a great advantage. Even though it could not unify the Dark Demon world, with Great Qin's help, it would be able to unify the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. The two sides could develop together, and when they fused together, they would be incredibly powerful. Now, Qin's main task was to clear out the human world, and there was nothing else important. Zhao Fu could now turn his attention to the Dark Demon world. Now that the world protectors of both worlds were heavily injured and in a coma, Zhao Fu had nothing to worry about. Apart from developing in the Dark Demon world, Zhao Fu felt that the fish scale world could also develop a faction in the fish scale world. After the world protector disappeared, Qin would devour 3 worlds at lightning speed and then invade the world. The people in the world would go crazy. This was Zhao Fu's grand plan. He had changed from being on the defensive to taking the initiative to attack. China and the rest of the world were not enough to satisfy Zhao Fu's ambitions. Zhao Fu wanted Great Qin to become a true empire. Therefore, the current situation was still very urgent and there was not much time left. Qin had to seize the opportunity. After coming to the Dark Demon world, the Night Dynasty's first goal was to destroy the 3 dynasties and a sect. In the Heaven Awakened world, sects could control countless cities and regions, and they had sect armaments that were no weaker than nation armaments. Before, these factions had allied with the Vile Dynasty to attack the Vile Dynasty. Now, this was a personal enmity between the Vile Dynasty and the Vile Dynasty. Destroying them would not help, and no one would be displeased. Even though Mochi was heavily injured and asleep, there were still countless other Dark Demon people. As such, they had to be careful and not make things too obvious. It was best not to get ganged up on. First was the Night Dynasty's strength. The Night Royal City was now a level 1 capital city, and it had 250 million people and 22 million soldiers. This was not a large force, and it would not be able to destroy 4 factions at once. Because they were all countries in the real world, they needed all sorts of resources and funds to support them, so it was impossible for them to have many soldiers. Moreover, if they wanted to get rid of future problems, they had to destroy them in the real world and devour all of their power. That way, they would not be able to do anything to the Night Dynasty. This meant that the real world and the Heaven Awakened world would have to simultaneously attack, which would require a massive force. Facing the pressure from the national treasury, Zhao Fu ordered people to expand the Dark Demon world's 8 million soldiers to 20 million in the real world. That way, he would have 20 million soldiers in the real world and 12 million soldiers in the Heaven Awakened world. Before, Zhao Fu had wanted to bring 10 million ghost soldiers. Because they were ghost soldiers, they would not be able to reveal where they came from. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu found that it was impossible to teleport over. Right now, Zhao Fu could only teleport 1 person at a time, so how long would it take to teleport 1,000 people? In the end, they still needed the power of city lords. This time, Zhao Fu could not bring too many, as he was afraid of causing panic in the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. As such, he only brought the 800 city lords from last time, which would be enough to deal with this situation. Before, the Night Dynasty had 300 or so city lords, and in total, they had 1,200 or so city lords. If necessary, they could ask the Demon Path sect to help. Zhao Fu also had detailed information on the 3 dynasties and 1 sect. Now that he had decided to destroy them, the first thing he had to do was to gather intelligence. The first dynasty was called the Glazed South Dynasty. It had a population of 40 million or so, 3 million soldiers, 60 city lords, and no nation armament. The second dynasty was called the Sky Demon Dynasty. It had a population of 30 million or so, 3 million soldiers, 70 city lords, and no nation armament. The third dynasty was called the Xian dynasty. It had a population of 50 million or so, 4 million soldiers, 70 city lords, and no nation armament. The fourth sect was called the demon god sect. It had a population of 20 million or so, 1 million soldiers, 40 city lords, and a sect armament. In total, they had a population of 140 million or so, 11 million soldiers, and 240 city lords. Because of the previous battle, the four factions had allied with the Vile dynasty, and they had suffered heavy losses. They had not fully recovered their city lords and soldiers, and they had lost some of their population. On the other hand, the Night dynasty had greatly developed, and its overall strength surpassed theirs. Before, they had been slightly stronger than the Night dynasty, but because they were not united, they had been suppressed by the Night dynasty. At the same time, even though they had dynasties in the real world, they did not have enough fate. Even though their legacy stones had reached legendary grade, it was a pity that they did not have nation armaments. With how precious nation armaments were, they could not be easily created by any dynasty. On the other hand, the demon god sect had a sect armament. The demon god sect's history was even older than the Night dynasties, and it had once been the #1 sect in the southern continent of the dark demon world. However, it had declined and had become a second-rate sect. It had to ally with other factions to resist the Night dynasty. Sect armaments were condensed from massive amounts of fate, and they were roughly the same as nation armaments. However, there was a big difference, which was that nation armaments required king's fate to control, while sect armaments required sect fate and the acknowledgement of the sect. Normally, only sect masters could use them. Moreover, the attributes of power were different. Nation armaments were a type of nation's power, while sect armaments were a type of sect's power. It could not be said that one was weaker than the other. For example, in this world, sects had the same strength as nations, but they were sects. What Zhao Fu cared about was whether or not he could refine it and make it into Qin's nation armament. Right now, Qin did not belong to any sect, so even if he refined it, he would not be able to use it without a sect's qi. Zhao Fu decided to put this matter aside for now and focus on how to destroy the four factions. Now that the four factions were on guard, it would not be easy to launch a sneak attack. After all, with the Night dynasty and Qin's secret help, they would be able to suppress them. As such, Zhao Fu decided to attack openly. Zhao Fu only used the 20 million soldiers from before, and he added another 10 million soldiers who were on standby in the real world. There was no need for Qin's people to act for now, and Zhao Fu did not hide this news. It would be best if everyone knew about it. 300 city lords and 20 million soldiers split into 4 teams and gave off powerful auras as they simultaneously attacked the 4 factions. This news quickly spread throughout the southern continent of the dark demon world, and the various factions watched as the Night dynasty finally acted against the 4 factions. Because the Night dynasty had a personal enmity with the 4 factions, no one wanted to get involved. Because the Night dynasty had received help from that mysterious faction, its strength had become terrifying, and no one wanted to offend it. The ones who were the most panicked were the 4 factions, as they originally only had 11 million soldiers and 240 city lords. After hearing that the Night dynasty was attacking, they had used up a massive amount of resources and expanded their forces to 20 million, hoping that they would be able to resist at all. Because the 4 factions were on the defensive and had always been wary of the Night dynasty, they naturally had the geographical advantage and built firm defenses. As for the Night dynasty's 4 teams, Zhao Fu led a team to attack the demon god sect because he wanted to personally see what Qin's sect armament was like. Of the other 3 groups, one was led by Yi Tsong, and the other 2 were led by the Night dynasty's ancestor. Qin's people were hidden among them, and they were prepared to act at any moment. The 5 million soldiers majestically came to the foot of a large mountain, and there was already a great wall on the mountain. It was 20 meters tall and gave off a firm and heavy aura as it stood on the mountain. The Great Wall was filled with people from the demon god sect, and they looked down at the Night dynasty's army warily. Zhao Fu was still dressed in black, concealing his appearance and figure. He gave off a powerful aura as he stood in the air, and the air around him seemed to freeze, giving off a massive pressure that made it difficult for countless people to breathe. As Zhao Fu descended with his powerful aura, the people on the Great Wall immediately panicked because even ordinary city lords would not be able to withstand this aura. A long-bearded elder hurriedly walked out from the crowd and shouted, "My demon god sect swears that we will never become enemies with the Night Dynasty. Can you spare my demon god sect this once?" Zhao Fu stood in the air and coldly harumphed, "It's too late. Back then, the Night Dynasty gave you a chance, but you chose to betray us. Now, you can only choose to submit or die." The long-bearded elder's expression was quite unsightly as he exploded out with a powerful aura like a wild gale. He furiously roared, "My demon god sect was once the #1 sect in the southern continent of the dark demon world. We're not so easy to bully. Even though we're not as strong as before, it won't be easy for the Night Dynasty to devour us. You'll have to pay a heavy price." Boom, a demonic light shot into the sky, causing clouds to swirl as a massive mite covered the entire battlefield. A spider statue giving off intense demonic light floated out of the elder's body as the elder's power rose to its peak. It was a black spider that was as big as a palm and completely black. It had 4 blood-red eyes and gave off a savage and evil aura. This was most likely the demon god sect's sect armament, the demon god spider. It was incredibly powerful and was no weaker than a nation armament's power. In actuality, in the previous battle, Zhao Fu had personally seen Mochi use his sect armament, and he had seen how terrifying its power was. Zhao Fu wanted to use his power to make the Night Dynasty hesitate and not dare to act. There was no side that did not worry about losses in battle, but trying to force Zhao Fu to retreat was simply wishful thinking. Zhao Fu did not waste any words with him and unleashed the Qin Royal Seal. A similarly terrifying aura descended and covered the battlefield. As more cities appeared and Qin City's grade increased, the power of the Qin Royal Seal became even more powerful. Attack together and destroy the demon god sect. Zhao Fu's voice was filled with coldness and might, as well as disdain. The 200 or so Qin city lords immediately obeyed and exploded out with power as they rushed towards the Great Wall. However, this was not the end. Zhao Fu threw out another 50 spirit pet rings, causing 50 icy flames to appear. Because the wyverns were massive and because they had the advantage of dragons, they were even more powerful than ordinary city lords. They were terrifying weapons of war. In an instant, 200 city lords and 30 wyverns had appeared, while the demon god sect only had 40 city lords. The Night Dynasty's faces became incredibly pale, and even the long-bearded elder's expression fell as he cursed, "Your Night Dynasty is shameless, you're borrowing that mysterious faction's power. Your Night Dynasty is just their dog." Zhao Fu coldly laughed and did not reply as he directly attacked. The 200 or so city lords attacked the city lords, and the 50 wyverns spewed out large amounts of flames and icy blasts towards the soldiers on the Great Wall. Pained cries sounded out as countless people were burned to death or turned into ice statues. All of the archers on the Great Wall drew their bows and furiously shot arrows at the wyverns. Countless arrows tore through the air as they flew towards the wyverns. Ding, ding. Ding, clear sounds continuously sounded out as the countless arrows hit the wyvern's scales, but they were all deflected and were not able to harm the wyverns at all. However, the massive rain of arrows still caused the wyverns to fly into the sky. However, this did not allow the soldiers on the Great Wall to let out a sigh of relief, as the Night Dynasty soldiers had already rushed up. Swish, 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 arrows whistled through the air as they flew towards the Great Wall with immense force. They then fell like rain, causing blood to fly everywhere as howls sounded out. Roar! Roar! Zhao Fu walked into the cave. Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes now had those gray pupils, allowing Zhao Fu to see clearly in the dark. He no longer needed torches or other items, as these gray pupils came from the Death Race's bloodline. Zhao Fu's eyes were filled with a gray light as he walked into the cave. After walking 30 meters, Zhao Fu found some weapons left behind by soldiers, as well as a few pools of blood. However, there were no corpses, and there were signs that the corpses had been dragged away. It was most likely that something had dragged the corpses away. Zhao Fu once again became more careful, and he continued onwards. As Zhao Fu advanced, the space inside became larger and larger. Suddenly, just as Zhao Fu advanced 100 or so meters, black spiders that were 1 meter wide quickly swarmed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all. Even though these spiders had some power, they were nothing to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster Sword and casually swung it, causing countless traces of deathly qi to flow out and attack the countless spiders. The spiders' bodies were instantly corroded by the deathly qi, and their life force disappeared, causing them to immediately die. There were hundreds of spiders, and they had all become corpses. Zhao Fu stepped over these corpses and continued onwards. Every now and then, another wave of spiders would attack, and their numbers would increase. A few hours later, Zhao Fu reached a 10 or so meter wide passageway. His sword brought out a gray sword light, cutting thousands of spiders into countless pieces. These spiders were all stronger than before, and their bodies were now larger and larger. They were now 1.5 meters wide. Zhao Fu continued onwards. After killing a few more waves of spiders, another large wave of spiders rushed at Zhao Fu. There were simply too many of them, and they were densely packed together. However, Zhao Fu's expression did not change much. He sent his emperor's power into the Death Disaster Sword, causing it to give off a chilling gray light. The spiders gave off ferocious auras as they flooded over. In just an instant, they had arrived before Zhao Fu, and it was as if they would instantly inundate Zhao Fu and devour him. Facing so many spiders, Zhao Fu continuously slashed out, sending out terrifying sword lights. There were simply too many of them, and the countless spiders were instantly chopped into countless pieces by Zhao Fu. Green blood flew everywhere, and more spider corpses appeared under Zhao Fu's feet. These spiders were quite powerful, and they all had stage 1 strength. They were 2 meters long and had blood-red eyes. A few hours later, Zhao Fu's arms felt quite numb. There were layers of corpses in front of him, and the ground was covered with green blood. All of the spiders had been killed, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that there would be no end to these spiders. Zhao Fu stopped for a while to recover some strength before continuing onwards. Following this, Zhao Fu came to a 10,000-meter wide hall. The floor of the hall was made of smooth tiles, and there were terrifying drawings on the walls. They were drawings of spiders hunting for food, and they looked incredibly bloody and savage. Within the hall, there were 3 spiders that were 100 meters wide. They had 6 pairs of blood-red eyes and looked at Zhao Fu coldly and savagely. They gave off powerful auras, and their strength was not inferior to that of a boss monster. At the same time, there was a large door behind them, and there was a massive spider drawn on the door. It seemed as if it had a life of its own and was about to rush out. Just as Zhao Fu stepped in, the 3 spiders' 8 legs quickly moved, and their bodies shot towards Zhao Fu, giving off a terrifying aura. Facing the 3 massive spiders, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a 100-meter-long crescent sword light containing boundless deathly qi slashed towards the incoming spiders. However, not only were these 3 spiders incredibly fast, but they were also incredibly nimble. Just as the crescent sword light was about to hit them, the 3 spiders jumped and easily dodged Zhao Fu's attack. Zhao Fu looked down on these 3 spiders. Qi. 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 The 3 massive spiders jumped into the air and spat out a white liquid at Zhao Fu. This liquid gave off a fishy smell and was evidently not something good. Zhao Fu quickly dodged to the side, and the 3 balls of liquid landed on the ground and sizzled. In just an instant, 3 large holes appeared on the ground. They were 7 or 8 meters wide and 10 or so meters deep, and they gave off a burnt stench. The 3 massive spiders descended from the air and sprang towards Zhao Fu. Their mouths bit towards Zhao Fu, wanting to tear him apart. Seeing that the 3 spiders dared to get close to him, Zhao Fu coldly smiled and countless traces of deathly qi flowed out from the Death Disaster Sword. In just an instant, hundreds or so spears that were 10 or so meters long appeared, and each spear gave off a powerful deathly aura. Zhao Fu's long-range attacks were not very powerful, but as a swordsman, close-range attacks were quite beneficial. The 3 massive spiders tried to bite Zhao Fu, but the spears that Zhao Fu condensed contained immense power and stabbed out simultaneously. Because the 3 massive spiders were too close, they were unable to dodge at all. The spears stabbed into their bodies, causing green blood to spurt out. The 3 spiders gave off massive howls and quickly retreated. Zhao Fu was quite surprised that they had not died after taking Zhao Fu's attack, but they were already heavily injured. Zhao Fu rushed up and turned into a ray of sword light, giving off an incredibly sharp sword aura as he flashed out, sending one of the spiders flying. It slammed into a wall, creating a large crater. No one knew if it was dead or alive, and it did not even twitch as it fell to the ground. The remaining 2 spiders no longer looked at each other savagely but with fear. With Zhao Fu's current strength, even the 8 aquatic beast kings feared him, let alone these 3 spiders that were comparable to the boss monsters of regions. The 2 spiders quickly ran towards the door. The door was 100 meters tall and 60 meters wide, and Zhao Fu didn't know what was behind it. Even though Zhao Fu did not know what was behind them, everyone knew that the remaining 2 spiders definitely wanted to do something, so Zhao Fu had to stop them. He stretched out a hand and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun before grabbing at the air. Countless chains stretched out from the ground and shot towards the 2 spiders. The 2 spiders were given a big fright and quickly tried to dodge. However, there were too many chains, and the 2 spiders were heavily injured, so they were unable to dodge at all. They were bound up by the chains, and they started to struggle, trying to break free. After locking up the 2 spiders, Zhao Fu walked in front of them and the Death Disaster sword gave off a terrifying sword light. Just as Zhao Fu was about to kill the 2 spiders, he saw that their eyes were filled with fear and begging for mercy. Zhao Fu thought about it and stopped for now. If there wasn't any deep hatred between them, Zhao Fu would not kill those who were willing to submit to him. "Are you willing to submit to me?" Zhao Fu looked at the 2 spiders and asked. If they were not willing to surrender, Zhao Fu would continue to kill them. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and put the black spider away. Soon, the battle was brought under control. Most of the demon god sect's soldiers and city lords had died, and a small portion had surrendered. Zhao Fu led his soldiers and continued to attack the demon god sect's territory. Because the demon god sect's sect master had entered the heaven-awakened world with his real body, Zhao Fu did not use the heart-killing sword, as he was already truly dead. After killing the demon god sect's sect master, a black rhombus-shaped crystal remained where it was. This black crystal gave off a faint demonic light and was as long as a finger. The aura it gave off was similar to that of a city lord's seal, but it represented a different power. This was a sect crystal, and it had the same effects as a city lord's seal. It could control all of the sect's authority and contained a powerful sect's power. The other 3 teams progressed quite smoothly, and after taking down the defensive Great Wall, they started to wreak havoc within the various factions' territories. The 4 factions' residents were thrown into chaos. Facing the Night Dynasty's ferocious attacks, they did not have the strength to resist at all. They could only run for their lives, or else they would die screaming in terror. At the same time, the Night Dynasty's soldiers, who had long since prepared in the real world, launched sneak attacks while most of the 4 factions' people were in the heaven-awakened world, easily conquering places. Fearing that they would not have enough soldiers, Zhao Fu had some of the Night Dynasty's soldiers return to the real world to assist in the battle. Whether in the heaven-awakened world or in the real world, the 4 factions were all heavily wounded. In the heaven-awakened world, they did not have the strength to resist at all. Most of their soldiers and city lords had died or surrendered, and only the residents remained. How strong could the residents be? A single stage 1 soldier could kill dozens of residents, and countless residents could only be slaughtered on the battlefield. In the real world, the 4 factions still had some resistance, as many of their soldiers had died in the heaven-awakened world but not in the real world. However, they did not have any will to resist, as they knew that they would lose, and their higher-ups were either trapped in the heaven-awakened world or had died. Zhao Fu led his city lords and charged straight to where the demon god headquarters was. The remaining power there formed a massive magic formation, but Zhao Fu disdainfully smiled. He did not even do anything and directly used the sect stone in his hand to dispel the magic formation. After taking control of the demon god sect, Zhao Fu went to the demon god sect's core area. This place was different from the city heart. There was a round orb floating in the air, and below the orb was a 1-meter-tall stone stele. It gave off a massive aura, and the words Demon God Sect were written on it. Zhao Fu went up to look at its information and found that this stone stele was the sect establishing monument. As long as one had something like this, they could create a sect, and the sphere was naturally the sect heart. Of course, this sect establishing stele belonged to the demonic god sect's legacy stele, so it was impossible to establish a new sect. It could only be the demonic god sect. They went up and placed their hands on the sect heart before choosing to conquer and relocate. In the end, they completely obtained the demon god sect. The other three teams quickly took down the three dynasties, and the four factions were destroyed and became part of the Night Dynasty. Now, there were many things to take care of. Not only did they have to take over the four factions' resources and people in the Heaven Awakened world, but they also had to take over the cities, land, and residents in the real world. There were many things to take care of, but the Night Dynasty was incredibly happy. After devouring the four factions, the Night Dynasty's strength had once again greatly increased. Moreover, there had been many conflicts between the four factions and the Night Dynasty, and it was mostly because of the previous legatee's death. Now that they had finally been destroyed, the Night Dynasty did not have to worry about them anymore. However, they did not know that Zhao Fu's ambitions did not stop there. In the southern continent of the Dark Demon world, those four factions were only second-rate factions, so destroying them was not a big deal. However, even without Qin's help, the Night Dynasty could rely on its own strength to become the #1 faction in the southern continent. Apart from the Night Dynasty, the southern continent had 10 or so first-rate factions, dozens of second-rate factions, hundreds of third-rate factions, and many unranked factions. The rest were all system factions. It would be quite difficult to unify the southern continent of the Dark Demon world, especially since they could not reveal too much. Even though Zhao Fu wanted to do this quickly, he had to do it step by step. Zhao Fu already had a rough plan in mind. The countless factions were not too surprised about the four factions being destroyed, as they had already guessed this would happen. However, the Night Dynasty had once again borrowed the power of a mysterious faction, making many people feel quite fearful. Luckily, the Night Dynasty had sent out a friendly message for the first time. After all, there were many grievances between the Night Dynasty and the four factions, and last time, they had helped the Vile Dynasty attack the Night Dynasty. Now that the Night Dynasty had destroyed the four factions, they had nothing to say. Zhao Fu did not bring all of the cities and resources back to Great Qin because the Night Dynasty needed to develop as well. As such, he gave them to the Night Dynasty to increase its strength. Of course, there were many women from dynasties and sects, and Zhao Fu smiled and accepted them. Not long after Zhao Fu's group had taken down the demon god sect, the Night Dynasty's people quickly took over. Zhao Fu planned to go back and properly research the sect armament. However, at that moment, a manager from the Night Dynasty came to report that they had discovered a historical remnant in a hidden place in the demon god sect. It was incredibly dangerous, and a few soldiers who had gone in to investigate had disappeared and were most likely dead. Hearing about historical remnant, Zhao Fu felt quite interested. Qin now had a few historical remnants. One was the underground region, which Qin had explored 1/5 of. The second was the assassin historical remnant, which he had not passed yet, which was the mental trial. Next was the jungle historical remnant. Zhao Fu had already finished exploring this historical remnant, and he had obtained the ice and fire space, which was quite useful to Qin. After hearing about this historical remnant, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and immediately ordered the manager to bring him to a large cave. This large hole was underground, and it was surrounded by ruins. There were traces of ancient culture, and it was completely dark inside the large hole. A wave of cold air surged out from the large hole, causing people to shiver. It gave people a feeling of extreme danger. The cave was 3 meters tall and 4 meters wide, and there were some white threads around it. Zhao Fu looked around and found that these white threads were most likely spider silk. Zhao Fu could not help but think that the demon god sect armament was a spider, and he wondered what the connection was. Zhao Fu walked into the cave. Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes now had those gray pupils, allowing Zhao Fu to see clearly in the dark. He no longer needed torches or other items, as these gray pupils came from the death race's bloodline. Zhao Fu's eyes were filled with a gray light as he walked into the cave. After walking for 30 meters, Zhao Fu found some weapons left behind by soldiers, as well as a few pools of blood. However, there were no corpses, and there were signs that the corpses had been dragged away. It seemed that something had dragged the corpses away. Zhao Fu once again became more careful and continued to walk forwards. As Zhao Fu walked forwards, the space inside became larger and larger. Suddenly, when Zhao Fu had walked 100 or so meters, black spiders that were 1 meter wide quickly swarmed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression did not change because even though these spiders had some power, they were nothing to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster Sword and casually swung it, causing countless traces of deathly qi to flow out and attack the countless spiders. The spiders' bodies were instantly corroded by the deathly qi, and their life force disappeared, causing them to immediately die. There were over 100 spiders that had attacked, and they had all become corpses. Zhao Fu stepped over these corpses and continued onwards. Waves of spiders would attack from time to time, and their numbers would increase. A few hours later, Zhao Fu was in a 10 or so meter wide passageway. His sword gave off a gray sword light as he cut thousands of spiders into countless pieces. These spiders were even more powerful than before, and their bodies were even bigger. They were now 1.5 meters wide. Zhao Fu continued onwards. After Zhao Fu killed a few more waves of spiders, another wave of spiders attacked Zhao Fu. It was impossible to count how many there were, and they were all densely packed together. However, Zhao Fu's expression did not change much. He sent his emperor's power into the Death Disaster Sword, causing it to give off a terrifying gray light. The spiders gave off ferocious auras as they flooded forwards, arriving in front of Zhao Fu in just an instant. It was as if they would instantly inundate Zhao Fu and devour Zhao Fu. Facing so many spiders, Zhao Fu continuously slashed out, sending out terrifying sword lights. There were simply too many of them, and the countless spiders were instantly cut into countless pieces by Zhao Fu. Green blood flew everywhere, and more spider corpses appeared beneath Zhao Fu's feet. These spiders were already quite powerful, and they were all at least stage 1. They were 2 meters long, and their eyes gave off a blood-red light. A few hours later, Zhao Fu's arms felt numb. There were layers of corpses in front of him, and the ground was covered with green blood. All of the spiders had been killed, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that there would be an endless number of spiders. After stopping for a while, Zhao Fu recovered some of his strength before continuing onwards. Following this, he came to a 10,000-meter wide hall. The floor of the hall was covered with smooth tiles, and there were terrifying drawings on the walls. They were drawings of spiders hunting for food, looking incredibly bloody and savage. Within the hall, there were 3 100-meter wide spiders with 6 pairs of blood-red eyes that looked at Zhao Fu coldly and savagely. They gave off powerful auras, and their strength was no weaker than that of a boss monster. At the same time, there was a large door behind them, and there was a massive spider drawn on the door. It seemed as if it had a life of its own and was about to rush out. Just as Zhao Fu took a step in, the 3 spiders' 8 legs quickly moved, and their bodies shot towards Zhao Fu, giving off a terrifying aura. Facing the 3 massive spiders, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a 100-meter-long crescent sword light that gave off boundless deathly aura towards the incoming spiders. However, not only were these 3 spiders incredibly fast, but they were also incredibly agile. Just as the crescent sword light was about to hit them, the 3 spiders jumped, easily dodging Zhao Fu's attack. Zhao Fu had underestimated these 3 spiders. Qi. 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 The 3 massive spiders jumped into the air and spat out a white liquid at Zhao Fu. This liquid gave off a fishy smell and was evidently not anything good. Zhao Fu quickly dodged to the side, and the 3 balls of liquid landed on the ground and sizzled. In just an instant, 3 large holes appeared on the ground. They were 7 or 8 meters wide and 10 or so meters deep, and they gave off a burnt stench. The 3 massive spiders descended from the air and sprang towards Zhao Fu. Their mouths bit towards Zhao Fu, wanting to tear Zhao Fu apart. Facing the 3 spiders that dared to get close, Zhao Fu gave a cold smile and countless traces of deathly aura flowed out from the Death Disaster Sword. In just an instant, hundreds of 10 or so meter long spears were condensed, and each spear gave off powerful deathly aura. Zhao Fu's long-range attacks were not very powerful, but as a swordsman, close-range attacks were quite beneficial. The 3 massive spiders tried to bite Zhao Fu, but the spears that Zhao Fu condensed contained immense power as they simultaneously stabbed out. Because the 3 massive spiders were too close, they were unable to dodge at all. The spears stabbed into the 3 spiders' bodies, causing green blood to spurt out. The 3 spiders gave off massive cries and quickly retreated. After receiving this attack from Zhao Fu, they had not died, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. However, the three spiders were already heavily injured. Zhao Fu rushed up and turned into a ray of sword light, giving off an incredibly sharp sword aura as he flashed out, sending one of the spiders flying. It slammed into a wall, opening up a large crater. It was unknown if it was dead or alive, and it did not even twitch after falling to the ground. The remaining two spiders no longer looked incredibly savage and instead looked incredibly terrified. With Zhao Fu's current strength, even the 8 aquatic beast kings were afraid of him, let alone these 3 spiders that were comparable to the bosses of regions. The 2 spiders quickly ran towards the large doors, which were 100 meters tall and 60 meters wide. Even though Zhao Fu did not know what was behind them, everyone knew that the remaining 2 spiders definitely wanted to do something. Of course, Zhao Fu had to stop them. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun. Following this, Zhao Fu vigorously grabbed at the air, causing countless chains to stretch out from the ground and shoot towards the 2 spiders. The 2 spiders were given a big fright and quickly tried to dodge. However, there were too many chains, and the 2 spiders were heavily injured, so they were unable to dodge at all. They were tightly bound by the chains, and they started to struggle, trying to break free. After locking up the 2 spiders, Zhao Fu walked in front of them. The Death Disaster sword gave off a terrifying sword light, and just as Zhao Fu was about to kill the 2 spiders, he saw that their eyes were filled with fear and begging for mercy. Zhao Fu thought about it and stopped for now. If there was no deep hatred between them, Zhao Fu would not kill people who were willing to submit to him. "Are you willing to submit to me?" Zhao Fu looked at the 2 spiders and asked. If they were not willing to surrender, Zhao Fu would continue to attack and kill them. A bewitching and seductive woman walked out. She had blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. Her skin was snow white, but her hands were like sharp claws. She wore very little, and she only wore leather that covered her important parts. This woman looked incredibly enchanting, but her blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust and cruelty. Her body gave off an extremely powerful phoenix chi, as well as a godly spirit's aura. She was the terrifying and cruel spider empress Elise. Elise's bewitching beauty and elegance hid the cruel and dark heart of a deadly predator. She was cold and cunning, and she used the spider god's gift as a promise to tempt those who were unsuspecting. She had already changed her humanity into something even more evil, sacrificing innocent people to maintain her power and seemingly eternal youth. No one could count how many people she had caught in her nets and used to feed her insatiable hunger. Elise elegantly walked towards Zhao Fu step by step. She was incredibly powerful, and even 200 or 300 city lords working together would not be a match for her. However, facing such a powerful Elise, Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all. He stretched out his hand, and tens of thousands of chains containing ferocious power flew towards her. Elise was incredibly fast, and her body blurred as she disappeared. However, in an instant, she appeared behind Zhao Fu, and her claw-like hands grabbed at Zhao Fu's back as if they were going to tear through Zhao Fu's body. Just as blood was about to splatter everywhere, in the next second, Zhao Fu exploded out with the full power of the Qin Imperial Seal, and a terrifying aura exploded out. 9 black dragons appeared beside Zhao Fu, and Elise's expression fell as she was sent flying by this powerful aura. Zhao Fu stretched out a finger and pointed at Elise as he said, "Summon Ghost." The 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye suddenly started to spin, and the 6 paths of reincarnation power flowed out from the ground. A 30-meter-tall, terrifying ghost appeared behind Elise and swung its massive claws, sending Elise flying with a single swipe. Elise, who had been sent flying, turned around and landed steadily on the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as she glared at Zhao Fu fiercely. However, the 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye continued to quickly spin, and an even greater 6 paths of reincarnation power flowed out from the ground. At that moment, Zhao Fu said, "Dark Ghost World." Immediately, countless ghostly auras enveloped Elise, instantly pulling her into an illusion. The moon here was gray, and countless ghosts howled as they pounced on her, as if they wanted to eat her. Back then, when Zhao Fu had fused the 5 professions, not only had he controlled the 6 paths of samsara power, but he had also mastered the skills of the 5 professions. Within the illusion, Elise continuously slashed out with her claws, sending out sharp rays of light that contained immense power. The attacking ghosts were sliced into countless traces of ghostly aura and dissipated, but there seemed to be an endless number of ghosts. Elise attacked as she tried to break out of the illusion. However, the illusion that Zhao Fu had created with the 6 paths of reincarnation power was more than 100 times stronger than ordinary illusions, and it was impossible for her to break out so easily. At that moment, Zhao Fu once again stretched out his hand, and a massive Qin royal seal entered Zhao Fu's left eye. Zhao Fu's 5 pupils slightly dilated, and a boundless power flowed out. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and hundreds of thousands of chains shot into the ghostly aura from all directions. Zhao Fu dispelled the ghostly qi and saw countless chains binding Elise and dangling her in the air. Elise's expression fell, and she understood that she was not a match for Zhao Fu at all. She gave a flirtatious look as she said, "All right." She said flirtatiously, "All right, this empress knows that I'm not a match for you, so I'll submit." However, Zhao Fu did not believe her so easily, and he stretched out his hand and said, "Hand over your soul source energy." Being hung in the air, Elise helplessly replied, "Yes, yes, yes." A mote of black light floated out from between her eyebrows and floated into Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and had never thought that it would be so simple. He waved his hand, and the countless chains released Elise. Elise leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and greedily sniffed at Zhao Fu as she said with a hungry and seductive look, "Your Majesty, how can your emperor's aura be so powerful? How can your emperor's aura be so powerful? It's even more powerful than a true emperor's." Not only did Zhao Fu have the purest sovereign bloodline, but he also had 2 emperor stars, so his emperor's aura was naturally massive. However, Elise's changes were quite fast. Just then, she had wanted to eat him, and now, she was acting like a loyal maid. Because he had obtained her soul source energy, Zhao Fu had obtained some information about her. He found that demon creatures were usually quite cunning, and the more cunning they were, the more fickle they were. Zhao Fu lightly pushed her away. Even though Elise was incredibly bewitching and beautiful and looked like she was waiting for Zhao Fu to enjoy, Zhao Fu was more concerned about what was behind the door because he found that there was a treasure light coming from behind the door. After pushing Elise away, Zhao Fu walked towards the door, while Elise lightly harumphed in dissatisfaction. She looked at the 3 heavily injured spiders and waved her hand. 3 rays of black light covered them and started to heal their injuries. After coming to the door, Zhao Fu was greeted by a golden light. This room was 1,000 meters wide, and there was a small stage at the center with a black throne on it. There were countless gold coins and gems around it, as well as all sorts of legendary grade and epic grade equipment, as well as other items. Zhao Fu looked around and found that there were at least 10 million gold coins and countless gems. Just the legendary grade equipment alone numbered over 1,000, and there were over 100 epic grade equipment. This place could be called a treasure trove. As for the black throne, even though it was quite simple, similar to the Western thrones, and didn't have any exquisite carvings, it was still a treasure. Empress Throne, a throne that only an empress is worthy of possessing. It has the might of a king and can greatly increase one's cultivation speed, comprehension, and recovery speed. It has an empress domain, and any structures within it can increase their stats. Apart from this throne, there was also a den floating in the air. At the core of this den was a spider. Divine Spider Den, Grade, Epic, Description, a powerful and terrifying spider den that can spawn spiders with a trace of divine blood. Their strength reaches stage 2, and they can spawn 45 to 65 spiders per day. This was another treasure. The spider's reproductive abilities went without saying, and with this den as the core, Great Qin would be able to develop a spider army like the Wyvern Denver. What's more, these spiders were not weak, and they all had stage 2 strength. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu had never thought that there would be another large door. Even though this door was tightly shut, a terrifying aura seeped out. It was incredibly terrifying and could cause people's bodies to instantly freeze, and this power was far more powerful than Spider Empress Elise's. Zhao Fu could not help but become cautious and walked towards the large door before pushing it open. A large hall appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This hall was 1,000 meters wide, but there was nothing inside. There was only a 100-meter-long stone coffin at the center. That terrifying aura was coming from the stone coffin, and just as Zhao Fu was about to go up, the golden dragon could not help but warn him, "Zhao Fu, be careful." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and cautiously unleashed his emperor's domain. He came to the stone coffin and tried to push the coffin lid, but there was no reaction. Only then did Xiao Fu open the coffin lid, and a 100-meter-tall demon corpse appeared in front of Xiao Fu. This corpse had a powerful body, a pair of sharp claws, violet scales, and a pair of large violet wings. What was different from ordinary demons was that its head was that of a man's. It was quite handsome, but it gave off a trace of cruelty and coldness. The male demon gave off an incredibly powerful aura and a king's might. This demon was definitely the corpse of a demon sovereign king, and it was incredibly terrifying. Sensing this terrifying power, the sky demon sword within the sword mark slightly trembled, seeming to fear this power. A demon sovereign was naturally a king among demons and had powerful demon king's power. This demon sovereign's king's power was incredibly pure, and it most likely had a true kingdom instead of a barony. This was because a barony gave king's power, which was the lowest level of king's power. What a kingdom gave was true king's power. This demon sovereign king had been dead for a long time, yet it still gave off such a powerful aura. The corpse of such an expert was a good treasure and could be used in many ways. As Xiao Fu was thinking about how to deal with the devil king's corpse, the golden dragon said, "There's no need to go through all that trouble. The devil king's corpse has already nurtured a second soul. It is now in a deep slumber and requires a powerful force to awaken it. As for Xiao Fu, you can use your blood to plant restrictions in his body. Your blood is a sovereign bloodline and can naturally suppress kings, so he won't be able to break free from your restrictions. Unless he also becomes an emperor, then you can use your power to awaken him. That way, you will be able to completely control him and prevent anything unexpected from happening." Hearing the golden dragon's words, a smile appeared on Xiao Fu's face. If he subdued such a powerful demon monarch, wouldn't he have another powerful helper? Xiao Fu quickly followed the golden dragon's method and began to lay down restrictions. For this, Xiao Fu did not hesitate to use his own blood essence to condense various restrictions into a blood-red rune, which he then inserted into the demon sovereign's body. This was because the demon sovereign's first soul had already died, and the second soul was something that had been nurtured for a long time. It was incredibly rare, and the second soul did not have the first soul's personality and memories, so it was currently a blank. The restrictions had already been planted in its body, and now it was time to awaken it. This required immense power, and it was best if it was related to a king. As an emperor, Xiao Fu naturally had an advantage. Xiao Fu did not hesitate as he stood on the demon sovereign's massive head and unleashed the Qin imperial seal, exploding out with all of its power. A black aura flame appeared, sending wild gales in all directions. Following this, Xiao Fu controlled the Qin imperial seal to land on the demon sovereign's forehead. Powerful power flowed through the Qin imperial seal and into the demon sovereign's body. Gradually, some life force appeared in the demon sovereign's lifeless body, and it became stronger and stronger. 3 hours later, the demon sovereign suddenly opened its violet eyes and looked at Xiao Fu standing on its head. Its eyes were cold and did not contain a trace of emotion, only cruelty and evil, causing Xiao Fu's hairs to stand on end. In the next second, the demon sovereign raised its hand as if it wanted to attack Xiao Fu and crush Xiao Fu. It did not feel any gratitude towards Xiao Fu, the person who had awakened it, and it only had one thought, which was to kill all creatures. Xiao Fu coldly harumphed and activated the restrictions he had buried. Arg, the demon sovereign held in pain. After the blood-red restrictions were activated, the demon sovereign's soul was slowly twisted and cut, and then it recovered before twisting and cutting again. This sort of pain caused the demon sovereign to go crazy, and it continuously howled as it struggled within the stone coffin. Xiao Fu stood in the air above the stone coffin and coldly looked at the demon sovereign in pain. Even though the demon sovereign was bleeding from its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, making it look incredibly pitiful, Xiao Fu did not stop. Elise, who was in the first hall, heard the pained howls and felt a trace of fear in her heart. It was evident that Xiao Fu was not a kind person and might be even more cruel and cold-blooded than her. The howls continuously sounded out for 6 hours, and the demon sovereign powerlessly lay within the stone coffin, moaning in pain and unable to even scream. Only at that moment did Xiao Fu stop, and the demon sovereign looked at Xiao Fu. It was no longer cruel and cold, but it was filled with fear and terror. Xiao Fu gave a satisfied smile. Following this, the demon sovereign started to change in front of Xiao Fu, turning into a 14 or 15-year-old purple-haired young man. Even though he gave off a cold and ferocious aura, he followed behind Zhao Fu, looking incredibly fearful and nervous. After coming to a hall, Zhao Fu was surprised to find 3 women. They had short silver hair and blood-red eyes. They were incredibly beautiful and had voluptuous figures, and they gave off elegant auras. These 3 women's auras were the same as the 3 spiders' auras from before. Zhao Fu looked at Elise, who also looked slightly afraid of him. She most likely had used some sort of method to do this, or perhaps they could turn into humans. Just as Elise was about to explain, Zhao Fu cut her off. She did not care about these things, and Elise's blood-red eyes spun as if she thought of something. She flirtatiously went up and hugged Zhao Fu's arm, looking quite intimate. The 3 women and the demon sovereign followed behind Zhao Fu and left the historical remnant. Just like that, they had finished exploring the historical remnant. Zhao Fu planned to return to Qin City and deal with the Spider Den and sect armament. Zhao Fu wanted to form an alliance with the other factions and use the alliance to get rid of the weaker factions and system factions. For example, one of the most powerful empires in the human race, the Tsang Empire, was willing to protect Zhao Fu. However, the prerequisite was that Zhao Fu had to marry into the Tsang Empire and marry the Tsang Empire's most prestigious princess. Everyone knew about marrying into the Tsang Empire. When the groom married into the Tsang Empire, he would have to give up his status and become part of the Tsang Empire. His children would not have the groom's surname and would have to be bullied by the Tsang Empire. They would not have much power and would not even have the right to resist. Zhao Fu did not want to live such a life, so he did not want to seek protection from them. After looking through these quests, Zhao Fu felt a chill in his heart. A massive sense of crisis loomed over him, and he felt as if he would die in the next moment. If he could choose, Zhao Fu would rather not have the Emperor's star than have such trouble. However, luckily, he had suddenly obtained this Supreme Being account, so he knew what was going on. Otherwise, if others killed their way to him and died without even knowing why, it would be quite tragic. Sitting around and waiting for death was evidently not Zhao Fu's style. Right now, he had to develop and obtain even more power. With the power of a barony kingdom and a higher being descending, Zhao Fu would not be able to stop him at all. Zhao Fu's consciousness left the heaven spirit steel and heavily breathed out. He put aside the quest to kill himself and started to plan his actions in the fish scale world. There was a massive gap between the fish scale world and the human world, so it was quite easy for them to travel back and forth. Zhao Fu also obtained a lot of information about the fish scale world. Even though the fish scale world was a world of water, it was split into 7 continents. There was a bottomless abyss between the continents, which separated the continents. The 8 aquatic beast kings lived in those abysses. During this period of time, the situation in the various worlds was quite similar, and they were in the final stages of the chaotic world. Because players could now attack system main cities, the system main cities were all gathered together. Zhao Fu continuously gathered information about the fish scale world and looked for a target to attack. The Netherwater continent was too close to the human world, and even though it was quite convenient for Zhao Fu, it would make others suspicious of him. As such, Zhao Fu chose the Darkwater continent, which was at the center of the 7 continents. Following this, Zhao Fu found a system faction that was easy to attack. This system faction was located in a remote region of the Midland continent and was neutral towards the outside world. It did not want to participate in any battles, and it did not have any powerful enemies either. They were all small factions that were quite weak. From how Zhao Fu saw it, they were quite delusional. They clearly had such a good development advantage and could clear out the surrounding factions to instantly become stronger. It would not be a problem for them to remain neutral, but when more powerful factions arrived, not developing would be equivalent to dying. As such, Zhao Fu decided to target them. There were 180 system city lords in total, but Zhao Fu only had 150 brain bugs, which was 30 short. Now that Zhao Fu had thought of a way to deal with this, he did not have to worry too much. After making some arrangements for Great Qin, Zhao Fu headed to the fish scale world. Of course, this was done in secret, and no one would know. 2 days later, Zhao Fu finally snuck into the fish scale world and arrived at the continent. He found the system faction and waited for the right time to act. Time gradually passed, and it was time for the fish scale people to rest. Zhao Fu hid his aura and started to carefully sneak into a system main city. With Zhao Fu's current strength, Stage 1 and Stage 2 soldiers would not be able to discover him. Zhao Fu quickly found the city lord. He was a middle-aged man who looked quite chubby and wore some gold jewelry. He was snoring loudly, and there was a beautiful woman lying next to him. Zhao Fu silently came to his side and lightly spread out his emperor's domain, covering the entire room to prevent anything unexpected from happening. The city lord was still snoring loudly and had not woken up. Zhao Fu did not hold back and took out an overmind bug and placed it on his head. The overmind bug wiggled a few times on his head and found a good place to enter. Its sharp body slightly pierced into the city lord's skin. The wealthy-looking city lord finally sensed danger, and he suddenly opened his eyes and saw that there was a person standing next to him. The wealthy-looking city lord wanted to explode out with his city lord seal's power to at least cause some noise and let others know that something had happened. However, Zhao Fu was prepared. His hand gave off a boundless power as he pressed it against the middle-aged man's chest. A massive power locked down his body, making it so that he could not move at all and could not even make a sound. By now, the overmind bug had completely burrowed into the middle-aged man's forehead and was crawling under his skin, looking for a place to enter his head. The middle-aged man looked terrified and stared at Zhao Fu, but he could not move at all. By now, the overmind bug had burrowed into his head. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with pain, fury, and hatred as he stared at Zhao Fu, and his eyes gradually became empty. This was because the overmind bug was devouring his soul. After a while, the middle-aged man's empty eyes once again regained their light, but the overmind bug had already taken over his body, and it looked at Zhao Fu with a fawning gaze. Zhao Fu let go of his hand, and the power locking down his body disappeared. Zhao Fu ordered the overmind bug to act like the middle-aged man, and the sleeping woman next to him did not notice anything as Zhao Fu stealthily left. Using this method, Zhao Fu continuously controlled 80 or so city lords, and it was extremely successful without any mishaps. Zhao Fu did not want to waste time, so he continued to use this method. However, a small mishap occurred. After Zhao Fu snuck into a city lord's room, the city lord was incredibly wary and immediately discovered that someone had snuck in. At that moment, Zhao Fu immediately spread out his emperor's domain, covering the room and cutting off all sound and movement. The city lord was an ordinary-looking young man, and he did not hesitate to explode out with his city lord seal's power. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu also used the Great Qin seal's power. He stretched out his hand, and a massive, formless hand easily grabbed the young man. The young man desperately tried to break free, but he could not break free at all. Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and he came to the young man's side and took out a glass bottle. He held the continuously twisting overmind bug between two fingers and placed it next to the young man's eye, and the young man looked at the overmind bug in terror as he desperately struggled. However, when Zhao Fu let go, the overmind bug instantly darted into his eye and into his brain. The young man held in pain as his soul was being devoured. The insignia was circular, and there were a few circles on it. At the center was a spirit character. This character was not Chinese but one of the most common characters in the Heaven Awakened world. The insignia gave off a faint might and was a treasure. Zhao Fu looked at the insignia and saw that the insignia was a spirit insignia. When Zhao Fu saw this insignia, he could not help but feel quite shocked. This insignia was incredibly famous, and it was one of the Heaven Spirit Financial Group's top-grade items. With it, no matter where one went, any faction related to the Heaven Spirit Financial Group would treat them as a top-grade VIP, and they would receive all sorts of benefits, such as discounts, free gifts, and the best service from the Heaven Spirit Steel. Ordinary higher beings did not even have such insignia, yet someone had given it to him. Zhao Fu wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but after rubbing his eyes and looking again, he found that the insignia was still there. Had everyone in the Heaven Spirit Financial Group gone crazy to give such a precious item to him, putting aside the fact that his Heaven Spirit Steel account had been upgraded to Supreme Grade, and now he had even been given a Heaven Spirit insignia? Even if there was something wrong, it could not be such a coincidence. There had to be some big reason behind this, but no matter how Zhao Fu thought about it, he could not think of any connection with the Heaven Spirit Financial Group. Zhao Fu could not figure it out, so he did not continue thinking about it. Zhao Fu took out the insignia and examined it closely. There was nothing wrong with it, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Zhao Fu put it away. This kind of surprise was simply too unexpected, and Zhao Fu had not expected it at all. Before, Zhao Fu's account in the Heaven Spirit Steel was the most basic account, and because he had not completed a single quest, he could only accept level 1, level 2, and level 3 quests. Now that it had been upgraded to supreme grade, Zhao Fu could view and accept any quest. Moreover, he had gained many more privileges, and he could do anything he wanted with a discount. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group could also give him information about anything for free, and he could search for quests as he pleased. There was also a new section, which was the communication region. This was something that only high-grade accounts could access. The Heaven Spirit account relied on completing quests to level up, and if one wanted to level up to a high-grade account, one had to complete countless quests. However, Zhao Fu had directly reached supreme grade, and Zhao Fu could not hide the smile on his face. The communication region was a place where people could chat. There was a chatting hall and many private rooms, and it cost a lot of gold to create. However, to a supreme grade account like Zhao Fu, it was naturally free. Every name here was represented by a type of rune. In other words, there were only runes here, and no real names. Zhao Fu felt quite curious and entered the chat hall. There were many people chatting with each other, and there were people who wanted to buy things, people who wanted to sell things, and people who were just chatting. It was the most common language in the Heaven Awakened continent because the Heaven Awakened world was made up of countless worlds, and there were countless languages and cultures. Without a common language, it would be impossible to communicate. After entering, Zhao Fu saw a person selling a mid-grade mortal grade art, Devil Demon Arts. Zhao Fu found that this art was quite suitable for Zhao Sha, and it surpassed SSS grade arts. As soon as he entered, Zhao Fu saw a person selling an intermediate human grade art, Devil Art. You could post the item stats here, and Zhao Fu found that this art was quite suitable for Zhao Sha. Moreover, a human grade art surpassed an SSS grade art, and it was incredibly powerful. The people here did not lack money, so they had to exchange for it with items. These items cost 5 Ghost Spirit Jades, which were top-grade epic grade materials. Qin had obtained some during the Ghost Festival, and now, Zhao Fu felt that it would be worth it to exchange for this mid-grade mortal grade art. As such, Zhao Fu wrote a few words and sent them to the chatting hall, wanting to trade with that person. A rainbow-colored, domineering sentence appeared in the chatting hall. Immediately, the lively chatting hall fell silent, and Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had never thought that a top-tier user would speak with special effects. Fudge! A higher being has appeared in the chatting hall? That scared me to death. After a short moment of silence, someone couldn't help but say in shock. Only a higher being could have a top-tier user, and the higher beings of the weather world were some of the most powerful people in the entire Heaven Awakened world. Countless people could only look up to them. After the first person spoke, everyone else followed suit, and soon, a lot of chatting filled the chatting hall. It really is a higher being. That lowly Xianxia Hua from the Oxhead Mountain is fortunate enough to meet a higher being. Higher being, may I ask if you still lack female attendants? I'm still a virgin, and I'm willing to serve you. I promise that I'll be able to satisfy you. Higher being, I'm simply too happy to be seen by a big shot like you. I'm so excited. I didn't expect such a big shot to come here. Look at you guys, can't you be a bit more ambitious? Higher being, are you still taking disciples? I have human-grade talent, and I promise that I'll treat you 100 times better than my father. Please take me as your disciple. Zhao Fu felt quite speechless. Just then, these people had been incredibly arrogant, and anyone with a high-grade account definitely would not be weak. However, all they had heard was flattery and flattery. More importantly, Zhao Fu was a fake and not a higher being. Even though he didn't know why, Zhao Fu guessed that his supreme level account would be taken back by the Heavenly Spirit, and when that time came, he would drop back to level 0 and would not even have the right to enter the chatting hall. As such, Zhao Fu decided to quickly use this supreme level account to obtain some benefits, and he said, I need the Devil Demon Art. Who was selling it just then? The chatting hall was once again flooded with words, asking if Zhao Fu needed this or that, and some people were talking about other things. Zhao Fu ignored these words and saw that the person who had just sold the devil demon art immediately wanted to trade with him. An interface appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu took out 5 evil ghost jades and placed them into the interface. The person who had traded with Zhao Fu had never thought that such a big shot would directly trade with him, and his mind went blank. He had never thought that he would be able to form a connection with such a big shot, and his heart surged. What is it? Seeing that the trade had not been completed yet, Zhao Fu sent a private message to that person. That person had been frozen in place, his heart beating rapidly, and his mind going blank. After seeing this message, he had obediently placed the art and completed the trade, and 5 evil ghost jades had appeared in his hand. Only now did that person come back to his senses and feel incredibly regretful. To be able to form a connection with such a big shot was a massive opportunity, and he had missed it. If he had been able to become good friends with this big shot and receive some pointers, he would have been able to benefit greatly. After dealing with the cultivation technique, Zhao Fu started to search for items to see what would be useful. It would be best if he could control something in the fish scale world and slowly develop it into a large faction. It would be best if he could unify an entire continent. After searching, Zhao Fu found a very useful thing, which was brain bugs. They were bugs that could control city lords, and they were naturally quite powerful. After all, city lords had city lord seals, which gave them terrifying power, and they could not be easily controlled. Moreover, brain bugs could enter a city lord's head and devour their soul before replacing them. They could obtain everything about the city lord, such as their abilities, memories, or personality, and they could perfectly disguise themselves. The chances of being discovered were quite low, and of course, it was not as high as wiping away one's consciousness. However, it was already quite good. Zhao Fu's goal was to use brain bugs to secretly control a group of city lords in the fish scale world and control them from behind the scenes to attack other regions. That way, they would slowly develop and develop. With brain bugs' abilities, any faction formed would naturally be completely loyal to Zhao Fu and would not betray him. However, brain bugs were not easy to obtain, so Zhao Fu started to search for quests that rewarded brain bugs. Even though there were many quests, they all required different things. Some required medicinal pills, some required equipment, and some required information. The first quest that Zhao Fu saw was to exchange a great city for 5 brain bugs. Even though Zhao Fu now had many cities, he was quite reluctant to exchange a great city for 5 brain bugs. Right now, Zhao Fu could only search for more suitable quests. For example, the quest that Zhao Fu saw was to exchange a legendary grade equipment for 3 brain bugs, which was quite good. As such, Zhao Fu quickly completed the quest and obtained 3 brain bugs. The brain worm was very thin, about a centimeter wide and half a foot long. Its body was transparent, and it was currently stored in a glass bottle. This was because the brainworm was actually very dangerous. If one wasn't careful and it drilled into one's body, then if one wasn't stopped, one would quickly be controlled by it and their soul would be devoured. What Zhao Fu needed to do was to use his blood to tame the 3 brain bugs and make them obey him. This was not too difficult, and Zhao Fu easily completed it. He then continued to look for quests, as 3 brain bugs were definitely not enough. Continued to search for the next mission, exchanging 1 epic material for 6 overminds was a good deal. Zhao Fu immediately made the exchange. He then continued to search for quests. A day later, Zhao Fu completed dozens of quests and obtained 150 brain bugs. Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction. This meant that Zhao Fu could now control 150 city lords. There were still many quests for brain bugs in the Heaven Spirit Steel, but Zhao Fu felt that it was too much of a waste, so he did not do them. However, Zhao Fu still paid attention to these types of quests. As long as he had suitable quests, he could do them. After all, the more brain bugs he had, the more city lords he could control, and the more powerful Zhao Fu would be. Now that these 2 matters had been resolved, Zhao Fu felt slightly more at ease. He did not know when the Sovereign Grade account would be taken back, and Zhao Fu was quite curious about what the Heaven Spirit Steel's top-tier quests were. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked and felt that as expected from a top-tier quest. After all, top-tier quests were not things that ordinary people could complete, and they were usually quests that only higher beings could complete, such as killing gods and emperors, searching for treasures, or exploring unknown worlds. Zhao Fu also saw a few human quests to search for the origin energy that had appeared before. Seeing this, Zhao Fu could not help but think of Tuoba Qing. It seemed that she had attracted the attention of many higher beings. What shocked Zhao Fu even more were the rewards. For example, he would be given a royal city, which was the capital of a true royal kingdom and not a barony royal city like Great Qin. He would also be given 10 Heaven Realm puppets, which were above stage 9 and were even more powerful than the Saint Realm. Raising one's cultivation in the early stages was quite fast, but it would become more and more difficult in the future. For example, Zhao Fu had not even broken through yet, and only a few stage 4 soldiers had appeared in his army. A single Heaven Realm cultivator could easily kill a large group of stage 9 soldiers. It could be seen just how powerful the rewards were, they were simply too shocking. At the same time, Zhao Fu also saw a quest for himself. If he could provide information about the owner of the Celestial Emperor Star and their current location, he would be granted a Marquisate Kingdom by the Taihao Empire. This made Zhao Fu feel quite shocked because Qin City was not a Marquisate Kingdom yet and was only a barony kingdom. Seeing this, Zhao Fu almost wanted to sell himself. Zhao Fu laughed self-mockingly and looked at the other quests. He found that there were many quests about him, far more than the quest to find Tuoba Qing. Perhaps they knew that the origin race was not easy to deal with and that Zhao Fu could easily crush them. As such, looking at the following quests, Zhao Fu's smile became cold because many of them wanted to kill him. For example, if he could obtain the head of the owner of the Celestial Emperor Star, he could obtain a divinity. If he killed the owner of the Celestial Emperor Star, he could obtain the demon ancestor's blood, and if he killed the owner of the Celestial Emperor Star, he could obtain a 5-colored dragon egg. Divinity, demon ancestor's blood, and a 5-colored dragon egg were all incredibly rare treasures, and they were just for taking his life. Only higher beings could see these quests, and Zhao Fu could not help but feel a chill in his heart. There were many people who wanted to kill him, and they were all quests for higher beings. Facing them, Zhao Fu would definitely die. There was also the higher being who had followed the origin mark, and he had not done anything for a long time. The danger he posed to Zhao Fu was quite great. More importantly, he had followed the origin mark and most likely knew that Zhao Fu had the Celestial Emperor Star and even knew about the Nether Emperor Star. He might even know what Zhao Fu looked like and where the human world was. Once he came, with Qin's current strength, it would be very difficult to defend. If he found a few more helpers, no matter how fast Qin developed, it would be futile, and Zhao Fu would not be able to escape death in the end. However, even after such a long time, that higher being had not done anything. It was possible that he had not found the human world's precise location, or else he would have slaughtered all of Qin and killed Zhao Fu to obtain the origin mark. What worried Zhao Fu the most was that almost everyone in the human world knew that he had awakened 2 Emperor Stars. Even though they did not know much about those 2 Emperor Stars, they understood how terrifying those 2 stars were. If this news was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Fu did not dare to think about it. The only good thing was that the human world was in a boundary world, and the Heaven Awakened world was incredibly vast, so it would be very difficult for ordinary people to find this place. However, Zhao Fu was just in case. After all, if he was unlucky, anything could happen. For example, one of the most powerful human empires, the Tsang Empire, was willing to give Zhao Fu protection, but the prerequisite was that Zhao Fu had to marry into the Tsang Empire and marry the Tsang Empire's most prestigious princess. Everyone knew about marrying into the Tsang Empire's family. If the groom married into the Tsang Empire, he would have to give up his status and become part of the Tsang Empire. His children would not be able to take the groom's surname and would have to be bullied by the Tsang Empire's family. They would not have much power and would not even have the right to resist. Zhao Fu did not want to live such a life, so he did not want to seek protection from the Tsang Empire. After looking through these quests, Zhao Fu felt a chill in his heart. A massive sense of danger loomed over him, and he felt as if he would die in the next moment. If he had a choice, Zhao Fu would rather not have the Emperor Star than have such trouble. However, luckily he had suddenly obtained this supreme great account, so he knew what was going on. Otherwise, if others killed their way to him and died without even knowing why, it would be quite pitiful. Sitting and waiting for death was evidently not Zhao Fu's personality. Right now, he needed to develop and obtain even more power. With the power of a barony kingdom and a higher being descending, Zhao Fu would not be able to stop him at all. After withdrawing his consciousness from the heaven spirit steel, Zhao Fu heavily breathed out and put aside the quest to kill himself and started to plan his actions in the fish scale world. There was a massive gap between the fish scale world and the human world, so it was quite easy for both sides to travel back and forth. Zhao Fu obtained a lot of information about the fish scale world. Even though the fish scale world was a world of water, it was split into 7 continents. There was a bottomless abyss between the continents, which separated the continents. The 8 aquatic beast kings lived in those abysses. The situation in the various worlds was quite similar, and they were in the final stages of the chaotic world. Because players could now attack system main cities, the system main cities were all gathered together. By now, Zhao Fu continuously gathered information about the fish scale world and looked for a target to attack. The Netherwater continent was too close to the human world, and even though it was more convenient for Zhao Fu, it would attract more suspicion. As such, Zhao Fu chose the Darkwater continent, which was at the center of the 7 continents. Following this, Zhao Fu found a system faction that was easy to deal with. This system faction was located in a remote region of the Midland continent, and it maintained a neutral stance towards the outside world. It did not want to participate in any battles, and it did not have any powerful enemies. In Zhao Fu's eyes, they were indulging in wishful thinking. With such a good development advantage, they could wipe out the surrounding powers and instantly become stronger. At this time, it was not a problem for them to maintain a neutral and peaceful state. When the time came, when even stronger powers came, not developing would be equivalent to death. As such, Zhao Fu decided to target them. This system faction had 180 system city lords in total, but Zhao Fu only had 150 brain bugs, which was 30 less. Zhao Fu had already thought of a way to deal with this, so he did not have to worry too much. After making some arrangements for Qin, Zhao Fu headed to the fish scale world. Of course, this was done in secret, and no one would know about it. 2 days later, Zhao Fu finally snuck into the fish scale world and went to that continent. He found the system faction and waited for the right time to act. Time gradually passed, and it was time for the fish scale people to rest. Zhao Fu hid his aura and carefully snuck into a system main city. With Zhao Fu's current strength, Stage 1 and Stage 2 soldiers would not be able to discover Zhao Fu at all. Zhao Fu quickly found the city lord. He was a middle-aged man who looked quite chubby and wore some gold jewelry. He was snoring loudly, and there was a beautiful woman lying next to him. Zhao Fu silently came to his side and lightly spread out his emperor's domain, covering the entire room to prevent anything unexpected from happening. The city lord was still snoring loudly and had not woken up. Zhao Fu did not hold back and took out a brain bug and placed it on the city lord's head. The brain bug wiggled a few times on the city lord's head and found a good place to enter. Its sharp body slightly poked out and pierced into the city lord's skin. The city lord finally sensed danger and suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a person standing next to him, and just as he was about to explode out with his city lord seal's power, he wanted to at least make some noise and let others know that something had happened. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu was prepared. His hand gave off a massive power as he pressed it against the city lord's chest. A massive power locked down the city lord's body, making it so that he could not move at all and could not even make a sound. By now, the brain bug had completely burrowed into the city lord's forehead and was crawling under his skin, looking for a place to enter his head. The city lord looked terrified as he stared at Zhao Fu, but he was unable to move at all. By now, the brain bug had already burrowed into his head. The city lord's eyes were filled with pain, fury, and hatred as he stared at Zhao Fu, and his eyes gradually became empty. This was because the brain bug was devouring his soul. After a while, the city lord's empty eyes once again regained their light, but the brain bug had already taken over his body, and his eyes were now looking at Zhao Fu in a fawning manner. Zhao Fu let go of the city lord's hand, and the power that had been locking him down disappeared. Zhao Fu's brain bug acted just like the city lord, and the woman sleeping next to him did not notice anything at all. By now, Zhao Fu had silently left. Using this method, Zhao Fu had continuously controlled 80 or so city lords, and it had been extremely successful without anything unexpected happening. Zhao Fu did not want to waste any time, so he continued to use this method. However, a small mishap occurred, after Zhao Fu snuck into a city lord's room, the city lord was incredibly vigilant and immediately discovered that someone had snuck in. At that moment, Zhao Fu immediately spread out his emperor's domain, covering the room and cutting off all sound and movement. The city lord was an ordinary-looking young man, and he did not hesitate to explode out with his city lord seal's power. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu used the Qin seal's power and stretched out his hand, causing a massive formless hand to easily grab the young man. The young man desperately tried to struggle, but he could not break free at all. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all, and he came to the young man's side and took out a glass bottle. He held the continuously twisting brain bug between two fingers and placed it next to the young man's eye, and the young man looked at the brain bug in terror as he desperately struggled. However, Zhao Fu loosened his fingers, and the brain bug instantly burrowed into the young man's eye and entered his brain. The young man held in pain as his soul was being devoured. After dealing with this young man, Zhao Fu quickly dealt with the others. He used up all 150 of the brain bugs and successfully controlled 150 city lords. By now, it was daybreak, and Zhao Fu started to carry out his next plan. He first gathered all of the city lords and held an emergency meeting. The other city lords controlled by the brain bugs naturally understood what was going on. The remaining 30 city lords who were not controlled did not know what was going on and did not sense any danger. Because all of the city lords had gathered, they thought that something big had happened, so they hurried over. However, after arriving, they could not help but feel angry because they saw the other city lords eating and drinking at the banquet. It was impossible for something urgent to happen. At that moment, many of the people they were familiar with came over with wine and warmly invited them to drink with them. The city lords were too embarrassed to refuse, so they joined in. However, some people had things to do and decided to go back, so no one stopped them. It was just that on the way back, a person stopped them. The 10 or so city lords' expressions fell because they could sense that this person was incredibly powerful and gave off a dense killing intent. "Hurry! Split up and run!" a person suddenly yelled. The other city lords understood that they were not a match for Zhao Fu, so they also ran in all directions. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu disdainfully coldly laughed. The 5 pupils in his left eye quickly spun, and a terrifying power burst out. Countless chains containing shocking power flew towards the escaping city lords. Before the city lords could react, their bodies were pierced by the chains and they died, and their city lord seals floated out. The other city lords looked incredibly shocked and unleashed energy barriers to defend, but they were not able to last for long. Their energy barriers shattered, and the countless chains pierced into their bodies. They also died, and not a single one of them was able to escape. After putting away the city lord's seals and corpses, Zhao Fu returned to the previous city. The remaining city lords had all been poisoned to death, and Zhao Fu looked at them and said, "Quickly take control of those 30 cities and gather forces to clear out the surrounding regions." Now, there were only 150 city lords, and they were all controlled by the brain bug. They naturally obeyed all of Zhao Fu's orders, and because they had made preparations, the 30 cities were quite easy to control. Zhao Fu did not take these 30 cities with him and instead left them here. Because Zhao Fu wanted to greatly develop this faction, he did not want to weaken it. He chose some of his most trusted subordinates to be city lords, and when he had more brain bugs, he would control them. Zhao Fu did not take these 30 cities with him. Most of the factions in the area were small and did not pose much of a threat. It would take some time to clear them out. Once all of the factions were cleared out and their strength increased, they would begin to move against the larger factions in the area. The countless smaller factions in the surroundings felt incredibly terrified by the changes in the system main city. They didn't know what had happened that caused the neutral factions to take the initiative to attack others, and they didn't know that the city lord had changed. However, this did not attract much attention, because this was very common. For the sake of survival, plans could be changed at any time. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu once again returned to Qin City. Qin City was just like before, doing his best to clear out regions while constructing the Third Great Wall. This would take a lot of time and would not be completed in a short period of time. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Zhao Fu returned to the real world. In the real world, Zhao Fu had long since recovered from his injuries, and he had returned to his villa. Just like before, he was incredibly hungry, and after eating to his heart's content, Zhao Fu habitually opened his computer and looked at some other things. Zheng Dong, who had been Zhao Fu's class president during his university days, sent a message saying that his faction had been developing quite well and had just conquered a Xiongnu city. He was now the city lord, and most of his classmates had joined him. This included Zhang Yu, who had been on good terms with Zhao Fu. As such, he told Zhao Fu to go over and give a minor position to Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu had supported him in the past. Right now, almost everyone in the group was fawning over him, because in the class, he could be considered as one of the most promising students. Even some teachers were praising him. Because the real world was in chaos, the rumor that the heaven-awakened world would devour the real world had gradually been confirmed. Those who were powerful in the heaven-awakened world now would stand at the forefront of the world in the future, and everyone was making plans for the future. Some independent people without any faction would find it difficult to survive in the future, so many people were choosing which factions to join. The one with the most support was naturally Qin City, as Qin City was about to sweep through the world unstoppably. Everyone knew that tens of thousands of people would submit to him. However, how could Qin City be a place that ordinary people like them could join? Even some large families tried to curry favor with Qin City, but Qin City did not even bother to look at them. Of course, ordinary people like them could not join Qin City, so they could only choose to join other factions. Now that Jingdong had become the city lord of a basic city, some people naturally wanted to join him, so it was only natural for them to say good things about him. A city lord of a basic city? Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh, so he rejected Jingdong's offer. How could Zhao Fu work for a city lord of a basic city? Because he had seen Jingdong talking in the group, Zhao Fu had said it in the group, causing many people to feel jealous and envious. In order to curry favor with Jingdong, some people said to Zhao Fu, you're not giving him any face at all. Class Rep Xing is a city lord, and in the future, ordinary people will try to curry favor with him. Don't regret it in the future. Others also said, that's right, only an idiot wouldn't want to join such a good person like our Class Rep Xing. We'll definitely support him. Zhao Fu didn't know what to say, and in the end, he could only silently close the group. Following this, Zhao Fu wanted to enter the Heaven Awakened World Forum to take a look, but he found that he could not enter the forum at all. He suddenly remembered that he had captured Flower Moon, so there was naturally no one to maintain the Heaven Awakened World Forum, so he could not enter. At that moment, Mu Gillen walked in with some information. Before, Zhao Fu had ordered people to investigate the remaining dynasty legatees. If he wanted to unify China, they were the first target that Zhao Fu had thought of, so he had ordered people to pay attention to them so that he could destroy them. Even though killing the Ying family's people would not be a loss to Qin, it would definitely make Qin quite displeased. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well go all out against the Ying family. Recently, in order to deal with this situation, the Ying family had mobilized some of their armies. After all, China had been infiltrated by the various large families, and they had a lot of power in the real world, so they definitely had some influence in the military. Facing this problem, Zhao Fu thought about it for a while. Even though he could use his true body transformation at any time and did not have to worry about anything, others could not do the same. The Ying family was indeed not very important to Zhao Fu, but as Qin's royal family, Zhao Fu had to take care of them and could not let them die. Moreover, there were many people in the Ying family that Zhao Fu cared about, so he could not just watch them die. Right now, Zhao Fu had no other choice because he did not know how to use his true body transformation. As such, he decided to return to the Heaven Awakened world and ask the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon gave him a good idea, which was to use the true body transformation magic formation. However, this required a lot of spatial stones, which were stones with spatial attributes. They were quite rare, but with the Ying family's power, they were not a big deal. By now, the Ying family's branches had controlled great cities and some basic cities. Even though they could not compare to Qin, they were still a large faction among player factions. With this magic formation, even if the Ying family was destroyed in the real world, they would be able to immediately enter the Heaven Awakened world. The Heaven Awakened world would no longer be their world, but Qin's. Zhao Fu told the family leaders about this magic formation, and the family leaders felt incredibly grateful to Zhao Fu and their legatee. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu once again returned to the heaven-awakened world and busied himself with various matters. Days passed, and soon, it was May of the 4th year. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and there were no clouds in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. The sky was blue, and it looked quite clean. It was a sunny day. Suddenly, a domineering and dignified dragon's roar sounded out as the clear sky suddenly darkened. A massive aura swept through all of China like a wild gale. A black pillar of light stood between the heavens and the earth, and 9 massive black dragons circled in the sky, giving off an intimidating aura. They were incredibly domineering and could cause all living things to submit. All of China's people's expressions were quite unsightly because Great Qin, which had been silent for a long time, was once again going to wildly expand. A bloodbath was about to descend, and facing Great Qin, their faces were filled with fear and they couldn't help but feel afraid. Zhao Fu grinned as he stood by the side. After Qin's territory for 6 months, he had the Great Qin's territory, and the Great Qin's territory had completed. After, Qin's territory and the Great Chen's territory. Now, Great Qin was a level 1 Marquis kingdom. Even before the real world had been destroyed, Great Qin had already become a Marquis kingdom. Not many people could do this. However, leveling up a dukedom kingdom was not so easy. It required 3 Marquis cities, 6 barony cities, and 9 capital cities. In actuality, this was not the most important thing. Leveling up a dukedom kingdom required unifying an entire world. Only by relying on the world's power could it level up into a dukedom kingdom. Region power would become useless, and it could only be leveled up by relying on the world's power. This was a very long journey, as Qin did not have the power to unify the world yet. It would take a long time to develop. First, Qin was now a level 1 Marquis kingdom because it had conquered 1,470 regions. It now needed 1,000 regions to level up. Of Great Qin's barony cities and capital cities, the 3 capital cities from before had leveled up to barony cities, which were 7 Kill City, Peacock City, and Demon King City. As for Great Qin's barony cities, 5 of them had leveled up to capital cities, as the Shang dynasty city that they had taken down was already a capital city. As for the other 5 capital cities, Zhao Fu did not use dynasty cities. After all, 2 of the 3 barony cities were dynasty cities and 1 was the Shang dynasty's capital city. There were simply too many of them, and Zhao Fu did not want to use them, so he developed other cities. The first city that Zhao Fu chose was the Celestial City because its stats were quite suitable for cultivation and living there. The residents were quite enthusiastic about this city, and next was the Sword Mountain City. Zhao Fu mainly wanted its offensive power, as it was incredibly powerful. The third city that Zhao Fu chose was the Disaster City. The reason for this was that its disaster stats were quite powerful. The 4th and 5th cities were naturally the Fire and Ice cities. Before, they had only been gold grade cities, but they had now leveled up to legendary grade. This was because Zhao Fu had obtained an ice heart and a fire heart from the Heaven Spirit Steel. These 2 energy hearts were both legendary grade. The Heaven Spirit Steel was a very good item, and it contained all sorts of rare treasures. As long as one fulfilled the requirements, one could obtain them. What surprised Zhao Fu was that the Supreme Grade account had not been taken back yet. This made Zhao Fu feel quite strange. Even if something had gone wrong, it would not have taken so long. After all, it had already been 6 months. Zhao Fu felt quite confused, but he could not understand what was going on. Following this, there were the powerful stats of a level 1 Marquis Royal City. Village name, Qin Royal City, Human King, level, Marquis Royal City, level 1, village area, 242,9400 square kilometers village territory, 232421800 square kilometers popular support, 86 special stats, territory crop output plus 300%, territory crop growth time minus 300%, population limit plus 180%, resident stats plus 24, soldier stats plus 29%, population attraction plus 250%, high-grade attraction plus 250%. Subsidiary village limit, 2096930 subordinate cities, Fragrant Moon City, Black Soul City, Greatwood City, Water Spirit City, Snake City, Medicine Valley City, Ocean City. Not only had the cities become stronger, but Zhao Fu's royal Qin seal's power had also risen by another level. Now that it was a level 1 Marquisate kingdom, its kingdom power was even more powerful, and Zhao Fu could confer even more titles to civil and military officials. Qin's strength had risen by another level. Now, Qin had 1,470 regions and 8,820 counties. In other words, there were 8,820 county heads, 1,470 provincial heads, 147 barons, 14 marquisate heads, and 1 duke head. With Qin's current strength, how many factions could they do anything to it? Even if a few hundred factions came, with the kingdom's power, they would be able to easily destroy them. Then, there were the generals. However, Qin's massive population was still quite large. Great Qin's population had now reached 4.7 billion people and 470 million soldiers. There were 320 million or so Stage 1 soldiers, 9.2 million or so Stage 2 soldiers, 1.1 million or so Stage 3 soldiers, and 50,000 or so Stage 4 soldiers. Now that Qin had 470 million soldiers, he had 4,700 basic general seals, 470 advanced general seals, 47 advanced general seals, and 4 marquis general seals. Right now, Great Qin's strength was incredibly terrifying, and it could cause countless people to feel fear. It was like a terrifying monster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Moreover, he now had 160,000 corpse soul soldiers, 3,200 corpse soul commanders, and 3,860 wyverns. Of these, 3,000 could participate in battle. At the same time, after spending so much time and resources, Great Qin had nurtured 5,000 flower devils. After these flower devils grew, they would split into 3 flower devil seeds, which could be used to nurture more flower devils. Zhao Fu did not nurture these flower devils as battle soldiers but as support soldiers, creating a type of illusion flower devil. These illusion flower devils were not very powerful in battle, but they could scatter pollen that had powerful hallucinatory effects. Anyone who breathed it in would immediately fall into a hallucination. The flower devils that he had nurtured were all Stage 1, which meant that Stage 1 soldiers were not immune to this pollen. At the same time, Qin did not only have ordinary flower devils, but he also had elite and chief flower devils, and a lord flower devil, which was Little Rose. After elite flower devils grew up, they would become level 2 flower devils and could hallucinate Stage 2 soldiers. After chief flower devils grew up, they would become level 3 flower devils and could hallucinate Stage 3 soldiers. Lord flower devils were innately Stage 4 and had all sorts of abilities, making them incredibly powerful. However, because Zhao Fu did not have many seeds, there were not many of them. This was especially so for Little Rose, who was only 2 or 3 years old. Zhao Fu did not know when she would truly grow up and produce seeds. Finally, there was the spider Denver. Because Zhao Fu had only obtained it for a short period of time, he had nurtured 40,000 spiders. As the spider empress, Elise had contributed greatly. These spiders were all 2 meters wide and had Stage 2 strength. Moreover, they were incredibly ferocious, and their battle power was not weak at all. They were terrifying demonic creatures, and just thinking about countless large spiders crawling over was enough to imagine how terrifying they were. However, Zhao Fu also valued their other ability, which was to climb walls as easily as walking on the ground. With this ability, it would be very easy to attack a city. Zhao Fu was quite pleased with the spider's abilities, and it was quite useful on the battlefield. As such, he decided to greatly nurture it. In the future, it would definitely have good results, making it easier to attack cities and reducing casualties. There was also the core. The original 13 core had been upgraded to level 10 core, and their attributes were even stronger than before. Each core could now have up to 4 million soldiers. This was definitely not enough, as Qin's military had reached 470 million soldiers. The 13 core only had around 50 million soldiers, which was not enough to meet the requirements of the core. Fortunately, now that Qin had become a level 1 Marquisate kingdom, it could also establish 10 core. After all, every time a kingdom leveled up, it could create 2 core. Qin had originally been a level 5 barony, and now that it had leveled up 5 times, its speed was quite shocking. Therefore, he directly obtained the qualifications to establish another 10 legions. Now that it was a Marquisate kingdom, every time a Marquisate kingdom leveled up, it would be able to create an additional corps. In other words, every time a Marquisate kingdom leveled up, it would have the opportunity to create 3 corps. However, even if all 10 corps were added together, they would only have around 40 million soldiers, and with the addition of the corps, they would not even have 100 million soldiers. Qin had 470 million soldiers, so it was evident that it lacked corps at all times. Now, it was time to create corps. Zhaofu did not want ordinary corps, so he naturally wanted to create special corps. As such, he had to find a vessel. The first thing that Zhaofu thought of was to Obaqing city. The city heart did not have the ability to spawn origin bloodlines, but it could spawn some related bloodlines. The city heart had been affected by Tuoba-Qing's awakening, and it had obtained a bit of origin human power. This power was quite weak, but it was still quite powerful. It was a pity that after Tuoba-Qing had completely awakened, she had immediately left. Otherwise, he would have been able to send her power into the city, and the city's potential would have been immense. Right now, that city was only gold grade, and Zhaofu was filled with hope as he tried to see if he could create a corps. However, he found that its power was not enough, making Zhaofu feel quite disappointed. A dynasty legacy city could definitely be used as a vessel for a special corps. First, it was legendary grade, and the city itself had a powerful legacy power. Great Qin had conquered 6 dynasty legatees before. These were the Hongbang dynasty, the Shang dynasty, the Jin dynasty, the Sui dynasty, the Song dynasty, and the Qing dynasty. At that moment, Zhaofu thought of the Water God Temple. Now that Qin had conquered Vietnam, the northern side was facing a boundless ocean. At the same time, Qin had greatly developed the fishing industry and navy, and the Water God Temple could give all sorts of blessings related to water. Now, it was on the same level as the City God Temple, and it was a level 12 Water God Temple. The Water God had powerful divine power, and Zhaofu wanted to use the Water God as a vessel. This sort of corps was related to water, as the navy had always been Qin's weakness. Zhaofu came to the Water God Temple, and it was already filled with people praying for blessings. As Zhaofu arrived, the soldiers maintained order and had them leave for now. "We greet your majesty." Seeing Zhaofu arrive, the Water God revealed its true body and smiled as it bowed to Zhaofu. Zhaofu lightly nodded and nodded. He then took out a core and fused it into the tall Water God statue. A powerful aura immediately spread out. It was an incredibly powerful godly spirit aura. At that moment, the Water Goddess statue gave off countless rays of blue light, and a lot of water vapor gathered around it, forming countless water mists. Suddenly, countless water droplets gathered, condensing into a woman made of water. This woman looked somewhat like the Water Goddess. Water God Core, with the Water God statue with powerful divine power as a vessel. After receiving the Water God's power, all stats will be greatly increased. All members of the Corps will receive Water God's power, and the Corps formation will be a Water God. Limit increased by 1 million soldiers. After looking at the Water God Corps' information, Zhaofu felt quite satisfied and went to his second target, which was the Divine Spider Denver. The Spider Den also had massive divine power, and it was epic grade. With these conditions, it could definitely be used as a vessel for the Corps, so Zhaofu listed it as a vessel for the second corps. Within the demonic flames, a spider crawled out and slowly grew larger until it was as big as a small house. It gave off a powerful and savage aura, and it stood in front of Zhaofu before turning into a stone stele with a spider engraved on it. Spider Corps, with a powerful spider den as the vessel, this stone stele has received a massive amount of Spider God's power, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the Corps can receive Spider God's power, and the Corps formation will be a spider. The limit for the Corps has increased by 1 million soldiers. Zhaofu had completed another 2 goals, and he was now 2 away from the original 4. After thinking about it, Zhaofu decided that there was nothing else that he could use as a vessel. At that moment, Zhaofu thought of Qin's 5 ghost professions. They were all powerful professions, and if he could develop them into a Corps, they would be quite terrifying. They would be far more powerful than some dynasty Corps. For example, the 100 Ghost Illusionist was already so powerful when it was cast by a few people. If 4 million people cast the dark ghost world, the scene would be enough to blot out the sky and turn the world into a ghost world. There was also the ghost summoners, who could summon ghosts to attack without harming their bodies at all. Thinking about that, Xiaofu felt quite excited, so he quickly went to the military camp and tested the core. He found that the 100 ghost illusionists and ghost summoners profession change steels were not good, but the other 3 profession change steels could be used as vessels for the core. This was because the 3 profession change stone steels were quite compatible with the core heart. The other 2 professions were quite incompatible, and even though the human ghosts, ghost god soldiers, and ghost eyes could fuse with the core, they still lacked some power. Xiaofu went to the Heaven Spirit Steel and used 3 pieces of epic-grade equipment to exchange for 3 powerful ghost-type treasures, which he fused into the 3 profession change stone steels. This way, they could be used as vessels. At the same time, Xiaofu found that the 3 professions had something in common: they all required ghosts to be powerful. The human ghosts needed to fuse with more ghosts to become more powerful, while the ghost god soldiers needed to turn many types of ghosts into weapons. The more weapons they turned into, the more powerful they would become. The ghost eyes was the same, and they needed to fuse ghosts into their eyes to obtain powerful ghost power. All 3 professions could be used in battle. The 100 ghost illusionist was an illusionary profession, while the ghost summoner was a summoning profession. They were different, so they could not be vessels. Moreover, there was another difference. The first 2 professions only had 300 players, while the last 3 professions had 3,000 players. Because they were all together, Xiaofu created the core cores together. He took out the 3 core cores and fused them into the 3 stone steels. 3 massive waves of ghostly chi flowed out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. An eerie aura covered the surroundings, causing people to shiver. Boom! 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 3 explosions sounded out as the 3 stone steels gave off intense ghostly lights, and 3 ghosts giving off terrifying power appeared in front of Xiaofu. These 3 ghosts' auras were all incredibly powerful, and when they gathered together, the cold and eerie aura they gave off would cause countless people to feel afraid. The first ghost was in front of the ghost eyes stone steel, and it looked like an elderly man. It wore a white robe and looked quite kind, but it had 6 eyes. The second ghost was in front of the human ghost stone steel, and it looked quite deformed. It was 3 meters tall and had a well-built body, but it was hunched over because there was a large bulge on its back. The third ghost was in front of the ghost god soldier stone steel, and it looked quite normal. It was dressed in armor and held a sword in one hand and a saber in the other, and there was a bow on its back. These 3 terrifying ghosts turned into 3 ghost steels and appeared in front of Xiaofu. Human ghost core. With a human ghost stone steel as a vessel, this stone steel has received a massive amount of human ghost power, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can receive human ghost power, and the core formation will be a human ghost. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Ghost God Soldiers Core. With the Ghost God Soldiers stone steel as a vessel, this stone steel has received a massive amount of ghost power, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can receive ghost power, and the core formation will be a Ghost God Soldiers. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Ghost God Soldiers Core. With the Ghost God Soldiers stone steel as a vessel, this stone steel has received a massive amount of ghost eye power, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can receive ghost eye power, and the core formation will be an eye ghost. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. After looking at these stats, Xiaofu felt quite delighted. Even though the 3 professions had been reduced, they were still quite powerful, and they were at the forefront of Qin's core. This was because these 3 professions were incredibly powerful professions. In the future, Xiaofu felt quite confident that these 3 core would become one of Qin's top 3 ghost core, and they would sweep away all obstacles for Qin. However, these 3 core all needed ghosts, and they needed a large number of ghosts. Only then would they be able to display the power of their professions, and they would not be much weaker than Qin's Jianshan core. As for the ghosts, Xiaofu would deal with them later. It was a pity that the 100 ghost illusionist and ghost summoner stone steel could not be turned into core, or else Qin would have 5 ghost core. Xiaofu could already imagine how terrifying they would be. As for the remaining 5 core cores, Xiaofu placed them on the dynasty city. After arriving at the Shang dynasty city, Zhao Fu fused the core into it, and a king's aura exploded out, forming a powerful might that covered the entire city hall. The city core also flashed with a bronze light. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded out as a bronze flood dragon giving off an incredibly powerful aura appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This flood dragon was 9 meters long and had bronze scales. It only had 3 claws and a short horn on its head, but it was filled with the might and domineeringness of an emperor. Shang Dynasty Core. With the Shang Dynasty's legacy city as the vessel, this core has received massive support from the Shang Dynasty's legacy power, greatly increasing all stats. All members of the core can receive the Shang Dynasty's legacy power, and the core formation will be a bronze flood dragon. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Following this, Zhao Fu created the Jin Dynasty's core, the Sui Dynasty's core, the Song Dynasty's core, and the Qing Dynasty's core. Their core formations were all flood dragons, as only Great Qin's royal core was a dragon. These dynasty core were not weak, but compared to the other core, they were quite ordinary and were not as strong as the 3 ghost core. However, they were quite strong for a special core. Now that Qin had created 10 more core, their strength would once again increase by another level. Now, there was the problem of a large number of ghosts. Zhao Fu planned to create a ghost gate and release countless ghosts to fuse with the 3 ghost core. In the northern part of the Midland continent, China had 2,000 regions, and there were 5 other countries: Vietnam, Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, and Cambodia. Now, Qin had 1,470 regions, and if he took out Vietnam's 350 regions, he would have 1,000 or so regions. It could be said that there were still 1,000 regions in the northern part of China that Zhao Fu had not conquered yet. These were the left and right sides of China, each with 500 regions. These regions had been developed by other dynasties, but they had either been destroyed or moved away out of fear of Qin. Zhao Fu's plan was to destroy the remaining 4 countries in the north and the regions on both sides of China to unify the north. Among the remaining 4 countries, the most powerful one was Myanmar, with 400 districts and a population of 100 million, followed by Thailand, with 350 districts and a population of 80 million, followed by Cambodia, with 320 districts and a population of 70 million, and Laos, with 300 districts and a population of 70 million. In total, they had 1,370 regions and 4,000 or so city lords. They also had 4 nation armaments, which were the following. Myanmar. The first was the Pagan dynasty, which was the first feudal dynasty to unify Myanmar. In 849, Pagan established the Pagan Kingdom. In 1004, the Pagan Kingdom sent ambassadors to China to pay tribute to the northern Song dynasty. In 1254, the Pagan Kingdom ascended the throne and became tyrannical, causing rebellions to break out. In the northern part of Pagan, the Shan tribe rose and continuously invaded Pagan. In 1271, the Mongol Empire changed its name to Yuan. After the Yuan dynasty was established and destroyed the southern Song dynasty, the Yuan army attacked Pagan. Pagan city was destroyed, and the Pagan kingdom surrendered. The northern part of Myanmar became the Yuan dynasty's Burma province, and the Pagan kingdom fell. Thailand. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the Dian kingdom included Thailand, but it lost control. The second was the Sukhothai kingdom, as it was the greatest kingdom in Thailand's history. In the 13th century, the Angkor kingdom started to decline, and the Pagan kingdom in the west was invaded by the Mongols. The Dai took this opportunity to rise, and they established the Lanna kingdom in the north and the Sukhothai kingdom in the south. The Sukhothai kingdom started to expand in the 1240s, and it was the first kingdom in Thailand's history. Sukhothai expelled the Angkor kingdom and fused the Mongols and Khmers, creating the Thai language. Until AD 1438 it was annexed by the Kingdom of Metropolis in 2000. Laos, the third Lan Song kingdom. The Lan Song kingdom was established in 1353 AD, during the Golden Age of Laos. Lan Song was a transliteration, and its original meaning in Lao language was million elephants. The country was founded by Faong, who was supported by the Khmer kingdom, and his power extended to the 12 banners, Sheri, of the Cloud tribe. The capital of the country, Chuan Tong, was later renamed Luang Prabang. The Lansong Kingdom was a vassal state of the Ming dynasty and was known as the Southern Palm during the reign of Jiajing. In the 15th century, Li Xingzong of the Yu Kingdom invaded the country and established the Jining prefecture in the barbarian region of Chuanan province. The old chief surnamed Qin surrendered. In the 16th century, the capital was moved to Vientiane to avoid Myanmar. In the Ming dynasty, the Laos military and civilian emissary office was set up. Lansong continued to pay tribute to Yu until 1694. From 1707 onwards, the Lansong Kingdom began to split into the Luang Prabang Kingdom, Wanxiang Kingdom, and Champasak Kingdom. The Lansong Kingdom was destroyed. The fourth was the Angkor dynasty. In the 8th century, the Angkor dynasty was established and bordered the Tang, Yuan, and Ming dynasties. When the Angkor dynasty was at its peak, it occupied all of Jinzhai, most of Thailand and Laos, Vietnam and southern Myanmar. It was the most powerful country in Southeast Asia. Moreover, it created the world-famous Angkor civilization. Because they worshipped Mahayana Buddhism, they built many Buddhist temples. Because of the large-scale construction and conquest, the commoners' blood and sweat were drained, and the commoners continuously rebelled against the conquered regions. In the mid-13th century, the Thai kingdom defeated the Angkor dynasty many times before falling. These were the most powerful dynasties in the four countries, and they had four nation armaments. It could be said that the four of them were Zhao Fu's main targets, not only in terms of strength but also in terms of territory. The 1,000 regions in the northern part of China were already in Zhao Fu's grasp, as there was not much that could resist. Zhao Fu discussed with the various ministers and decided to send troops to the four countries first. At the same time, he sent letters to all of the system factions in the northern part of China. With Qin's unstoppable momentum, they would most likely make a wise decision. Otherwise, he would have to send troops to attack them. This was because Zhao Fu had already received news that the four countries had allied together. As long as Qin attacked one side, they would definitely send troops to defend against Qin. The four kingdoms had 4,000 or so cities, which meant that they had 400 million soldiers. If Great Qin wanted to attack one side, it would have to face attacks from three sides. This was quite unfavorable, but under the suggestions of the generals, Great Qin did not dare to attack them. However, under the suggestion of the generals, Qin had 470 million soldiers and split them into four teams to simultaneously attack the four countries and destroy them. The remaining 70 million soldiers would be responsible for defending Qin. Even though their forces were about the same as Qin's, they had 10,000 or so city lords, giving them a massive advantage. The other side only had 5,000 or so city lords, which was the number of system city lords and player city lords. Because they had long since made preparations, they could no longer use sneak attacks. After all, it was impossible for them to split into teams and clear out regions one by one, as it was possible for them to set up ambushes. Zhao Fu was not too afraid in a direct confrontation. After all, apart from the city lord corps, Qin also had 8 terrifying war beasts, which were the 8 aquatic beast kings that Zhao Fu had subdued. With their strength, they would have no problem fighting against 500 city lords. Last time, it had taken 8,000 or so city lords to completely suppress the 8 aquatic beast kings. It was evident just how terrifying they were. At the same time, there were also many wyverns and corps soul commanders that had fused with city lords' seals. With their current strength, how could Zhao Fu fear the four countries? So what if they allied together? In the end, they would still not be able to defeat Qin. The only thing that they had to pay attention to was the 4 dynasty nation armaments. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he would take care of one, Zhao Mo would take care of one, Elise would take care of one, and Bai Qi and a few other generals would be able to deal with the rest. After making careful preparations, Qin officially sent out troops, splitting them into 4 teams to simultaneously attack the 4 countries. However, right after sending out troops, they encountered resistance. They were unable to use teleportation channels to go to the 4 countries, as there were 2 isolation zones that separated Qin from the 4 countries. One was set up by Laos and Cambodia, while the other was set up by Thailand and Myanmar. These 2 regions were separated by a large number of isolation barriers, and they were all quite well hidden. With so many isolation barriers around them, ordinary methods of breaking through them would be useless. In actuality, Qin had prepared many restriction-breaking stones to break through isolation barriers, but they had all lost their effects. The second method was quite troublesome, as the four kingdoms had spent a lot of effort here. There were many isolation formations, and some were underground and some were in mountains. Getting rid of them would not be a simple matter. Zhao Fu called some people over to see how long it would take to get rid of these magic formations, and they found out that it would take 3 or 4 months. As such, Zhao Fu could only choose the first method. After all, if the entire army moved at full speed, crossing 2 regions would be a matter of a month. The four kingdoms had spent quite a bit of effort to stop Qin City, but it was all in vain. A trace of coldness appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes. After conquering the four kingdoms, he would properly deal with them. However, not too long after they started, massive winds started to blow in the northern part of Qin City, forming small tsunamis. Some aquatic beasts were also affected and started to attack fishermen. Even though they reacted in time, many people were injured or killed. This caused Zhao Fu to frown. From the looks of it, this seemed to be man-made. After all, true natural disasters would not appear so many at once, and they were not as powerful. After all, true natural disasters could not be stopped by a person's strength. There were also factions attacking the southern, eastern, and western parts of Qin City. They were formed by system factions and player factions, and they were split into hundreds of thousands of teams. Each team did not have many people, and they did not directly attack the city. Instead, they harassed Qin City. This was quite disgusting, and it was as if there were a bunch of flies buzzing around them. The civil officials had already moved out, and the remaining soldiers were stationed at the Great Wall. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to have the 8 aquatic beast kings defend Great Qin's coastal regions. With the 8 of them standing guard, with their power, those man-made disasters would not be able to affect Great Qin at all. At the same time, Zhao Fu ordered the people in charge of defending the Great Wall to not take the initiative to attack and ignore their harassment. After destroying the 4 kingdoms, they would deal with them. Now, Zhao Fu had to destroy the 4 kingdoms. That way, the northern side of the Midland continent would be completely peaceful, and Zhao Fu would be able to attack other regions with peace of mind. The 4 armies continued to advance towards the 4 kingdoms, but in less than a day, they were ambushed. There were not many of them, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. They did not care whether it was day or night, and as long as there was an opportunity, they would attack. With their strength, they could not cause many casualties to Qin's army. Most of the people who attacked them were killed. However, there were still many troops coming to attack. At that moment, Sun Wu led an army of tens of thousands of soldiers and easily killed a group of thousands of enemies, suffering some casualties. He brought all of the corpses to Zhao Fu and reported, "Your Majesty." All of them were players, without exception. The previous waves of attacks were the same. Zhao Fu frowned. Even though these people could not cause many casualties, with their continuous attacks, Qin's army would not be able to advance very far. After all, they would have to stop and defend against attacks every once in a while. This would greatly affect the army's morale, and it would be quite annoying. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt a wave of killing intent. Since they were seeking death, they could not blame him. Zhao Fu gave off a murderous aura as he yelled, "Send out my orders to use reality-harming talismans. No matter how many people come, regardless of whether they're men, women, old, or young, kill them without mercy." During the 6-day festival, Zhao Fu had used all of his points to exchange for materials to create reality-harming talismans. As such, he had an abundance of talismans. Yes. The entire army replied in unison, their voices loud and clear, shaking the surroundings. They then took out talismans and stuck them on their weapons. A while later, Qin's army continued onwards, giving off a massive aura. At that moment, arrows suddenly shot over from the distance, whistling through the air and giving off terrifying sounds. Qin's soldiers, who were responsible for clearing the path ahead, were prepared. They sent their power into their weapons and vigorously swung them out, sending the incoming arrows flying. Countless shattered arrows fell to the ground like rain. Charge! After blocking this wave of attacks, a general gave the order to charge in that direction. At the same time, a few city lords also flew over. The attackers did not stay behind and did not plan to attack a second time. After attacking, they immediately ran. Most of these players did not even have stage 1 strength, so if they stayed, they would only die. They understood this, so they ran for their lives. However, the city lords had long since discovered them, and they exploded out with terrifying auras as they sent terrifying attacks towards them. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as blood and corpses flew everywhere. Pained cries continuously sounded out, and the attacking players looked at the city lords in the sky with expressions of terror. However, in the next moment, it was as if they had been trained, and they scattered, running in all directions. However, most of them were unable to escape because Qin's army had already arrived and started to slaughter the players. In just a few moments, they had all been killed, and only a few managed to escape. After clearing out this region, an even larger army continued onwards. However, soon, another wave of hidden players attacked Qin's army, and they were once again killed by Qin's army. At night, Zhao Fu sat within his tent and frowned, feeling quite confused. They had already used reality-harming talismans, so why were those players still continuously attacking? Were they really not afraid of death? Could it be that they were willing to give up everything for their country, even if it meant giving up their lives? Or perhaps they were willing to protect their families from the threat of Qin, which was why they were so fearless. There were people who were willing to give up their lives for their country, but they were in the minority. Most of them were willing to fight to the death for their families and benefits. In order to ensure their safety, they were willing to attack Qin's army with no regard for their lives, which explained the current situation. However, Zhao Fu did not want to slaughter an entire country. As long as they obediently left, Zhao Fu would not slaughter everyone. In other words, they would not necessarily die, and at most, their country would be destroyed and their benefits would be lost. Just because of this, Zhao Fu did not believe that they would give up everything to fight to the death against Qin's army. After all, most people were greedy, selfish, and cowardly, which was why Zhao Fu did not believe that they would be so righteous. There had to be some other reason. There was also a big loophole, which was why there were not a single indigenous resident. If the cowardly players were willing to fight to the death, why were there not a single indigenous resident soldier? They all had stage 1 strength, and if they attacked, Qin's army would suffer even greater casualties. Something had definitely happened in the past 6 months, as everyone seemed to have a plan. A dark haze covered Qin, and Zhao Fu's expression became serious as he felt that something was off. It seemed that they would be able to easily conquer the 4 kingdoms, but they were now facing massive resistance. Based on the army's current speed, it would take them at least 7 or 8 months to reach the 4 kingdoms. Would Zhao Fu waste 7 or 8 months of his precious time on these 4 countries? That was impossible, and Qin had to develop as quickly as possible because the human world did not have much time left. If Zhao Fu could not even unify the human world, it would be impossible to conquer the dark demon world and fish scale world. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out, and soon, a soldier ran into the tent and knelt on one knee, holding a bamboo tube as he said loudly, reporting, "Your Majesty. This is a report from the Second Army." Mengqua, who was next to Zhao Fu, walked over and brought the bamboo tube to Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu took the bamboo tube and opened it, taking out a rolled-up piece of paper. Now that teleportation channels could not be used, they could only rely on the wyverns to send information. With the wyvern's strength, it would be safer for them to send information. The 4 armies were all led by generals, and Zhao Fu was in charge of the First Army. Apart from Mengqua, Wang Jian was by his side, Wei Liao was in charge of the Second Army, Bai Qi was in charge of the Third Army, and Bai Shihan was in charge of the Fourth Army. After reading through the contents of the paper, it said that they had encountered a beast tide of millions of beasts. Even though the beast tide was incredibly ferocious, they were still killed by Qin's army, though they had suffered some casualties. The situation was similar to that of Zhao Fu's army. There were constantly people attacking, slowing down the army's advance, and Qin's army was unable to advance quickly. Following this, the other 2 armies also sent reports, and the situation was similar to that of Zhao Fu's army. Roar! Suddenly, the roars of countless beasts filled the night sky, and Zhao Fu could clearly sense a massive and ferocious aura coming from the northwest towards Qin's army. This should also be a beast wave. As the beast horde approached, it gave off deafening rumbling sounds. The black beast horde carried an unstoppable aura as it rushed towards Qin's army like a flash flood. Facing this beast tide, Qin City's soldiers did not panic at all, as there were only a few million wild beasts. Soon, Qin City's soldiers reacted and formed into formations, while the city lords prepared to act and destroy this beast tide. Zhao Fu let out a cold harumph, his heart burning with rage. He left the tent and transformed into a beam of light, appearing above the beast tide in less than a moment. Looking at the ferocious beast tide, Zhao Fu directly exploded out with his full power. A powerful aura flowed out as Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster Sword and slashed out with a terrifying sword light. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive sword light seemed to split the ground in two, causing the ground to continuously tremble. A 10,000-meter long and 100-meter wide sword gash appeared on the ground, and blood spurted everywhere as well as dismembered corpses. This sword strike could be said to have taken the lives of hundreds of thousands of wild beasts, and the terrifying aura caused the entire beast tide to pause. Most of them were just ordinary wild beasts, so how could they stop Zhao Fu, who had exploded out with his great King Seal's power? After slashing out with that terrifying sword strike, Zhao Fu rushed into the beast tide and started a massacre. Sword light continuously shot out, and blood and dismembered corpses continuously flew everywhere. Before the ferocious beast tide could reach Qin's army, they were either killed or ran away in fear. Of course, Qin's other city lords also helped out. How could they just stand there and watch as their majesty killed the beasts by himself? However, they could sense Zhao Fu's fury, so they acted cautiously and cautiously slaughtered the wild beasts. After killing countless wild beasts, Zhao Fu felt much better and was no longer as depressed. Unknowingly, the benevolent heart's eye no longer gave him intense pain, and it had most likely turned into the killing heart's eye. Now that they had encountered such a massive resistance, Zhao Fu returned to his tent and discussed with the other generals. They decided to give up on advancing, and they mobilized most of Qin's scholars to destroy this disgusting isolation barrier. If they continued to advance, Zhao Fu did not want to spend 7 or 8 months marching like this. As such, he could only choose to destroy the isolation barrier before continuing. They rested here for a few days and waited for Scholar Qin's army to arrive. Now that Qin's army was stationed here, no one came to attack them. Just the archers on the outskirts could easily kill them, so they did not dare to come close. After Scholar Qin arrived, he brought many things with him, mainly things to test and destroy isolation barriers. Following this, they started to destroy isolation barriers. Because Zhao Fu had mobilized many scholars, he gave them the task of destroying countless isolation barriers within a month. Zhao Fu had to destroy the 4 kingdoms within a month, then turn around and attack other places. Because the scholars had to search for isolation barriers, Zhao Fu sent many city lords to ensure their safety. Otherwise, a few teams of players would be able to destroy Scholar Qin's army, as they were not very strong. Zhao Fu also waited for the results. These 4 kingdoms had resisted so much, and after conquering them, he would properly deal with them. A few days later. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Zhao Fu looked quite displeased as he looked at the scholars kneeling in front of him. Over the past few days, there had been no progress in destroying isolation barriers, and they had wasted a few more days, making Zhao Fu quite angry. According to the scholars, this isolation barrier was formed from countless isolation barriers, forming a large isolation barrier. Even though they had destroyed some isolation barriers, new isolation barriers had been formed. In other words, no matter how many isolation barriers Qin destroyed, the other side would be able to reconstruct. Moreover, within this isolation barrier, they had left a path, which meant that they could use teleportation channels, while Qin could not. In terms of speed, Qin was far behind them, so he did not have the initiative and was at a disadvantage. Zhao Fu was worried that the other side's city lords would suddenly attack one of the armies. After all, Qin's 10,000 or so city lords could split into 4 paths. Each path only had 2,000 or so city lords, while the other side had 5,000 or so city lords. Fortunately, Qin had not gone too deep, so the various city lords could arrive in time. However, once they went too deep into the isolation barrier and split up, Qin would be in danger. Zhao Fu breathed out and calmed himself down. He now understood the situation Qin was in, and he gave the order: the 4 armies are to return and give up on attacking the 4 kingdoms. After returning to Qin's court, Zhao Fu looked at the officials and said, "I'm sure you've all sensed that this isn't simple and that it was a premeditated scheme. Now that Qin is at a disadvantage in all aspects, we can't act rashly. What do you all think about this?" Hearing this, Wei Liao stepped out and bowed as he said, "Your Majesty." This time, Qin's intelligence network is somewhat lacking, and they didn't detect such a scheme. If they had detected it, Qin would have been able to think of a way to deal with it. I suggest that we use Flower Moon. Before, most of the important information was obtained from them. Right now, Qin's intelligence network has only been established in the past 2 years, and it isn't very mature. It can't compare to Flower Moon's people. Zhao Fu thought to himself. Great Qin's independent intelligence network had been established after all of the regions had been opened up. If the regions had not been opened up, Great Qin's people would not have been able to go anywhere in the world, and it would have taken about 2 years. Flower Moon had appeared at almost the same time as the ancient clans, and it had been doing business and intelligence for thousands of years. Its roots were unimaginably deep, and ordinary people couldn't detect it at all. As such, it could obtain a lot of important information, and Qin's intelligence network couldn't compare to it. Even though all of Flower Moon's higher-ups had been captured by Qin, those departments still had their roots, and intelligence was incredibly important at any time. "Send down my order to summon Xiao Yuan," Zhao Fu said without hesitation. Following this, Xiao Yuan came to the palace. Seeing the officials' gazes, Xiao Yuan seemed to have guessed something, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face as she bowed to Zhao Fu and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing the smile on Xiao Yuan's face, Zhao Fu knew that she had guessed it, so he said directly, "I promise you that Flower Moon will be restored, and you will still be the owner of Flower Moon. But now Flower Moon must be a member of Qin, and Qin's intelligence agency will be supervised by some people. I will also keep the name of Flower Moon. What do you think?" Xiao Yuan lightly laughed and replied, "This concubine is willing to accept everything. Thank you, Your Majesty, for restoring Flower Moon and preserving its name. This concubine and the people of Flower Moon will not disappoint Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and made Xiao Yuan a rank 2 official, making her a member of Great Qin. Following this, Flower Moon once again started to function, and its various organizations started to work. Even the Heaven Awaken World Forum was once again restored. A few days later, Huayu accurately investigated a piece of information, which was information that Qin was not able to obtain. All the doubts were also explained according to the recent events. Firstly, it was not just the factions in the Midland continent but also the factions in the other continents that stood together against Qin. Qin swept across the world, and the factions could not just wait for death. They would definitely resist, and the other continents did not want to see Qin unify the Midland continent either. After all, if the Midland continent was unified, the other 4 continents would be in danger. However, considering how powerful Qin was, taking the initiative to attack would result in great losses. Last time had been a good lesson, so they decided not to take the initiative to attack and instead chose to defend. In other words, they would defend against Qin's attacks. The factions closest to Qin put in the most effort. Because of the crisis, the factions further away put in more effort, while the factions from the other continents only helped out from the side. Last time, they had not acted rashly because the 4 countries had already set up 10,000 city lords and all sorts of traps. If Qin had acted rashly, they would have fallen into their trap and suffered heavy losses. At the same time, there were armies prepared in the other 3 directions. When Qin entered the void zone and was unable to escape, they would ferociously attack. Such a detailed and massive plan was not something that a single person could pull off. It required an incredibly meticulous plan, and it relied on a single faction. This faction had only appeared recently, and it only had one goal: to deal with Qin. This faction was called the Qin faction, and it was made up of strategists from the various dynasties, such as Xianxia, Xiaohe, and Lu Boan. There were also strategists from the various legatees, and the most famous ones were the Shu kingdom's Zhuge Liang, the Wu kingdom's Zhou Yu, and the Wei kingdom's Guo Jia. There were also 2 other famous people from the school of vertical and horizontal. One was from the vertical branch, and he was Su Yan, who had disappeared for a long time. He had contributed greatly to the appearance of the Qin faction, and the other was Zhang Heng from the horizontal branch. This was the first time that the school of vertical and horizontal had joined forces to deal with a single faction. It could be said that they were unrivaled under the heavens. Zhao Fu had always wanted to kill Su Yan, but after that great battle, he seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and he could not be found no matter how hard he tried. Now, he had suddenly reappeared and continued on the path of opposing Qin. There was also Zhang Heng. Zhao Fu had met him once before, and he had felt that he was an incredibly dangerous person. He had helped Qin a bit before, and when they were fighting for Battle City, he had given Zhao Fu some plans. Back then, Zhao Fu had wanted to make him stay and work for Qin, but it was a pity that Zhang Heng did not have such thoughts. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would choose to stand on the side of opposing Qin. The main reason was that he had already chosen a master, and he had chosen to be loyal to one of the kingdoms that Qin had destroyed, the Yan Kingdom. Under Qin's might, no one had been able to stop him, and they could only choose to ally with him. All of the plans had come from this faction, and they had used them as strategists against Qin. The other factions only had to help out a bit, so they were more at ease. After all, plotting against Qin had gathered countless genius-level strategists, so they were naturally at ease. With their existences and the various plans that they had set up, Qin could not afford to be careless, nor did he dare to act recklessly. It could be seen just how great of a threat they were. Another question that Zhao Fu had was answered, which was that players were not afraid of reality-harming talismans, as they had an item that made them immune to reality-harming talismans. This item was called a two-body talisman, and it separated one's consciousness from one's body, protecting the body in the real world. Injuries suffered in the heaven-awakened world could not be brought back to the real world, so this nullified the effects of reality-harming talismans. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin was so powerful, with this talisman, Qin would once again be surrounded and attacked by countless players. As long as one had money, they would not die a true death, and many people would do such things. The person who had provided these talismans was naturally Su Yan. He had disappeared for a long time, and it was not as if he had not gained anything. It was said that he had entered a historical remnant and obtained massive benefits. In addition, this kind of talisman could only be immune to primary true damage, while Zhao Fu's killing heart sword could directly destroy the soul, so this kind of talisman couldn't work. As long as someone was killed by Zhao Fu's killing heart sword, he would still die. Facing the big picture that they had set around Qin, Zhao Fu couldn't do it alone, so he could only discuss it with his generals. If they couldn't attack the 4 countries now, they could choose to turn around and attack from 3 other directions. One was to swallow the remaining 2 areas in the north of Xianxia, and then develop to the east and west, isolating the 4 countries. Then it would be easier to deal with them, because with the power of Qin's country, no one could easily travel between the 4 countries. Then they would be isolated, and it would be easier to deal with them. The second option was to directly enter the central area, which was the center of Xianxia, and control 1,000 areas. Then they would attack the east, west, and unify Xianxia first. Because other small countries didn't put much pressure on Qin, they could be easily cleaned up. But every time, it was the internal forces of Xianxia that put the most pressure on Qin. Everything was related to them, and they were the biggest obstacle to Qin. As long as they got rid of this biggest obstacle, Qin's future would be naturally easy. The remaining forces in Xianxia wouldn't have the ability to fight against Qin. This was actually a good way to get rid of the internal resistance forces, and then deal with the external forces. But the other side had already expected that Qin would attack them. When Zhao Fu and his generals were ready to turn around and enter the Central Plains, a 5-area isolation zone had already been set up. It could be said that the central area was the place where the luck of Xianxia was the most concentrated, and the orthodox royal family of Xianxia, namely the Xia dynasty, was here. Although Qin's sudden rise made the whole luck of Xianxia lean to the north, there were many big forces in the central area, such as the family, the Taoist, the Confucian, and the Mahists. Even though most factions remained neutral on this matter, some factions chose to help others resist Great Qin. For example, the Confucian school, which couldn't stand Qin Han's atrocities, and the Mahist school, which was based on benevolence and virtue, were also the main members of the anti-Qin Qin. When Qin took over the Central Plains, these forces would have to make a choice. Because if Qin took over the Central Plains, there would be no other forces in the Central Plains. In other words, all the forces in the Central Plains would be wiped out. They could choose to surrender or die. There was no neutral option. This undoubtedly made it more difficult for Qin to take over the Central Plains. Now, Qin felt that there was a lot of resistance wherever he attacked, as if he was surrounded by them. How could he break out of this situation now? On the other side, in a tall and luxurious pavilion, everyone was celebrating. With Qin's current strength and his unstoppable aura, there were very few people who could block that sharp edge. But today, everyone had done it. This could be said to be a great victory, and Qin had voluntarily retreated. It was a pity that Qin had retreated in time. If he had gone deeper, their other plans would have been effective, and they would have been able to deal a heavy blow to Qin. Apart from the strategists at the banquet, there were also the legatees. The legatees of the dynasty legatees who had disappeared before also had smiles on their faces as they sat together, drinking and chatting merrily. Come. Brother Su, I propose a toast to you. This time, you've contributed the most. CG was a bit drunk, and he held a wine cup as he affectionately hugged Su Yan, as if they were blood brothers. Su Yan lightly smiled as he picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it in one gulp as he said, "This is not just my contribution, my junior apprentice brother and the strategists all contributed, so the credit belongs to everyone. Also, Qin won't give up on his expansion plan so easily, so we have to continue to be careful." Hearing this and thinking about how terrifying Great Qin was, everyone who was slightly tipsy became more clear-headed and nodded seriously. Back to Qin, Zhao Fu and the generals had already discussed the countermeasures, and they planned to attack the four countries. After all, the resistance to entering the Central Plains was much greater than destroying the four countries. Only when Qin had a stronger force would it be much easier to enter the Central Plains. At the same time, if they cleared out the north first, there would be nothing to worry about. However, if they wanted to enter the Central Plains, they would have to face not only the various Chinese forces, but also the four countries, which was quite difficult to deal with. As such, Zhao Fu decided to attack the four countries first. Although there were isolation zones everywhere in Qin, there was one place that didn't have isolation zones, which was the northern coast of Qin. This was Qin Sea, so they naturally couldn't set up isolation zones, so there was no resistance here. Qin could go to the rear of the four countries through the sea, so they could attack from behind. However, it was also possible that the four countries would also set up isolation zones in the coastal areas to prevent Qin from attacking them by sea. However, even if they set up isolation zones, Zhao Fu still decided to attack by sea, because he had already thought of a countermeasure. First of all, he would take out 100 million of the 400 million regular soldiers, and then use the 100 million militias that had cleared out the areas before to make up for the gap. This time, he would attack the four countries from the front. This way, the number of troops wouldn't change, so it wouldn't arouse too much suspicion. The four countries would definitely think that Qin would continue to attack from the front, so they would also concentrate their forces on the front. At the same time, when the four armies advanced, they would also set isolation zones. Even if Qin couldn't use the transmission formation, they would force them to be unable to use it step by step. In this way, Qin wouldn't be at a disadvantage, and he would have the ability to fight with them. As for the 100 million soldiers, Zhao Fu would take them to the rear of the four countries by sea and attack them. Even though there were isolation zones, because of Qin's army in the northern coast, it would naturally be controlled, and the 8 aquatic beast kings would be put to use. When the time came, because the four countries' forces and city lords would all be gathered at the front, Zhao Fu would take some city lords and the 8 aquatic beast kings to fly across the void zones and ferociously attack them from behind. Traveling by boat was much faster than walking. The journey that would normally take 1 month would take 15 days by boat, which meant that Zhao Fu would need 15 days. Going to the rear of the four countries by sea saved them a lot of time. The only thing that Zhao Fu had to pay attention to was that there might be countless players counterattacking. After all, they weren't afraid of Qin at all, as true damage was useless against them. Moreover, Qin was directly invading them, so it definitely wouldn't be as easy as invading Vietnam. Moreover, he only had 100 million soldiers, and most of Qin's city lords would be at the front lines to attract the attention of the four countries. It would be quite difficult to invade four countries at the same time, so Zhao Fu decided to invade one country first. After destroying one country, he would immediately move on to another country. He would first destroy Myanmar and Thailand because they were more powerful than the other countries. On the other side were Laos and Cambodia, which were relatively weaker. After Qin destroyed Myanmar and Thailand, it would be much easier for him to deal with them. Moreover, Qin had planted a large chess piece in Laos, which was the Vietnamese faction. Almost 70% of the factions had secretly joined Qin, and Zhao Fu could order them to attack Laos at any time, making it much easier for them to deal with Laos. In the end, only Cambodia was left, and there was no hope for them. There was only one outcome, which was destruction. After spending another month or so, Qin built a large number of ships for Qin's 100 million soldiers to travel to the 4 countries. Before, Qin didn't have enough ships to carry 100 million soldiers, so he had to quickly build them. Now that everything was ready, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Bai Shihan led the 4 armies to attack the 4 countries. This caused the Midland continent, which had been peaceful for the past 10 or so days, to once again become chaotic. The 4 countries and the Chinese factions once again became spirited and prepared to deal with Qin's attacks. The situation was still the same as before, and the 4 armies continued to advance. However, they were constantly ambushed, making their advance incredibly slow. This time, Qin's army brought scholars and set up isolation barriers wherever they went. This way, the 4 countries' people wouldn't be able to attack Qin at any time. Their attacks would also become more difficult, and they wouldn't be as nimble as before. Qin's situation was gradually changing, and the 4 countries' people's expressions were not as good as before. As they continued to attack, they reported the situation to the higher-ups and told them to think of a way to resolve this. Regarding this, the 4 countries were also discussing how to deal with it. Some of them even directly asked the Chinese side for advice. The Chinese side also responded enthusiastically, as if they were 2 relatives. Now, it was as if they were one big family. Of course, this harmonious and intimate scene was only because of Great Qin. It was only because of Great Qin's threat that they could be so intimate and harmonious. In a world where benefits were the most important, there were no morals, good or evil. There were many cases of people killing their brothers, fathers, wives, and children for power. Zhao Fu had already forgotten about the 21 countries invading China, and some people had said that China was one of them. If others wanted to attack and bully China, Great Qin should have helped China. However, things had turned out like this. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to replace China and make sure that only Great Qin existed in the world. Their way of dealing with this was to first teleport more people and split up their forces, waiting for Great Qin to arrive. That way, they could simultaneously launch attacks and achieve the same effect. Even though they would not be as flexible as before, the more they did this, the better the effects would be. Because the body transformation formation was something that Zhao Fu was going to use at the back of the 4 countries, he could not reveal it beforehand. As such, the 4 Qin armies did not use the body transformation formation. Facing the attacks of the 4 countries, Great Qin was incredibly steady and slowly advanced, looking as if it was going to attack the 4 countries. This gave the 4 countries a big fright, and they sent even more people to attack, looking as if they would defend even if it cost them their lives. On the other side, Zhao Fu led 100 million soldiers on countless ships, as well as the 8 aquatic beast kings and 2,000 city lords. With this kind of strength, destroying a country would not be a problem, but the 8 aquatic beast kings and Zhao Fu's strength were quite terrifying. The other 100 million soldiers and 2,000 city lords were mainly used to control the residents and soldiers, and they were just helping. Countless ships sailed on the ocean, creating a majestic scene. It could be said that this was the human world's largest fleet. After sailing for 5 or 6 days, they were much faster than they had expected. They were now more than halfway through the journey, and nothing unexpected had happened. Zhao Fu stood on the ship at the very front, preparing for anything unexpected. He had thought that they would reach the coast of the 4 countries like this, but a shocking shockwave suddenly exploded out, causing the heavens to tremble. The surface of the ocean started to change, continuously roiling and crashing, and waves started to rise, causing the surface of the ocean to become quite unstable. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt a terrifying sense of danger, and his expression fell. He immediately sent out the 8 aquatic beast kings, and 20,000 or so people appeared in the distance, all of them giving off powerful auras. They were all city lords. Su Yan, who was in the lead, gave a trace of a mocking smile as he looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Long time no see, Emperor Qin. I have to thank you first. It was you who made me realize how weak and useless I was before. However, things are different now because we've seen through all of your plans. Hurry and retreat." Zhao Fu did not have time to pay attention to Su Yan, but when that terrifying shockwave had appeared, Zhao Fu had felt that something was off. Now that he had personally seen the 20,000 city lords, he understood that this was a trap that had been waiting for him, so he immediately gave the order to retreat. All of the ships obeyed and quickly retreated, but it was already too late. Ahead, a 1,000-meter tall and 10,000-kilometer long wave formed, giving off a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to devour everything as it rushed towards Qin's fleet. Arg! Zhao Fu furiously roared as he took out the Sin Dragon sword and exploded out with the 6 paths of reincarnation demon image's power, sending it into the Sin Dragon sword. The Sin Dragon sword gave off a world-destroying sword light, and Zhao Fu's sword gave off an incredibly terrifying aura as it slashed towards the massive wave. Boom, boom. Boom, the 8 aquatic beast kings obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and exploded out with terrifying auras, forming 8 massive mountains. Because they were aquatic creatures, they immediately entered the ocean and smashed towards the wave. Boom. A shocking explosion sounded out as the terrifying sword light split the massive wave in half. The 8 aquatic beast kings gave off mountain-like auras as they slammed into the wave, causing it to collapse. However, the massive amount of seawater continued to rush towards Qin's fleet. Ships were easily destroyed, and countless soldiers fell into the water. Even though Qin had prepared for this and had given all of the soldiers water pearls so that they could breathe underwater, the power of the wave's collapse was like tens of thousands of kilograms of force that slammed into the soldiers' bodies. The soldiers were all heavily injured, and their organs ruptured. They coughed up blood and died, and corpses floated on the surface of the ocean. Following this, another 1,000-meter-tall wave ferociously rushed over. Zhao Fu exploded out with all of his strength, and the 8 aquatic beast kings and city lords also attacked with all of their strength, wanting to stop this destructive wave. This was the first time they had achieved such a result, causing the other forces to go wild with joy. This was because they had never obtained such a big victory before. The main reason was that there were simply too many people with special abilities, and they had all gathered together to plan a trap. This was not something that ordinary people could break. This sort of result was within reason. From the very beginning, they had closely calculated Qin's actions, and no matter what methods they used, they had thought of all of them and had come up with countermeasures. This was the greatest use of strategists. The various factions were quite cooperative. Firstly, they had done a good job in gathering information, and most of the higher-ups did not know about this. They had only suddenly received orders and immediately set off. This prevented Qin from finding out anything, and Qin would not have been able to make any preparations, so he would naturally lose. Secondly, the various factions had worked together. Even though the amount of effort they put in was different, they could at least use a bit of it. After obtaining victory, the leaders of the various factions gathered together and started to celebrate. Because everyone was worried that Qin would suddenly take revenge, they did not drink too much, but it was still quite lively. CG stood up and shouted, "Now, everyone knows that Qin is not invincible. As long as we can work together, there is no need to fear Qin at all." Lu Yi smiled as he stood up and cupped his hands towards CG as he said, "Brother Ji is right. If more people joined us and we could work together, we would have long since destroyed Qin and would not have allowed Qin to act so arrogantly." Hearing this, everyone nodded, but they all had their own thoughts. Ji Shinming sighed, "It's mainly because we were too arrogant and disdained to deal with Qin from the start. Now, we've allowed him to slowly develop. If we had put down our arrogance and worked together, Qin would have long since been destroyed and would not have been able to develop at all. This is such a pity." Also, Di Wutian was too arrogant and was not willing to admit defeat. In the end, he also died there. I heard that not only did all of his women serve Qin's prince, but even his family's beautiful women were captured. This outcome is quite tragic, and I don't dare to look at it directly. Humph. Qin is so cruel and heartless, but that imperial Prince Qin is not only cruel, but he also does such licentious things. He is truly a tyrant and a thief. The world should have long since attacked him and gotten rid of this tyrant to uphold justice for the world. A scholar coldly harumphed and said. Everyone agreed with this because this was the truth. Prince Qin was a cruel and lecherous person, but such a person had been chosen by China's fate. Moreover, his faction had developed so quickly, and his strength had caused countless people to feel fear. These people were forced to join forces to resist. Why didn't they have such good luck? They didn't have such good opportunities. The heavenly Tao was truly unfair. The wicked were in charge, and the living were in misery. At that moment, there were even people who cried out in sorrow, the heavens must have scared your dog eyes, to actually help such an evil person harm the world. Why didn't they give him a chance? However, it seemed like Qin was about to unify the world, but he had still been stopped by them. Being able to win this time was a great vindication, and everyone looked incredibly delighted. Come, let's all celebrate. When we go back, we'll act according to the plan. This time, we must heavily injure Qin so that he can never rise again, CG said loudly as he held a cup of wine. Everyone else agreed, and the scene became quite lively. This news was quickly spread by the large factions, mainly showing how brave and righteous the factions were. If they were righteous and just, and how cruel and stupid Qin's side was, in the end, it was a matter of a hero defeating evil. On one hand, they wanted to vent their anger and let the world know that they had won this time. This would satisfy their vanity, as this was not something that ordinary people could do. On the other hand, they wanted to attract more people to join. Even though the factions seemed quite united, they were still like a plate of loose sand. If they encountered great danger, they would immediately collapse. If they wanted to maintain this, they could only continue to pull more people in. With enough strength, they would not have to worry about the alliance collapsing because of danger. The other factions all had different thoughts about this. The factions that were the most worried were the factions at the center. Now that Qin had suffered a loss, with Qin's savage nature, he would definitely take revenge, and the factions at the center would be the first to bear the brunt. The school of Taoism, the school of legalism, and the school of medicine were also quite worried. Even though they had not participated, it was possible that Qin would go berserk and drag everyone in to take revenge. If that happened, they would be quite innocent. The neutral factions were quite worried, but they could not do anything. If they did anything now, it would cause a misunderstanding. However, most people from the school of Confucianism and the school of Moism were quite happy. After all, Qin's actions deserved to be punished by the heavens. These two factions were mainly benevolent, so even though they knew that going against Qin was quite dangerous, they still chose to resist. Most of the ordinary people were the happiest, they finally did not have to worry about Qin's threat anymore. Su Yan had selflessly revealed the method to create the two-body talisman, saying that it was so that the people of the world would no longer be threatened by tyrannical Qin. Now that there were no more threats, the people who had been suppressing themselves could not help but start to clamor again, making them feel quite disgusted. However, Qin's brutal and barbaric way of doing things made it easy for people to hate him. However, these people were just a bunch of lowly bugs that could be trampled to death at any time. Apart from clamoring, they did not do anything else. If Qin could threaten them, they would not dare to make a sound and would only fear Qin. They were just that lowly and cowardly. Back at Qin, Zhao Fu's expression was quite gloomy. Even though they had given it their all, so many people had died. In actuality, if it was not for the fact that there were so many soldiers, Zhao Fu really wanted to take the 8 aquatic beast kings and charge into the city lords and start a massacre. The real Qin had been on the verge of unifying the world, but he had still been forced to stop. Facing their actions, Zhao Fu felt quite angry. He gathered all of the generals and had to have a proper discussion. At the same time, he had to carefully calculate their plans and what they should do next. Most importantly, he had to think from their perspective, and Qin did not lack generals. Just 3 days later, Qin sent out news that gave countless factions 3 choices. The first was to continue to resist Qin, which would result in death. Everyone had to think about the consequences of being an enemy of Qin in the past. The second option was to remain neutral. Qin only had one goal, which was to destroy all of Qin's enemies. If you chose to remain neutral, Qin could guarantee that he wouldn't harm you at all. Qin's prime minister, Li Si, could testify to this. Think about it, how long had it been since Qin had attacked a Chinese system faction? Everything had been done by others, so you had to become enemies with Qin. You had to believe that Qin was a just and kind kingdom, and don't listen to rumors spread by others. The third option was to welcome everyone to join Qin. Qin was now a level 1 Marquisate kingdom, and it was incredibly powerful. It wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. If you wanted to live a stable life in the future, Qin was undoubtedly the best choice. Qin was in need of people, and anyone who surrendered would be made an official. The main goal was to divide the other side's factions. They weren't like Qin, who only had one faction. Instead, they were made up of countless factions, including players and indigenous residents. What's more, the indigenous residents were the majority. It was impossible for them to be united, and it was impossible for them to resist Qin wholeheartedly. The dynasties and kingdoms were all emperors, so they would definitely stand against Zhao Fu. However, most people weren't like this. After hearing Qin's words, many people started to consider the three options that Qin had given them, wondering which one was the most suitable. Of course, they weren't stupid, and they didn't want to die. As such, they wanted to remain neutral and not participate. As long as they were safe, that would be enough. Some people wanted to join Qin, as Qin's advantages were self-evident. The people who were plotting against Qin immediately realized Qin's goal, and they couldn't help but look at Zhao Fu in a higher light. They held back their anger and didn't directly rush over. Instead, they started to use psychological tactics. He immediately spread the word about the severity of this matter. Right now, the alliance's momentum had clearly weakened. If they did not deal with this properly, it would only be a matter of time before they collapsed. The faction that wanted to destroy Qin was naturally quite anxious and panicked. They went around trying to persuade the people and said, "Everyone, don't believe Qin's lies and don't worry about Qin's threat. Right now, Qin is just a paper tiger. As long as we exist, you don't have to be afraid. Besides, we all know how cruel and cold-blooded Qin is. Do you still want to believe in such a force? The result must be tragic. Qin's ambition is so obvious that we must see it clearly. Don't be fooled by Qin's people." Many righteous and awe-inspiring words caused the gradually declining momentum to slowly rise again. Once again, Qin and the other forces engaged in a war of words. Each side occupied one side, and most of the people swayed back and forth like grass on the wall. At this moment, Zhao Fu also started his revenge. Even though the barrier they had set up was 5 regions wide and could stop Zhao Fu's army, it could not stop Zhao Fu alone. First of all, Qin's incredible speed was incredibly fast. Now that Zhao Fu had used Qin's royal seal, he had flown across 5 regions in 3 days and arrived at the other side's forces. Because this was the enemy's territory, Zhao Fu was very careful. Apart from himself, he had also brought 8 aquatic beast kings as trump cards. They were currently in Zhao Fu's special spirit pet ring and could be released at critical moments to intimidate everyone. However, in order to prevent them from guessing that Zhao Fu had come to their territory and avoiding any traps they might set up, Zhao Fu would not directly take action and would instead leave it to others. It was currently the afternoon, and the orange sunset dyed the sky yellow. The residents living in the cities were preparing to cook to reward their families who had worked hard for a day. However, a ghost stealthily snuck into the cities and threw down a rhombus-shaped crystal before disappearing. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a destructive explosion sounded out. The terrifying explosive power instantly spread out, causing everything to collapse and turn into dust. The ground continuously trembled as a wild gale swept through the entire cities. After everything calmed down, a massive hole had appeared at the center of the city. 2/3 of the city had been destroyed, and there were cries and cries everywhere. There were blood and corpses everywhere, and the city had been destroyed. Boom! Another shocking explosion sounded out as the same explosion happened in another cities. The ground continuously trembled as a mushroom cloud rose up, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Today, Zhao Fu had used 120 destruction crystals to destroy 120 cities. These cities were in the 3 directions of Great Qin, and they were all stubborn resistors. As such, he did not destroy them at all. Instead, he used 120 destruction crystals to destroy 120 cities. This immediately caused massive panic, and 120 cities were almost destroyed. Countless residents died, and Qin's revenge had come. The various factions' expressions were quite unsightly. They had already set up a trap and had been waiting for Qin's legatee to arrive, but they had never thought that Qin's legatee would be so careful and attack so many cities at the same time. Moreover, he did not reveal himself, making them feel quite helpless. In terms of top-tier battle power, none of them could contend against him. The only thing they could do was surround and suppress him, but if he did not reveal himself, all of their plans would be useless. This was the greatest advantage that top-tier forces had, as well as the advantage that Great Qin had. The other factions did not have such an advantage, so they could only watch and not do anything. They were at a disadvantage, and a sense of helplessness rose up in their hearts. A trace of coldness flashed in CG's eyes as he called out, "Have the people from the fish-scale world not returned yet? Also, have you contacted the people from the dark demon world? It's best to quickly invite 2 world protectors over. We have a big advantage, and it's the best advantage to kill Qin's legatee. With 2 of them, Qin definitely won't be able to escape." Yes. A few people obeyed and quickly left to check on CG's orders. They understood that the situation was quite urgent. Following this, Qin's army once again gathered and attacked the central region. They did not split into teams and instead gathered together, giving off an unstoppable aura as they swept through everything. This caused the various factions to feel even more panicked. Now, they had suffered 2 heavy losses, and they had not even resolved the matter of Qin's legatee yet. This caused the various system city lords' morale to plummet, and they were already thinking about giving up. Now, they had to face an all-out attack from Qin. After completing this operation, Zhao Fu had killed at least 20 million people. He did not dare to stay here for too long, and he immediately returned to Qin's side to prevent anything unexpected from happening. This time almost all of Qin's forces had moved out. Not only did he have 20 core and 8,000 city lords, but he also had 2,000 wyverns and 2,000 corpse soul commanders. They gave off the aura of massive monsters as they rushed towards the central region. Facing Qin's ambush, none of the factions dared to be careless. Their expressions were incredibly serious as they started to gather a large number of soldiers. Groups of players prepared themselves and came out from the teleportation channels that they had secretly set up, charging at Great Qin's army. They continuously harassed Great Qin's army and slowed it down, but soon, their plan failed and was completely ineffective. This was because the wyverns circled in the sky above Qin's army. As soon as players appeared in the distance, they would immediately fly over and spit out searing flames and bone-chilling blasts. These players were unable to defend at all and could only be slaughtered by the wyverns. Moreover, behind the countless wyverns, there were countless city lords on standby. If anything unexpected happened, they would immediately act. Before the players who planned to attack could reach Qin's army, they were all slaughtered by the wyverns. They were burned or frozen to death, and their fates were quite pitiful. This caused the various faction strategists to become serious. It seemed that Qin had thought of a way to deal with this, which was why they had sent out their entire army. They had to be careful because Qin had already made preparations. If they were not careful, their central region would be broken through. Since this method did not work, the strategists started to formulate another plan. They gave out orders, and the leaders of the various factions started to feel nervous as they waited for the outcome. After all, they mainly relied on these strategists, and they did not have the ability to help at all. As such, they could only watch. In front of Qin's army, traces of green aura gathered, forming a green fog. This green fog was incredibly dense, and it covered everyone's vision, making it impossible to see what was within the fog. However, this green fog gave off an extremely dangerous aura. As the green fog spread out, countless plants withered, and the ground became charred black. It seemed that this green fog was extremely poisonous, and anyone who breathed it in would be poisoned to death. Sensing this, Bai Qi ordered the army to stop advancing and had people investigate the poison mist. They found that the poison mist was incredibly poisonous, and it could even easily kill Stage 1 soldiers. Bai Qi wondered how the various factions had obtained such a thing. This was all thanks to CG. In order to deal with Great Qin, he had selflessly given this method to others, which was why it had such an effect. He had found a historical remnant before, and this green fog had come from that historical remnant. Moreover, he had also obtained that ancient poison from that historical remnant. Great Qin was definitely not the only one with great opportunities, there were many other people as well. Facing the green fog that gave off an aura of destruction, Bai Qi looked at Wang Jian and Wei Liao and the others who had general armaments. Now, Qin had 13 general armaments. And the last person with a general armament was Wei Qing, who also had the army destroyer star. General armaments had the soldier aura formation, and they could gather more soldier aura than a corps. Each general armament could gather the soldier aura of 30 million soldiers, and now that Qin's army had 400 million soldiers, he could gather the soldier aura of 390 million soldiers. Bai Qi looked at the poisonous fog and drew the 7 murders sword. He coldly harumphed and a blood-red sword light shot into the sky. A massive aura suddenly descended, and the aura of slaughter spread out like a flood. A blood-red star filled with slaughter, giving off a powerful aura of suppression, slowly broke through the restrictions of the sky and descended into this world. Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and the other generals drew their general armaments and pointed them at the sky. A shocking aura exploded out as massive stars giving off terrifying power appeared in the sky. There were 13 of them in total, and they gave off a brilliant light. Soldier aura formation. The generals roared in unison, and all sorts of auras flowed out from Great Qin's massive army and gathered towards the 13 people. This time, they did not form into different shapes, and they instead gathered together with Bai Qi at the center. Boom! The 13 people simultaneously unleashed their general armaments, and the massive soldier aura gave off ferocious power as it rushed forwards like a flood. Soon, the massive soldier aura and the poisonous fog collided. The poisonous fog continuously corroded the soldier aura, while the soldier aura continuously destroyed the poisonous fog. However, in the end, Qin's soldier aura prevailed, and the poisonous fog was reduced to nothingness. Qin's army continued onwards. This caused the various factions' expressions to fall. They had been quite confident in this attack, but they had never thought that Qin's army would be able to destroy it so easily. Moreover, Qin's army had definitely come prepared, and he would not be as careless as before. Soon, the various faction strategists gave the order to activate their second plan. Seeing Qin's army dispel the poisonous fog so easily, CG felt quite shocked and worried, and he yelled, "Why haven't the people from the fish scale world and dark demon world returned yet? If we miss this opportunity to kill Prince Qin, don't even think about getting another chance in the future." Right now, what CG wanted to do the most was to kill Prince Qin. After all, he was only by himself, while they had countless city lords. Adding on the 2 world protectors, Zhao Fu would definitely die, as the 2 world protectors were enough to heavily injure Prince Qin. With the cooperation of countless city lords and the demon-slaying formation, which was an extremely powerful killing formation, no matter how strong Prince Qin was, he would still die in the end. Right now, the most important thing was that CG was worried that Great Qin's legatee would run away. If Great Qin's legatee ran away this time, he would have to think of another way to lure him out. CG inwardly cursed himself for not having that terrifying power. If he had, he would have been able to directly kill Prince Qin, and he would not have to rely on the 2 world protectors. As long as Prince Qin died, the Qin Empire would have nothing to fear. After all, if an empire lost a spiritual figure, it would definitely fall. Even if the Qin legacy land once again chose Qin as its ruler, who in the world could compare to Prince Qin, the Ying family's people could not even compare to a tenth of his own, so CG was not worried about them at all. Rumble, Qin's massive army continued onwards, but a massive explosion sounded out as the ground continuously trembled. The trembling became stronger and stronger, and the ground started to crack. Countless rocks rolled down from the mountains, and mud poured down. 20 Corps, hear my orders and spread out around the army. Use the Corps' power to suppress the ground below and stop it from shaking. Soon, Bai Qi gave the order, and the 20 Corps' people gathered around the army and released powerful auras. The Jian Mountain Corps sent countless traces of sword qi into the ground, the Demon King Corps sent countless traces of demonic qi into the ground, and the Celestial Corps sent countless traces of spirit qi into the ground. As the power entered the ground was sealed, and the ground stopped shaking. However, this was only limited to where Xianxia was standing. The ground around him was still shaking, causing Xianxia's generals to frown. The various factions had many tricks up their sleeves, and in order to defend well, they had used all sorts of methods. Facing this kind of shaking, Bai Qi ordered his people to wait and not rush out. The shaking continued for 15 days before finally stopping. First of all, the thing that caused the earthquake had been used for 15 days and nights, and it was already damaged. Second of all, the violent tremors in several regions cost tens of millions of gold coins a day, and they couldn't support such a cost. However, those regions looked like they had just been struck by a natural disaster. Mountains had collapsed, and there were massive cracks in the ground. The surroundings were deathly silent, as if all creatures had died. Now, the path was incredibly difficult to walk on, and it was impossible to walk on. However, Bai Qi once again gave the order to attack. Even if there was no path, they would make one. Some of the soldiers took out pieces of yellow jade and used the soil and stones to quickly mend some of the collapsed areas and cracks. The army continued to advance. The various factions had never thought that Xianxia would attack the central region in such a situation. It seemed that they were determined to destroy the central region, or else they would not give up. The various strategists started to discuss how to deal with this situation. CG's expression was quite grim because he had received news from both worlds that the two world protectors had not fully recovered from their injuries and were still incredibly weak. As such, they would not be able to come and kill Xianxia's legatee. CG couldn't help but curse inwardly. Now, they could only rely on themselves. They had to think of a way to lure Crown Prince Qin out and use the demon-slaying array to kill him. Since they could only rely on them, this undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the strategists. After a detailed discussion, the strategists decided to order people to repair the earthquake materials. At the same time, Xianxia, with the help of everyone, completed a heaven and earth transformation formation. At that moment, Bai Qi led his army and continued onwards, giving off a mountain-like aura. He disregarded all difficulties and looked as if he was determined to attack the central region. The ground once again started to shake, but the magnitude was not as great as before, and they could barely walk. It was not as shaky as before, and they could not even stand properly. This was because some things that had caused the earthquake could not be repaired. Even if they were repaired, they would only be able to achieve this effect. This was somewhat beneficial to Xianxia's soldiers. If the ground continued to shake like before, Xianxia would not be able to continue onwards. After all, the roads could collapse at any moment, which was incredibly dangerous. However, the strategists had already thought of a countermeasure, which was Xianxia's heaven and earth transformation formation. As this formation activated, the weather in the surroundings suddenly changed, and countless layers of clouds gathered, covering the entire sky. The gloomy sky made people feel quite oppressed. Wild gales blew as torrential rain poured down. Bolts of lightning ferociously blasted down, causing the ground to continuously shake. It looked like a natural disaster, making it incredibly difficult to walk. However, Xianxia did not give up. The corps raised their coarse shields to defend against this storm, and Xianxia's army continued onwards. On a tall stage, there were countless banners around it, and Xianxia stood there in his white robes, giving off a celestial aura. There was also a massive magic formation in the sky that slowly spun. Heaven and earth Yuanqi madly gathered, causing the weather to change. Despite facing Xianxia's army was still so resolute, looking as if they were determined to break through the central region. Xianxia expressionlessly sent out hand seals into the sky, causing the magic formation in the sky to quickly spin, causing even more heaven and earth Yuanqi to flow in. The weather became even worse, and even more intense gales and torrential rain battered Xianxia's army. Occasionally, there would even be bolts of lightning, bringing with them terrifying power as they blasted towards Xianxia's army. Luckily, with the coarse shields, there were not many casualties. However, it was incredibly difficult to continue onwards. However, Bai Qi's expression was cold, and he did not show any intention of stopping. He ordered the army to continue onwards. Seeing how stubborn Xianxia was, the various factions could not help but feel quite nervous. If they fought head-on, they were worried that they would not be a match for Xianxia. After all, Qin's battle strength and battle intent were much higher than theirs. On the other hand, they were a group of people, so they were not as united. Once Qin's army broke through the central region, adding on the threat of Qin's legatee's explosion, many people would immediately run away, and they would definitely lose. If they wanted to salvage the situation, they had to think of a way to stop Qin Yun. The strategists continued to think, and they ordered people to continue to launch death attacks. Because of the terrible weather, whether it was the wyverns or city lords in the sky, they were not safe, so no one was in the sky. If they launched death attacks now, perhaps they would be able to achieve great results. Of course, in order to achieve even greater results, the strategists continued to think of other ways to stop Qin's army in the void zones. That way, they would win. In the end, 6 days later, Qin was unable to defend against so many attacks and difficulties, and they chose to retreat. After defeating Qin once again, the various factions laughed madly, and they felt incredibly excited. This was their second victory, and their low spirits were once again lifted. This showed everyone that they really had the ability to stop Qin. They declared to the world as the victors, "The evil great Qin has been beaten back by us a second time. Now, everyone should believe in our strength and join us to resist great Qin's tyrannical actions and return peace to the human world. We will work towards a better tomorrow." Those who disliked Qin also looked incredibly delighted. This kind of result made them incredibly happy, and they started to cheer and celebrate. Some people even yelled that they would destroy Qin and join the alliance. With such a massive advantage and many benefits, many people did not hesitate to join them. Su Yan and the other legatees all grinned. This was the second time they had achieved such a victory, and they were incredibly happy. "Everyone, thank you all for stopping Qin. It's all thanks to all of you that we were able to stop Great Qin. Now, there's nothing to fear from Great Qin. We were able to stop Great Qin once, and now that we've done it again, it won't be a problem for us to do it a third time or a fourth time. Now that we've defended enough, please think of how to break through Great Qin. Everyone is thinking for the sake of the common people, so we'll leave everything to you." CG smiled as he spoke confidently. The other legatees also praised the strategists, as they had been the ones who had done all of this. The strategists all had slight smiles on their faces. They were quite calm, and they were able to maintain their calm to deal with any changes. This was the role of a strategist. However, they were quite happy that they had been able to defeat Qin a second time. After all, Qin was simply too powerful and dangerous, and they were under immense pressure. They were worried that they would not be able to deal with Qin. "Shouldn't we celebrate our second victory?" a burly man suggested with a smile. Everyone agreed, and the scene became quite lively. Just as they were about to celebrate, a person ran in with a pale face and yelled, "Myanmar has fallen." This caused the lively scene to instantly die down, and everyone looked quite confused. How could Myanmar have suddenly fallen? Wasn't it because of the void barrier, and Qin's army had just retreated? How could Myanmar have fallen? They simply could not understand. However, the strategists' expressions fell as they thought of something. They asked that person to explain the situation in detail before crying out, "We've fallen into a trap. Qin's target has always been the 4 countries, and attacking us was just a ruse. Hurry and reinforce the remaining 3 countries, they're in danger." Zhao Fu had a savage smile on his face as he stood above Myanmar. After taking revenge in the central region, he had returned to Qin. However, Zhao Fu had not appeared with Qin's army for more than a month, so he naturally had other goals. There were still 23 corps, and the remaining 3 corps, 2,000 city lords, 1,500 wyverns, and 1,500 corps sole commanders were all going to be sent to Zhao Fu. All of this showed that the various strategists already knew about Great Qin's various trump cards, so they naturally made all sorts of preparations against Great Qin. This was a battle of high intelligence, and they could not afford to be careless. They were all famous strategists in history, and Zhao Fu would not look down on them. The way to victory was to use trump cards that they did not know about, as well as their abilities. Only then would they be able to catch them off guard and achieve great results. Whether it was the wyverns or the corps sole commanders, Zhao Fu had other trump cards, they had no secrets. Now, Zhao Fu had another trump card, the 60,000 spiders. These spiders had stage 2 strength, and because they were cave creatures, they were quite skilled at digging. Their blade-like claws could easily cut through soil, and they could also use corrosive gases to dissolve soil, making them incredibly fast. They were able to silently dig tunnels, and Zhao Fu used this method to cross the void zone and reach Myanmar. Because it was quite far, it took them 1 month to reach Myanmar. Of course, there was another tunnel that led to Laos. Bai Qi resolutely led his army to attack the central region, and this attracted many gazes, covering for Zhao Fu's army. The instant they arrived at Myanmar, Zhao Fu released the 8 aquatic beasts, the wyverns, corpse soul commanders, and many city lords, and they started to wreak havoc. Zhao Fu showed no mercy and killed anyone he saw. He quickly took down Myanmar, and Myanmar did not even have time to react. They had been too confident and thought that the defensive zone would be able to stop Qin. Moreover, they had only just received news of Zhao Fu's victory, so they had not expected that they would be in danger and had been too careless. Spears giving off powerful auras shot into the player cities, and before the Myanmar players could react, a magic formation spread out. Countless people were shocked and tried to escape, but it was too late. These spears all had magic formations sealed within them. Because setting up magic formations required time, in order to complete them as quickly as possible, Zhao Fu sealed the magic formations within the spears. That way, the magic formations would be able to instantly activate and turn all of the players into their true bodies. Of course, these spears were all specially made, and not only did they contain many spatial stones, but they also contained all sorts of precious materials. Otherwise, they would not have been able to seal magic formations. Myanmar had 400 regions and 1,200 or so city lords. Let alone the wyverns and corpse soul commanders, just the 8 aquatic beast kings alone would be enough to destroy them. Apart from the high-end forces, Zhao Fu also took out 100 million soldiers from his regular army and used the militia to support Bai Qi's army. Zhao Fu also brought 3 corps to help Qin control the situation. Myanmar fell incredibly quickly, and Zhao Fu immediately found the pagan dynasty and ferociously attacked it. Its legatee was a round-faced young man, and his nation armament was a cattail, which was not weak at all. However, in front of Zhao Fu, he could not even withstand a single blow. In order to quickly deal with him, Zhao Fu did not use his nation armament and instead used the 6 paths demon images and Qin royal seal's power. In less than 3 attacks, he was able to deal with him. After taking down Myanmar and controlling the situation, Zhao Fu led his people to attack the next country, which was Thailand, which was next to Myanmar. At the same time, the Vietnamese faction that had pledged allegiance to Great Qin found an excuse to attack Laos. Laos was immediately infuriated and sent soldiers to suppress the Vietnamese faction, expelling them in one fell swoop. However, at that moment, Zhao Mo and Elise brought back a group of city lords and wyverns and started a massacre within Myanmar. Their methods were incredibly cruel and caused people's hearts to tremble. As a demon sovereign king, Zhao Mo liked to crush everything, so wherever he went, blood would spurt everywhere and there would be piles of muddy corpses on the ground. Elise liked to cut people into countless small pieces. What was even more perverted was that she liked to listen to the screams of others, so she would slowly kill them instead of giving them a quick death. This was naturally incomparably painful. There were 2,000 or so city lords and wyverns who had returned from Bai Qi's army. There were also 2,000 or so city lords and 2,000 or so wyverns. Because the corpse soul commanders could not be brought back with spirit pet rings, they could not be brought back. With Vietnam attacking internally and Qin attacking externally, Laos was incredibly weak and was easily destroyed. At the same time, facing such ferocious attacks, many people were willing to surrender, making things much easier to resolve. Lao's dynasty was the Lan Xang kingdom, and its nation armament was an elephant made of gold. It was quite powerful, but facing the ruthless demon sovereign King Zhao Mo and the cruel Elise, it was not a match for them. In the end, it was bitten in half by Zhao Mo and devoured. Seeing Zhao Mo eat the dynasty legatee, Elise licked her lips. To them, a king was indeed the most delicious food, as its king's blood would be of great help to them. However, after thinking about it, Elise seemed to understand something. She stopped thinking about it and left with a chuckle. After destroying Laos, Zhao Mo and Elise led their people to continue attacking Cambodia. The various factions hurried over to save the 4 countries. After the four countries were destroyed, Qin would be able to unify the northern side and would not have to worry about anything in the future. They would be able to focus on dealing with China and would not have to worry about being attacked from behind. Moreover, after Qin destroyed the four countries, its strength would once again increase. When that time came, they would face even greater pressure, so they definitely could not destroy the four countries. However, they were too late. In the distance, mournful dragon cries continuously sounded out, meaning that dynasty legatees were being destroyed. The four countries could not be saved, but they did not want to give up and continued to rush over. However, at that moment, Bai Qi led the remaining city lords, Wyvern Corp's sole commanders, and 20 corps to stop them from going to the four countries, resulting in another massive battle. Qin still had a big advantage, as they had many top-tier forces left behind. Most importantly, they had 20 corps, which had stats that countered city lords. A single corps could deal with 70 or 80 city lords with no problems. Back at Zhaofu, after Zhaofu had destroyed Myanmar, he had immediately attacked Thailand. Thailand had 350 regions in total, and they were slightly weaker than Myanmar. At most, they had 1,000 or so city lords, and they were completely powerless. The ones who were the most excited were the 8 aquatic beasts. They could casually devour humans, and they had Zhao Fu's permission to do so. They excitedly re-entered the city and attacked the city hall, as the city hall was their most delicious snack. In front of the aquatic beast king, a city lord was like a sheep that couldn't resist at all. The aquatic beast king could eat them, but this time, Zhao Fu couldn't let them digest the city creation stones, so he kept them alive. The six-eyed demon whale gave off a mountain-toppling aura as it descended above a city and savagely looked at the city below. There were still traces of blood around its mouth because it had just eaten hundreds of thousands of people. Sensing that terrifying aura, the city lord was so scared that his legs became weak. Countless residents looked at the sky in terror, as if they could already see them being devoured. Everyone understood that there was no hope for Thailand. "I'm willing to surrender, please don't harm my residents." The city lord knelt on the ground as he cried out in terror. Seeing that the city lord had knelt down and begged for mercy, the others also knelt down. They didn't dare to look at the savage six-eyed demon whale in the sky, and their bodies continuously trembled under this aura. They were filled with terror. The six-eyed demon whale dissatisfiedly harumphed. If it was before, if these people surrendered and begged for mercy, it would definitely eat them. However, things were different now. It had submitted to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu had ordered that those who did not surrender could be dealt with as they pleased, but those who surrendered could not be harmed. Thinking about the days of torture, the six-eyed demon whale suppressed its desire to devour and swung its tail, bringing with it a wild gale as it slowly headed towards the next city. After escaping with their lives, the system main city looked at the six-eyed demon whale in the distance and finally relaxed. Thinking about the future, their expressions became dim. In the future, there would no longer be Thailand, nor would there be any more four countries. It was all over. Zhao Fu came to the Sukhothai kingdom, and its legatee was a beautiful person. She had an exquisite face, a slim figure, and a pair of large breasts. However, Zhao Fu wasn't sure if she was a man or a woman. After all, this was Thailand, and just because someone looked like a beauty did not mean that they were a beauty. Even if they had breasts and a voice that sounded like a woman's, it was impossible. Zhao Fu gave off an incredibly terrifying might that covered the sky above the Sukhothai kingdom. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in terror, and they understood that the person standing in the sky was the most terrifying person in the world, Qin's legatee. "Myanmar has been destroyed, and you'll be next. We don't want to waste words, either submit or die with us." Zhao Fu's voice was incredibly cold and filled with killing intent, and he did not place them in his eyes at all. However, they were not angry at all, only terrified. After all, Qin had passed through the void zones, which meant that they were doomed. Moreover, the system announcement that Myanmar had been destroyed had sounded throughout the entire Midland continent. Now, everyone knew that Myanmar had been destroyed and that Laos had been destroyed, and they would be next. Zhao Fu had not lied at all. The Sukhothai kingdom's legatee's expression was quite unsightly, and he did not say anything for a while, hesitating. However, Zhao Fu suddenly acted, and a boundless power sent him flying. The legatee was unable to resist at all, and he crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Even though everyone else was terrified, seeing that their legatee had been attacked, they gripped their weapons and exploded out with powerful auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu disdainfully coldly laughed and stretched out a hand, preparing to start a massacre. Zhao Fu had always been quite angry towards them, and now, Zhao Fu only wanted to take revenge. Only by killing would he be able to vent his anger. "Stand down." The legatee lightly shouted as he wiped away the blood at his lips and stood up. He knew that if his people rushed up, they would only die. A precious jade that gave off boundless white light and an incredibly powerful aura appeared, and the entire heavens and earth started to change. This power was filled with the aura of a country's history and culture, and this was Thailand's nation armament, the nation precious jade. "Humph. You overestimate yourself." Seeing the legatee explode out with his nation armament's power, Zhao Fu understood his decision. He coldly harumphed and used all of his power, showing no mercy. In just a few exchanges, the legatee started to feel despair. Even after using his nation armament, he still could not go all out. Not only was he heavily injured, but the next attack from Qin's legatee would take his life. In the end, Zhao Fu's sword pierced through his chest, ending his life. Following this, the Sukhothai kingdom was destroyed, and Thailand was truly destroyed. Roar. In the distance, a sorrowful, unwilling, and pained dragon's roar sounded throughout the sky. It was the Khmer Kingdom's dragon's roar, and the Khmer Kingdom had finally been conquered. System announcement. All of Khmer's regions have been conquered by Qin. Khmer has been destroyed, and all of its fate has fused into Qin, becoming Qin's fate. Hearing this system announcement, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile. The 4 countries had been destroyed by Qin, and there would be no more battles in the northern side. Now, Qin's people would come to clean up the mess, and Zhao Fu headed to where the various factions were. After hearing that system announcement, the various city lords felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces became pale. There was no point in rushing over now, so the countless city lords started to retreat. By the time Zhao Fu arrived, they would have long since run away. In the end, this battle ended with Qin's victory, and the price was the destruction of the 4 countries. What was even more shocking was that the players of the 4 countries had all disappeared from the real world. Not a single person had stayed behind, and the entire world had turned into a ghostly realm. Countless people looked incredibly shocked. This news was incredibly shocking, as it was not just a few people who had disappeared but everyone from the 4 countries. When a country was about to be destroyed, everyone in that country would receive a system announcement. As such, even those who were in the real world would enter the Heaven Awakened world to take a look, and they would all be wiped out by Qin. Once this news spread, the entire world started to panic. Thinking about how Qin had destroyed the 4 countries in the Heaven Awakened world, everyone knew that this had to do with Qin. Great Qin had been quite ruthless this time. All of its people had disappeared, not leaving a single person behind. Where had so many people gone? Were they dead or alive? No one knew, but if they had fallen into Qin's hands, their fates would definitely not be good. Another country that had disappeared was Vietnam. Now that 5 countries had disappeared, everyone fell silent. Qin had displayed his terrifying power, and the countries that had been destroyed by him would not only be in the Heaven Awakened world but also in the real world. It was possible that everyone would be slaughtered by Qin. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying thing, because the real world was their greatest protection. Now that this protection had disappeared, it meant that they were no longer safe. The factions that had been hostile to Qin now didn't want to submit to Qin, and their morale was greatly affected. The system factions to the east and west of Qin understood that they definitely weren't a match for Qin. Now that the situation was clear, they didn't want to die, so they raised their white flags and were willing to submit to King Qin. There were also some system forces that weren't willing to submit, but they didn't dare to stay in their original location. They could only move to other regions in hopes of obtaining protection. In the end, Qin was able to unify the northern side, which was the first time in the history of the Heaven Awakened world. It was an important step in human history, and Qin had become the most powerful kingdom in the human world. All of the other kingdoms were terrified, and this would be a major event in history, known as the destruction of the 5 kingdoms. Now, all of the system factions had accepted those who had submitted to Qin, and those who had resisted had all been killed. Now, it was time to deal with the players. The players were inferior to indigenous residents, and Zhao Fu didn't care about them at all. Not only were they snobbish, but they were also cowardly and useless. However, if he slaughtered all of these people, that would be hundreds of millions of lives. Just as Zhao Fu had this thought, even Bai Qi couldn't help but try to persuade Zhao Fu. After all, these people were all people who had given up resisting, and there were so many of them that even Bai Qi couldn't kill them all. Now, Zhao Fu had gathered all of the players from the 5 countries together. The Vietnamese factions that had submitted to Zhao Fu were naturally given preferential treatment, as they could become members of Qin's faction if they performed well. This was something that they could only dream of. However, the ordinary Vietnamese players who had trusted them felt incredibly furious. After all, the people they had trusted had lied to them, and this was the second time. However, even though they were furious, they could only endure it, or else they would die. They had thought that with the 2 body talismans, they would not have to be afraid, but Qin had gone to the extreme and turned them into their true bodies, causing them to lose this opportunity. His Majesty is coming. All of you, kneel obediently. If you dare to be disrespectful to His Majesty will punish you, and your entire family will die, a large man wearing armor shouted at the crowd of players with a ferocious expression. Most of the players looked at Qin's soldiers in fear and obediently knelt on the ground, waiting for His Majesty to arrive. However, some people were unwilling to listen, such as a hooligan-looking young man who had his nose in the air. He even slapped the bottom of a woman in front of him, causing the woman to feel furious but not dare to say anything, as she was afraid that Qin's soldiers would come. However, what she was worried about still happened. A soldier in black armor walked over and without saying anything, he chopped off the man's head with a single slash. Warm blood splattered on the surrounding people, causing them to scream. The soldier glared at the crowd and immediately yelled, "If you make any more noise and disturb His Majesty, I'll kill all of you." This scared countless people, and they could only endure it. Parents with children covered their children's eyes, not letting them see such a bloody and cruel scene. Because the woman was right in front of them, she was the one with the most blood. A person had died so easily, as if they were killing an animal. Life was just that cheap, and the woman felt incredibly terrified. Her body continuously trembled, but she held back her tears. Otherwise, she would die. Arg! Another scream sounded out. A stubborn old man said that he was not willing to kneel, and he had a lot of backbone. However, the saber was merciless, and a head rolled on the ground. 10 or so more people were killed, and only then did the area calm down. The corpses of the people who had been killed were dragged away and thrown to the side. After a while, the number of people who had died reached hundreds of thousands, and their corpses were piled up into small mountains. Now, it was completely silent, and all of the players knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound. His Majesty has arrived. A loud cry sounded out, and the soldiers all knelt down. Zhao Fu walked out from the other side, and looking at the players, he coldly harumphed. He still remembered how intensely they had resisted and how they had repeatedly tried to kill him. Even though Zhao Fu did not slaughter them, he had made a decision and said, "We wanted to kill all of you, but the ministers pleaded for mercy, and we spared you." This was Qin's last chance for them. As untouchables, they were treated quite poorly, and they were not treated like ordinary commoners in Qin. If they wanted to improve their status, they could only work for Qin. If they dared to show any disloyalty, they would be killed without mercy. Zhao Fu announced the punishment for the countless players before turning and leaving. The countless players kneeling on the ground let out a sigh of relief, their lives had been saved. Following this, Qin's civil officials started to deal with the players. They planned where they would go, as well as other matters. Zhao Fu returned to the royal court and tallied up the gains from this war. First of all, there were 137 regions in total, which provided Qin with 3,500 great cities and 1,000 cities. The population was a terrifying one. 5 billion indigenous residents, and there were also 200 million players. Moreover, the regions in the north and east of China had also been conquered by Qin. In total, 1,500 great cities had surrendered, providing Qin with 600 million people. In total, there were 6,000 cities and 3 billion people. In total, Qin's population was 7 billion. Great Qin controlled 3,720 regions, 8,428 great cities, 2,921 cities, and 10,000 or so cities. Now that Great Qin had unified the northern side, its strength was incredibly terrifying and could strike fear into anyone's heart. Next, it was time for rewards. Zhao Fu gave out rewards to his subordinates and called over a large group of women. These women were all top-notch women, and there were thousands of them. Zhao Fu had them choose as additional rewards. It had been 4 years, and it seemed that none of his subordinates had such intentions. Zhao Fu did not care too much about so many women. After all, Zhao Fu had already picked out the women with massive amounts of phoenix qi, and he was going to give them to Zhao Fu as rewards. However, not a single person dared to pick one for Zhao Fu to enjoy. In their hearts, Zhao Fu was a lustful person. How could they dare to compete with Zhao Fu for such beautiful women? Moreover, they were focused on the development of the empire and did not have anyone they liked. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. Since they did not want them, Zhao Fu could not give them back. After all, it had taken him great effort to collect them, and they had gathered all of the top-tier beauties from the 5 countries. Celebrities, internet celebrities, nobles, and others were all gathered here. Facing these women, Zhao Fu did not feel embarrassed at all, so he left them in the palace. This time, the spiders had made a great contribution. In order to bring out the throne's power and Spider Empress Elise's power, as well as satisfy her request, Zhao Fu ordered for a palace to be built in the place where the spiders were being nurtured to be called the Spirit Spider Palace. Moreover, Elise also asked for a large number of spirit pills. Zhao Fu did not know what she wanted, but because she had made a great contribution this time, he did not ask any questions and agreed to her requests. Now that they had obtained so many regions, it was almost twice as much as before. Now, Qin's task was to clear out regions and build a great wall to protect 3,720 regions. Zhao Fu decided to upgrade Qin to a level 3 Marquisate Kingdom. Because Qin's spider's trump card had been exposed, the various factions had made preparations, so Zhao Fu did not plan to continue attacking. Instead, he focused on digesting the regions and stabilizing the situation in the northern side. Only then would Qin be stable and could he start his plan to unify China. Now, it was time to refine the 4-nation armaments and strengthen the great Qin nation's foundation. After a while, hundreds of women collapsed on the ground, their bodies glistening. Apart from the women of the various dynasties, there were also the wives and daughters of major figures in the real world, as well as the wives of the people in power and the people in power themselves. For example, the noble-looking woman under Zhao Fu had once been the person empowering you. Now that you had fallen, she had been brought to Qin. Her phoenix qi was many times greater than that of ordinary women from dynasties, and it was incredibly massive. Your Majesty. Think about the Vietnamese commoners, she flirtatiously said as she hugged Zhao Fu's arm and tried to curry favor with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and put on his clothes. He took out the 4-nation armaments and prepared to refine them. He once again gathered people with great fate and activated the heaven and earth refining formation. The entire Midland continent's fate gathered. A massive cauldron that gave off the aura of the heavens and earth stood in the boundless void. Countless kingdoms' expressions were unsightly as they looked towards Qin. Now that the 5 kingdoms had been destroyed, they were in great danger and felt incredibly worried. The 4-nation armaments seals were burned away by formless flames, and Qin's fate madly flowed into them, causing the 4-nation armaments to go through great changes. In the end, the rainbow cauldron turned into countless traces of fate and dissipated, and the 4-nation armaments giving off intense light and terrifying auras slowly descended from the sky. Zhao Fu caught the 4-nation armaments and found that they had gone through great changes. Before, the nation treasures gave off a light that was as bright as dawn, but now they gave off a black light. After looking at their information, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and placed them next to the city heart. Even though Qin had started to clear out regions, he could not just sit there and do nothing, allowing the various factions to ally together. As such, Qin now had another task, which was to divide the other factions and recruit more people. These people just wanted to scare them, and it was possible that they would not listen to Zhao Fu's words. As such, Zhao Fu said, right now, the 5 kingdoms are facing the consequences of offending Qin. If you don't want to be destroyed, choose to remain neutral or submit to Qin. Qin can give you everything you want, but if you still choose to become enemies with Qin, you will be killed without mercy. After being threatened like this, many people from the allied factions backed out. Even if others wanted to join, they did not dare to openly express their opinions. The unification of the northern side of the Midland continent caused all of the kingdoms in the other three directions to feel quite nervous. Now, this was no longer just a matter for China. After Qin completely consolidated the northern side, Qin would truly have the power to unify the Midland continent. It could be said that the situation in the Midland continent had become quite tense, and the other continents were not at peace either. After Qin unified the northern side of the Midland continent, he became a great threat to them. However, most of the system factions did not want to participate and chose to remain neutral to avoid trouble. They did not want to offend anyone, and that was Qin's intimidation. The ones who were the most active were the countless player factions. However, even though there were many of them, they were quite weak. This was Qin's last chance for them. As untouchables, they were treated quite poorly, and they were not treated like ordinary commoners in Qin. If they wanted to improve their status, they could only work for Qin. If they dared to show any disloyalty, they would be killed without mercy. Zhao Fu announced the punishment for the countless players before turning and leaving. The countless players kneeling on the ground let out a sigh of relief, their lives had been saved. Following this, Qin's officials started to deal with the players. They planned where they would go, as well as other matters. Zhao Fu returned to the royal court and tallied up the gains from this war. First of all, there were 137 regions in total, which provided Qin with 3,500 great cities and 1,000 cities. The population was a terrifying one. 5 billion indigenous residents, and there were also 200 million players. Moreover, the remaining regions in the northern side of China also collapsed and were taken in by Great Qin. 1,500 great cities in total surrendered, providing 600 million people for Great Qin. In total, there were 6,000 great cities and 3 billion people, and Qin's population was now 7 billion. Great Qin controlled 3,720 regions, 8,428 great cities, 2,921 cities, and 10,000 or so cities. Now that Great Qin had unified the northern side, its strength was incredibly terrifying and could strike fear into anyone's heart. Next, it was time for rewards. Zhao Fu gave out rewards to his subordinates and called over a large group of women. These women were all top-notch women, and there were thousands of them. Zhao Fu had them choose as additional rewards. It had already been 4 years, and it seemed that none of his subordinates had such intentions. Zhao Fu did not care too much about so many women, as Zhao Fu had already picked out the women with massive amounts of phoenix qi. Now, these women were given to Zhao Fu as rewards. However, not a single person dared to pick one for Zhao Fu to enjoy. In their hearts, Zhao Fu was already a lecherous person. How could they dare to compete with Zhao Fu for such beautiful women? Moreover, they were focused on the development of the empire, and there was no one they liked. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. Since they did not want them, Zhao Fu could not give them back. After all, it had taken him great effort to collect them, and they had gathered all of the top-tier beauties from the 5 countries. Celebrities, internet celebrities, nobles, and others were all gathered here. Facing these women, Zhao Fu did not feel embarrassed, so he left them in the palace. This time, the spiders had made a great contribution. In order to bring out the throne's power and Spider Empress Elise's power, as well as satisfy her request, Zhao Fu ordered for a palace to be built in the place where the spiders were being nurtured to be called the Spirit Spider Palace. Moreover, Elise also asked for a large number of spirit pills. Zhao Fu did not know what she wanted, but because she had made a great contribution this time, he did not ask any questions and agreed to her requests. Now that they had obtained so many regions, it was almost twice as much as before. Now, Qin's task was to clear out regions and build a great wall to protect 3,720 regions. Zhao Fu decided to upgrade Qin to a level 3 Marquis kingdom. Because Qin's spiders had been exposed, the various factions had made preparations, so Zhao Fu did not plan to continue attacking. Instead, he focused on digesting the regions he had obtained and stabilizing the situation in the northern side. Only then would Qin be stable and could he start his plan to unify China. Now, he had to refine the four-nation armaments and strengthen Qin's foundation. After doing it, hundreds of pale women lay on the ground. Apart from the women of the various dynasties, there were also the wives and daughters of the major figures in the real world, as well as the wives of the people in power and the people in power themselves. For example, the noble-looking woman under Zhao Fu had once been the person in power in Vietnam. Now that Vietnam had fallen, she had been brought to Qin, and her phoenix chi was many times greater than that of a woman from a dynasty. "Your Majesty, you should think about the Vietnamese commoners," she said as she flirtatiously hugged Zhao Fu's arm and tried to curry favor with him. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and put on his clothes. He took out the four-nation armaments and prepared to refine them. He once again gathered people with great fate and activated the heaven and earth refining formation. The entire Midland continent's fate gathered. The Book of Tao was written by Laozi, Li Er, during the spring and autumn period, and it was also called the True Book of Tao, Laozi, 5,000 words, and Laozi's 5,000 writings. It was a work written by the pre-Qin scholars before they split up. It was respected by the scholars of that time and was an important source of Taoist philosophy. It was also the foundation of Taoism. The Book of Tao was split into two parts. The first part was called the Book of Virtue, and the second part was called the Book of Tao. It was later changed to the Book of Tao, with chapter 37 before chapter 38, followed by the Book of Virtue, which was split into 81 chapters. The Tao here did not refer to the morals of ordinary people, the Tao here referred to the Tao of all things, and the virtue referred to the methods and theories of the Tao. The book focused on morality, discussing the ways of cultivating oneself, governing a country, using troops, and maintaining good health. Moreover, it mostly focused on politics. It was the so-called sage on the inside and king on the outside study. The meaning of the text was profound and broad, and it was known as the king of all classics. The Book of Tao was one of the greatest works in Chinese history, and it had a deep impact on traditional philosophy, science, politics, and religion. According to the statistics of the World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, Tao Te Ching is the cultural masterpiece that has been translated into foreign languages and published the most after the Bible. As one of the ancient sages, even if Laozi did not have any cultivation, his thoughts were extraordinary, and his works would definitely be extraordinary. Zhao Fu just wanted to randomly say a few sentences. If it worked, he would be able to trick many brain bugs, and if he could not use a profound language, he could at least act pretentious. The Tao could be said, but it was not the Tao, the name could be named, but it was not the name. Nameless was the beginning of all things, and famous was the mother of all things. Thus, when there is no desire, one can observe its profundity, and when there is desire, one can observe its profundity. The two came from the same source, but had different names. They were both profound, and they were the gates of profundity. Zhao Fu casually said the first chapter of the Book of Tao. If a human saw this, they would definitely curse at Zhao Fu for being a liar. After all, many people already knew the first chapter of the Book of Tao, so saying the first chapter would expose him. However, with how precious the heaven spirit steel was, how could a normal human have one? No one would be able to discover it. But when Zhao Fu sent out a few words, the chat area fell into dead silence. Zhao Fu waited for a full half an hour, but no one spoke. Zhao Fu was startled as he looked at the heaven spirit steel. What's going on? The heaven spirit steel was broken? Why was no one saying anything? Even if it's fake and they don't understand, at least someone should say it. He still needed to trade for a large number of brain bugs, and the fish scale world was waiting for him to conquer it. After waiting for a while, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he have to act so pretentiously? If he had just made a deal with them honestly, he would have been able to collect cerebrate worms soon. Why did he want to covet free cerebrate worms? Couldn't he be more realistic? Now, he couldn't even get a single brain worm. At that moment, Zhao Fu did not know that a piece of shocking news was being spread among the heaven-awakened world's high-grade cultivators. A higher being is actually talking about the true meaning of Tao in the heaven spirit steel. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if we miss it, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, everyone disdainfully mocked. How could a top-tier existence like that care about small cultivators like them? No higher being would talk about the Tao that they had comprehended with great difficulty to others. How could there be such a thing in the world? At first, no one believed it, but as the news spread, it was said that many people had broken through. Many people could not help but feel curious, so they entered the heaven spirit stele. A few words that gave off rainbow-colored light gave off a formless and boundless aura, causing everyone's souls to tremble. Those words seemed to transform into a world of their own, and they felt as if they were instantly pulled in, unable to extricate themselves as they sank into the comprehension of the Tao. These words were like the will of the heavens, and they were revered by all creatures. No one dared to say anything, in fear that these words would disappear. This matter became even bigger, and the first people to find out were naturally the Heaven Spirit Financial Group. They had naturally given Zhao Fu his supreme-level account and badge to Zhao Fu in order to establish a good relationship with him, and they paid great attention to his every action. As such, when Zhao Fu said such profound words, this news was immediately reported to the higher-ups. When the Heaven Spirit Stele heard that it was Zhao Fu, it did not look down on him at all. However, after hearing Zhao Fu's words, its expression became incredibly serious. After all, someone who could speak such profound words most likely had comprehended more than them. How could they not feel shocked? With their cultivations, they were already existences at the peak of this world, and the only people who could surpass them were those who were halfway into the celestial realm. However, how could someone from a remote region who had not been in the heaven-awakened world for very long have such profound comprehension? Suddenly, the Heaven Spirit Stele's higher-ups thought of a terrifying possibility, which was that this person had once been a half-step celestial and had used some heaven-defying method to reincarnate. This explained why that person had such a terrifying bloodline and could awaken the celestial Emperor Star and Nether Emperor Star. After all, with that person's profound cultivation, it would not have been too difficult for him to do such a thing. In the heaven-awakened world, celestials were the most terrifying existences and reigned above the heavens. Even countless gods and demons were nothing more than ants in front of them. For a half-step celestial to choose to reincarnate, everyone felt that a massive conspiracy had covered the entire heaven-awakened world. This conspiracy could topple the heaven-awakened world and could even cause a catastrophe. After thinking for a while, someone could not help but say, "Looks like we've underestimated the importance of this matter. That person is incredibly dangerous." Hearing this, everyone sighed and nodded. Following this, the Tiandao sect was sent into an even greater commotion. After reading those words, they felt incredibly shocked because those words were incredibly close to the Tiandao sect's Tao. However, an outsider had said them, and it was one of the ancestors of the Tiandao sect. Because of this, the Tiandao sect's sect master, the white-robed elder giving off celestial qi, went to ask the ancestors who were in closed-door training. He found out that this person's comprehension was above theirs, meaning that this person was not someone from the Tiandao sect. Even though there was an even more terrifying existence in the Tiandao sect, that person had been in closed-door training for 1,000 years, and even the Tiandao sect's sect master did not dare to disturb him. However, those words were free, and the Tiandao sect's sect master immediately ordered people to carve those words on a mountain for the Tiandao sect's disciples to study. The ordinary Tiandao sect's disciples felt incredibly shocked and asked which higher being had comprehended those words. Back then, the Tiandao sect's sect master had not explained much, and news quickly spread that the person who had comprehended those words was a higher being from the Tiandao sect. In actuality, they were accusing Zhao Fu unjustly. How could Zhao Fu be so selfless? Hadn't he agreed to exchange brain bugs for comprehension? These people had actually forgotten, they were simply too shameless. Of course, Zhao Fu did not know what was going on. Seeing that no one was talking, he thought that something had gone wrong, so he decided to leave the Heaven Spirit Stele. Luckily, he did not disappoint Zhao Fu this time. After Zhao Fu had left, some people remembered what he had said, so they gave him brain bugs for free. Now, Zhao Fu had 2,000 brain bugs, which was more than enough. Before, Zhao Fu had only needed 1,100 brain bugs to control the city lords that he had not controlled. Now that he had subtracted 1,200 brain bugs from 2,000, Zhao Fu could control 900 more city lords. With this, Zhao Fu would be able to control 2,300 city lords. This was a massive faction, and with this faction, Zhao Fu would be able to clear out the Dark Wada continent. If he could unify the Dark Wada continent, Qin's hidden faction would become even more monstrous. With the 2,000 brain bugs, Zhao Fu once again snuck into the fish scale world and went to the faction controlled by the Darkwater continent. There were far more people who were not controlled by the brain bugs than those who were, so he had to be careful. Zhao Fu used their trust in the system city lords to split them into groups and slowly deal with them. Sometimes, he would call them over and warmly entertain them while secretly controlling them. Other times, he would use massive power to suppress them, and Zhao Fu was able to control 1,400 city lords. The Darkwater continent was one of the 7 continents in the fish scale world, and it was quite big. It had 6,000 regions in total and roughly 19,000 city lords. Now that Zhao Fu controlled 1,400 city lords, he controlled almost 10% of the Darkwater continent's power. Zhao Fu found an opportunity to use up the remaining 900 brain bugs, which was to sneak into some system main cities and place brain bugs in the city lords' heads to control them. Because there were quite a few of them, Zhao Fu decided to stay here for a week. Now, there were 2,300 city lords under Qin's control in Darkwater. Because of how powerful he was, many city lords continued to join him. At the same time, this attracted the attention of the other factions in the Darkwater continent. After all, the threat of 2,300 city lords was not just a small one, and the other continents were also quite concerned about such a massive system faction. After all, very few system factions had such great strength, and many people had been sent to investigate the situation. Right now, Zhao Fu did not have any other plans. He first wanted to clear out the regions and stabilize his foundation. Now, he had 2,300 cities and controlled 700 or so regions. If he could clear out all of the factions, he would become even more powerful. When that time came, it would be time for them to expand. Of course, they would mainly clear out player factions, while system factions could invite other factions to cooperate with them. After all, it was safer for everyone to work together, so it would be easier for them to succeed. Zhao Fu felt that it would be very easy to take down the Darkwater continent, and there would not be any surprises. When that time came, Qin's strength would greatly increase. Their progress here was already much faster than the Night Dynasties. After taking care of the matters in the fish scale world, Zhao Fu went to the Dark Demon world to take a look. The Dark Demon world's progress was not as fast as the fish scale world's. The alliance that they had established had gathered some top-tier factions, and they had attacked some system factions and weaker player factions. However, their gains were not great, and they still had to split the gains. Even though the Night Dynasty had taken quite a bit, to Zhao Fu, it was still not enough. However, that was the Night Dynasty's situation. Only after Zhao Fu unified the Midland continent would he have time to help the Night Dynasty develop and unify the southern continent. After taking care of so many things, Zhao Fu once again went to the Legacy Land to collect talisman stones. However, he had never thought that 2 big things would happen. The first was that a higher being had passed by and seemed to be looking for something. This caused the surrounding dozens of worlds to feel quite uneasy, as that higher being had not hidden his aura at all. The sky had been dyed blood red, and he had just flown by. Even though he had only flown by for an instant, the worlds had fallen silent, and they lay on the ground in terror, not daring to move at all. However, that aura caused countless kingdoms to fall into despair. That power was like the hand of the heavens pressing down on everyone's bodies, and no one could resist at all. Even a king was like a grain of sand facing a ferocious ocean. That feeling was enough to make one suffocate. The power of a higher being was incredibly terrifying. Let alone a godly spirit, even destroying an entire world would be incredibly easy. Then why did he seem to be looking for something? This was because that higher being had flown back and forth a few times, which meant that he definitely had a goal. If he was just passing by, why would he fly back and forth for no reason? This was something that did not seem possible at all. This matter caused the surrounding dozens of worlds to pay close attention to it. After all, someone who stood at the peak of the heaven-awakened world would not come to their barren land for no reason. He definitely had something to do. Fortunately, that higher being did not do anything, allowing the surrounding worlds to let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if a higher being descended, it would be a catastrophe for the surrounding worlds, and it would be a catastrophe that could not be resisted at all. Even though that higher being did not say anything, some people guessed that it was because of the 2 stars that had descended. After all, those stars were incredibly powerful, and even kings would want to kneel and submit to them. Only those two stars could attract the attention of a higher being. Otherwise, they could not understand how a barren land like theirs could attract a higher being to descend. Most importantly, that higher being had passed by the grassy world the most, and he had even stopped for a while. This caused the entire grassy race to panic, and there was a lot of chaos. Only when that higher being left did the chaos stop. Hearing this, Xiaofu was given a cold sweat, and his hair stood on end as his heart sank into icy water. Was that higher being coming for him? This was what Xiaofu was most worried about. After all, there were many quests to kill him on the Heaven Spirit Steel, and if he was targeted by a higher being, it would be very difficult for Xiaofu to survive. If he was killed by them, his soul would be destroyed, and he would truly disappear. Also, had that higher being who had descended to the human world really come to find him? Xiaofu felt that it was quite possible. After all, that higher being had descended once before, so he definitely had some way of locating the human world. Xiaofu did not believe that it had nothing to do with him. What should he do now? If he fell into his hands, he would definitely die. Qin's death would be something that he could casually do, as higher beings could cause others to despair. The only thing that made Xiaofu feel at ease was that the human world was protected by the Heaven Domain boundary, and the Heaven Domain boundary had the Heaven Domain power. Even a higher being would find it difficult to forcefully break through. Xiaofu racked his brains but could not think of any way to exchange for a higher being's star mark. After all, an ant could not defeat an elephant no matter what, and that was how powerless Xiaofu was. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Xiaofu anxiously thought to himself. This was not an ordinary crisis, it was a crisis that Qin could not deal with at all. Perhaps without Tuoba Qing and those two emperor stars, Qin would at most have to face the grassy, dark demon, and fish scale worlds. This would not have anything to do with a higher being, so Xiaofu would not have felt so much pressure. It would be a lie if Xiaofu said that he did not regret it. However, thinking about Tuoba Qing, Xiaofu would take her in again. If someone treated him sincerely, he would not let them down. However, he had to hide something like the origin mark. In actuality, when the Emperor stars had awakened, the origin mark had not been something that Xiaofu could control, which was why things had turned out like this. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaofu finally decided that if that higher being came to find him, Xiaofu could only rely on another top-tier faction and hope that they would protect him and Qin. The price for doing so would not be small, but Xiaofu had no other choice. This was the only way he could resist a higher being. Moreover, the World Protector and Legatee could give him the world's source energy, which was naturally quite terrifying and could prevent a world from being destroyed. In the eyes of others, this power was extremely powerful. However, in the face of an almighty existence that could easily destroy a world, it was still unable to fight back. Most importantly, this power did not exist all the time. Instead, with the disappearance of the heavenly domain boundary, the power of the World Protector's inheritor would also disappear. This was because every world would eventually fuse into the Heaven Awakened world, and as the world fused, the world's consciousness power to protect the world would continuously weaken. With Xiaofu's status as the World Protector, he would be able to obtain the world's source energy. However, as the Heaven Domain boundary disappeared, this power would gradually weaken, as the human world's consciousness would gradually fuse into the Heaven Awakened world. Perhaps it was time for him to find a suitable faction to protect him in the Heaven Spirit Steel. Xiaofu helplessly laughed at himself and put this matter aside for now. The second matter was about the Devil Horn Empire. The Devil Horn Empire had been a dukedom kingdom and had tried to invade the Lontong world and Grassy world. However, the two worlds had stubbornly resisted, and although the Devil Horn Empire had not succeeded, the other worlds sensed how dangerous it was. As such, the other worlds allied together to suppress it. With so many worlds allying together, the Devil Horn Empire was naturally not a match for them, so it switched from attacking to defending. Before, the other worlds had wanted to ally together to destroy the Devil Horn Empire and divide the Devil Horn world. However, this time, the Devil Horn Empire's king had fought against many people at Dragon Bone Mountain, causing the heavens and earth to dim and mountains to collapse. However, in the end, he had not been able to defeat the Devil Horn Empire's king. The Devil Horn Empire's king was simply too terrifying. Following this, the other worlds slowed down their suppression of the Devil Horn Empire. The Devil Horn Empire took this opportunity to change its attitude and expressed that it was willing to reconcile with the other worlds. In exchange, it gave up countless precious treasures and beauties, causing the other worlds to slow down their suppression of the Devil Horn Empire. They understood that the Devil Horn Empire was a very tough nut to crack, and if they wanted to devour it, the price would not be small. As such, they took this opportunity to obtain even more benefits. The current situation was that the Devil Horn world's relationship with the other worlds was becoming better. It would not be long before there would be no more battles, and the Devil Horn Empire would be able to get past this crisis. After this, the Devil Horn Empire would most likely develop in secret and would not act so openly. This was a good lesson, but the Devil Horn Empire's threat did not decrease at all. After all, once things became more secretive, it would be harder to discover them. Zhao Fu felt that if the Devil Horn Empire was not destroyed, it would definitely fight with Qin in the future. Of course, that was if Qin had not been destroyed by a higher being. Going back to his original goal, Zhao Fu took back 10 million talisman stones. Qin still lacked talisman stones, as his army had been expanding quite quickly. However, he had already bought a lot of talisman stones, and if he wanted more, he would have to go to more worlds to buy them. After taking care of matters in the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu returned to the real world. Before, Zhao Fu had brought everyone from the 5 kingdoms into the real world, shocking many people. Even if someone acted against the Ying family, the Ying family could immediately enter the Heaven Awakened world, and they would not be able to threaten the Ying family. Before, many people had wanted to destroy the Ying family to vent their anger. For example, Qin had destroyed many factions, such as the dynasty legatees and nation legatees. Because of the real world, Zhao Fu had not been able to completely destroy them, and they had been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on Qin. However, now that Qin could bring a large number of people into the real world, they understood that attacking the Ying family would not have much of an effect, so they once again hid themselves. Just like before, the first thing Zhao Fu did after returning to the real world was to fill his stomach. At that moment, Wu Qingyang called him and asked if Zhao Fu had made up his mind. Not long after Zhao Fu had woken up from his heavy injuries, Wu Qingyang had been trying to convince Zhao Fu that Qin's legatee was too dangerous and that she wanted Zhao Fu to stay away from him. She had also prepared to relocate in order to protect the foundation of the Zhou dynasty. Wu Qingyang said that it would be difficult to reverse the trend of China being unified by Qin, but she would take Zhao Fu to another continent or another world and wait for an opportunity to develop. She would never submit to Qin's legatee. Wu Qingyang said that she understood how lascivious legatee Qin was and that he would not let her off just because of her relationship with Zhao Fu. She would definitely be captured by legatee Qin for pleasure, and if Zhao Fu did not want to lose her, he would have to leave Qin and go somewhere else with her. What should Zhao Fu say? To Zhao Fu, Wu Qingyang was one of the few women that he cared about. Perhaps he could consider telling her his identity, and there should not be any problems. However, would she be angry if she found out that he was legatee Qin's legatee? Zhao Fu was thinking about how to reply to Wu Qingyang when a system announcement sounded out in the real world. When this system announcement sounded out, the entire world was shaken. Now, even an idiot knew that the world was going to be destroyed, and the rumors from before were actually true. There was only a month left before the world was destroyed, and the entire world was panicking, not knowing what to do. The world, which had been on the brink of collapse, finally went out of control. Even countries could not control it, and money completely lost its value. If the world was destroyed, what was the point of holding on to paper money? It was just a pile of useless paper. People started to use gold, silver, and jewelry to trade. This was the most common method of trade in this chaotic world, as gold, silver, and jewelry would not depreciate in value at any time. However, no one knew how the real world would be destroyed, and no one knew if they could bring the gold and silver to the Heaven Awakened world. If they could not bring it to the Heaven Awakened world, it would be useless. Moreover, the Heaven Awakened world had its own currency system, and the gold and silver had depreciated in value and could no longer be used as currency. Exchanging for other goods was now an ordinary method of trade. The world, which had been developing so quickly and had a complete technological currency system, had now become a primitive method of trade. The most important thing was that no one went to work, as the world was about to be destroyed. Almost everyone in the world went on strike, and all production stopped. Transportation was completely paralyzed, and the reason for the riots was because of the lack of resources. Now, the military was unable to suppress the people who were looting resources, as there were simply too many cities. As such, the real world had fallen into chaos, and the strong preyed on the weak. It was the survival of the fittest, and there was no moral order to speak of. When people did not have enough to eat, they would do anything, even eating other people. Ordinary families did not have that many resources, and it was almost impossible for them to last for a month. Now that the currency system had collapsed, how could people obtain resources? They could only rob others. The military could only suppress a portion of the rioters and could not suppress all of them. Some people said that humans were able to unite and help each other in the apocalypse, but this was quite childish. After all, when there were plenty of resources, people could reason with you and would not rob others. Once there was a shortage of resources, only the strong could obtain them, and the weak could only die or steal from even weaker people. In actuality, if they had not rioted and followed the way the world had operated, it would not have been so chaotic. However, most people had lost their rationality and only cared about the benefits in front of them. Who would care about anything else? Were those people stupid? It was the same for you in that kind of environment, because no one wanted to starve. The real world was about to be destroyed, and the law was no longer effective, so the deterrence it brought was naturally gone. What about a world without law? This kind of riot came from human nature. Usually, it was only because of the deterrence of the law. If there were no legal constraints and they had to rely on human self-discipline to manage, how could a country be maintained? It was completely impossible. Sometimes, it couldn't be said to be stupid, because it was already the general trend, and no one could stop it. No one wanted to starve, so they had to become a member of the mob. Otherwise, they could only starve. With the collapse of the real world, the number of casualties skyrocketed, and the country concentrated its military forces to protect a small portion of the region to maintain order. This chaos was mainly caused by ordinary people, but the upper echelons of the world were not affected much. This was because the upper echelons of the world had long since known that the real world would be destroyed, so they had long since made preparations. As such, they naturally did not fall into chaos, and they continued to eat luxurious food and drink expensive wine. Zhaofu was one of these people. Zhaofu did not care too much about the destruction of the real world, as it would not affect him much. Facing Wu Qingyang's words, Zhaofu decided to tell her first because his identity would definitely be revealed when the real world was destroyed. If she found out, it would be even worse, so it was better for Zhaofu to tell her personally. Qingyang. Because of the current situation, I'm very sorry that I lied to you about something, Zhaofu said seriously and apologetically. Wu Qingyang lightly harumphed, I knew you were hiding something from me, why are you telling me now? What is it? Don't tell me about the other women. I've long since known about this, and I've been looking for an opportunity to teach you a lesson. Zhaofu awkwardly smiled and replied, it's not about that. Let's meet in the heaven-awakened world, and I'll tell you everything. Wu Qingyang felt quite confused and had never thought that there would be something so important that Zhaofu would be so serious. After thinking about it, Wu Qingyang agreed. Because the Zhou dynasty was in the southern part of the Midland continent, Zhaofu decided to meet her there. Wu Qingyang brought 20 or so of her personal guards, all of whom were valiant-looking female soldiers, and waited for Zhaofu at a secret location. After Zhaofu returned to the heaven-awakened world, he first told this matter to a noble, graceful, and domineering woman. After all, this matter was related to her, and with her help, things would be much easier to resolve. The beautiful woman was quite angry and lightly hit Zhaofu a few times, saying, who would have thought that you wouldn't even spare my legatee, you're so evil. Zhaofu could only dryly laugh and say a few more words. In the end, the beautiful woman agreed and was willing to go with Zhaofu to resolve this matter. Your Majesty. May I ask who you're waiting for? It's been more than 2 hours, why hasn't that person come yet? How disrespectful for someone of your status to wait for so long. One of the female soldiers looked at Her Majesty and felt quite angry. No one had ever made her young madam wait for so long. Wu Qingyang lightly smiled as she replied, he's been delayed by something and will be back soon. Even though he's not a legatee, he's even more prestigious than a legatee. In actuality, in front of him, my status is only SOSO. Make sure to be careful when you speak later. Hearing this, the female soldier felt quite shocked and felt quite confused as she asked, what's your majesty's status? He's not a legatee and is on equal footing with you, this subordinate can't think of such a person. Wu Qingyang turned and sweetly smiled as she said, you might not know him, but you might know someone else. That person is the world-shaking legatee Qin, and he's legatee Qin's representative in the real world. He controls all of the Ying family's power and has an extremely high status in Qin. After all, with great Qin's legatees' fame, let alone ordinary legatees, even ordinary dynasties were nothing to him. Moreover, that person was an important official by great Qin's legatees' side, and he was great Qin's legatees' representative in the real world. His status was comparable to ordinary legatees, if not even higher. Thinking to there, the female soldier couldn't help but think back to what Wu Qingyang had said. Wu Qingyang had said that after Zhao Fu arrived, she would capture Zhao Fu and feed him a truth pill, causing his body to become real. Hearing this, the female soldier's face became even paler. Thinking about the consequences of this, she couldn't help but remind him, Your Highness, don't worry. Did he really have to do that? That's Prince Qin's man. Wu Qingyang nodded seriously and harumphed with dissatisfaction. If I don't do this, he will never leave with me. I don't know why he's so loyal to Prince Qin. I can give him whatever Prince Qin can give him, but he's not willing to come, so I can only use this method. With how ruthless Imperial Prince Qin was, Zhao Fu would definitely die at his hands sooner or later. After all, Zhao Fu had a king's fate, which would definitely arouse suspicion. If Zhao Fu stayed with Imperial Prince Qin, his fate would definitely be extremely tragic. Also, now that Qin has unified the north, after consolidating his foundation, he will make his move in other directions. I think the other forces can't hold on anymore, so we have to be prepared to move at any time. The Wuzhou kingdom is just an ant in front of Prince Qin, and can be stomped to death at any time. I had heard that Qin was extremely licentious and lustful. I would never let him play with me like a tool to vent his lust. Life like that would be worse than death. Therefore, I had made all the preparations. After I caught Zhao Fu, I would take him back by force even if he didn't want to. Afterwards, we'll go to the southern continent and hide for a while. Right now, the Midland continent is no longer safe. After the heavenly domain boundary disappears, we'll go to other places to develop. That way, we won't have to worry about Prince Qin. With our strength, although it's not worth mentioning to Qin, it's not a problem for us to protect ourselves. After hearing Wu Qingyang's words, the female soldier felt slightly relieved. She had already made preparations and would not rashly offend Qin. Otherwise, if they dared to kidnap an important minister by Qin's side, they would definitely incur the wrath of Qin. Just as the female soldier was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed as she cried out in terror, Your Majesty! Hurry up and leave. Wu Qingyang immediately sensed those terrifying ripples, and her expression became incredibly unsightly as her heart plummeted. By now, it was too late to run, as two cloaked figures had already appeared above them. The person in the lead gave off a terrifying aura, an aura that caused others to feel despair. This aura was deeply engraved in Wu Qingyang's heart, as this aura belonged to the most terrifying person in the human world, Great Prince Qin. Wu Qingyang and the female soldiers had never thought that. Instead of Zhao Fu, the incredibly terrifying Great Prince Qin would appear. What was going on? Thinking about Zhao Fu, who had yet to arrive, Wu Qingyang felt quite startled. Something had definitely happened to Zhao Fu, and she felt incredibly hateful. Boom! The female soldiers did not hesitate at all and exploded out with their auras to cover Wu Qingyang's escape. Otherwise, they would all die. However, before they could do anything, that terrifying Great Prince Qin merely stretched out his hand and pressed down, causing a formless energy to lock down all of them. The entire forest fell into a deathly silence, and the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Wu Qingyang gritted her teeth and looked at Great Prince Qin's terrifying eyes under his cloak. Just as she was about to say something, he called out first, Qingyang. Hearing this familiar voice, Wu Qingyang's body became weak, and she almost fell over. She looked at the cloaked figure in disbelief. How could Great Prince Qin speak with Zhao Fu's voice? How was this possible? A shocking guess appeared in Wu Qingyang's mind. This guess was quickly confirmed. Zhao Fu took off his cloak, revealing his incredibly handsome face and long, gray-white hair. He was dressed in black robes with dragon inscriptions on them, and his body gave off a noble, domineering, and terrifying aura. Zhao Fu? Even though the Zhao Fu in the real world was quite different from the Zhao Fu in the Heaven-Awakened world, Wu Qingyang could still tell that this person was Zhao Fu, and she could not help but call out in a trembling voice. She had never thought that Zhao Fu was that terrifying Great Prince Qin. Thinking about all of the suspicions from before, Wu Qingyang understood everything, and her expression became dim. Zhao Fu and another person descended from the sky, while Zhao Fu came to Wu Qingyang's side. Seeing Wu Qingyang's expression, the female soldiers understood that they had to retreat to the side. Seeing the dim expression on Wu Qingyang's face, Zhao Fu could not help but say, "I'm sorry, Qingyang. You should know the situation I was in at the beginning. Before Qin was developed, I couldn't even protect my own life, so I could only choose to hide it." Wu Qingyang angrily turned her head to the side. She had never thought that the person she had trusted so much would lie to her this entire time. Moreover, their identities had completely changed. Before, Wu Qingyang had been quite confident in herself, but now that she knew that Great Prince Qin was Zhao Fu, her confidence had completely disappeared. Seeing Wu Qingyang like this, Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable and said, "Qingyang, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. What do you want me to do to make you not angry? I don't want to see you like this." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Wu Qingyang turned and looked at Zhao Fu, who also felt quite uncomfortable. She did not feel as angry anymore, and she understood how Zhao Fu felt towards her. There were not many people who could make that terrifying Great Prince Qin act like this. However, Wu Qingyang still looked quite displeased, but she was no longer angry. She raised her hand and hit Zhao Fu a few times, while Zhao Fu lightly smiled and hugged her. "Your Majesty. Do you think it's appropriate for you to toss me aside?" The person Zhao Fu had brought took off his cloak and looked at this scene as he said with a trace of jealousy. Hearing this voice, Wu Qingyang looked quite convinced. She turned and saw that this person was the Wu family's ancestor, Wu Zetian, who had given her the legacy. What's going on? Why would their ancestor, Wu Zetian, appear here? Zhao Fu told Wu Qingyang what had happened, and Wu Qingyang understood. This was the reason why Zhao Fu had brought Wu Zetian here. As the founder of the Zhou dynasty, Wu Zetian would naturally be able to persuade Wu Qingyang. Wu Qingyang struggled out of Zhao Fu's embrace and respectfully bowed to Wu Zetian as she called out, "Ancestor Wu." Wu Zetian lightly smiled as she walked over, saying, "Qingyang, there's no need to be so polite in the future. From now on, there's no need to be so reserved and polite. Just act more normally. For example, you can treat this consort as your older sister." Zhao Fu dryly laughed and brought Wu Qingyang into his embrace. Wu Qingyang's face became red and she tried to struggle free from Zhao Fu. However, after struggling a bit, she found that she could not break free, so she stopped struggling and lightly wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's waist. "Qingyang, what do you plan to do with the Zhou dynasty?" Zhao Fu asked as he looked at Wu Qingyang. Because Wu Qingyang had said that she was afraid of Qin and wanted to relocate and hide, Zhao Fu could not bear to do anything to her. Wu Qingyang stretched out her slim hand and pinched Zhao Fu's waist, saying, "My Wu family's ancestor is already yours, so why are you still asking me?" Zhao Fu smiled. Zhao Fu and Wu Zetian had already discussed the Zhou dynasty. The Zhou dynasty could completely fuse with Qin, and all of its people, cities, and resources could be given to Qin. However, there was one thing that they had to agree to, which was the title of Lord. This was quite easy, and Zhao Fu agreed without even thinking about it. After all, Zhao Fu had been given the title of a ruler to any nation legatee, and because of his relationship with Wu Qingyang, Zhao Fu could even give the Wu family the title of a martial lord. Both Wu Zetian and Wu Qingyang were quite satisfied. Following this, they discussed the matter of the Zhou dynasty moving to Qin. The Wu family had not expected this, but there were many people who cheered and celebrated. After all, it was quite difficult to change the trend of Qin's unification. In the end, they would only be destroyed by Qin, so joining Qin was quite a good choice. More importantly, Qin gave the Wu family some special treatment, which made them quite happy. After all, most people who submitted would not be able to enjoy such treatment. The Ying family was also quite surprised. They had never thought that the Wu family would submit to Qin so easily. Yingxi was the most surprised because she understood Wu Qingyang's personality. She had never thought that she would be willing to submit to Qin. With Qin's licentious personality, wasn't he afraid that Qin would act against him? As someone from the Ying family, Yingxi really wanted to see Wu Qingyang end up like that. She had wanted to ask Wu Qingyang about it, but the Wu family's people had all entered the Heaven-Awakened world with their real bodies, so Yingxi could not find anyone to ask. Even though the Heaven-Awakened world was about to be destroyed and the Ying family was about to enter Qin, thinking about how the various family leaders had told her that she had to become Qin's legatee's concubine, Yingxi's expression became quite unsightly. Perhaps only Zhao Fu, who she had looked down on in the past, could help her. After taking care of Wu Qingyang's matters, Zhao Fu once again returned to the real world. Because the real world had completely spiraled out of control, there were some things that he had to take care of. The main thing was to provide protection. Now that the world was about to be destroyed, countless factions wanted to join Qin and receive Qin's protection. There were 10 or so times more people than before, and as long as they could join Qin, they were willing to do anything. Some people were even willing to kneel to express their loyalty to Qin. Zhao Fu did not pay much attention to these opportunists. Right now, Zhao Fu's main job was to provide protection to other people. These people were some of Zhao Fu's grandmother's relatives and friends' families. Zhao Fu did not have any dealings with them, but helping them out of friendship was not a big deal. After all, it was only a small matter. Even though the outside world was quite chaotic, the Ying family was still quite safe. There were no problems with food, electricity, or the internet. With the Ying family's protection, they would definitely be quite safe, and there was nothing to worry about. Everyone was naturally incredibly grateful towards Zhao Fu for being able to receive the Ying family's protection. Seeing these relatives, Zhao Fu's grandparents were so happy that they wanted to entertain them, so they quickly prepared a banquet. However, Zhao Fu did not participate, as he was not interested at all. Just as Zhao Fu was about to leave his grandpa and grandma's house, his uncle and auntie came to find him and said apologetically, Zhao Fu, you must have a lot of power in Great Qin, right? Zhao Fu coldly looked at them and lightly nodded as he asked, what is it? Zhao Fu did not want to have anything to do with his uncle and aunt, and he even felt quite disgusted with them. If it wasn't for his grandparents, Zhao Fu would have immediately chased them out of the Ying family and left them to fend for themselves. Because of their snobbish behavior, they had wiped away the trace of familial love that Zhao Fu had for them, so Zhao Fu naturally did not have any good impressions of them. Hearing Zhao Fu's reply, his aunt happily said, Lil Fu, it's like this. Before, we didn't know that the situation would be so serious. If we had known, we would have asked you to help find a good job for your cousin and younger cousin in Qin. Now that your cousin's village has been conquered by others, your cousin's girlfriend wants your cousin to become a city lord before marrying him. There's nothing we can do about this, so we want you to help your cousin get a city lord. Please help us this time, and I'll make them thank you properly. Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He had been angered to the point of asking for a city lord. Their appetite was quite big. Seeing Zhao Fu laugh, his aunt felt quite excited and thought that Zhao Fu had agreed. She could not help but say, thank you so much this time. Before she could finish, Zhao Fu cut her off and said, I don't agree. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Hearing Zhao Fu's refusal and how impatient he looked, his uncle said angrily, Zhao Fu, isn't it just a favor? How can you say such things? They're your cousins, so it's only right for you to help them. Zhao Fu did not even bother replying and turned to leave. Seeing this, his uncle angrily grabbed at Zhao Fu, wanting to teach Zhao Fu a lesson. However, Zhao Fu did not move at all, and a formless energy sent his uncle flying. Now that Zhao Fu had the 6 Desires Celestial Arts cultivation power, he could bring that power back to the real world. Although it was quite weak, it was enough to deal with ordinary people. Zhao Fu's cousin, who had been eavesdropping, angrily rushed out and punched at Zhao Fu. However, by then, the bodyguards had arrived and pressed them to the ground. Zhao Fu's cousin angrily yelled, Zhao Fu, don't think that you're so great. You only have what you have today because of Prince Qin. If it wasn't for Prince Qin, you wouldn't even be a dog. You're just a goddamn lucky bastard to have caught Prince Qin's eye. If I was lucky, I'd be the one begging me. Zhao Fu waved his hand in annoyance and said, chase them out of the Ying family and don't allow them to take a single step in. Hearing this, the world seemed like it was going to be destroyed. If they were chased out, their fates would be unimaginable. After taking care of matters in the real world, Zhao Fu once again returned to the Heaven-Awakened world. Qin was still clearing out regions and constructing the Great Wall. However, the construction of the Great Wall was quite slow, as there would be disturbances from time to time. They knew that after Qin finished constructing the Great Wall, he would make a move against them, so they had to stop him. As such, Zhao Fu had to send a large number of soldiers to defend the borders in order to allow the residents to construct the Great Wall. Otherwise, with their constant harassment, Qin would not be able to complete the Great Wall at all. 7 days later, the spirit light world's calm sky started to change. Winds blew and clouds gathered as the light gradually dimmed. The atmosphere became quite oppressive, making everyone feel quite uncomfortable. All of the spirit light people felt a terrifying sense of danger descend. All of the world's spirit chi gathered towards a certain place, and that place was like a black hole that devoured all of the spirit chi. The sense of danger became stronger and stronger. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and there was not a trace of light to be seen. This feeling became even more oppressive, as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on their chests. At that moment, all of the spirit light people stopped what they were doing and looked in that direction. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive pillar of white light giving off a terrifying aura ferociously rushed into the sky, seeming to want to pierce through the sky. The entire world seemed to be grabbed by a massive formless hand, and all of the spirit chi madly gathered. The spirit chi around the gigantic pillar of light began to condense into a dense fog, and then it began to liquefy before condensing into crystals that floated in the air. Countless crystals floated in the air. This scene was extremely spectacular, and it caused people to be extremely shocked. At that moment, a golden ring of light appeared within the massive pillar of white light. The ring of light was only 2 meters wide at first, but it suddenly expanded to 10,000 meters wide. The pillar of white light's power was absorbed by the ring of light, and the floating crystals turned into dust and fused into the golden ring of light. Boom! An incredibly terrifying aura spread out like a tsunami, and all creatures in the world were inundated by this terrifying aura. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into a demon abyss, and their faces were filled with terror as their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Within the 10,000-meter wide golden ring of light, a massive figure slowly descended. First, it was a pair of legs, then a waist, then shoulders, and then the rest of its body. Only then did everyone realize what it was. It was a 10,000-meter tall spirit light person. He was a male and had a tall and muscular body. His skin gave off a precious light, and he looked quite dignified and cold. He was half naked, and there were 9 golden rings of light in front of his chest. This massive spirit light person looked like a living person, but he was actually just a statue and did not have any life at all. There was a very ancient legend in the spirit light world. Before, the spirit light world had been completely desolate without any life, and it was deathly silent to the point that people felt terror. One day, the spirit light primogenitor came here and used his majestic power to change this place. He was the one who created life, the spirit light god race, and everything. After a long time, the primogenitor had into the clan into world 2 of the spirit and of the spirit. World, of God of the great of the world again, and the spirit, and of the spirit. This statue was the spirit light primogenitor's statue. After he descended, almost all of the spirit light people's bloodlines surged, and they could not help but feel excited. They all knelt towards the statue. They first respectfully knelt 3 times before running towards the primogenitor's statue. Whoever obtained the primogenitor's statue would obtain the entire spirit light world, and almost everyone swarmed over, wanting to snatch the primogenitor's statue. Countless people rushed towards the statue like ants. There were not just ordinary people but also legatees and dynasty. Legatees. A massive battle was about to erupt. Boom, the primogenitor's statue automatically gave off a ferocious aura, and the countless ant-like people were easily sent flying. It was unknown just how many of them died. This terrifying aura caused the various legatees to stop and look at the primogenitor's statue seriously. This included the spirit light world's world protector. He was an incredibly handsome young man with silver-white hair. After the primogenitor's statue gave off that terrifying aura, a golden energy barrier appeared. It was 10,000 meters tall and tens of thousands of kilometers wide, and it completely covered the primogenitor's statue. One of the world legatees, the big man, immediately rushed towards the golden energy barrier. What surprised everyone was that the golden energy barrier did not stop the big man at all, and he directly entered the golden energy barrier. The others immediately understood and turned into rays of light that flew into the light barrier. The light barrier didn't obstruct them at all, but when some of the weaker people tried to try their luck and enter, they found that the light barrier was indestructible. They couldn't enter at all. Even though the big man was the first to enter the golden energy barrier, more people arrived. Everyone rushed towards the primogenitor's statue, and just as they were about to reach it, a person giving off a powerful aura blocked in front of them. He was the spirit light world's world protector, Cayman. Looking at these people rushing over, Cayman coldly harumphed, "As the spirit light world's world protector, this primogenitor's statue should belong to me." These words caused everyone to feel quite displeased. The primogenitor's statue was such a precious item, so how could they just give it to someone else? Even though they were from the same race, so what? In front of benefits, people from the same race were worth nothing. Cayman, don't think that we're afraid of you. Everyone, let's work together and defeat Cayman. It'll belong to whoever takes the primogenitor's statue, the big man who had rushed in angrily yelled as he attacked Cayman. The others naturally understood that Cayman was their greatest obstacle, and he was the biggest competitor for the primogenitor's statue. As such, they did not hesitate and unleashed powerful attacks towards Cayman. Facing these people, Cayman coldly laughed and grabbed at the air, causing a silver spear to appear in his hand. He gave off massive power as he rushed towards them, and a massive battle unfolded. Even though the battle on this side was incredibly intense, there were still some people who had not acted yet. They were quite quick-witted, and seeing how intense the battle was, they wanted to fish in troubled waters. However, how could the others allow others to obtain the primogenitor's statue? The aura that the primogenitor statue gave off was incredibly powerful and could shake an entire world. The terrifying ripples were detected by the surrounding worlds. For example, the dark demon world sensed these terrifying ripples and sensed that a shocking treasure had appeared in the spirit light world. Moreover, the spirit light world had invaded the dark demon world and killed so many people. They had not taken revenge yet, and this was a good opportunity. However, this was going into another world, and it was extremely dangerous. It was possible that they would die inside, and they might even be attacked by the entire world. This made many people hesitate and wonder if they had the ability to do so. The battle in the spirit light world was abnormally intense. As the world protector, Cayman fought against dozens of people by himself and was not at a disadvantage at all. His power was incredibly terrifying. The battle had already gone on for 5 or 6 hours, and even though Cayman was not any weaker than them, he was unable to defeat them for a while. As time dragged on, the golden energy barrier gradually weakened. The energy barrier's power was weakening, and there were many people outside the golden energy barrier who were unwilling to give up. They madly attacked the energy barrier, wanting to enter and take the primogenitor statue. "I can't let this go on, I have to quickly take the primogenitor statue," Cayman thought to himself as he exploded out with a powerful aura. He pointed his silver spear towards the sky and shouted, "10 holy light dragons." Silver magic formations suddenly appeared in the sky. There were 10 of them in total, and they all gave off intense silver light and powerful auras. Following this, dragons' roars sounded out as western dragons made of light shot out and ferociously charged at the group. These 10 light dragons were extremely big, and they were 1,000 meters long. They gave off immense power as they charged over, and the others did not dare to be careless. They also unleashed powerful attacks to defend against the light dragons. However, by then, Cayman had already reached the primogenitor statue's chest, which was in front of the 9 golden circles. Cayman pressed his hand against the center of the golden circles, causing the golden energy barrier to automatically disappear, and the primogenitor statue's body started to shrink. Seeing this scene, countless people's expressions fell. The primogenitor statue was about to be obtained by Cayman, and with the primogenitor statue's power, the spirit light world would belong to Cayman alone. If that happened, they would all be doomed. 9. God break. One person disregarded everything and used his nation armament's power, exploding out with an incredibly terrifying attack. 9 blinding orbs of light exploded out, killing a light dragon in front of him and causing it to turn into motes of light and dissipate. That person rushed at Cayman. By now, the primogenitor statue had shrunk to less than 30 centimeters, and Cayman felt quite delighted. However, looking at the person rushing at him, he felt quite displeased and exploded out with even more power. He swept out with his spear, bringing with it a gale that sent that person flying. The primogenitor statue had already shrunk to the size of a palm. Cayman wanted to take the primogenitor statue and temporarily leave this place because there were simply too many people fighting over it. However, at that moment, another person slashed out with an incredibly sharp saber light. Cayman gripped his spear with one hand and stabbed out, causing the air to explode as a formless but dangerous piercing power shot towards that person. Suddenly, Cayman sensed something, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Just as he was about to do something, he was a step too late, and the primogenitor statue in his hand was snatched away. Arg! Cayman roared as he swept out with his spear, sending out a massive wave of power. A silver crescent flew out, seeming to want to slash the person fighting over the primogenitor statue in half. However, the person fighting over the primogenitor statue was not weak at all. A powerful aura exploded out as he slashed out a sword light, colliding with the silver crescent. An intense explosion sounded out as the sword light blasted out. Because the person fighting over the primogenitor statue had to deal with Cayman's attack, he stopped flying. He was a cold-looking young man giving off a large amount of demonic chi. The aura he gave off was not any weaker than Cayman's, and he was also a world protector. Mochi. Don't seek death. Put down my race's primogenitor statue or I'll kill you. Cayman furiously yelled at that person after losing what he had obtained. This person was the Dark Demon World's world protector, Mochi. Facing Cayman's threat, Mochi coldly harumphed and did not reply. He turned into a ray of demonic light and shot over the horizon. This was because he had not fully recovered from the injuries he had received from Zhao Fu. Cayman was not any weaker than him, and they had fought to a draw last time. As such, if he stayed, he would most likely lose. Mochi turned into a ray of demonic light and escaped, but Cayman could not give up. He also turned into a ray of light and chased after Mochi. All of the spirit light people's expressions fell. They had never thought that the primogenitor statue would be taken by someone else today, and the legatees also flew over. Holy ring light. Cayman chased after Mochi, and seeing that the distance between him and Mochi was becoming greater and greater, he unleashed one of his most powerful attacks, throwing out the silver spear in his hand. The silver spear turned into a silver ray of light that had countless divine runes revolving around it. It gave off an unimaginable punishing power, and as it tore through the sky, it was incredibly fast. Mochi was given a big fright. The silver ray of light had already locked onto him, and no matter how he tried to dodge, it would be useless. As such, he could only take it head-on. Mochi turned and stretched out a hand, causing boundless demonic chi to flow out as 8 massive demons blocked in front of him. The silver ray of light flashed past like a hot knife through butter, piercing through the demons' chests and causing them to dissipate into demonic chi. Just as the silver ray of light was about to reach Mochi, Mochi unleashed a barrier with demonic runes to protect himself. Because the silver ray of light had been weakened many times, it was not as powerful as before, so the barrier was able to block it. However, Cayman once again held a spear and arrived beside Mochi. The spear gave off an explosive power as it stabbed towards Mochi's chest. Mochi dodged to the side, avoiding this terrifying attack. By now, the other legatees had arrived and surrounded Mochi. A big man coldly harumphed, "Mochi, you're seeking death. You actually dared to steal our primogenitor statue. Do you think our god race is weak?" A long-haired woman said, "Mochi, as long as you hand over the primogenitor statue, we can promise to let you go. You're still injured, right? Don't bring this upon yourself." Cayman stared at Mochi. The primogenitor statue was the most important right now. Because he had fought with Mochi before, Cayman knew Mochi's strength. Even though Emochi was injured, he was not completely confident in being able to keep him here, so he nodded and said, "As long as you hand over the primogenitor statue, we'll let him go." Emochi was expressionless. The primogenitor statue was incredibly important to the god race, and Emochi's goal was to steal it. How could he give up, suddenly? This happened in an instant, and no one had any time to react. Cayman stabbed out with his spear, and his powerful inner strength tore apart the ball of demonic chi. However, the ball of demonic chi immediately dissipated, and it was evident that Cayman's attack had missed. However, Cayman did not give up, and his eyes flashed with golden light as he chased after the ball of demonic chi. Following this, Cayman once again swept out with his spear, bringing with it a powerful gale and forcing Emochi to appear. Cayman glared at Emochi and said angrily, "Emochi, you won't be able to escape." Emochi held the primogenitor statue in his hand, and because it gave off an intense light, he was unable to put it into his spatial ring. For some reason, it was because of this that Emochi's location had been exposed. If he stayed, he would definitely lose. The primogenitor statue was incredibly important to the spirit light race, and Emochi could sense how terrifying it was. He definitely could not allow it to fall into the hands of the spirit light race, or else the dark demon race would suffer a terrible fate. Emochi did not think too much and once again turned into a ray of light and tried to escape. Cayman had long since seen through Emochi's intentions, and he suddenly attacked with his full strength, throwing out an orb of light. The orb of light soundlessly exploded, and white light spread out in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. This white light was called the world-cleansing light, and it contained incredibly powerful holy light energy that could purify worlds. It was a rare treasure that could deal terrifying damage to all evil creatures, and in order to keep Emochi here, Cayman was willing to do anything. Pooh. After the white light dissipated, Emochi coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had been quite heavily injured, but he looked at Cayman with killing intent in his eyes. He was truly enraged, and a demonic flame ignited around his body. Emochi wanted to stay behind and fight with Cayman. However, because he had been so focused on Cayman, Emochi had been slightly careless, and a white object suddenly shot out from the side, sweeping away the primogenitor statue in Emochi's hand. Immediately, Emochi was infuriated and sent terrifying demonic chi into the demonic sword in his hand, causing it to give off boundless sword chi that seemed to cause space to explode. The space around him became dark, and many cracks appeared. He, a strange laugh sounded out as a figure appeared beside him. It was a person completely wrapped in bandages, revealing only a pair of dark green eyes. It seemed to be a woman, as she had a graceful figure and a pair of large breasts. This woman gave off powerful corpse chi and was not any weaker than Emochi or Cayman's. She was also a world protector and came from the world to the left of the spirit light world, while the world to the right of the spirit light world was the dark demon world. Primogenitor statue? I never thought that your spirit light race would have such a treasure. I'll help you take care of it. Do you have any objections? The woman gave out a weird laugh. She looked at the primogenitor statue in her hands and then at Emochi and Carmen. Corpse puppet. Don't go too far. Hand over the primogenitor statue. We have an agreement with the corpse pall world. Could it be that you want to go to war with the god race? We have the door of gods, we can start a world war at any time. Cayman obviously knew this woman and said angrily. Humph. Corpse puppet coldly harumphed before saying, letting your spirit light race obtain the primogenitor statue would be a disaster. Alright, I don't want to say anything else, I'm leaving. After speaking, the corpse puppet prepared to turn into a ray of light. However, the furious Emochi directly acted. He stretched out a hand and countless traces of demonic chi flowed out, forming a massive demonic hand that grabbed towards the corpse puppet. Since this person dared to steal something from him, Emochi naturally would not let him off. Cayman did not hesitate and vigorously stabbed out with his spear, causing a spear light to ferociously stab towards corpse puppet, looking as if he was going to kill her. Facing the two people's attacks, corpse puppet strangely laughed and did not move. Emochi's demonic hand arrived and grabbed onto corpse puppet's body. However, corpse puppet's body turned into countless traces of black matter and disappeared. As corpse puppet disappeared, Cayman's attack naturally missed. Suddenly, a light lit up, it was the light from the primogenitor statue. Corpse Puppet was given a big fright and understood that she had been exposed, so she quickly revealed herself and turned into a ray of light as she shot away. Emochi and Cayman immediately chased after her because there were two of them. Even though they were not working together, they had a common target, which was to stop Corpse Puppet. Demon Wave. Emochi did not waste any words as a gash appeared on his sword-wielding hand, and black blood flowed out and entered his sword. Emochi vigorously slashed out, opening up a hole, and tens of thousands of demons roared as they rushed at Corpse Puppet. Corpse Puppet's expression became serious. And she slashed out with her sword, causing the countless bandages on her body to shoot out like arrows, piercing through the demons' bodies and turning them into traces of demonic chi. Cayman also attacked Corpse Puppet and once again summoned the 10 holy light dragons. The 10 massive light dragons gave off intense holy light energy as they roared and rushed at her, giving off shocking auras. The light dragons seemed to want to tear Corpse Puppet apart. Xiao's gaze became cold, and she grabbed out with her hand. The bandages on her body gathered around her arm, forming a sword made of bandages. Xiao was extremely agile, and she weaved back and forth between the light dragons. She swung the sword in her hand, sending out gray crescent sword lights that killed the light dragons one by one. However, Emochi had already closed in and vigorously slashed out, and the terrifying demonic light instantly devoured Corpse Puppet's body. Pooh! Corpse Puppet coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back. Facing the attacks of 2 world protectors by herself was not so simple. Cayman took this opportunity to attack Xiao, stabbing out with his spear and sending a searing white beam of light towards Xiao. Xiao quickly dodged to the side, and seeing that Emochi was about to attack again, her expression became quite unsightly. She did not have the strength to defend against the 2 world protectors' attacks, and she could not escape either. If she stayed, she would only lose. Wait. I don't want this primogenitor statue anymore. Corpse Puppet thought about it and suddenly called out, throwing the primogenitor statue at Emochi. Cayman immediately turned to Emochi, and just as Emochi was about to catch the primogenitor statue, Corpse Puppet suddenly acted. A few bandages shot out and wrapped around the primogenitor statue. At that moment, a rune appeared on Corpse Puppet's forehead. She had been trying to divert Cayman and Emochi's attention so that she could use her life-saving technique to escape. This primogenitor statue was incredibly powerful, and she did not want to let it go. It was definitely a rare treasure. Corpse Puppet's bandages easily wrapped around the primogenitor statue, but just as Corpse Puppet was about to pull it back, a few rays of black sword light cut through the bandages. A person giving off an incredibly terrifying aura that seemed to cause space to freeze stepped out and grabbed the primogenitor statue. In the distance, the group of spirit light people were forced to stop because of this terrifying aura and looked at Zhao Fu seriously. They felt that if they took another step, their lives would be in danger. After all, there were 4 world protectors in front of them. This was especially so for the world protector who had just appeared. That Supreme Emperor's aura caused the 3 world protectors to feel a trace of fear. Emochi's expression was quite unsightly as he said to the cloaked figure, "I never thought that you would also come, and you're even stronger." Cayman and Xiao looked at Emochi, feeling quite surprised that Emochi knew this terrifying person. However, since this person dared to steal the primogenitor statue, they were destined to be enemies. There was nothing to discuss, especially since Xiao had just obtained the primogenitor statue and was about to leave. Humph. Hurry up and hand over the primogenitor statue, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao's dark green eyes gave off a dense killing intent as she looked at that person. Sir, that primogenitor statue belongs to my spirit light race. I advise you to return it to me, or else I'll have to attack, Cayman threatened as he looked at that person. That person raised his head, revealing a pair of terrifying eyes. He did not say anything and only calmly stuffed the primogenitor statue into his cloak. When the primogenitor statue had appeared, Zhao Fu's main body in the human world had not sensed it, but his clone in the dark demon world had sensed how terrifying this power was, so he had not hesitated to come. After looking through the primogenitor statue's information, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. This was a very rare treasure and was incredibly powerful. It was very useful to the spirit light race, but if it fell into someone else's hands, it would be a trump card against the spirit light race. As such, Zhao Fu could not give it up. After putting away the primogenitor statue, Zhao Fu quickly retreated, planning to leave this place. After all, this was someone else's territory, and there were 3 world protectors here. Seeing Zhao Fu's actions, Xianxia felt quite furious. She waved her finger and countless bandages flew out, giving off immense power as they flew towards Zhao Fu. Facing the corpse puppet's attack, a powerful wave of 6 paths of reincarnation power flowed out from Zhao Fu's body, and a grey orb that was as big as a walnut instantly condensed in front of Zhao Fu. It gave off an incredibly terrifying aura and was definitely an incredibly dangerous item. At that moment, countless bandages flew over with immense power, but Zhao Fu did not do anything. The grey ball in front of him shot towards the corpse puppet incredibly quickly, reaching it in an instant. Xianxia was startled and countless bandages flew towards the grey ball, but the grey ball suddenly exploded. A terrifying shockwave tore apart the bandages, and Xianxia was forced back a few steps. Her expression became even more serious. She had never thought that Zhao Fu's body would also have Death Race's power, and it was even more powerful than hers. After all, she had the most top-tier power in the corpse pal world, and that person's Death Race's power was of a higher grade than hers. Just who is this person? He looks like a human, but he has such a high-grade Death Race's power. The instant that Zhao Fu pushed back the corpse puppet, Mochi and Cayman simultaneously attacked. Mochi unhesitatingly exploded out with his full power, which was many times more powerful than before. This made Cayman feel quite surprised, and he looked as if he was going all out. However, Mochi's battle with him had not been like this. For this cloaked figure to be treated like this by Mochi, Zhao Fu had to be careful. Boom, Mochi raised a demon sword with both hands and sent large amounts of demonic chi into it, causing it to give off a shocking demonic light. A powerful sword chi storm blew out, and the sword ferociously slashed towards Zhao Fu. The terrifying power seemed to be able to kill everything. Facing Mochi's full-powered attack, Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless. He took out the Death Disaster Sword and sent large amounts of power into it. The Death Disaster Sword gave off a cold grey light, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a powerful sword light. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 massive rays of sword light collided and exploded. The countless rays of sword chi shot out like countless sharp blades, bringing with them a terrifying shockwave, causing Mochi and the other 2 to retreat a few steps and enter a defensive state. Zhao Fu did not move as 9 black dragons floated out of his body, and a powerful emperor's aura burst out like a fountain. The countless rays of sword chi and explosive power were completely blocked by the 9 black dragons. They were not able to injure Zhao Fu at all. This caused Cayman and Xianxia to feel quite startled. They had never thought that Zhao Fu was already a true king, and with that terrifying aura, he was not an ordinary barony kingdom king. Just who was this person in front of them? Cayman and Xianxia felt quite curious. Seeing that he had not been able to injure Zhao Fu at all, Mochi's expression became even more unsightly, and he loudly called out, "I don't want that primogenitor statue anymore. I need to kill this Prince Qin right here, or else you'll regret it in the future." Prince Qin? This was the first time Cayman and Xianxia had heard of this name, and they understood that this person was Prince Qin. Even though they did not know much about him, for Mochi to not want the primogenitor statue and to fight with his life on the line, they could see how powerful this Prince Qin was. The primogenitor statue could not fall into anyone else's hands, so Cayman roared and did not hesitate. His body exploded out with a blinding divine light as he raised his spear and stabbed at Zhao Fu. In order to snatch the primogenitor statue, Xianxia did not hesitate to attack with all of her strength. A massive grey-white aura flowed out of her body, and she gripped her hands, causing countless bandages to form 2 thin cloth swords in her hands as she rushed at Zhao Fu. Facing these 2 people's attacks, Zhao Fu understood that if he did not force them back, he would not be able to leave this place. As such, his expression became serious. Within Zhao Fu's body, the Qin royal seal continuously trembled, and a massive wave of power flowed out of Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu stepped out and slashed out with unparalleled power, sending Cayman flying. He then slashed out with his sword, forcing Xianxia back. Following this, he once again slashed out with his sword, and a terrifying sword light shot towards an empty space. A white-haired, white-eyed young man was forced out by this sword light. This young man's aura was extremely powerful, and he was another world protector. There were now 5 world protectors gathered here, causing the spirit light people in the distance to feel incredibly shocked. This was something that had never happened before. However, no one dared to take a step forwards, because with those terrifying shockwaves, even a great city's city lord would be instantly killed. The power of 5 world protectors was simply too monstrous. This caused them to feel despair. After speaking, the young man exploded out with a terrifying aura as he took out a thin saber and slashed at Zhao Fu. He was incredibly savage and showed no mercy at all. This person had come for the primogenitor statue and had been hiding by the side, waiting for an opportunity to attack. If Zhao Fu did not force him out and he suddenly attacked, things would be even more troublesome. Xing, the young man savagely slashed towards Zhao Fu's head, and Zhao Fu blocked with his sword. As the saber and sword collided, a metallic sound rang out. At that moment, the corpse puppet took this opportunity to attack. Massive amounts of gray-white corpse chi gathered in front of her and formed 100 corpse dogs that were dozens of meters long. Their gazes were savage, and their fangs gave off cold light as they ran towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast, and in just an instant, they were 10 or so meters away from Zhao Fu. At that moment, the corpse dog leapt towards Zhao Fu and opened its mouth as it bit towards Zhao Fu, giving off a putrid stench. Just as the corpse dog was about to bite Zhao Fu in half, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, and the 9 black dragons around him roared. Even though they were small, they gave off immense auras as they slammed towards the corpse dog, causing it to explode into countless traces of corpse chi and dissipate. The 9 black dragons continued to rush towards the corpse puppet. However, at that moment, Mo Chi stretched out a hand and demonic chi flowed out, forming a sinister demonic hand that grabbed Zhao Fu's body. This hand was dozens of meters wide, and let alone a person, it could even crush a small mountain. Seeing that Zhao Fu had been grabbed by the demonic hand, everyone relaxed and thought that they would be able to control Zhao Fu. Ghost Devour. However, a cold cry sounded out from within the massive hand, causing Mo Chi to howl and pull back his hand. Countless ghosts opened their mouths and bit at the demonic hand. The 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye continuously spun, and an eerie aura spread out like a flood. Ghosts appeared around Zhao Fu and roared as they opened their mouths and ferociously leapt at the people around them. This Ghost Devour was an eye technique from the ghost eyes, and Zhao Fu had only used it for the first time with the 6 paths of reincarnation power. The effects were quite shocking. Facing the flood of ghosts, Mo Chi and the others swung their weapons, easily killing 1,000 of them. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu lightly shouted, "Soldier!" Zhao Fu started to use his Ghost God Soldier ability, and the countless ghosts leaping at the 4 of them instantly turned into different weapons. There were sabers, swords, spears, axes, and so on. There were simply too many of them, and they covered the sky. After these weapons appeared, they gave off sharp auras as they ferociously shot towards the 4 ghost protectors. The 4 of them were greatly alarmed and hurriedly defended with all their strength. They swung their weapons, and the countless weapons formed from ghosts were cut into countless pieces. However, their bodies were also cut by the sharp blades, and long wounds appeared on their bodies. The people watching in the distance felt quite shocked and sighed, that person was so powerful. Just by himself, he was able to force the 4 world protectors into a corner. Even if people like them rushed up, they would die in a few seconds. Zhao Fu did not have the time to continue fighting with them. He had come to steal the primogenitor statue, and with this killing weapon, dealing with the spirit light race would be as easy as killing a group of chickens. As such, he wanted to use this opportunity to leave. Suddenly, the heavens and earth dimmed as clouds swirled and a wild gale swept out. Countless trees swayed and sand and pebbles were blown into the air as all of the world's energy gathered. A massive and ancient will descended, causing the entire world to fall silent. In front of this will, everyone seemed as small as ants, and they looked at the sky in terror. Because of their terror, their bodies froze and they could not move at all. The primogenitor statue must remain. Cayman and the spirit light world's legatees heard this voice in their minds, and they felt quite shocked because this voice was the world's will's voice. Following this, an unimaginable wave of power entered their bodies. Arg! Howls tore through the 9 heavens and shook the surroundings as heaven-toppling auras exploded out. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to shatter, yin and yang reversed, time and space became chaotic, and mountains and rivers collapsed. Almost everyone who didn't know what was going on had a single goal, which was to desperately run away. If they stayed here, they would definitely die. Even city lords would die like ants. This world source energy was definitely a power that could destroy all life. Boom, under the support of the world's power, Cayman shined with divine light and gave off an aura that seemed to be able to suppress an entire world. He looked like a god as he slashed out with his spear, and a massive wave of power ferociously shot towards Zhao Fu. The instant that the world's will descended, Zhao Fu immediately felt that something was off. He did not hesitate and exploded out with his true power, causing the Qin Imperial Seal to continuously tremble as 9 dragons' roars sounded out. 9 black dragons that were 100 meters long came out of Zhao Fu's body. The Ghost World Pearl in front of his chest floated out, and the sealed 6 Paths Demon Image's power was drawn out and sent into Zhao Fu's body. Immediately, a cold and eerie aura spread out like a ferocious ocean, inundating all of the aura of life. The entire world became deathly silent as if it was going to become a ghost world. As a member of the death race, under this aura, Shi Zhao's face became incredibly pale, and her heart was filled with terror as her body trembled. Just what kind of terrifying power is this, eh? Gray-black aura flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body, and his terrifying eyes gave off a shocking light as his aura became incredibly powerful. As Cayman's attack came, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and the 9 black dragons circled around Zhao Fu, forming a massive protective barrier that blocked Cayman's attack. However, the other 5 legatees had also arrived, and they also gave off intense divine light and immense power. They were also supported by world's power. Mochi and the others hesitated as they looked at the people who had received world's power. Their power now surpassed theirs, so they hesitated as to whether or not they should continue participating. However, before they could think too much about it, their respective worlds sensed this and unhesitatingly gave them world's power. What shocked them was that their worlds had only given them a single mission, which was to kill Prince Qin at all costs. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Just what sort of existence was Great Qin's legatee for even the world's consciousness to want to kill him? This was something that had never happened before, and they all understood how serious this matter was. This was especially so for Shi Xiao and the white-haired young man. They now understood why Mochi had said that he did not even want the primogenitor statue and only wanted to kill Prince Qin. He had even said that if they did not kill Prince Qin, they would definitely regret it. End of chapter 937. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.